Chapter 1. Rebirth of Trigga. If heaven could grant Chao Jianwu another chance, he would undoubtedly say to his boss, "Even if I had an affair with your mother, I would still remain your subordinate. Henceforth, you shall address me as father, while I shall call you boss, and we shall each maintain our own roles. Is that agreeable?" Regrettably, this world offers no what-ifs, and heaven did not bestow upon him another opportunity. As he felt the final raindrops striking his face, Chao Jianwu was engulfed by a medley of emotions. Just moments ago, while riding his electric scooter across the Yangtze River Bridge, he was struck by a speeding Maybach that hurled him against the steel cables of the bridges. Edged in that fleeting instant, the world spun around him, and he beheld his own body. His vision, blurred by the rain, was accompanied by the thunderous roars of the sky. He caught a glimpse of the oncoming Maybach, along with the furious eyes of its driver. The driver, likely in his 20s, wore an expression of rage and malevolence. He was none other than the scoundrel of a boss who reveled in teasing female colleagues, only to ultimately abandon them, and who shamelessly exploited university interns his future son. Boom. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the Maybach, reducing both the vehicle and its driver to cinders. Chao Jianwu was momentarily stunned. Was this not poetic justice? Why resort to such extreme measures? It was your mother who sought me out, wishing to partner with me in life. I was merely dazzled by her wealth. We could have forged a complete family, yet you destroyed it all. They could have happily coexisted, and I could have bestowed upon my boss the long-lost affection of a father. Was it truly necessary for him to collide with me in that Maybach? In the end, I was unwittingly granted a taste of Louis XVI fate. Moreover, I found myself embodying the thunder god. What an unpredictable twist of fate. Fortunately, being an orphan meant that those I cared for had their own intact families. My absence would not cause them distress. The funds bestowed upon me by the wealthy woman have been transferred last week to my father's elder brother, who is to safeguard it for me and perhaps assist in constructing a modest villa. Now, it appears I shall not require it. It matters not. I shall consider it a token of gratitude for their nurturing. Yet, it is a pity about the electric scooter. I caught a glimpse of it, utterly wrecked. This scooter, a gift from the affluent lady, holds a certain sentimental value, as I remember it being quite expensive. When I first acquired it, I discovered that the brand was rather obscure. Curiosity led me to search for it, only to find that it commanded a price exceeding $20,000. I was astounded. How could a mere electric scooter be so exorbitantly priced? Nevertheless, I said nothing. That I merely followed the affluent lady's directives. After all, she had mentioned that her former husband delighted in riding this very scooter with her, savoring the breeze. She longed for that sensation, and thus whenever she had the chance, she would ask me to take her out for a ride. As my thoughts returned to the present, the memories within Chao Jianwu's mind grew increasingly vivid. If witnessing a fleeting spectacle, the myriad fragments of his life emerged vividly in his mind, heralding the turning points of his existence. At the tender age of 9, he experienced the loss of his father, and a fortnight later, his mother remarried, leaving him to reside with his father's brothers. Through diligent labor and the meager support of state subsidies, he managed to enroll in an ordinary public university. During his time at school, he secured an internship at a company. The proprietor, noticing his status as a mere intern, compelled him to work overtime, insisting that without such hours, he would not receive an internship certificate. Subsequently, it was his striking visage that caught the attention of the owner's mother. Although he was initially reluctant, the financial compensation offered was far too generous, a sum he doubted he would ever earn in a lifetime. However, within less than a month, his fate took a tragic turn akin to that of Louis XVI. That reflecting on his life, all that echoed in Chao Jianwu's mind was a single phrase: "To hell with it." As this thought permeated his consciousness, he gradually succumbed to darkness. Yet his vision continued to whirl. Even in the final moments before plunging into the river, he beheld, illuminated by flashes of lightning, a mural of the upper half of a figure, painted on a bridge pier beneath. The grand bridge, its origins unknown, the simple lines outlined a visage of unparalleled beauty. Unexpectedly, the last image he perceived in life was a reminiscence of his childhood. He recalled that it had been over a decade since Tsuburaya Productions released any new works, the last Ultraman being the one renowned as the fastest and strongest Max, perhaps? No, it seemed to be Mebius. His memories felt muddled. Dinah. How nostalgic it was. A faint smile crept across Chao Jianwu's lips. Plop. With his entry into the water, Chao Jianwu's consciousness faded entirely. How warm it feels. In a haze, Chao Jianwu's awareness gradually revived, enveloped in something comforting. Hadn't he perished? Could it be that an afterlife existed? Yet, isn't the underworld typically bleak and chilling? Why then does it feel so inviting? Puzzled, Chao Jianwu instinctively opened his eyes. Golden light filled his surroundings, and a colossal golden fireball hovered above. Surrounding the orb were 4 stone pillars inscribed with peculiar glyphs. For a moment, he stood in astonishment. Gradually, the blinding radiance emitted by the fireball compelled him to shield his eyes with his hand, only to discover that it resembled that of an infant. Wah 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 wah, what is happening? Wah 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 wah, why can't I articulate my thoughts? Before he could make sense of the confusion, darkness enveloped him once more, and he slipped back into slumber. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before Chao Jianwu awakened again, only to feel his body inexplicably propelled backward, his view receding from the golden fireball. Within the golden expanse, a diamond-shaped portal began to materialize, drawing his form towards it. Emerging through the portal, he beheld a colossal statue of Ultraman, its chest adorned with a diamond-shaped crystal. If he was not mistaken, he had just soared forth from this very spot. Surveying his surroundings, he found no exit, only a colossal statue of Ultraman, a figure he did not recognize. It seemed vaguely familiar. Had he truly been reincarnated as an Ultraman statue? But why was he now separated from the statue? As a fortunate soul who had died and been reborn, Chao Jianwu believed he had little left to fear. Yet, mere seconds later, this thought transformed. For he was nothing more than a newly born infant, surrounded by an utter absence of human presence. Above him loomed the great statue, and beyond that, his gaze met only stone. Wah wah wah. Excuse me, did I not cross over as Ultraman? Where is everyone? Wah wah wah. What kind of reincarnation process is this? I demand to file a complaint. Hello, is anyone there? Here lies a hungry baby. Wah wah wah. Goodness, what a rookie account. Please, spare me. After wailing for a time, Chao Jianwu relented. Crying? One must have strength to cry. Initially, he believed being reborn as an infant was a promising start. Yet in this desolate realm, it seemed he might succumb to despair. Compelling himself to regain composure, he reminded himself that as Ultraman, he must possess extraordinary abilities which surely survive. With this thought, he gazed upward at the statue, his consciousness immersing itself within, faintly sensing a connection to the statue. Following this thread of connection, he traced back to its source. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of light that entered the statue, which then began to glow with renewed vigor. Gradually, the statue burst forth with color, revealing a giant towering approximately 50 meters, standing majestically within the cavern. Chao Jianwu looked down at his enormous form, composed of hues of red, purple, silver, and gold. A shiver coursed through him as he instinctively grasped the name of this giant. The ultra-ancient giant Trigga. Chapter 2. Arakaki Kenji. The name Trigga, along with the vibrant colors of his form, felt strikingly familiar. He sensed an undeniable connection. Trigga must surely be linked to that particular individual. This thought flitted through his mind for but a moment before he became wholly absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of wielding such power. He felt utterly sublime. Nothing could compare to the feeling he experienced now. It was sheer bliss. Waves of strength surged from within, filling his entire being. This sense of completeness was intoxicating. Unparalleled power coursed through his body, and amidst this rapture, a wild notion uncontrollably blossomed within him. He had evolved from the frail human he once was. With such power, he was a deity. Humans? Mere inferior beings. Roar. He let out a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. After a quarter of an hour, the rapturous feeling gradually faded, and Chao Jianwu regained his composure, feeling a slight embarrassment at his earlier thoughts. He was on the verge of becoming a reincarnation of Masaki Kigo 2.0. But fortunately, he had fully acclimatized to this newfound power. With a determined gaze, he directed his attention towards the rocky ceiling of the cave above and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Feeling no resistance, the immense force penetrated the rock above, revealing the dimly yellow sky beyond. After delivering the strike, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Why do I feel so weak? Could be due to my current infantile form. It seemed prudent to seek refuge, at the very least, to find a family capable of nurturing him. With a leap, he ascended into the air, intending to survey his surroundings. Beneath the dim yellow sky, Chao Jinwu gazed down upon the vast expanse of land, which appeared as a great platter laid out beneath him. As he gradually ascended, he realized he was atop a mountain, towering over 2,000 meters high. Surveying the area, he detected no signs of life, only several distant planetary probes that were long since defunct, devoid of any residual energy. This is not Earth. This thought struck him with clarity. Suddenly, Chao Jinwu sensed something and looked towards the heavens, where a cerulean planet hung in the void. With the vision of this form, he could distinctly perceive the continental plates upon that planet. As a former player of Earth Online, he recognized it as Earth. With his enhanced vision, he could clearly discern the development level of the continent known as Roosterland, roughly akin to the state of the late 20th century in his past. Life that I in this life. He was not an Earthling. After much contemplation, he resolved to journey to Earth. However, he could not simply fly there. If he were spotted by Earthlings, it would spell disaster, especially given his current weakened state. With this in mind, Chao Jinwu reduced his size to that of a normal person and focused intently on the continent of Roosterland, attempting to activate a teleportation. Logically, given his resemblance to that individual, he should be capable of teleporting as well. Indeed, within moments, he felt a shift in the fabric of space. He took a decisive step forward and found himself on a forested path at the base of the mountain, littered with paper offerings, suggesting that a funeral was underway nearby. What a significant deviation from my expectations. According to his memories, this should be the island of Okinawa within the Ryukyu Islands. Frustrated by not landing on Roosterland as intended, Chao Jinwu felt somewhat at a loss, but he could not attempt a second teleportation. As an infant, and having used this power for the first time, some discrepancies were inevitable. His eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably, and he felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. He hoped someone would pass by, otherwise he would have to wait until he awakened once more for whether a wild beast might come to carry him away. Though he was in a human form, his current body was not one that ordinary beasts could easily breach. Thus, he resolved to relinquish his concerns. Whatever may come, he would sleep. The form of Ultraman dissipated, revealing the infantile figure that nestled beneath a grand tree by the roadside. As he descended into slumber, he faintly heard the sounds of a funeral procession descending the mountain, their voices a cacophony in the air. The soldiers have gone too far. They have once again taken the life of a blossoming young girl. The Neon authorities are utterly inept. We must assert our independence or seek allegiance with our former sovereign. Let us drive these soldiers out of Ryukyu. Indeed, it is utterly intolerable. We are Ryukyuans, not mere subjects of Neon. Absolutely. Speaking of which, our village descends from the Ming dynasty. We rightfully belong to our sovereign nation. The crowd within the ranks seethed with indignation, clearly dissatisfied with the mention of the American soldiers and the Neon government. As the conversation drew nearer to Chao Jinwu, a keen-eyed woman in the group spotted a baby by the roadside. Village chief, there is a child here. This child is so adorable. How could he be abandoned here? His parents are beyond reproach. Let's call the authorities. If no one claims him, we can let that fellow Dagu take a look. It would be perfect since his family has been unable to conceive. The village chief pondered for a moment before suggesting. I concur. Dagu has been married for 2 years without a child, which is unacceptable. April 2008, Kume Village, Ryukyu Islands. Anakin, please be careful on the road. A delicate little girl, sculpted like fine jade, stood at the door with a bowl of rice in one hand and a spoon in the other, watching as a boy dressed in school uniform departed. All right, Xiao Guang, hurry back inside. You haven't finished your meal, and the school bus will be here shortly. The boy was none other than Chao Jinwu, though now he should be called Arakaki Kengo. Not long after his arrival on Earth, he was legally adopted by a couple in Kume Village. The man, Arakaki Dagu, was a university professor, while the woman, Arakaki Lina, was a homemaker. Little did anyone understand his bewilderment at the time. Dagu? Lina? What a remarkable coincidence. Given his identity as an Ultraman, it was hard not to suspect some deliberate orchestration at play. Was this the will of the grand universe? Or perhaps it was merely the choice of a fateful stone? Chuckling to himself, he turned back to see his sister standing at the doorway and waved her off, indicating she should return inside. Once she turned to re-enter the house, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out. His sister, Arakaki Xiao Guang, was the biological child of the Arakaki couple. Originally, they had been unable to conceive, but 7 years ago, he used light energy to enhance their bodies, which led to Xiao Guang's birth point. One must admit, the powers of Ultraman are truly wondrous. However, nearly 18 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and he had yet to witness any extraordinary phenomena. This world seemed remarkably mundane. Monsters? They simply did not exist. He was an Ultraman warrior, yet found himself devoid of adversaries to combat. What sort of narrative was this? Was he merely a hero thrust into an ordinary world? Was it his destiny to suppress the world as an Ultraman? What a cliché of story. Or perhaps he would become an unparalleled healer. He mused that with his abilities, he could become a renowned doctor, alleviating the suffering of those unable to conceive. Despite the multitude of ideas flooding his mind, he felt no compelling urge to act upon them. What a jest! In a world where a being like Ultraman exists, how could it possibly be mundane? Perhaps it has yet to truly commence. In any case, remaining vigilant at all times and concealing one's true identity is the only imperative. Even after the passage of more than a decade, he remains merely an ordinary high school student. Ah, Lion God, have you recovered from your cold? As Jianwu stepped out of his home, he soon encountered Lion God Hao, who was approaching from around the corner, and they naturally fell into stride together. Lion God Hao is one of the few friends Jianwu can count on one hand. They met in elementary school and are now classmates at the same high school. Indeed, moreover, in the past few days, I have binge-read all the chapters of both Mountain Bandit King in one piece. It has been absolutely exhilarating. Lion God Hao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chapter 3. The Failed Bandit King. Just as Jinwu was about to echo in agreement, he was momentarily stunned by the words of the Lion God. What on earth? He had only heard of the Pirate King. How could there be a Bandit King as well? With both mountain and sea figures now in play, was there to be one from the heavens too? Yet, this Bandit King felt oddly familiar. Was there truly a character known as the Bandit King? Weren't you only familiar with the Pirate King before? Jinwu found himself intrigued by this comic called the Bandit King. Over the years, he had observed the cultural atmosphere from that realm, but upon realizing that it had remained largely unchanged from his previous life, he had ceased to pay much attention. What? You're referring to the Bandit King? Aren't you rather interested in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom? How could you possibly be unaware of this comic? Lion God Hao expressed his surprise. Over the years, he had known that Jinwu had a particular fondness for the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, even self-studying its language and script. Jinwu's command of Chinese was so impeccable that had he spoken it upon their first meeting, Lion God Hao would have assumed him to be a native of the Dragon Kingdom. I only watched the audiovisual works from that region. I have hardly ever delved into comics. For Jinwu, who had already lived over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, viewing those films was merely a means to relive and fill in the gaps of what he had missed. As for matters he had not encountered in his past life, he had no intention of exploring them in this one. He scarcely kept abreast of international news or internet celebrities, preferring instead to indulge in novels and anime during his leisure time. Beyond that, he focused on self-improvement, especially after becoming Trigga. With the emergence of a being like him in this world, it was improbable that it could be a normal one. Aware that this world was unlikely to adhere to normalcy, he refrained from seeking out the unknown, as he wished to preserve his tranquil existence. Moreover, in this lifetime, he had family. Having never experienced a complete family life in his previous life, he cherished the perfection of his current situation and had no desire to court trouble. In his view, every additional day of peaceful living was a gain. If others did not trouble him, why should he plunge himself into danger? He would only intervene if trouble encroached upon him. Nevertheless, even with this somewhat laid-back attitude, he always took the opportunity to hone his skills whenever he had the chance. In essence, rather than scrambling to prepare when a crisis arose, he preferred to accumulate strength and be in the best condition to confront challenges. When the time came, he might not be able to save the entire world, but he could at the very least ensure the safety of himself and his loved ones. I see. How unfortunate that you have missed out on such a remarkable comic. I stumbled upon the Bandit King through a commentary video on YouTube, and it is truly exceptional. In my heart, the Bandit King holds a position that is at least equal to that of the Pirate King. I am even considering purchasing the original manga. At this, Lion God Hao's eyes lit up, feeling grateful for his recent illness. Had he not taken the time to rest, he might never have discovered such an outstanding comic. Upon hearing Lion God Hao's explanation, Jinwoo ceased to dwell on the comic known as the Bandit King. As they continued on their way, Lion God Hao grew increasingly animated in his descriptions, only falling silent when they passed by an ancestral hall teeming with a gathering of people. The ancestral hall of the 36 surnames of the Min people is located here, said to be a legacy from the descendants of the Ming dynasty, dating back over 600 years. It can be asserted that the majority of the population in Jimei village are indeed descendants of the Ming. Each year, the villagers gather here to pay homage to their ancestors. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, a throng of people congregate, each clutching protest banners adorned with a myriad of slogans. Opposite them stand a few scattered reporters, their cameras trained on the protesting crowd. An eye for an eye. American soldiers shall not roam freely on our sacred land. Our lives matter too. The impassioned cries of the protesters are captured without exception by the journalists. Jinwoo and Shenhao approach to observe, noting that such protests have become an annual occurrence on the island of Chry. This unrest is fueled by the over 6,000 crimes committed by American soldiers on the island, leaving the local populace deeply aggrieved. However, this time, the protest is not taking place in the city, but is instead intended to be broadcast online. It is rather intriguing. One wonders if there is a mastermind orchestrating this behind the scenes. Historically, these protests have always erupted in the city. It remains uncertain whether such videos will stir a significant response online. Let us depart. We are running late. After a moment, Shenhao spoke, his tone somewhat indifferent, lacking the fervor he displayed when discussing manga. This indifference was not directed at Jinwoo, but rather at the protesters. In his view, they were merely a collective of ordinary individuals voicing their discontent. Who truly cares? After all these years, life continues as usual, does it not? The authorities in Neon have likely grown accustomed to such disturbances, and even this online protest may be futile. The moment the video is released, it will probably be throttled or taken down by the Neon officials. A futile endeavor. Could this be a reaction to yesterday's incident? Jinwoo recalled his parents mentioning it during dinner last night. A few American soldiers had been drinking at a nearby izakaya, and after failing to pay their bill, they seized a bottle of sake worth 300,000, resulting in the death of the owner when he was pushed down the stairs in an attempt to intervene. Of course, Shenhao was aware of this incident as well. He paused before adding, "I heard that the soldiers suffered no consequences." The Neon officials deflected all blame onto the izakaya, claiming it was the owner's own negligence that led to his demise. Such a lack of accountability only strengthens the case for independence for Chry. But what would we use to achieve independence? Jinwoo was skeptical of Shenhao's notion. For independence requires substantial backing. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere pawn in someone else's game. If independence proves elusive, we could always aspire to become an economic special zone like Hong Kong or Longmen, for we do share a lineage with the Dragon Nation. This was indeed a valid point. Most residents of Jimei village are descendants of the Ming dynasty, which could potentially lead to a historical resurgence. However, Chry Island is not solely inhabited by Ming descendants. There are also the remnants of the Ryukyu people, which complicates matters. Jinwoo mused aloud, speaking lightly. Yet the execution of such aspirations is fraught with difficulty. If only I possessed superpowers, I would undoubtedly eliminate each of these soldiers one by one, and then facilitate the independence of Ryukyu. Lion God Hao's words were merely perceived by Jinwoo as the whimsical musings of an adolescent. Oh, Lion God, how could such a notion as superpowers possibly exist? Jinwoo sighed, wishing to shatter Lion God's delusions. Though he himself was an Ultraman, he had indeed not encountered any semblance of superpowers. At least, they were absolutely non-existent in Neon. You clearly are unaware of the Spider-Man on YouTube. A faint smile graced Lion God Hao's face. What Spider-Man? Jinwoo was taken aback, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. A rather unsettling thought emerged in his mind. I suggest you spend more time surfing the internet. You can't remain a reclusive hermit. Lion God rubbed his forehead, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and after a brief search, found a video which he handed to Jianwu, indicating for him to take a look. Last night, a video about Spider-Man went viral on YouTube, showcasing him scaling walls, evading bullets, and effortlessly lifting a small car. Could these not be deemed superpowers? A fervor illuminated Lion God Hao's face, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. I suspect you are about to claim this video is a product of special effects, but I have scrutinized it frame by frame, and there is no possibility of any editing or synthesis. Moreover, I have observed several perspectives that sufficiently prove the existence of superpowers. Goodness, a failed man, Jianwu exclaimed, utterly astonished by the figure clad in a red and blue spandex suit that appeared in the video. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 4. Am I really going to swallow stars? Is this for real? In the video, the red and blue suit adorned with a spider emblem exhibited a clear and exquisite texture, exuding an air of remarkable quality. This attire bore an uncanny resemblance to the Spider-Man he had previously encountered. So, is this truly the world of Spider-Man? Wait a moment. Jianwu's pupils dilated as the video progressed, revealing the emblem of Stark Industries. How could this extraordinary spider possibly be associated with Stark Industries? Could it be that this realm also harbors Tony Stark? The more Jianwu watched, the heavier his heart became. Does this imply that the Avengers exist in this world as well? After 18 years of reincarnation, his spirits had never plummeted like this. Am I not supposed to be Ultraman, destined to battle small monsters? Although he understood that this world would not adhere to normalcy, this was exceedingly abnormal. He possessed a certain understanding of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which was fraught with calamities. The Ultraman television shows he had watched never depicted a universe capable of annihilating humanity. However, the Marvel Cinematic Series had indeed portrayed scenarios where entire universes could be obliterated, with just a snap of his fingers. The director of the Cosmic Population Administration could reduce half the universe's life to dust. Yet, that was not the end of it. He recalled leaving the cinema after watching Avengers: Infinity War with his classmates, who had enlightened him on the terrors of the Marvel comics, where the limits could reach the multiverse level. Speaking of comics is unnecessary. It appears that this world is a cinematic one, at least where Spider-Man is concerned. So, why on earth am I being thrust into the Marvel Universe? Is this even right? What about the Transcendent Management Association? Shouldn't someone explain this predicament to me? The Ultraman child? When the world is Marvel. What kind of absurdity is it for an Ultraman to intrude upon Marvel? Are they expecting me to swallow stars? Me? Is this genuine? On another note, this unknown Marvel Cinematic Universe with Spider-Man and Stark Industries likely also features the Ancient One, the Guardian of Earth and the Master of the Time Stone. It seems that upon my initial arrival on Earth, I would have been discovered by the Ancient One. Given her nature, as long as I posed no threat to Earth, she would not seek me out. The fact that she had not approached him over the years suggested that perhaps he had earned her trust. It appears I am indeed somewhat out of touch with the times. Jianwu rubbed his forehead and returned the phone to Lion God. Maintaining a low profile for 18 years was undoubtedly the right choice. Otherwise, he would have had no inkling of how perilous his situation could have been. Had he known this was Marvel from the outset, he would have been living in constant trepidation for over a decade. Fortunately, it seemed that the higher-ups of Marvel's multiverse had little regard for his insignificant self. Thus, it would be wise to pay closer attention to online information. As the changes in this world are indeed swift, Lion God remarked. Indeed, even superhumans have emerged. This world has truly become somewhat alien to me, Jianwu replied, a hint of wistfulness lacing his tone. In the esteemed Ri County, the prestigious Titan High School stands as a beacon of excellence, renowned throughout the entirety of Neon. Nestled in the southeastern part of Ri Island, it is situated close to the sea. It is said to have been established by a powerful conglomerate, and many modern facilities within Ri were constructed at the financial behest of Titan itself. The name Titan encompasses an entire educational spectrum, including elementary, middle, high schools, and even university, all located within CHRY. Ah, hello there, Arakaki-kun. Upon arriving at the school gate after a ride on the electric train, Jinwoo and his companion were met by a girl with pink hair, adorned with a bun secured by a black hair tie. Her smile exuded an endearing innocence, beautifully complementing her pure and charming visage. "Good morning, Yubihama-sen," Jinwoo replied politely, though he could not quite fathom why he felt an inexplicable tension at her cheerful greeting. He found it puzzling that she always felt the need to say something upon encountering others, albeit he acknowledged its charm. Arakaki-san, are you free this weekend?" Yubihama Yui asked, her gaze drifting and her cheeks slightly flushed. This expression momentarily took Jinwoo by surprise, but he quickly responded, "I plan to play games with Shishigami this weekend." Weekend gaming was an essential part of his routine. However, upon glancing over, he noticed Shishigami waving his hand dismissively, stating, "I just remembered I have something to attend to this weekend, so I won't be gaming with you." With that, Shishigami turned and headed towards his classroom, which was separate from Jinwoo's. "Well, now I am free," Jinwoo mused with a subtle smile. "I've taken note of your betrayal, Shishigami. That's wonderful. My mother won 4 tickets to the Tidan Zoo, just enough for Bikia, Koyoki, and the 2 of us," Yubihama exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing that Jinwoo was available. "The zoo? That sounds good," he replied, recalling that a panda had been brought to the zoo last year, making it a perfect opportunity to visit. After finalizing their plans, the two made their way to class, only to find that fellow students instinctively lowered their heads and kept a 2-meter distance from Jinwoo. Though Jinwoo possessed striking features, it was not his looks that instilled such a reaction, but rather something else entirely. Upon entering Class 3C, the classroom buzzed with noise, but as Jinwoo stepped inside, a noticeable hush fell over the room. No one dared to speak loudly. He settled into his usual spot by the window in the back row, seemingly indifferent to the altered atmosphere. A natural leader, perhaps. Kings must be separated from their subjects, he thought, as Yubihama's desk was situated to his right. The school bell rang, signaling the start of the day's lessons with the teacher's entrance. However, Jinwoo's mind was elsewhere. He retrieved his phone, opened the browser, and entered a name. "Tony Shit Big Balls," he scratched out, replacing it with Tony Stark. Moments later, he found himself perusing an introduction to Tony Stark on his screen. The introduction to Tony Stark is quite detailed. He is the chairman of Stark Industries, a genius inventor, an adventurer, and a billionaire. Beside it is a photograph of Tony Stark, reminiscent of the youthful visage of Robert Downey Jr., which inexplicably brings him a sense of relief. For according to the information presented, Tony Stark has yet to become Iron Man. What kind of world is this, where Spider-Man has emerged, yet Iron Man remains absent? Moreover, it appears that Tony has not even ventured to the Middle East. After pondering this, he proceeds to search for several prominent figures from this timeline, including Captain America from World War II and the renowned Dr. Stephen Strange, who is yet to suffer his fateful accident to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Now, it is clear, this is undoubtedly a cinematic universe. Observing the photographs he has unearthed, they bear a striking resemblance to his memories, allowing Jinwoo to feel somewhat at ease. The Amazing Spider-Man, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Dr. Stephen Strange. From the current perspective, apart from the Amazing Spider-Man, everything else appears to align perfectly with the early stages of Marvel's cinematic saga. Could it be that the Amazing Spider-Man is also a traveler from another realm? Jinwoo hesitates to entertain such thoughts, yet it is undeniable that this version of Spider-Man presents an anomaly. Or perhaps this is a world that closely mirrors the cinematic universe. It is well known that the Marvel Universe is vast and intricate. The multiverse holds infinite possibilities. What a chaotic world this is. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, if one does not actively seek contact, and since the Ancient One has not sought him out, what is there to worry about? If the sky were to fall, there are those of greater stature to bear the burden. Chapter 5. Always something to do. The tall figure was naturally enduring the burdens of his title, while the future Supreme Sorcerer, Strange, bore the brunt of the criticism. As for me, I am merely a small Karami. The sky could fall, but what concern is it of mine? With so many prominent figures around, does my presence truly matter? I only need to tend to my little patch of land, focusing on the simple pleasures of eating, sleeping, and battling monsters. What? No monsters to fight? Well, that's splendid. Nagakami-kun, quickly put that away. The teacher has noticed you. Just as I was contemplating being a non-stick pan, I heard Yubahama's reminder and instinctively glanced at the teacher at the podium. The teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka, was one of the few beautiful female instructors at Tidan High School, possessing a delicate beauty and an alluring maturity that made her the object of admiration for many, including some naive adolescents. Unfortunately, those who idolized her were oblivious to her darker side, smoking, drinking, and physically reprimanding students. I, along with another unfortunate boy, had often felt the sting of her fist. Noticing the displeasure etched on Hiratsuka's exquisite face, I hastily stowed my phone and sat up straight. It was easy to forget, in light of discovering this was a Marvel universe, that this was Hiratsuka Sensei's Japanese class. I held her in considerable respect. She genuinely cared about the psychological well-being of withdrawn students. When I first entered high school, my inability to control my body led me into a phase of youthful delusion, causing me to become quite reclusive. I remember that time vividly. This ultimate being was marked as a problem child for refusing to converse with those I deemed inferior. Nagakami Kenwu, what does the phrase depict? Hiratsuka noticed I had put my phone away, her expression returning to normal as she began to pose questions. The phrase illustrated the ancient Chinese virtue of filial piety, depicting a woman's devoted service to her mother-in-law, emphasizing both respect and meticulousness in her demeanor. I remained unfazed, standing up to answer. It was a trivial matter. With my memories from a past life, such simplistic questions posed no challenge. The content concerning ancient Chinese culture in the Japanese language class was, for me, exceedingly straightforward. Indeed, the curriculum was richly infused with elements of ancient Chinese classical culture, spanning from elementary to university levels, often delving deeper than one might find in China itself. I remember being quite astonished when I first learned of this. Seeing me respond effortlessly, Hiratsuka cast a glance in my direction, choosing not to dwell on my earlier distraction, and nodded, saying, "You may sit down now. But please focus during class." "Yes, sensei." I sighed in relief as I returned to my seat. How curious. Today, Hiratsuka sensei seemed unusually cheerful. Under normal circumstances, I would have been summoned to her office for a reprimand. The rest of the class passed without incident, and soon it was time for dismissal. That was impressive. That question was from last year's college entrance exam, and you actually managed to answer it. Yubihama Yukino looked at me with admiration. Oh, it was nothing. It wasn't particularly difficult. Being praised, even a mere creature like myself, found joy in it, and I was no exception. Jinwoo wished to voice his thoughts, yet he hesitated, turning his gaze to the sky beyond the window. He sensed something soaring at an astonishing velocity, seemingly on a path toward this very location. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted across the heavens, a series of vacuum detonations that pierced the air. Yubihama Yui found the sound jarring, yet she managed to endure it. What was happening? Was a fighter jet passing overhead? Approaching the window, Yubihama caught her first glimpse, and a wave of terror washed over her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. A monster! In the distant sky, a colossal creature resembling a western dragon emerged from the north, descending upon the school in mere moments. As it passed overhead, the students in the classroom felt a fleeting darkness, leading some to mistakenly believe a solar eclipse had occurred. Those who witnessed it first were left aghast, their hearts racing with fear, some even collapsing to the ground. They stared in astonishment at the dragon retreating toward the southwest. This creature, reminiscent of a western dragon, possessed a robust physique with pronounced muscle definition. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a dinosaur, complete with a sharp, beak-like mouth. Its forelimbs, though short, were armed with formidable claws, while its expansive wings cast shadows that obscured the sun. The faculty and students, recovering from their initial shock, erupted in gasps, their voices trembling with an amalgam of fear and awe. What manner of beast was this, and how could it be so immense? A western dragon? What a jest! How could a western dragon materialize in neon? This was akin to a titan from Godzilla. This sentiment echoed in the minds of nearly all present, for there were no tales of Ultraman in this world. Thankfully, The Titan appeared to harbor no intent to attack us. The good news was that the creature seemed indifferent to their presence, pursuing its own objective. The dragon sped toward the southwest, and as it was about to vanish beyond the horizon, some quick-witted individuals hastily captured the moment on their phones. They also pondered the nature of this creature's sudden appearance and its purpose in the world, as it was evidently heading toward a specific destination in the southwest. What could lie in that direction? An American military base. This was the immediate reaction of most people present. They hoped fervently that the creature's target was indeed the American base. Among the crowd, someone quietly voiced this thought, igniting a flicker of anticipation among those who overheard. This was the legendary beast capable of rending the skies. Melba. Jinwoo instantly recognized the creature. The monster had truly appeared, despite years of preparation. The actual sighting of the creature caused Jinwoo's pupils to constrict instinctively. He reflexively reached for the bracelet on his left wrist concealed beneath the desk. As his right hand made contact, a circular object resembling a bangle materialized. The bracelet was entirely gilded, adorned in its center with a diamond-shaped crystal, encircled by enigmatic inscriptions emanating an ancient aura. Should I intervene? Having only recently learned that this was the Marvel Universe, the emergence of a monster left him in a state of uncertainty. Previously, there was a promise to safeguard this small parcel of land, yet when the moment arrives, various apprehensions emerge. If this were an ordinary monster realm, he could act freely. However, this is the Marvel Universe. Any action taken would undoubtedly attract significant attention. For instance, the enigmatic Ancient One lurking in the shadows, or the global guardian known as SHO, alongside the Hydra organization, infamous for its regenerative capabilities. These two entities are currently intertwined, inseparable. While the Ancient One poses little concern, it is the latter that warrants caution. Their operatives are omnipresent, and their tactics know no moral bounds. He would have little to fear if alone, yet he is surrounded by family and friends with whom he has shared 18 years. Jinwoo finds himself in a quandary. Nevertheless, having acquired such power, one must take action. At the very least, he must act in a manner that leaves his conscience unburdened. Thus, if he is to intervene, it is imperative that the inhabitants of Earth do not associate his actions with humanity, and it must be executed swiftly. Casting a glance at the recovering Yubihama, who is capturing images of Melba with her phone, Jinwoo resolutely rises and steps through the door, heading towards the restroom. Chapter 6. A catastrophe unveiled. The Ghana Air Force Base, situated in the southwestern region of Reborn Island, stands as America's largest military installation in the Asia-Pacific, sprawling over an impressive area of 20 square kilometers, with a garrison of more than 20,000 personnel. The base lies merely a stone's throw away from Cume Village, separated only by the expansive Cume Mountain. Lieutenant Jack Wilson found himself at the base's supermarket, purchasing a cup of instant coffee, and took a seat in the designated relaxation area at the entrance. Wasn't this the same Lieutenant Jack, confined for a week due to a bottle of liquor? William Smith approached, cradling his own cup of coffee, and regarded Jack with a teasing glance. Damn that old fool. Once this uproar settles, I will certainly smash his shop to pieces. Upon hearing William's remark, Jack slammed his coffee cup onto the table, causing some liquid to splatter onto the surface. The mere thought of being confined to the base due to an old man's demise irked him, especially since no specific duration for the confinement had been communicated. So what if an old man had passed away? Why should he be restricted? When did America ever have to consider the feelings of a monkey on its own territory? Hey, that old man is already dead. There's no need to destroy his shop, William interjected, sensing that Jack's anger was excessive. After all, the man had died because of him, yet he still harbored such fury. Jack let out a cold snort, choosing silence as he took a sip of his coffee. William twitched his lips, clearly recognizing that Jack was resolute in his thoughts, but he saw no reason to intervene. It was of no consequence to him. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the base, announcing an enemy attack, leaving the resting soldiers bewildered. An enemy attack? What nonsense! Who would dare provoke America in this place? The soldiers snapped out of their stupor, hastily abandoning their tasks to rush towards the fighter jets. as William sprinted towards the aircraft. His keen eyesight caught sight of several dark shapes in the distance, entangled in a fierce struggle. As a soldier of America, he recognized those dark figures as enemy planes. Gradually, 3 or 4 of them trailed behind a crooked line, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. "Shit," William cursed, quickening his pace. It was evident that some fighter planes had been shot down, and the situation was alarmingly intense. Whoosh! Before long, William successfully took off in his fighter jet, the communication channels buzzing with the shouts of his comrades. "Oh my God, is that a dragon? What a joke! The enemy is such a beast." Meanwhile, General John Richard, stationed at the laboratory within the Ghana base, was incensed upon hearing the soldiers' exclamations, barking orders. "Shit, shut up. Shoot that damn thing down." After issuing the command, the general glanced at the 2 experimental platforms behind him. On his left lay a 2-meter-tall Melba, its limbs, beak, and wings bound by alloys. Its body was smeared with a substance reminiscent of egg liquid, and beneath it lay remnants of shattered eggshells. Upon closer examination, one would discern that the life force of this Melba is exceedingly feeble, unable even to open its eyes. To the right, on the laboratory table, stands a massive glass vessel brimming with a viscous black liquid, exuding a faint odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. "General, it is evident that the experiment has failed." An accompanying researcher presented a report to John. Taking a deep breath, General John accepted the document, withdrew a cigar from his pocket, and silently lit it while scrutinizing the experimental findings. "Through our research, we have determined that the eggs of this creature cannot be artificially incubated. Attempting to do so will yield 2 dire outcomes. If incubation occurs before the embryo has formed, the life within the egg will perish immediately. Conversely, if the embryo has formed and is then incubated, the creature will lack sufficient time to absorb the mysterious energy within, leading to its demise shortly after hatching. This one is unlikely to last much longer." The researcher added a few more words. "After all this time, this is what you have produced. What the serum I requested? The egg we pilfered from that slumbering beast has yielded nothing of value. Utterly useless." In a fit of rage, John flung the report at the researcher's face, the paper landing lightly, devoid of any real impact. The researcher remained unfazed, having anticipated such a reaction, and simply handed over another sheet of paper, devoid of any accompanying binder. A silent commendation for his foresight. "We are currently investigating the serum based on the creature's blood. I am confident results will emerge shortly." John's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the researcher, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. "Very well. I hope this time you do not disappoint me." Just as the researcher could no longer bear the tension, John finally spoke and turned to depart. Meanwhile, at the Ghana Air Force Base, the situation between Melba and the fleet of fighter jets was deteriorating rapidly, with nearly 1 aircraft being shot down every second. Over 50 had already plummeted to the ground. In response, the High Command immediately ordered the ground missile units to mobilize, unleashing hundreds of missiles that sliced through the air toward Melba. Boom! Upon making contact, the missiles detonated in close proximity to Melba, the series of explosions momentarily disorienting the creature as it grappled with the onslaught. The sudden escalation of firepower left it bewildered. Glancing downward, it spotted the missile launch units on the ground. Simultaneously, it realized it had lost its connection to its offspring's bloodline. The implications of this were unmistakable. With a furious roar that tore through the sky, Melba spread its wings wide, transforming into a tempest as it swiftly extricated itself from the fighter's grasp and plunged toward the base below. Concentrating its gaze, it summoned a yellow beam of energy, which surged toward the ground missile units that had previously attacked it. The beam traversed dozens of miles, striking the missile units with precision, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Countless missile launchers were obliterated by Melba, the soldiers inside unable to escape in time, leading to catastrophic casualties. Boom! With a resounding vacuum explosion, Melba finally arrived above the base. Gliding close to the ground, the glass of the buildings below shattered violently under the wind pressure created by Melba, while the long tail behind it swept away one structure after another, sending debris cascading down like a torrential rain. Increase firepower. Activate the Patriot missile series. John shouted, his eyes wide with fury as he witnessed the monstrous entity obliterate the ground missile units in mere seconds. He promptly deployed the latest anti-ship missile, a weapon developed in response to pressure from a mysterious force in Neon, which had reignited the Pegasus program through the cosmic cube, possessing a power that surpassed all previous armaments. Originally intended to counter that force, it was now poised to make this beast feel its might. Swish, swish, swish. Deep within the base, dozens of launchers armed with Patriot missiles locked onto Melba, unleashing a barrage of missiles. The onslaught struck Melba, which had been rampaging across the ground, producing a cacophony of thunderous explosions that dwarfed the earlier chaos. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, several hundred meters deep, letting out a pained roar. Melba's voice bore an undertone of anguish as it bled, transforming its once yellow eyes into a blood-red hue. Casting a glance in the direction of the missile launchers, Melba ascended into the sky, veering away. General, the target has fled towards Jume village. Should we intercept? Reported the missile operators upon witnessing Melba's escape. Ignore it. This is a matter for Neon, John replied, his expression darkened. In just 2 minutes, America had suffered considerable losses, and it could not be that only they bore the brunt of the damage. Moreover, this creature had manifested on their territory. Could their people genuinely claim they had not noticed the beast before it reached the Ghana base? A pack of ungrateful ingrates. In uttering these words, he completely overlooked the fact that it was their own theft of 2 eggs that had provoked Melba's wrath. Chapter 7. The Radiance from Mars Yet. What significance does acknowledging this fact hold? Can it alter the inertia demonstrated by the Neon military? Certainly not. John could only surmise that it was the negligence of the Neon forces that allowed Melba to wreak havoc upon the American military base. This calamity was entirely avoidable. Thus, the financial repercussions must be attributed to Neon. Furthermore, the Neons ought to ponder why they permitted Melba to assault the American stronghold. As for America, America bears no guilt. Roar. Melba's form was drenched in blood, and the subtle pains coursing through its body ignited an uncontrollable fury. A venomous roar that reverberated across the expanse of Jayumishan, causing the birds and beasts upon the mountain to tremble in fear. Glancing back at the Ghana Air Force Base, Melba was consumed by hatred. Yet, it dared not advance further. If these human weapons could inflict harm upon it, one could only imagine the more lethal armaments that could obliterate it. It could not afford such a gamble. Avenge the child, yes, but one's own life holds greater precedence. Moreover, the child was already lost. Children may be born anew, but a life extinguished is irrevocably gone. It cannot perish now. Suddenly, a pang of hunger gripped Melba's belly. After a fierce battle, and still wounded, it was the moment for nourishment. Though it could absorb energy as sustenance, distant sources could not quench immediate hunger. Thus, it resorted to foraging locally. Spotting the creatures upon the mountain, Melba glided low, opening its gaping maw, creating a powerful suction that drew countless birds and beasts into its jaws. In mere moments, the path Melba traversed lay in utter disarray. However, as it neared the summit of Jayumishan, hunger still gnawed at its insides. The creatures consumed were insufficient to satiate its appetite. From the mountaintop, Melba inadvertently caught sight of Jumi village not far away, easily spotting the humans below. It observed a couple strolling hand in hand with a small boy along a path that meandered between the mountain and the village. A stirring occurred within Melba, realizing that there were more humans ahead. If it devoured them, it could enhance its reproductive potential. Thus, it would commence with this family of 3. Melba accelerated in a steep dive. The distant trio, hearing unusual sounds emanating from the mountain, looked up to behold a colossal beast hurtling toward them. In that fleeting moment, their bodies instinctively rose, their minds unable to process the threat as the parents instinctively clutched the little boy, hurtling toward Melba's gaping maw. No! In an instant, the man's defiance, the woman's despair, and the child's terrified cries echoed through the mountains. At this critical juncture, a radiant new sun suddenly ascended in the western sky, harmonizing with the eastern sun. 2 suns, one in the east, one in the west. Abruptly, the solar orb from the western horizon blazed with brilliance, followed by a pure white beam of light emanating from its core. Originally aimed at the family of three mentioned by Melba, they discovered that they had not fallen prey to the monstrous entity, but rather landed safely on the ground. Upon looking up, they were met with a brilliant white beam of light descending from the heavens, striking Melba's body with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, Melba's entire form seemed to be suspended in time, frozen in midair 100 meters away from the family. The trio gazed in awe at this extraordinary scene, their worldviews shaken, not only by the colossal figure of Melba, but also by the two suns hovering in the sky and the celestial beam of light. Simultaneously, personnel from various nations aboard the International Space Station bore witness to the resplendence of the fourth planet in the solar system, which emitted a beam of light that traversed the cosmos directly to Earth, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. This beam resembled a bridge connecting Earth and Mars. For the scientists observing this phenomenon, their instruments aboard the space station made it abundantly clear that the speed of this beam surpassed that of light itself. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, in less than a second. The realization sent the researchers into a frenzy. Oh my God, how is this possible? What exactly is this beam, surpassing even the speed of light? Is this beam not composed of light? Could it be traveling at light speed? Shut up. This is a monumental discovery. Could it be that Mars truly harbors life? If so, it might explain why contact has been impossible for the past 30 years. Why would Mars send this beam towards Earth? The discussions among the international scientific community buzzed incessantly. All of this stemmed from the fourth planet of the solar system, Mars. 30 years ago, Mars had suddenly become as elusive as a mirage, impervious to planetary probes, rendering them only capable of distant observation. This phenomenon had confounded the minds of all scientists on Earth. Prior to this, numerous Mars probes had been launched, and images of the Martian surface had been transmitted back to Earth. However, everything changed that fateful day, when Mars became unreachable, appearing merely as a projection. Since then, some had even speculated that the previously captured images of Mars were not representative of its true nature. At that time, some scientists entertained the notion that life existed on Mars, and that far more advanced technology than that of Earth had concealed the planet. Others suspected a collective memory lapse, postulating that Mars was merely a cosmic mirage, and that the so-called planetary probes and Martian surface images were fabrications concocted by the upper echelons of various nations. Now, that enigmatic Mars had manifested a beam of light that spanned the cosmos, connecting to Earth. This revelation redirected their gaze once again to the fourth planet. On Earth, towards the Ryukyu Islands, the celestial beam of light began to dissipate at a visible pace. In the final moment before vanishing, a powerful silver fist emerged from within the beam. The fist descended upon Melba's form, and in the next heartbeat, her body erupted into a myriad of fragments. Fortunately, the remnants of Melba did not descend upon the family of three below. This sequence of events emboldened the family to gaze towards the silver fist. Its connected arm adorned in hues of red, purple, and silver. Golden armor encircled the wrist, embellished with peculiar patterns. Following the arm's trajectory, they beheld a colossal figure, predominantly clad in red, purple, and silver, standing majestically upon the earth. The giant stood approximately 50 meters tall, its chest adorned with a V-shaped golden armor, intricately embellished with strange designs that extended to its back. At the center of the golden armor lay a striking blue diamond crystal. As their gaze ascended, they encountered the giant's silver head, accented by flecks of gold on either side. "Kami-sama," the man murmured, transfixed by the giant. The giant seemed drawn to his utterance, lowering its silver head for a fleeting glance at the man, their eyes, ovoid and radiating a pearlescent glow, locking for a brief moment. Subsequently, the man witnessed the giant dissolve into a cascade of luminous particles, vanishing into the ether. At Tidan High School, Jianwu emerged from the restroom stall, the golden bracelet on his left wrist flickering in and out of sight before ultimately disappearing. Initially contemplating sparing Melba for not harming any innocents, He now found himself astounded by her intentions to consume humans, deeming it an inexorable path to demise. How foolish, Jianwu whispered to himself. Chapter 8. Reactions from various nations. The giant that had just slain Melba with a single blow was none other than Jianwu. Initially, upon realizing that the chaos had been instigated by personnel from the Ghana Air Force who had stolen Melba's egg, he had no intention of intervening. The misdeeds of the Americans were theirs alone to bear. However, as the saying goes, every grievance has its source, and to attack innocent civilians was undeniably wrong. Thus, it was this principle that compelled Jianwu to take action and eliminate the threat. Encountering a creature of such magnitude for the first time, Jianwu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a being like Melba could have offspring. After all, it was reasonable to conclude that Melba could not have simply materialized from thin air. Egg-laying seemed a plausible explanation. Upon exiting the restroom stall, Jianwu found no one within, but the cacophony of voices outside reached his ears. Remarkably, this was without the aid of his superhuman hearing. It appeared that a fervent discussion was underway. Observing this, Jianwu refrained from hastily leaving the restroom. Instead, he re-entered the stall, and after a brief flurry of sounds, he emerged once more and exited the restroom. From the moment Jianwu entered until he departed, a mere 3 minutes had elapsed. As he passed various classrooms, he noted that students were gathered by the windows, capturing something on their mobile devices. Jianwu needed not to look to know what captivated their attention. Following the earlier incident with Melba, every subsequent anomaly had been orchestrated by him. The interstellar beam of light, the emergence of a second sun in the sky, and the towering giant of over 50 meters in height, all were manifestations of his power. Yet, the transformation into the giant had gone unnoticed by the students within the school. Though the beam of light had vanished, the second sun still hung prominently in the sky. This second sun bore no warmth and would not disrupt Earth's ecological balance. It would soon fade away on its own. Both the superluminal beam and the second sun were his doing, all part of a grand design to associate the colossal being that appeared before humanity with Mars. He sought to convey to Earth's inhabitants that this giant hailed from Mars, bearing no connection to their world. He, Trigga, was indeed a Martian. "How marvelous it is that we are witnessing a second sun," exclaimed a student. "Nonsense. We are clearly observing a third sun," another retorted. "3 suns? There are only 2 visible in the sky. Where is the third?" Questioned a voice. "In North Korea. Of course. This is a well-known fact among Southerners. How can you be unaware?" The chatter of students flowed into Jianwu's ears, and, at that moment, he could hardly maintain his composure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "My dear classmate, such musings may very well lead you to be designated as a close-range nuclear explosion observer. The sun in the west is fading," another student remarked. "This must be some rare astronomical phenomenon. One extraordinary day is, with not only the Titan monster, but also a second sun and that mysterious beam of light. Could this be an omen of the apocalypse?" One student expressed with a hint of pessimism. "Indeed, just like in the comics," another chimed in. "Silence your ominous words. The school is nearly 100 miles distant from the Ghana Air Force Base. Thus, regardless of the commotion over there, the inhabitants here remain oblivious. Nevertheless, most believe that the previous Titan beast seemed to have directed its course towards the airbase. Ningaki-kun, that beam of light was simply breathtaking. I captured it on video." Upon Sword Widow's return to the classroom, Yubihama eagerly presented the footage of the radiant pillar. "It truly is magnificent. Your capture is impressive. Could you send me a copy?" Viewed from a third-person perspective, the celestial beam, indeed, left an indelible impression. This was an experience Sword Widow had never encountered, as he had always perceived the world through a first-person lens, rendering him incapable of experiencing such an ordinary viewpoint. Certainly. In response, Yubihama promptly sent the video to Sword Widow's account through a messaging application. "Everyone, tidy up and head to the music classroom." At that moment, an austere old man entered the classroom. His gaze was somber as he surveyed the rowdy students, offering no semblance of kindness. As someone nearing the twilight of life, the earlier commotion failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Only these youthful souls could muster such excitement. "Huh, ISNT the next class taught by teacher Yukino? Why is old Cume here? The students whispered among themselves, recalling that this session was supposed to be music class, not a physics lecture by the stern old man. Your teacher Yukino is on leave. I will be conducting the music class. Hearing the murmurs, teacher Cume adeptly picked up his prepared instrument and performed a renowned piece, leaving the students momentarily bewildered. Teacher, you can play music? Aren't you supposed to teach physics? Teacher Cume cast a disdainful glance around the room. My family has been steeped in music for 3 generations. Teaching a class is a mere trifle. Now everyone, kindly proceed to the music classroom. The students were taken aback. During the music class that followed, the students had no choice but to acknowledge that teacher Cume possessed considerable skill. Indeed, he was from a lineage of musical heritage. Meanwhile, as Sword Widow attended his class, he remained unaware that leaders from various countries were intently observing the events unfolding that day. Mars had briefly become the second sun in the sky, the interstellar beam of light, the colossal creature, and finally, the emergence of the giant. These phenomena were vividly captured by satellites from powerful nations. Among these occurrences, they were particularly concerned with Melba and the enigmatic giant purportedly originating from Mars. High-ranking officials from various countries scrutinized the footage taken by their respective satellites, which depicted Melba departing from Chongliang Island, soaring towards the Ghana Air Force Base. She had obliterated 66 fighter jets, annihilated the ground missile units, and destroyed a third of the base's facilities before being repelled by the Patriot missile system. As she departed from Cume Mountain, she was ultimately slain by a single blow from the mysterious giant that emerged from the heavenly beam of light. Such was the entirety of the events. Upon witnessing Melba's destruction of numerous fighter jets and her resilience against hundreds of missiles unscathed, the countenances of most nations grew somber. At last, an unprecedented missile repelled Melba, evoking a profound sense of trepidation. This apprehension was not directed towards Melba, but rather towards America. Truly, it is America. Should such a monstrosity invade their nations, most countries would likely lack the capacity to respond effectively. The number of nations capable of countering Melba can be counted on one hand. The new sun in the sky is Mars, and the towering beam of light emanates from it as well. As for the colossal creature, it first appeared on the neon-lit island of Okinawa, assaulting the Ghana Air Force Base, only to be ultimately vanquished by a mysterious giant on Cume Island. The President of America, upon receiving the report from his aide, wore an exceptionally grim expression and promptly initiated a video call, with General John from the Ghana Air Force Base appearing on the other end. General John, do you have anything to say? The president's demeanor was heavy. The losses at the Ghana Air Force Base were indeed staggering. In this matter, John from the Ghana base bore significant responsibility. Your Excellency, he replied, I wish to convey that our losses are not as considerable as they seem. We have made significant progress regarding the super soldier serum. Our returns far outweigh our expenditures. Chapter 9. On that fateful day, Jian Wu felt an overwhelming sense of malevolence. As for the losses incurred at the Ghana base, it was entirely reasonable to hold the Neon government accountable. John paused momentarily as he spoke, then continued. This beast traversed from Chongliang Island all the way to the Ghana base. It is inconceivable that the Neon government was oblivious to this. Yet, they exhibited no intention of preventing the monster from landing on Chongliang Island. Therefore, it is the negligence of the Neon government that has led to our substantial losses, and they should be held responsible for compensation. The president nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of John's assertions. Very well, you shall take charge of this matter. As for the serum, John's tone was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, Your Excellency, the serum will yield results within a month. This serum will undoubtedly surpass any previous super soldier serum, ensuring that America shall rise to greatness once again. I hope you remember your words. The president regarded him intently before terminating the video call. Ross, just watch. I shall surpass you. John vowed silently. America will reclaim its greatness because of me. Within the ranks of the American military, generals were hierarchically distinguished. In the presence of General Ross, John felt somewhat diminished. Although he held the rank of a 4-star general in the Air Force, far surpassing many, compared to Ross, he seemed merely a supporting character. Ross was the commander-in-chief of the army, capable of mobilizing America's mightiest forces. In this regard, he was unparalleled across the nation. Thus, John dreamt of possessing Ross's power and stature. With this newfound opportunity, how could he not seize it and strive for greatness? General Ross, you may as well accompany your Hulk. The Renaissance of America shall be accomplished by me, John Richard, at 3:30 in the afternoon. The bell rang at D-Dan High School, signaling the end of the school day. Some students gathered in groups to head home, while others made plans to attend club activities. Yet, even at dismissal, the events witnessed earlier that day lingered in the minds of the students. After an extensive period of escalation, videos of the monster's assault on the Ghana Air Force Base had begun circulating online, each garnering significant viewership, with the comments section ablaze with discussion. Crucially, even America's official account had released a video, providing a detailed account of Merba's assault on the Ghana Air Force Base. As a superpower of the Earth, America's video ignited a global frenzy of news coverage, instantly bringing the events of Chonlu into the public spotlight. The video particularly emphasized the grave negligence of the Neon Air Defense, which allowed Merba to land unimpeded on Chonliang Island, resulting in substantial property damage at the Ghana Air Force Base, injuries to thousands, and the tragic loss of 250 soldiers. At the video's conclusion, America boldly asserted that the Neon government should bear the brunt of these losses and take responsibility for the fallen soldiers. In summary, the predominant theme is compensation. Compensation, indeed. The remarks made by America elicited widespread disdain, with nearly everyone condemning their audacity. It was evident to any discerning observer that Melba had a clear intention aimed at the Ghana Air Force Base. Such a targeted approach undeniably implicates the base, suggesting there are undisclosed secrets at play. Yet, America showed no inclination for introspection, wholly focused on shifting the burden onto others. This is truly shameless. Even the Neon government found itself in a rather uncomfortable position regarding this matter. However, they acknowledged Melba's emergence and, upon recognizing the ulterior motives, chose to remain passive. They were reluctant to provoke an unknown entity, deeming it a futile endeavor. The subsequent fate of the Ghana Air Force Base brought a measure of relief to the Neon decision-makers, as they managed to avert significant losses, yet they underestimated America's audacity. Neon wished to resist, but realized their power paled in comparison. Thus they were left to swallow their pride. Consequently, the official Neon account promptly issued an apology regarding the attack on the Ghana Air Force Base and mourned the 250 soldiers who lost their lives in the incident. Most people only glanced at these developments and quickly moved on, for they were not issues that concerned them. Their attention was drawn instead to the video content, particularly the footage capturing a mysterious giant vanquishing Melba. The formidable giant sparked a fervent discussion, even in Jianwu's classroom, where several students chose to forego returning home or attending club activities, opting instead to gather and debate the matter. The Titan was astonishingly defeated in a single blow. The ineptitude of America, suffering such losses yet only managing to drive away the adversary, prompted astonishment at the giant's might and ridicule of America's performance. Look, the official American account has released a video about the second son and the giant, claiming it to be Martian. One student presented the video before them. So the second son is Mars? How is this possible that we can observe it with the naked eye? A Martian? This Martian is exceedingly impressive. It appears we are not alone in the solar system. Jinwoo chose not to engage in the discussion, feeling out of place and finding it unnecessary. After packing his bag, he departed. Agaraki-kun, aren't you going to the service club today? I heard from Yukino that there was a request around noon. Yui Yuabin followed him, softly inquiring. Jinwoo had indeed participated in the club, a result of Shizuka Hiratsuka's insistence. The club, known as the Service Club, comprised 4 members dedicated to assisting others with personal troubles. He and Yui were 2 of them, alongside Hachiman Hikigaya and Yukino Shida. I won't be going today. I have something to attend to. Just a request. It's fine for Hikigaya and Yukino Shida to handle it themselves, Jinwoo replied, a rare smile gracing his face as he spoke of it. The 2 individuals resembled delightful adversaries, frequently exchanging witty barbs that were nothing short of amusing. It could be said that their playful banter was a moment eagerly anticipated by Jianwu. Ahem, perhaps I should take a glance at the situation. Upon hearing Jianwu mention this, Yubihama Yui could not help but feel a twinge of concern, and after bidding farewell, she hurriedly made her way toward the direction of the club. Observing Yubihama Yui turn towards the club, Jinwoo's smile gradually faded as he proceeded in the opposite direction. During his transformation into Trigga, he sensed an anomaly he had previously overlooked. A non-human entity had manifested in the western town of Kamayama, alarmingly close to Kumi village. It was imperative to address this matter proactively. Today was indeed eventful. Why was it on his very first day, discovering this was marvel, that so many peculiar issues arose demanding his attention? Jinwoo felt an overwhelming sense of malice enveloping him. Chapter 10. An honest alien arrives in town after exiting the school gates. Jinwoo did not wait for the Lion God, but instead boarded a tram that took him straight home. At that moment, his house was empty, Daegu was still working, and Lena had likely gone to pick up Xiaoguan. After dropping his backpack, Jinwoo quickly ascended the stairs to his room on the second floor, drew the curtains, and, with a flicker of light, his appearance and attire transformed into that of an unremarkable young man, ordinary enough to blend into the throngs on the street. Entirely disconnected from his strikingly handsome visage. This was his shape-shifting technique, one of the many peculiarities he had studied over the years. By channeling his bodily energy to fill various parts of his form, he could manifest a new identity. After employing this technique, his fingerprints and voice would bear no resemblance to his original self. Once he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror and confirmed that everything was in order, his body disintegrated into particles of light, vanishing from the room. When Jinwoo reappeared, he found himself perched on a tree branch by the riverbank in Shiyuan town, the lush foliage perfectly concealing him. His gaze followed the flow of the river to the bridge across the way, where a scruffy young man with disheveled hair and a pair of red sunglasses sat fishing with a rudimentary rod. Behind him stood a yellow tent, within which worn bedding was faintly visible, and beside it lay 2 bags filled with various jars and containers. This scruffy youth was the non-human life form he had sensed earlier, an alien, if you will. Had the location of the alien's appearance not seemed so tranquil, Jinwoo would have already devised a strategy to capture it. Yet, he pondered whether this alien might be amicable. History was replete with friendly extraterrestrials and even monsters. If this being belonged to the benevolent category, he would refrain from taking any aggressive action. Thus, he observed intently. "Come forth, little fish, come, bring me fortune." No, that was wrong. It should be come fish, hurry and take the bait. How about one? Seeing the rod twitch, the scruffy youth hastily lifted it, though he was cautious not to exert too much force, reeling it in slowly. As it neared the shore, he lunged to grasp it. Wait, what? This ISNTA fish. The shape he touched was distinctly not fish-like. It was smooth and slippery. Disappointment washed over him, yet he still pulled the object onto the bank. At the moment it broke the surface, the young man finally discerned what it was. To his astonishment, it was a black metal briefcase, caked with a bit of mud, but showing no other signs of having been submerged for long. Humans on this planet truly disposed of everything into the river. As he placed the briefcase aside, he turned to inspect it more closely, a hint of surprise crossing his features. "Oh, this case looks quite decent. I might fetch a pretty penny for it from the old man, Matsushita." The yellow-haired individual noticed that the suitcase appeared to be quite valuable and seemingly functional. He contemplated opening it, intending to sell it to the elderly gentleman nearby, who collected refuse if it yielded no issues upon inspection. The suitcase bore no lock. After pressing the release buttons on either side, it opened with a satisfying click. The direction in which he faced while opening the suitcase was towards Jinwoo, who remained unaware of its contents and could only hear the startled exclamation from the yellow-haired man. "Wow, a golden legend. Fortune truly has arrived." At that instant, the yellow-haired man's heart raced, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him, altering his appearance. His entire head turned golden, and his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. The shape atop his head resembled a crown, reminiscent of the Leo Ultraman from Jinwoo's past life, albeit with a different coloration. The individual was adorned in a blend of gold and black, with a chest piece akin to Jinwoo's Trigga, featuring a golden V-shaped armor that housed a blue crystal at its center. This striking transformation left Jinwoo, who observed from a distance, momentarily stunned. At first glance, he mistook the figure for an Ultraman. Fortunately, his enhanced memory kicked in, reminding him that this was the cosmic sea being, the Balji, which he recalled was far from benevolent. With this realization, Jinwoo's left wrist adorned with a golden bracelet began to shimmer and detached itself, transforming into a streak of light that flew into his right palm. Subsequently, an ancient long sword materialized in his grasp. The guard of the sword bore an echo of the previously golden bracelet's circular design, but it had shifted from gold to silver, with a dark blue crystal embedded at its center. The dark blue hue extended from the guard along the spine of the blade, complementing the silver edge and emanating a cold glow of silver and deep blue that rendered the long sword extraordinarily sharp. Jinwoo referred to this as the ring armor composite sword, a weapon birthed from his will. The bracelet he had worn earlier was the spatial version of the ring armor, capable of storing various items, such as his spark prism. Jinwoo, gripping the long sword, refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe the next move of his opponent. The yellow-haired man, a.k.a. the Balji, gazed excitedly at the contents of the suitcase. Inside, it was brimming with neon-colored banknotes, roughly estimated to amount to tens of millions of yen, showing no signs of having been soaked in water. Upon seeing such a fortune, he cautiously scanned his surroundings and, upon realizing he was alone, breathed a sigh of relief. He then became aware of his own transformation and felt a twinge of regret. Oh dear, I got too excited and reverted to my true form. Thankfully, no humans witnessed it. In the next moment, another puff of smoke arose, and the Balji reverted to his yellow-haired guise. Hey, what are you doing transforming over there? I was all set to strike you down with my sword the moment you grew larger, and now you've changed back. Jinwoo expressed his confusion at the Balji's return to human form, as it defied the typical logic where extraterrestrials or monsters, upon revealing their true nature, would immediately enlarge. Why do you not adhere to the established norms? This seems rather unscientific. Can one not perceive the universe through the lens of past lives? Are you not perhaps too entrenched in stereotypes? Jinwoo found himself ensnared in confusion for the first time. Upon glancing back at the Balji alien, he noticed it had collapsed onto the box, weeping, which only deepened Jinwoo's bewilderment. Why are you crying? Did you not just say you found money? Shouldn't you be delighted? Jinwoo easily deduced from the alien's previous remarks that it had stumbled upon a fortune. So why weep over newfound wealth? Wow, this is wonderful. After half a month on Earth, I finally have some luck. Suddenly, the Balji alien stood up and discovered a note nestled among the stacks of bills, which read, "Wages for the first phase of construction at the Shiyuan Town New Energy Plant." The date in the bottom right corner indicated March 30th. So, this money was originally the workers' wages. According to human calendars, today is April 4th, isn't it? The Balji alien froze, a look of conflict crossing its face. At that moment, it happened to glance up and see a police officer patrolling on a bicycle along the embankment road. "Officer, I found this money. Please take a look," the Balji alien exclaimed, hastily stowing the suitcase and stepping onto the road to block the officer's path, presenting the earlier note to him. Oh, the officer, upon examining the note, changed his expression, surprise flickering across his features. "Thank you very much, sir. You have been a tremendous help. The owner had an accident a few days ago on the bridge in Shiyuan North, and this suitcase fell into the river along with the vehicle. We searched all day and could not locate it. It is astonishing that the suitcase managed to drift several kilometers and reappear in the waters of Shiyuan East." Chapter 11. Even the great boss has turned over a new leaf as the police officer spoke. A profound sense of reflection washed over him as he gazed at the verdant river below, astonished. Although the water averaged several dozen meters in depth, he recalled that it had never been particularly turbulent. How could it flow here? After a fruitless contemplation, he turned his attention to the explanation regarding the owner of the lost money. The owner was a foreman on a construction site, and these funds were intended to be disbursed to the workers upon the completion of their labor on the 7th of this month. With the deadline rapidly approaching and the money gone, the foreman, frantic over the accident, had no time to visit the hospital for an examination. instead tirelessly scouring the river in the West Garden North. Eventually, he reported the incident to us, requesting that we remain vigilant in case anyone inadvertently recovered it. It all makes sense now. Indeed, this money is of paramount importance. It seems that the workers will receive their wages on time. Ha ha ha. The young man scratched his head, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Although he did not fully grasp some of the terminology, he understood that he had genuinely rendered a significant service to humanity. Absolutely, it is crucial. If this money is not recovered, the foreman could very well face financial ruin. Fortunately, you found it. May I inquire your esteemed name? Would you be so kind as to share your contact information and residence? After elucidating the entire situation, the police began to inquire about the young man's details, as individuals who exhibit such honesty and goodwill must be documented. There remains a possibility of being recognized as a commendable citizen in the annual Neon Good Samaritan Awards, which would bring great pride to the locals. Regarding that, I am called Haruki Aikir. As for my phone number, I do not possess one yet. My residence? I dwell beneath that bridge. Haruki Aikir pointed towards the bridge below. Upon hearing this, the officer turned his gaze towards the bridge's underbelly. Upon seeing the tent situated there, his expression shifted, and he could not help but feel a deep respect for the man before him, his tone imbued with admiration. Sir, you are truly a noble individual. This year, you stand a good chance of becoming a celebrated Good Samaritan in CHRY. With that, the officer bowed deeply to the man named Haruki, a gesture born entirely of heartfelt respect. It was remarkable that a homeless person would find such a substantial sum of money and choose not to conceal it, but instead return it directly to the police. Such an act is exceedingly virtuous. Haruki quickly waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formality, and handed the suitcase to the officer. I will ensure it reaches the foreman promptly. The officer took a photograph, and shortly thereafter, he posed for a picture with Haruki. Sir, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to be recognized as this year's Good Samaritan, and it won't be long before the owner comes to express his gratitude. Farewell. In Neon, when someone turns in lost money to the police, the owner typically rewards the finder with 5 to 20 of the amount. However, Haruki Aikir, having recently arrived on Earth, was unaware of this custom. As he watched the officer ride away with the suitcase, Haruki wandered back to his shelter beneath the bridge. Sitting on the ground, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the river before him, a sense of wistfulness enveloping him. If only he had kept the money, he could have acquired a grand house and an endless supply of delicacies. Yet, if he had not returned the money, those workers would remain unpaid. Oh well. I suppose I have grown accustomed to this way of life. As Haruki reached an epiphany, the river before him stirred with unusual activity. Bubbles erupted from the water's surface as if it were boiling, followed by a series of bottled containers soaring towards the refuse bags on the shore, landing with remarkable precision. Jolie, I realize now that it was you who brought that box. No wonder the officer was puzzled, Haruki exclaimed, tapping his head in sudden understanding as he stood and pointed toward the location of the bubbles. A melodious voice echoed from the riverbed, soon revealing a small blue fish head resembling a diminutive shark, roughly the size of a shoe. Did you bring back a black box? Jolie. The creature nodded vigorously at Haruki's description. That's right, the box belonged to someone else. If you hadn't brought it back, the owner would have found it by now. Curse it. Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt? As Jolie's pet owner, Haruki instinctively felt responsible for the mishap. A wave of guilt washed over him, relieved only by the fact that he had turned it in. Otherwise, he could have inadvertently harmed someone. However, the fact that the owner had not yet recovered the money after so many days weighed heavily on his conscience. If the owner were to express gratitude, he would refuse it without question. Haruki resolved silently. Jolie, from now on, please refrain from bringing back random objects. Just the bottles will suffice. Of course, if you happen upon any scattered gold bars at the riverbed, feel free to retrieve those. Surely, abandoned gold bars must have no rightful owner. Jolie nodded enthusiastically at his owner's words, then with a splash, dove back into the depths of the water. Moments later, he resurfaced, triumphantly presenting 5 plump fish, each weighing around 3 pounds, flinging them toward the shore. Eh. Jolie beamed with pride. You are indeed remarkable, Jolie. I haven't caught a single fish today. I shall take one to old Matsushita. He has been yearning for fish for quite some time. Haruki remarked, selecting the 2 fattest fish. He then departed from the bridge's underbelly, while Jolie plunged back into the depths. Such extraterrestrial beings appeared to pose no threat at all. Kenji witnessed Haruki's entire experience of discovering money in silence. It seemed that memories from a past life could only serve as references, and should not be taken as definitive truths. Stereotypes were misleading. Not all extraterrestrials were malevolent. The fish named Jolie was recognized by Kenji as a juvenile Sam whale, known as a monstrous weapon. This creature had appeared on numerous occasions, even serving as a final boss in the conclusion of a Taro saga. Truly, the multiverse was full of wonders. Even the likes of the Balgi aliens and Sam whales had the potential for redemption. Nevertheless, it was prudent to remain cautious. After observing Haruki's departure along with the juvenile named Jolie moving away from the nearby river, Kenji's sword dissipated, transforming back into a bracelet adorning his wrist. Subsequently, his body vanished upon the tree trunk, only to reappear 10 minutes later, this time clutching a pinhole camera and a brand new mobile phone, acquired during his instantaneous journey to Southeast Asia. The device's battery could sustain power for approximately a month, after which he would simply need to replace it. He affixed the camera to the bark of the tree, directing it towards the underside of the bridge, and upon viewing the images transmitted to his phone, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Immediately, particles of light enveloped the camera, causing it to gradually disappear, leaving the bark unblemished. Even if someone were to stand before it, they would not discern the presence of a surveillance device. Subsequently, Jianwu retrieved the newly purchased mobile phone into the circular space. Within this realm, all signals would be severed, rendering it impossible for anyone to trace the phone's location. It seemed that the malevolence he had previously sensed was merely an illusion, Jianwu pondered, before vanishing once more. Chapter 12. The Origin and the Eternal Core Mars. The 4th planet of the solar system, once regarded as Earth's twin brother. Since humanity ventured into space, numerous planetary probes have been dispatched to Mars, each returning images that unequivocally illustrate its desolate, lifeless nature. Yet, amidst this barren landscape, there exists a region encompassing 100 square miles, marked by signs of human interference. At its heart lies a courtyard reminiscent of earthly aesthetics. Within this courtyard stands a modest stone dwelling, its roof adorned with an array of solar panels, whose conduits lead into the home, replete with modern conveniences. In this sanctuary, one can gaze skyward to behold the majestic Olympus Mons, deemed the highest peak in the solar system by Earthlings. Spanning an area of 300,000 square kilometers and stretching 600 kilometers in width, Olympus Mons rises over 20,000 meters from base to summit, dwarfing even Mount Everest and claiming the title of the tallest mountain in the solar system. Returning to the courtyard at the foot of Olympus Mons, a cluster of luminous particles materializes in the open space, gradually coalescing into a figure, none other than Jianwu. After installing the camera, he did not return home, but instead came here, as he always exercises during his leisure time. And this Martian locale bears the marks of his training. Mars is his first home in this new life. 18 years ago, Jianwu emerged from the crater of Olympus Mons, the very place of his birth. However, it seems inappropriate to refer to this mountain as Olympus Mons, a name bestowed by Earthlings. As a true Martian, he feels compelled to bestow a name upon it himself, the Eternal Divine Mountain. The summit's crater he fondly refers to as the pinnacle of eternity. The name Eternity resonates with the abstract deity from the Marvel multiverse, and Jianwu muses whether that abstract entity would take offense at such a designation. He surmises it unlikely, for that entity's avatars are scattered across the multiverse, rendering such concerns trivial. Jianwu's choice to name the mountain Eternal is far from arbitrary. It is due to the existence of the eternal core within the Eternal Divine Mountain. The eternal core is the golden fireball he first beheld upon awakening in his reincarnated form, embodying boundless power. As long as he remains in proximity, The energy he has lost will be replenished. The energy expended during previous teleportations has already been restored. The capabilities of the eternal core are manifold. It can mask his energy fluctuations and facilitate faster-than-light travel, allowing him to traverse vast distances in an instant. The radiant beam that previously spanned the cosmos was conjured by Jianwu, harnessing the power of the eternal core from the pinnacle of eternity. Even now, the crater at the summit teems with luminous particles. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength to unleash a beam of light traversing billions of kilometers in an instant would be quite a challenge. The Ultrons possess the ability to move at superluminal speeds through the cosmos, though it comes at a considerable cost. However, for the eternal core, such expenses are merely trifles. The beam of light released by the eternal core bears no harm. Rather, it possesses a function akin to that of the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard. Theoretically, as long as coordinates are provided, one can reach any destination. Otherwise, it would be a chaotic endeavor, guided only by instinct. When it comes to replenishing bodily energy, he recalls that only the plasma spar towers of the Kingdom of Light possess a similar efficacy. Yet, the plasma spar towers lack the capability for teleportation and are devoid of consciousness. Indeed, the eternal core possesses a semblance of awareness. The origin of its name was relayed to him directly by the core itself. Regrettably, its state is rather unstable, perpetually in slumber, having last awakened during his return to Mars to construct a dwelling. Moreover, their exchange was brief. With only a few crucial pieces of information conveyed, he could harness the power of the eternal core, but could not absorb its essence. He also informed Jianwu that in times of urgency, he could channel the power of the eternal core, which might rouse it from slumber, and upon awakening, it would assist Jianwu. Gazing intently towards Earth, Jianwu had never regarded the planet with such seriousness. To contemporary humans, the orb beneath his feet is an unreachable entity, a mere mirage to be observed but never touched. In Jianwu's understanding from his past life, Mars resembles a realm ensnared by the God-Eye technique from Naruto. Furthermore, the entire planet seems to be veiled in illusion, with Earth's inhabitants perceiving only a facade of Mars, unable to detect its true form. Consequently, no matter how he practices here, the people on Earth remain oblivious to his presence, entirely unaware of the transformations occurring within this human enclave and atop Olympus. This reality is well known to Jianwu, who lived on Earth for 18 years. The changes unfolding on Mars must be driving Earth scientists to madness, just as it was 30 years ago, and will likely continue to do so 30 years hence. Fortunately, he is not subjected to such limitations. Unable to touch Mars, he could simply return home. Moreover, without his consent, no one can enter Mars. He possesses that authority, as the eternal core has conveyed to him. Unable to see the true Martian landscape, he could perceive it in an instant, for no one understands Mars better than he does. Is someone using magic to conceal it? Jianwu murmured to himself, yearning to glimpse the abode of the Ancient One, only to find it utterly obscured. He recalled that the three great sanctuaries on Earth and the base of Kamartaj on Mount Everest are typically shrouded in magical concealment. If they do not wish to meet, so be it. The Ancient One cannot be unaware of his existence. Since he cannot see the sanctuaries in Kamartaj, it is evident that she does not desire his presence. This mutual avoidance is preferable. Jianwu finds satisfaction in this outcome. Upon witnessing this, a spark prism emerged upon the circular ring of his left wrist, resembling the divine light stick from the series Ultraman Dyna. The hues of both were strikingly similar. However, the luminous wings extending from the former were grander, adorned with a faceted crystal at its center. With a firm grasp of his right hand, Jianwu positioned it before him. As he focused his mind, amidst the flickering radiance of the spark prism, Jianwu transformed once more into Trigga, soaring towards the pinnacle of eternity. Although the instantaneous teleportation was swift, he found greater delight in the sensation of gliding through the skies. Before long, Jianwu arrived at the pinnacle of eternity, a flat expanse within the volcano's crater. The light particles on the ground flowed like ethereal mist. With each step he took, the surrounding particles dispersed only to coalesce anew. Not far off, There lay a cavern that he had initially blasted open. Close to the mouth of the cave stood a towering edifice of earthen hue, reaching several hundred meters into the air. Its form resembled bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain. This tower encapsulated the core of eternity, harboring a distinct realm within. When he first conversed with the core of eternity, this very tower had erupted from the volcano's depths. It was undeniable that his entrance, akin to that of the core of eternity, had also originated from this volcanic site. "Are you awake?" Jianwu, now fully transformed into human form, murmured beneath the tower. He yearned to inquire about certain matters, uncertain if invoking the power of the core of eternity would awaken its consciousness this time. Yet, he was genuinely eager to understand why he found himself in the Marvel Universe. Chapter 13. Jianwu's discontent with overtime. "Hello? Are you there?" Jianwu called out repeatedly, but received no response from within. It truly seemed to be a matter of chance awakening. If there were an urgent matter, how unfortunate it would be. Just as Jianwu was about to depart, a voice finally emerged from the tower. "The world has been destroyed. The fugitives?" The voice was tender and the words fragmented, yet Jianwu comprehended. It appeared the speaker was aware of his inquiries. However, the world has been destroyed? Fugitives? So, your original world has perished, and for some reason, you have come to this realm? It is our world. Our world? What could that mean? Jianwu furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware that his previous existence was that of an ordinary world, devoid of any extraordinary beings. And he himself was merely a common individual. How could we possibly be one world? Have you fallen asleep again? Noticing the voice from the tower had not responded to his question, Jianwu understood that the entity had indeed succumbed to slumber once more. Very well. It seems he must proceed step by step. Despite the brevity of the information, he could deduce certain implications. The original world of the eternal core had perished, and it seemed the life forms from that realm had also arrived here, which explained the emergence of monsters and extraterrestrial beings. Yet, how could such a multitude of life coexist so peacefully in this universe? It was puzzling, exceedingly so. So, did they arrive in this world 30 years ago? After all, Mars had transformed into a mirage inaccessible to Earthlings during that time. No, that thought was quickly dismissed by Jianwu. If that were the case, how could he have not encountered any information regarding monsters over the years? Thus, their arrival in this universe might have occurred even earlier than he had imagined. Having pieced together these revelations, Jianwu cast his gaze upon Earth. The Marvel Earth was already shrouded in numerous secrets, and now it harbored yet another. At that moment, Jianwu's attention was irresistibly drawn to a particular continent. His pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon a land engulfed in a thick shroud of black smoke, where the air was saturated with the scent of fear and the decay of life. Who would have thought that, even after becoming Ultraman, he could not escape the fate of overtime? Clearly, another monster had appeared. When has an Ultraman ever had to engage in 2 battles on his very first day? At the very least, one would expect a peaceful week to pass. With a resigned sigh, Jianwu transformed into particles of light and vanished, deeming it unnecessary to utilize the eternal core this time. The commotion earlier had already drawn the attention of Earthlings towards the Martians. Sydney, Australia. This city is often referred to as the New York of the Southern Hemisphere, a title that aptly reflects its grandeur. At this moment, the once thriving New York in the Southern Hemisphere is engulfed in thick smoke, surrounded by flames, with dark red fireballs occasionally streaking through the sky, hurtling toward various parts of the city. Sydney has lost its former prosperity. The streets are filled with acrid smoke, and towering buildings are struck by the fireballs, exploding violently and showering debris that elicits terrified screams from those below. The residents can scarcely believe their eyes. For just a minute ago, the city was bustling with people, locals happily taking pictures with international tourists. How could everything change so suddenly? The streets now bear witness to the tragic sight of individuals being fatally struck by falling debris. In the wake of this devastation, fear and the primal instinct for survival writhe on every face, as people instinctively flee from the high-rises, terrified of becoming the next victim. What has transpired? Which nation has unleashed this assault upon the city? For what purpose? The fleeing inhabitants can only speculate that it is a war waged by some country over mineral resources. Yet, they remain unaware that the aggressor is not a nation at all. Not far from the Sydney Opera House, an iconic symbol of Australia and a world-renowned performing arts center, gatherings of people usually form at sunset to admire the view, including many foreigners. However, now, as dusk approaches, no one lingers to enjoy the scenery. The area is submerged, with nearly a third of the opera house engulfed by the encroaching sea, where the lifeless bodies of the unfortunate float alongside dozens of survivors who have managed to cling to floating debris thanks to their swimming skills. These survivors gaze in terror at the architect of their plight, a colossal figure standing amidst the waters near the opera house. Roaring, the creature known as Gulls and Bellows, its fiery patterns shimmering with each mighty cry. From its forehead, black-red fireballs coalesce and are launched indiscriminately throughout the city. These projectiles do not target the fleeing masses. Instead, each one finds its mark in the towering structures. In mere moments, any building exceeding 10 meters crumbles, and within a radius of several dozen kilometers centered around the opera house, the cityscape transforms into ruins. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants, the sky above has darkened, not due to the setting sun, but because the brilliance of daylight has been obscured by the choking black smoke. The flames consuming the city become the sole remnants of light, guiding the surviving humans as they struggle to escape. The survivors can be categorized into 3 groups: those desperately seeking to live, those paralyzed by despair and awaiting death, and lastly, those helplessly observing as Golden draws ever nearer across the water. Why hasn't our country sent fighter jets to eliminate this monster? Are our taxes merely supporting a cadre of incompetence? A young white man, clinging to a piece of wood, seethes with a mix of rage and desperation. Enraged by the nation beneath his feet and despondent in the presence of the approaching Goliath, he yearned for escape, yet his weary body betrayed him, revealing his inability to flee. In less than 5 minutes, how could they possibly respond? Nearby, an elderly Caucasian man, also clinging to a piece of debris, sighed deeply. As a retired veteran, he possessed a profound understanding of his country's might. He sensed that even if a fleet from a great power had drifted into Australian waters for over half an hour, the Department of Defense would likely remain oblivious, let alone the colossal entity that had suddenly materialized on Australian soil. Furthermore, even if a response were initiated, the dispatched aircraft would require time. "Young man, let us leave our fate in the hands of the divine," he mused. "As a priest who frequently exorcises demons from children, I am certain of my passage to paradise, while your fate rests upon chance." As he gazed at the ever-approaching Goliath, the elderly man retrieved the cross hanging from his neck, accepting his fate with a calm demeanor. "You old fool, should I survive, I will report you," the young Caucasian retorted, his countenance darkening at the mention of exorcism. Thus, the two watched helplessly as the Goliath passed by, the waves it generated causing discomfort for both the elder and the youth, yet they managed to endure. "Oh my, it seems the divine wishes for me to continue aiding the children," the elderly man mused, filled with joy. "Damn exorcism. I have made my decision. I shall end your life." The young man swam over and forcefully pushed the elderly man beneath the water. Meanwhile, the Goliath emerged from the sea onto the city streets, each step it took reverberating with a thunderous roar. The tremors it created only deepened the fear among the surviving humans. Chapter 14. The Martians are God. The survivors huddled in the air raid shelter felt the ground tremble above them, believing that Sydney had been struck again, this time by an earthquake, and they were too terrified to venture outside. Similarly, those on the surface who had fled to parks and squares far from the epicenter shared the same confusion, utterly unaware of the calamity that had unfolded. Only within the ruins of the city did those unfortunate souls, rendered immobile and awaiting their fate, grasp the truth of the situation. By the flickering flames igniting the city, they beheld a pair of enormous eyes gleaming in the air, followed by a colossal creature towering over 60 meters high. It was the same beast that had appeared in the neon-lit reports. Many began to recall the news of this monstrous entity. It had come to attack us. As beings on the brink of death, their minds raced with clarity, understanding that all this destruction was wrought by this titanic being. While I can comprehend the existence of such a creature in the neon realm, why must it also manifest here? On a street closest to Gorzon, an Australian flag bearer, having lost both legs and an arm, leaned against a crumbling wall, murmuring to himself. Previously, he had been exhilarated upon viewing the monstrous being in videos on YouTube, marveling at the emergence of such extraordinary creatures on Earth. In the comments section, he had fervently praised nature for birthing such powerful beings. Indifferent to the plight of those harmed by the beast, he only saw the miracle of nature's creation. Yet, when this creature wreaked havoc on his own city and inflicted suffering upon him, he found it intolerable. However, if given the choice again, he would still express his admiration, as it was merely a matter of typing on a keyboard, with no real loss to himself. It must be because you slaughtered the indigenous people here. Their guardian spirits have come to exact vengeance upon you. A voice emerged from the darkness nearby. Who the hell is speaking? This Australian flag bearer could not abide anyone tarnishing the reputation of his homeland. He immediately sought to identify the source of the words. Determined to defend the dignity of his land, even with his broken body, this land had belonged to them since time immemorial, and the notion of indigenous slaughter was unfounded. Yet the city's flames could not illuminate every shadowy corner, and darkness lingered in many places. The Australian flag bearer cast a glance around, but found no sign of the speaker, only dozens of incapacitated survivors strewn across the street. Their bodies lay crushed beneath rubble, some impaled by rebar, gasping for breath. It's over. That monster is coming this way. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Australian flag bearer lost interest in tracking down the accuser as he perceived the beast advancing toward him, a mere few hundred meters away. He wished to flee, yet his body betrayed him. Son, I'm sorry, I cannot return. Nearby, against a wall, an Asian middle-aged man gazed at a photo of a chubby child on his phone, murmuring as his lower half lay pinned beneath a slab of stone, immobile. Alas, I never expected to meet my demise alongside a mere insect. The Australian white banner felt a twinge of reluctance. As a banished prisoner, sharing such an end with me is a privilege you scarcely deserve. The middle-aged Asian man retorted with scorn upon hearing the words of his adversary. However, just as the Australian white banner prepared to retaliate with a curse, he found himself rendered speechless, his body racked with excruciating pain, as if he were being crushed, ultimately leading to the fading of his consciousness. It seems it's now my turn. The Asian man gazed upon the Australian white banner, reduced to a pulp beneath the foot of the colossal creature, a flicker of unwillingness gleaming in his eyes. As he beheld the massive foot poised to descend, despair enveloped him, and he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Yet, after a few seconds, he remained alive and well, opening his eyes in wonder, pondering whether fate had favored him. To his astonishment, the monstrous foot was absent, replaced instead by a radiant beam of pure light that pierced through the darkness, creating a gaping hole in the suffocating black smoke that hung over the city. But that was not the end. As the light shimmered, the dark mist above the city dissipated in mere seconds, revealing the sky in its original splendor. He then beheld the colossal Martian soaring through the air, along with the giant of light standing amidst the ruins, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Having seen international news, he recognized this figure as the Martian that had appeared in the neon-lit skies. The survivors among the city's ruins were finally able to glimpse the sunset once more. Under its warm glow, even the devastated Sydney donned a veil of golden silk. Have we survived? The onlookers murmured in disbelief. Yet even if they had survived, their bodies were undeniably akin to those of the incapacitated. Unable to feel their limbs beneath them, a sense of despair permeated the group. How could they endure such calamity when they were once whole? As though responding to their silent lamentations, the Martian standing amidst the ruins extended a hand. Particles of light flowed from his palm, scattering across the city and falling among the injured populace. The middle-aged Asian man felt a wave of relief wash over him, inexplicably rising into the air, soaring away. Moreover, his once mangled legs, crushed beneath debris, returned to their former state. Slowly realizing his condition, he moved, touching his legs in disbelief. Similar transformations were occurring throughout the city. Thousands soared into the sky, each person's eyes wide with astonishment as their injuries vanished. Ultimately, this multitude descended upon a nearby open space, with some kneeling in reverence toward the distant figure of the Martian. "O God from Mars, we thank you. Forget Jehovah. From this day forth, you shall be my deity. This is the true God." To the adoration of these individuals, the Martian did not respond. He had arrived a bit late, or perhaps he had merely discovered their plight too late. He had only rescued those who were injured yet still clinging to life. Far too many had perished in this city that day. Turning to face the Golzin he had just sent flying, he clenched his fists and charged toward him. Undeterred, Golzin rose from the ground and mirrored his advance. With a fierce roar, Golzin's fiery patterns blazed even brighter. In a swift motion, 3 black and red fireballs tore through the air, hurtling directly towards Jianwu's face. In response, Jianwu spread his palms wide, conjuring a vibrant, rainbow-hued circular barrier that met Golzin's fireballs head-on. With a resounding crash, Jianwu drove his knee forcefully into Golzin's chest, causing the latter to stagger as if on the verge of collapsing. Yet, Golzin's tail, akin to a mighty pillar, steadied him, allowing him to regain his balance. Seizing the moment, Golzin launched a headbutt toward Jianwu, who deftly sidestepped the attack. Simultaneously, Jianwu unleashed a series of energy blasts from his palms, striking Golzin with no discernible effect, as they were completely absorbed by him. Truly, Golzin was a force to be reckoned with, far surpassing the likes of Merbarg. Chapter 15. Are there more masters? Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Jianwu summoned a radiant particle of light in his right hand, manifesting a composite sword that he wielded forcefully towards Golzin's abdomen. Just as one would strike a snake at its vulnerable point, Jianwu, aware of his adversary's weakness, aimed directly at it. However, while the intention was commendable, the execution proved formidable, for Golzin would not allow a direct assault on his vital area. As Jianwu's blade descended towards his midsection, Golzin did not remain passive. He swiftly intercepted the sword with both hands, resulting in a shower of sparks. The pain compelled Golzin to loosen his grip, and he fell sideways to the ground, cleverly dissipating the force of the strike. While tumbling, Golzin executed a sudden twist, not utilizing his tail to realign himself this time, but instead unleashing his robust tail to strike at Jianwu. Observing the aggressive sweep of Golzin's tail, Jianwu showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it with force towards Golzin's tail. The composite sword glimmered with a deep azure light, slicing through Golzin's tail effortlessly, as if cleaving through mere vegetables. In an instant, blood sprayed into the air, illuminated by the setting sun, painting the ruins of the city with a brush of vibrant hues. The severed tail landed with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust, while the blood that flowed from it stained the debris below. Jianwu nonchalantly kicked the severed tail aside, planting his sword into the ground. Crossing his arms before him, he then extended them outward, as his golden armor radiated a brilliant light. An abundance of luminous particles gathered at his chest. Meanwhile, the half-tailed Golzin could not suppress his agonized howls. Enduring the torment, he eventually rose, energy coalescing along the fiery patterns on his body towards his throat. A fiery red beam erupted from his mouth. At the same moment, Jianwu, having gathered his strength, positioned his arm in an L shape. Zipili AO light. A pure white beam surged forth from his forearm, colliding with Golzin's emitted light in midair. For a fleeting instant, the two forces were locked in a stalemate. But soon the white light began to dominate. In a desperate attempt, Golzin's fiery patterns ignited, bolstering the beam from his mouth. It was insufficient to halt the advance of Jianwu's light. Just as the beam was poised to strike Golzin, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Several crescent-shaped blue beams erupted from the ground, striking Jianwu at his waist, interrupting his spellcasting. He was thrust backward several hundred meters, narrowly evading Golzin's attack. Are there more masters? He had failed to sense the presence of this new threat. Ignoring the pain in his waist, Jianwu struggled to rise, directing his gaze towards the ground from whence the beams had emerged. The earth trembled once more, the ground, cloaked in the golden veil of sunset, rippled like waves. A creature, comparable in size to Golzan, emerged from the depths, adorned in the golden garb bestowed by the setting sun, sending a cloud of dust swirling around. With 4 horns crowning its head, resembling 2 interlocking crescent moons, the beast joined Golzan, their intentions unmistakably clear. The 2 of us against you. A quadrilateral Gamora? Jinwoo was taken aback. Indeed, he was an Ultraman enthusiast, yet his exposure predominantly revolved around the Heisei series, having only briefly encountered the Showa series, particularly the Ultraman brothers. In the latter, he had never encountered such a variant of Gamora. Gamora's claws swept through the air, conjuring a blue circle that ensnared Jinwoo. The azure light instantly coiled around him like a rope. Simultaneously, Gamora's horns began to glow, and the fiery patterns on Golza reignited. Realizing the predicament, the crimson light atop Jinwoo's head flickered, and his form gradually expanded, breaking free from the confines of the blue circle. As his physique grew robust, the purple hue faded, yielding to black, with an overall palette of red, silver, black, and gold. His chest armor transformed, resembling overalls draped across him. With a mere thought, the composite sword embedded in the ground morphed into a circular ring, which split into 2, resembling crescent moons, striking simultaneously at Golza and Gamora's heads. The attack interrupted their charge, leaving them disoriented and toppling to the ground. Subsequently, these 2 crescents landed on Jinwoo's wrists, transforming into weapons characterized by dark tones accented with red and purple, each adorned with a diamond-shaped crystal at their center. Flanking the weapons were 4 silvery blades, exuding a sharpness that was formidable. 2 elongated, pointed spikes protruded from the center, resembling the claws of a ferocious beast. The shape mirrored ancient weaponry from the Dragon Kingdom, with the claw-like spikes pulsating with red light particles, exuding an aura of malevolence and ferocity. The ringed weapon, Power Claw. Jinwoo rubbed the 4 protruding spikes of the Power Claw together, then charged at Golza. Seizing the opportunity, while Golza was dazed, he inflicted several claw marks upon its body, causing sparks to fly and blood to spill. With a thought, the spikes of the Power Claw retracted, and Jinwoo seized Golza by its severed tail, preparing to hurl it towards Gamora. Reacting swiftly, Gamora extended its claws, unleashing a barrage of missiles from its wrists. Jinwoo was startled and released Golza. The Power Claw was positioned defensively in front of him, intercepting Gamora's missile assault. Come on, man. You can shoot beams, but you can also launch missiles? What kind of Gamora are you? Witnessing his attack thwarted, Gamora charged at Jinwoo, who sidestepped and grasped Gamora's head. Utilizing the blunt portion of the Power Claw, he struck the center of Gamora's horns with tremendous force, producing a shower of sparks, yet the horns remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. At that moment, the distant sky echoed with a roar of fighter jets. It was the Australian Air Force responding to the crisis, with 10 top-tier fighter jets dispatched. Given Australia's current military capabilities, the deployment of 10 aircraft underscored the gravity with which they regarded the monster's assault on the city. At all costs, eliminate these 3 unknown entities, and promotions await you. Certainly, the choice lies with you. Listening to the words emanating from the communication channel, the pilots flushed with excitement. Disregarding the fact that Tilia had just rescued many lives, all they could think about was the promise of promotion and salary increase. At that moment, 10 fighter jets simultaneously launched their missiles, which gleamed in the golden hue of the setting sun, appearing exceptionally dazzling. On the ground, Jinwoo had now firmly established the upper hand, and it was merely a matter of time before victory was assured. Boom! 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 Dozens of missiles indiscriminately rained down upon Jinwoo and the 2 monstrous entities. In an instant, sparks flew and clouds of dust billowed, causing their actions to falter momentarily. Jinwoo thought, the damage is minimal, but the insult is profound. What are you doing, you fools? That giant just saved us. Do not consume the sour radish. You cannot treat him this way. Have your brains been kicked by a boot? The individuals previously rescued by Jinwoo were filled with righteous indignation upon witnessing the indiscriminate assault from the fighter jets. Meanwhile, a bystander recording the scene turned the camera towards the jets, capturing this senseless attack. I saved so many of you right in front of your eyes. And now I am being besieged by two monsters while you treat me like this? A surge of anger welled up within Jianwu. Did they think he was a pushover? He did not possess the broad-mindedness of a saint. If they were to follow orders, they must also be prepared for the consequences of such obedience. With that, he disengaged from the entanglement with the two beasts and soared into the sky, bathed in the sacred and inviolable radiance of the setting sun. Chapter 16. The labor model's sword enlightenment slowly raised his right hand, the two sharp spikes of the powerful claws on his wrist gleaming vividly, as strands of crimson particles surged wildly upon them. The flowing particles, illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun, intertwined with the light, creating a blood-red hue reminiscent of a ravenous beast. With a swift motion, sword enlightenment swung forward, unleashing a slender, crimson beam that darted toward the formation of fighter jets still launching missiles at him. The red beam lashed out like a whip, obliterating the incoming missiles. And shortly thereafter, it struck the bodies of the fighter jets. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the sound of explosions reverberated beneath the blood-red sky, as 10 fighter jets, along with the destroyed missiles, burst forth like fireworks, adding a dark crimson tint to the sunset-drenched heavens. The pilots, unable to even parachute to safety, perished amidst the cacophony of explosions, their flesh and blood merging with the aircraft, scattering into the ruins of the city below. Observing the devastation he had wrought, Sword Enlightenment remained unperturbed. If one chooses to strike at him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Moreover, had he refrained from action this time, they would only grow bolder, exemplified by Bruce Banner, who, despite possessing the overwhelming power of the Hulk, was relentlessly hunted by the American military for years, forced to scurry like a rat, fearful of harming humanity. He would not emulate Banner. He was himself, lacking the expansive heart of his brother, and certainly not possessing Banner's caution. He adhered to a philosophy of reciprocity, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They were all human. Why should he indulge them? If they attacked him for profit, they must bear the awareness of retribution that accompanies such gains, including those high-ranking officials who ordered the assault on him. He would remember this. It mattered not who they were. He would place the blame squarely upon the shoulders of all the higher-ups in Australia. On the ground, witnesses were left in stunned silence, unprepared for such a spectacle. Most were rendered speechless in shock, while a few among the crowd erupted in cheers. Well done. This group of fools attacked without understanding the situation. This is justifiable self-defense. I stand with this giant from Mars. How dare they attack the very giant that saved us? We are funding a bunch of incompetence with our taxes. They cannot distinguish right from wrong. They deserve this. Boom. At that moment, crescent-shaped beams and dark red fireballs descended upon him. Sword Enlightenment pivoted, using his powerful claws to deflect them all, with several attacks even rebounding back. Simultaneously, he soared toward the two monstrous creatures below at an astonishing speed, releasing several palm-sized light arrows along the way, kicking up clouds of dust that spread hundreds of meters, shrouding the two beasts in a veil of smoke. Consequently, they lost sight of Sword Enlightenment, indiscriminately firing into the sky. Now distanced from their attack range, Sword Enlightenment's golden armor shimmered anew, as this time, the particles coalesced upon his powerful claws, especially emphasizing the two protruding spikes. At this moment, the formidable claw appeared as if it were wreathed in a tempest of blood and rage, exuding an aura of terror. Jianwu brandished the powerful claw and surged into the swirling clouds of dust. Relying on the origins of the attacks, Jianwu was acutely aware of the positions of the two beasts and promptly launched his assault. To the onlookers, only a streak of crimson light darted through the dust, occasionally accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Meanwhile, the air reverberated with explosive sounds echoing across the ruins, and amidst the tumultuous dust, the anguished howls of Gorzin pierced through the chaos. Moments later, the billowing dust was dispersed by Jianwu's swift flight, revealing Gorzin's wounded form. It appeared in a dire state, its body marred with numerous scratches, and even the fiery patterns on its chest were fractured, with two glaring gashes marking the broken areas. Unfazed, Jianwu continued his charge towards Gamora, where a flurry of sparks erupted at the creature's head, leading Jianwu to descend towards the ground. With a sharp crack, Gamora's four horns were severed, rendering it incapable of utilizing most of its formidable light-based skills. Upon landing, Jianwu crossed his arms, golden armor shimmering to life. As crimson light particles congregated at his chest, a colossal fireball manifested in his palms, which he grasped and hurled forth like a projectile. The lash of light stream. The scarlet beam sliced through the air, striking Gamora with precision, while Jianwu turned to seek out Gorzin. In that instant of pivoting, Gamora, struck by the Delasha light stream, erupted in a violent explosion. This detonation shattered the crimson clouds hovering above the city, marring the golden veil of the sunset that adorned the horizon. The explosion sent debris from the surface soaring, some even crashing against Jianwu's back. Yet these fragments fell upon him like raindrops, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. Upon turning, Jianwu found no trace of Gorzin. His gaze fell slightly lower, where he spotted a severed tail and a gaping hole in the ground. Gorzin had seized the opportunity to burrow away while Jianwu dealt with Gamora. "Did you mistake me for that stout, doe-eyed giant?" Once more, crimson light particles coalesced at the powerful claw, which Jianwu thrust into the earth. A terrifying wave of flame surged forth from the ground, resembling an electrocardiogram, racing towards Gorzin, who was attempting to escape through the tunnel. The Lashu claw impact. Boom! Ultimately, Gorzin could not evade the onslaught, its entire form obliterated by the fiery shockwave. The ground bore the brunt of the explosion, creating a deep pit several hundred meters wide, which, if filled with water, could serve as a natural artificial lake. Having successfully vanquished the two beasts, Jianwu turned his attention to the surviving humans, observing a myriad of expressions upon their faces: fear, confusion, admiration, and even resentment. Beneath the setting sun, the giant of light, draped in golden hues, regarded these humans for a prolonged moment, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure and unease among the majority, compelling their gazes to instinctively drop to the ground, as if they yearned to flee the scene. However, they feared that such actions would only draw more attention, potentially leading the giant to eliminate them first. Thus, they remained frozen in place, paralyzed by their trepidation. Simultaneously, they silently prayed for someone to take the initiative to flee, hoping that the giant would be preoccupied with the chaos of many escaping. Regrettably, each individual aspired to be the clever one, resulting in no one daring to be the pioneer. Observing the varied reactions of the humans below, Jianwu chose not to intervene. His 50-meter frame transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating with the last rays of the setting sun. The survivors on the ground, feeling the weight lift from their shoulders, looked up to find the giant had vanished without a trace. "That was terrifying. I thought the giant might unleash its wrath upon us," one exclaimed. "Damn it. This is all due to the foolish actions of the Australian military." Wait. The giant saved us. It wouldn't possibly turn against us." What was the giant doing just now? Of course, it was observing its devout followers like me. In an instant, the surviving individuals were abuzz with speculation. Upon returning home, Jianwu heard commotion from downstairs. His mother and sister had returned. Glancing at his phone, he noted the neon-lit clock indicated just past 5 o'clock. Jianwu's appearance reverted to that of a handsome youth with sharp brows and bright eyes. Exhausted, he lay on his bed, involuntarily closing his eyes. How many heroes begin their journey with 2 battles on the very first day, vanquishing 3 monstrous foes? Truly, he must be a model warrior. If this continued daily, he might lose even the unique bewilderment characteristic of a true hero, focusing solely on relentless effort. It would indeed reduce to a cycle of eating, sleeping, and battling monsters. Unbeknownst to him, Jianwu drifted into slumber, finding himself in a city that seemed to defy reality. The buildings within this city, predominantly in earthy tones, resembled ancient fortresses, yet bore the unmistakable marks of a civilization far surpassing modernity. Chapter 17. Jianwu had never truly comprehended the essence of this world. This was evident from the energy barrier that enveloped the entire city, coupled with the advanced aircraft occasionally soaring above it. These phenomena were sights he had never encountered in reality. Yet, before Jian Wu could fully indulge in the visual feast. His gaze uncontrollably shifted back to the street, where he realized he lacked dominion over his own body. Was this a rare instance of a lucid dream? In mere moments, Jian Wu discerned the truth. He was bound within this dream, unable to move freely, witnessing only what this dream body perceived. Nevertheless, the vividness of this dream was astonishing. Jian Wu could even discern the stains on the surfaces of the buildings. From his current vantage point, Jian Wu noticed that the city was inhabited not solely by humans, but by various extraterrestrial beings, some of whom he could not even name. Trigga. At that moment, a voice from behind called out his name from his days as Ultraman. Upon hearing this, the body he occupied turned to look back, and at the end of the street, a figure gradually materialized. Through the gaze of the other, Jian Wu beheld a striking woman clad in black. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he could not discern her features. His peripheral vision was sharp enough to catch the black heads of passing extraterrestrials, but the woman in the center of his focus remained obscured. Her face was shrouded in a haze, as if a veil of mist prevented him from seeing her clearly, but judging by her silhouette. She must have been an exceptionally beautiful woman. As Jian Wu approached the woman in black, he discovered he could now control his body. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, however, the surrounding buildings and life forms shattered like illusions. The woman before him transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Ultimately, everything dissolved into nothingness, leaving Jian Wu to drift alone in the void. Here, there was nothing tangible to grasp, yet his body began to descend slowly through this emptiness. An indescribable sorrow filled his chest, rendering him speechless. He longed to halt his descent, but no effort could achieve that. All the abilities he possessed in reality were rendered useless here. He felt like a puppet at the mercy of unseen forces. Oni-chan, Oni-chan, the voice of his younger sister, Xiaoguang, resonated through the surrounding space, jolting Jian Wu back to awareness. Subsequently, in the realm of reality, Jian Wu opened his eyes in bed. Heaving a sigh, he touched his forehead, feeling it was quite damp. Reaching for a nearby tissue, he wiped away the sweat before rising to glance at Xiaoguang, who stood at his bedside. Xiaoguang, what is the matter? He inquired. You wouldn't believe it. Mom just called you down for dinner, but you didn't respond at all. Saying this, Xiaoguang pulled Jian Wu downstairs. As Jian Wu glanced at the clock on the table, he was startled to see it was nearly 7 o'clock, despite feeling as though he had barely slept. In the kitchen below, Rina Arakaki and Daiku Arakaki were working in tandem, one serving rice while the other brought out dishes. Their coordination impeccable. The couple, both in their 40s, still appear to be around 30, with the man exuding handsomeness and the woman radiating beauty, much to the envy of their neighbors who admired their remarkable upkeep. This youthful vitality was the result of Jian Wu's adept manipulation of light energy to rejuvenate their bodies. Why have you fallen asleep before dinner? Lena inquired with genuine concern as she noticed Jian Wu and his partner descending the stairs. Is something amiss? We stayed up late playing games last night. Jian Wu casually fabricated an excuse. I see. Jian Wu, it's fine to enjoy gaming, but you mustn't make a habit of staying up late. It's detrimental to your health, Lena admonished gently. Yes, yes. Jian Wu nodded in acknowledgement of her advice. Enough, enough. Jian Wu is already an adult. A bit of gaming is nothing to fuss over. Come, wash your hands and let's eat, Dagu interjected, bringing the dishes to the dining table in the living room, keen to halt Lena's lecture. In his view, it was entirely normal for young people to indulge in late-night gaming. He himself had done the same in his youth. As he reminisced about those carefree days, Dagu felt a twinge of nostalgia. Back then, he had yet to join the ranks of Daidan University, unburdened by work-related woes or the pressures of daily life, free from the need to appease others. Such cherished memories of his youth filled him with a sense of longing. Lina shach dagua, jizup provinglasi. But he feigned ignorance, returning to the table to pour himself a glass of wine before switching on the television to watch the news. Jian Wu went to the restroom to splash some water on his face before rejoining the table, where a bountiful array of dishes awaited. At 5:10 p.m. Tokyo time, news broke of 2 colossal creatures wreaking havoc in Sydney, devastating much of the city. These monstrous beings were the same as those reported earlier in Chunlu. collectively referred to by governments worldwide as monsters. Each creature was assigned a code name: Melba, Gorzin, and Gamora. The emergence of three such terrifying monsters in a single day raised grave concerns about the state of the world. It was evident that governments were concealing information, the reasons for which remained unknown. As the news broadcast continued, it showcased videos posted online by witnesses, revealing scenes of utter destruction. Upon witnessing the report, Jianwu furrowed his brow, momentarily pausing his meal. It was indeed rare for the county's television station to air foreign news. The repeated appearances of these monsters had instilled fear among the inhabitants of Earth. Yet, the fact that he had downed 10 fighter jets without any mention in the news was perplexing, as was the question of how governments knew the monsters' names. The capability of these creatures to obliterate a city in mere minutes suggested a staggering loss of life. Dagu clicked his tongue in disbelief. Although the news did not disclose the casualty figures in Sydney, he could glean the gravity of the situation. If such monsters were to appear here, what would happen? Lena expressed her unease. "Do not fear. My brother will protect us," little Guang declared, raising her spoon with conviction, her small face radiating confidence. In her eyes, her brother was capable of anything. Jianwu could not help but gently pat Xiaowang's head, a smile gracing his eyes as he spoke. "Isn't that creature named Melba making an appearance here? Yet we remain unscathed, so there is no need for excessive worry." Jianwu's words held truth, as Decisive pointed out. "Look, Melba has only attacked the Ghana base, leaving us untouched. Indeed, Melba has executed a fine deed. That Ghana base once deceived our county's residents into purchasing their unwanted properties. And now it seems they have met their just desserts." Daegu chuckled heartily, pouring himself another glass of wine and downing it in one go, clearly in high spirits. In the past, the Ghana base had exorbitantly marketed the homes near their installation, only for newcomers to discover the reason for their sale after moving in. Shortly thereafter, fighter jets began to soar overhead, the deafening noise unbearable. However, the Ghana base had failed to disclose such information, leading to deep-seated resentment among those who had purchased the properties. In breaking news, it was reported that the Martian giant, who had vanquished 3 monsters, had been named by various governments. The giant's name is Trigga Ultraman. The television host's words sent a jolt through Jianwu's heart. Not only did they know the name of the monster, but they also recognized his own name. Could there truly be another traveler in this world? Or perhaps, Jianwu recalled that someone in his earlier dream had also uttered the name Trigga. Could it be that the dream held some semblance of reality, and the person from that dream has emerged? Chapter 18. Such a society should explode just as quickly as the thriving individuals. Or perhaps this is not a dream, but an authentic world? Yet, why do I possess this fragment of memory? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jianwu felt a headache brewing. Ever since he discovered that this world belonged to the Marvel Universe, a plethora of troubles had plagued him. Oh, how he longed for the return of his previous 18 years of tranquil existence. According to the information released by various governments, this Martian giant belongs to a race known as Ultraman, while the name of the other party is Trigga 666. They don't even pretend anymore. Even this is common knowledge. Jianwu hastened his eating, determined to cast aside the worries brought by the news reports. Overthinking only led to headaches. Below is a report from the Daily News of Okinawa Prefecture. A homeless man named Ichiro Haruki discovered a sum of wages belonging to the workers at the construction site of Nishizono Town. Phase 1, and promptly returned it to the police. The rightful owner, Mr. Kudo, has since recovered the lost wages, totaling 81 million yen, without a single yen missing. Let us sincerely express our gratitude to Mr. Haruki for his integrity. His noble act has undoubtedly rescued the living standards of dozens of families. Yet I cannot help but wonder why such a virtuous man has become a vagabond. Is there an underlying truth to this? Has Mr. Haruki suffered from the injustices of society? Please tune in to the Ryukyu channel tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon as we accompany Mr. Kudo in uncovering the secrets of Mr. Haruki. Having finished his meal, Jianwu set down his bowl and ascended the stairs, locking the door to his room behind him. He did not bother to change his clothes, simply lying down on the bed and closing his eyes, drifting off to sleep. The following morning at 8:10, the phone on his bedside emitted 2 beeps, rousing Jian-Wu from slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he glanced at his phone. There were 2 messages, one just received and another sent around 9 o'clock the previous evening. 2110 Yui Yohama. Aragaki-kun. Let us meet at Titan Mall tomorrow morning at 9. Aragaki. Sorry, I went to bed early last night. I'm heading out now. After editing the message, he sent it off and turned his attention to the earlier notification. 8:10 Hachiman Hikigaya. I'll be downstairs in 10 minutes. Aragaki. Okay, I'll head down right away. Yui had mentioned yesterday that they were going to the zoo together this weekend. After getting up and freshening up, Jian-Wu exited his room and, upon stepping out of the house, spotted Hachiman Hikigaya approaching from distance. Hikigaya also resided in Kyum village, though they were separated by several streets. With his dead fish eyes, he appeared indifferent to everything, a sight Jian-Wu had grown accustomed to. Hikigaya, weren't there 3 monsters that appeared yesterday? How is your government report coming along? Seeing his lackluster expression early in the morning sparked a sense of mischievous amusement in Jian-Wu. Everyone has experienced their share of youthful exuberance. Even this lethargic-eyed boy is no exception. He recalled the government reports that Hachiman Hikigaya wrote daily during middle school, which Kenji once perused, filled with various supernatural phenomena of society. Naturally, they were all fabrications, products of Hikigaya's fervent Shinibu spirit. At that time, Kenji had visited those places based on Hikigaya's descriptions, a rather embarrassing chapter in his past, having been swayed by the fanciful musings of a Shinibu. Upon hearing Kenji's words, Hachiman froze momentarily, an unnatural expression crossing his face, tinged with a hint of shame. How long ago was that? Please, let be forgotten. Observing Hikigaya's discomfort, Kenji chose to remain silent. The Titan shopping mall, located in Nishioka town, was their next destination, and the two had taken a train to reach it. After disembarking, they arrived at a bridge bustling with people wielding various photographic equipment, reporters it turned out. In the midst of them stood a young man with yellow hair. Unmistakably, the individual dubbed the Bargy Star person. They were covering the story of a homeless man who had returned over 80 million yen he found. Although Kenji had witnessed the entire event, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Was it truly a mistake for an extraterrestrial to be so honest in the human realm? Such a fortune was more than enough to ensure a life free from work. Would you have returned it? He recalled Hikigaya often lamenting his desire to become a house husband, asserting that losing one's job was unacceptable. Initially, one might be tempted, yet the inclination to return such a sum would prevail. What I seek is the ability to live without working, not to infringe upon others' interests. Hachiman cast a glance at Ikaru Haruki, surrounded by reporters beneath the bridge, and even his typically apathetic eyes seemed to shift. He had seen the news about this honest act while gaming the previous night, and found himself admiring such a person, especially considering the individual's status as a homeless man. Furthermore, why do today's youth shy away from work? The underlying issue lies within society itself, leaving ordinary people devoid of hope, naturally leading to an increase in those like me who wish to lay flat. Hikigaya's words brimmed with discontent towards the current societal structure. While pressing ordinary individuals, society simultaneously demands that they contribute the majority of their benefits. How many would willingly exert themselves in such a climate? Inevitably, the land known as Neon sees the rise of more formidable individuals, and criminal incidents proliferate daily. This Neon society deserves to explode, much like the so-called winners in life. Kenji fell silent, astounded by Hikigaya's unexpected insights, which, ironically, rang true. Let us go, we're nearing our meeting point. He offered a moment of silent tribute to the Neon Society before glancing back at Ikaru Haruki, who was now drenched in sweat, persistently refusing a gift from a middle-aged man. With Kenji's keen eyesight, he even spotted a bulging bag of cash alongside the gift. Mr. Kudo, I truly cannot accept this. My actions were merely instinctual. You must take it. Without you, I would have lost everything. Kudo-rin respectfully bowed and implored Haruki Ichiro to accept, but it was inconceivable that Haruki would acquiesce. No, absolutely not. Haruki shook his head vigorously, jesting that he truly lacked the face to accept it. Were it not for Jolie, he would have long since located that chest brimming with money. After a prolonged stalemate, a nearby journalist could no longer contain himself. "Sir, may I inquire what circumstances have led you to this unfortunate state?" Well, I am an orphan, and having lost hope in life, I chose to become a vagrant," Haruki Ichiro replied, quickly realizing that he had managed to secure a neon identity through certain connections. Otherwise, he would have revealed too much. Indeed, it is disheartening to see that a person of your noble character feels so out of place in this society. It appears that there are significant issues at hand, the journalist remarked. "Huh?" Haruki Ichiro responded, somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, as Ken Wataru and the others arrived at the Titen shopping center, it was already 8:55, and unsurprisingly, the two had yet to arrive. "Have you noticed? Our current behavior resembles that of the so-called successful individuals you mentioned," Ken Wataru quietly remarked, standing by the flower bed. Hachiman Hikigaya cast a glance at Ken Wataru with his lifeless eyes, replying, "No, only you resemble those successful individuals. I am merely an inconsequential character." Chapter 19. The elephant does not care about the ants at its feet. You may consider yourself a minor character, yet I perceive you as the quintessential protagonist in a school romance, akin to Hikigaya Hachiman. Jinwoo chuckled lightly, questioning how a minor character could engage in banter with that aloof and exceptional beauty, Yukino Shida Yukino, the last member of the service club. She is a renowned figure in the school, her fame almost absurdly immense, blessed with both wealth and beauty. Yet her demeanor remains cold and distant in the presence of outsiders. Remarkably, she spends her days sparring verbally with the seemingly listless Hikigaya Hachiman. This scenario, this character dynamic, epitomizes the essence of a school romance. Thus, how could Hikigaya not be regarded as the male lead? Such a person could hardly be deemed a minor character. He would never believe it. Recalling their first official encounter within the school, it was akin to a clash between a social pariah and a social media influencer. And now, TSK. These two have become a pair of delightful adversaries, destined to end up together. This is the impression Jinwoo has cultivated over time, and he feels confident in its accuracy. "No, I speak the truth. In comparison to you, I am indeed a minor character," Hikigaya Hachiman admitted, as memories flooded his mind, accompanied by a less than favorable experience. It was the first day of high school when he heroically attempted to rescue a boy who had dashed onto the road to retrieve a ball, only to be struck by a luxury vehicle and subsequently hospitalized. Upon his discharge, as he stepped through the gates of T10 High, an individual with a vendetta against society emerged from the crowd. Jinwoo was in close proximity, yet due to his unremarkable demeanor, he escaped selection by this formidable figure. Instead, the assailant targeted Jinwoo, whose striking handsomeness shone like a beacon, and he was swiftly taken hostage at knife point. In hindsight, Hikigaya Hachiman felt a sense of gratitude for his unremarkable appearance, a product of rich DNA that had inadvertently saved his life. The assailant stood at an imposing height of nearly 6'3", with a robust physique. Had he been the one taken hostage, he was certain he would not have survived, while Jinwoo did. During the ordeal, the assailant, with Jinwoo in tow, orchestrated a media spectacle, intending to execute him before the cameras. However, Jinwoo swiftly turned the tables, dispatching the assailant with such speed that even Hikigaya, who was nearby, could scarcely comprehend the event. The assailant met his demise, his own knife piercing his throat. This incident caused quite a stir at school and throughout Japan, leading many classmates to instinctively distance themselves from Jinwoo. After all, he had taken a life, even if it was in self-defense, and many feared him. He, however, remained unfazed by the alienation, showing no signs of concern. Hikigaya once asked Jinwoo if he truly did not care about his classmates' opinions. Jinwoo simply replied, "Do you think an elephant cares about the ants at its feet?" It became evident that from the very beginning, Jinwoo had never concerned himself with the perceptions of others. This dispassionate attitude towards the judgments of others profoundly influenced Hikigaya Hachiman. The cold-hearted killer Jinwoo, who does not flinch at taking a life, humbly acknowledges that he falls short compared to Hachiman Hikigaya. Perhaps he is right. Jinwoo comprehends the implication of this statement and refrains from pursuing the topic further. After all, it was his inaugural experience with murder, leaving a profound impression on him. Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yui Yokohama and Yukino Shida arrived together, each adorned in distinctive casual attire. One, unable to conceal her formidable strength, gazed down, while the other, radiating an overwhelming cuteness reminiscent of a porcelain doll, attracted considerable attention with their contrasting styles. Indeed, we were quite slow. We arrived 5 minutes early, yet you two were late by 2.5 minutes. Hachiman Hikagaya's lifeless eyes drifted over to Yukino Shida, momentarily sparkling with astonishment. Unlike the long-haired styles he had previously encountered, this time her hair was tied into 2 playful ponytails with red ribbons, presenting an adorably charming appearance. Wasn't it previously stated that being late is a form of justice? Yukino crossed her arms, seemingly reminiscing. Ugh. Hikagaya clenched his teeth, his dead fish eyes exhibiting an unusual flicker. The person she alluded to was indeed him. He had merely been defending his tardiness with excuses. Little did he expect Yukino to apply his words so astutely. The boomerang had returned too swiftly. All right, let us proceed. Otherwise, the zoo will become overcrowded, Yui suggested. Sensing the subtle tension between the two, she promptly tugged Yukino forward. Upon hearing the mention of a zoo, Yukino's eyes sparkled with excitement, allowing herself to be led away by Yui. As Yui pulled Yukino along, she cast a glance at Jinwoo, who was observing the scene. Jinwoo, with a resigned sigh, patted Hachiman on the shoulder, signaling for him to follow the two ahead. Why don't you rebut that, protagonist of the campus manga? Jinwoo teased. Hikagaya returned to his customary deadpan expression, replying, There is nothing to refute. I detest left-brain attacks on the right. His original words, uttered to avoid reprimand from the teacher Shizuku Hiratsuka, were, the police only act after a crime has been committed, and heroes always arrive late. Yet, who condemns them for their tardiness? Thus, he had argued that lateness equates to justice, only to be reprimanded by Hiratsuka. However, objectively speaking, this was mere sophistry, a truth he was all too aware of. The police and heroes are merely fulfilling their duties. They lack the foresight to prevent crimes and can only respond with the utmost expediency. To claim otherwise is unjustifiable. Others have no right to condemn tardiness, as it wastes the time of others unless one can provide a benefit, for only that which yields benefit is just. Therefore, lateness does not equate to justice, and he would not contest such flawed reasoning. At the Tidan Zoo, the weekend crowds were substantial, necessitating a queue for ticket inspection. While waiting, he glanced up to see the name Titan, sensing something amiss. It was only then that he recalled the immense power of the Dienton Consortium, unparalleled across the entirety of Neon. Their assets spanned the region and even the globe, all within a mere 2 decades of establishment. With such formidable strength, they would not be obscure even in the Marvel Universe. However, in his previous life, he had never encountered them within the series of Marvel films. While the memories of his past life held little relevance, he still sensed something amiss, though the nature of the anomaly eluded him. He remembered that the chairman of the Dienton Consortium was named Kei Kunishizuma, a name that might seem inconsequential to others and to his former self. Yet, in this moment, particularly as he was an Ultraman, it was difficult not to draw connections. Guni. Could it possibly refer to the Land of Light? This association struck him as somewhat absurd. Initially, the consortium was founded under the name Shizuma Consortium, but after a marriage alliance, it was rebranded as the Dienton Consortium. Jinwoo conducted an online search, but regrettably found no information regarding the prominent family into which Kei Kunishizuma had married. Even the name remained unchanged. He was still referred to as Kei Kunishizuma. It appeared that Kei Kunishizuma was quite remarkable, retaining his name even after the alliance, which was rather intriguing in Neon. Upon witnessing Yui Yokohama presenting 4 tickets, Jinwoo finally stowed away his phone and entered the zoo alongside the 3 of them. Chapter 20. Panda, are our family members here to pick us up? As Jinwoo stepped into the zoo, he felt the air freshen within mere seconds. The lush canopy overhead allowed the sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the visitors. The internal landscaping of the zoo was executed splendidly, immersing the guests in an atmosphere reminiscent of a verdant forest, a truly grand endeavor. Jianwu recalled his childhood visit here with his adoptive parents, a time when the zoo lacked the current grandeur and had yet to welcome pandas. It is evident that Tidan rightfully stands as the foremost financial conglomerate in Neon. Ahead, Yukinashi and Yubihama resembled kites set loose, lost in the beauty of this flourishing green expanse. "Look, Xiaoxua, the pandas are just up ahead," Yubihama exclaimed, pointing to the sign indicating the location of the pandas. Upon hearing this, Yukinashi's eyes sharpened with excitement, and she hastened forward without needing to be guided by Yubihama, following the path marked by the sign. Jianwu and the others quickly followed suit, and within minutes, they arrived at a spacious enclosure situated at the heart of the forest park. This area was surrounded by iron fences, encompassing a space roughly the size of a football field. It was set at a lower elevation, about 3 meters below the ground where Jianwu and his companion stood. Yet the terrain was level. Inside the enclosure flourished bamboo groves, tranquil pools, and several fruit trees. Beneath one of the trees, 2 adorable giant pandas leaned against the trunk, munching on tender bamboo shoots that had been stripped of their outer skin, thoroughly enjoying their meal. A considerable crowd had gathered, watching the pandas eat, their expressions filled with wonder as they exclaimed, "How can such delightful creatures exist in this world?" Even while eating, they are utterly charming. Spotting available space nearby, the 4 of them made their way over, with Yukinashi leading the charge, even sprinting towards the pandas. "How adorable!" Yubihama exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned against the railing, captivated by the sight of the 2 pandas feasting. Yukinashi remained silent, yet her gaze was intensely focused on the pandas, her small hands mimicking the act of gently squeezing the fluffy fur of the creatures from afar. Jinwu glanced at the wooden plaque affixed to the iron fence, which detailed the pandas' names and descriptions. They were named Lily and Jinjin, 1 male and 1 female. Remarkably, this was his first encounter with pandas in reality over 2 lifetimes. Indeed, they were irresistibly cute. Meanwhile, Yubihama took out her phone and snapped several pictures. After a moment's thought, she approached Jianwu, holding out her phone. "Agara-kiken, could you take a picture for me?" she asked, a hint of shyness evident as she scratched her cheek. "Of course," Jianwu replied, taking the phone and adjusting the angle to capture both Yubihama and the pandas. He guided her to extend her hand, creating an illusion of perspective that made it appear as if the 2 pandas were resting comfortably in her palm. "Jianwu, your photography skills are truly remarkable," Yubihama exclaimed as she leaned in closer to admire the photo on the phone, inadvertently calling him by his first name rather than his surname. Realizing her slip, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she discreetly glanced at Jinwu, relieved to see that he had not noticed. Pulling the side of Yukino Shida, who was playfully pinching a panda from a distance, I returned to her previous spot and suggested, "Yukino, why not take a few pictures as well? Araragi-kun shots are truly splendid." Yukino Shida remained silent, yet her body betrayed her eagerness. Following suit, I utilized Yugahama's phone to capture a frame of Yukino Shida alongside the panda, subsequently returning the device to Yugahama. "See, Yukino, I told you it would look fantastic." Yukino Shida fixated intently on the photograph within Yugahama's phone. Noticing her reaction, Yugahama chuckled and promptly sent the image to her. "You claim you're not sociable, yet you possess such skills." Hikigaya Yachiyo cast a glance at the 2, muttering under his breath, "Just talent, that's all." I shook my head and turned my gaze thoughtfully toward the panda. Recalling a curious phenomenon from my past life where pandas would respond when called in the Sichuan dialect, I resolved to give it a try. "Lily, Jinjin," I attempted to call out in a remarkably standard Sichuan dialect. As an Ultraman warrior, mastering dialects came easily to me. The 2 pandas paused, momentarily halting their munching, and lifted their heads to survey their surroundings, seemingly uncertain. Had someone from their family just called them? "Zandu jiadu? Mai mai," Lily hesitantly vocalized, while Jinjin scratched its head in confusion, doubting whether it had misheard. "Lily, Jinjin, come here." Observing their reaction, I called their names once more while waving my hand to make myself more visible. "Mei Mei." The two pandas suddenly turned towards my direction, abandoning their bamboo shoots to approach me, their joyful calls resonating with delight. This was evident even to the onlookers, who were astonished to witness Lily and Jinjin so exuberantly vocal. Wow, what did that young man just say to attract them? Was it some kind of Dragon Country language? They understand it? A mixture of surprise and enchantment rippled through the crowd as they marveled at the adorable bleats of the pandas. Araragi-kun, what did you just say? Yugahama, standing beside me, observed closely as I uttered a few phrases, prompting Lily and Jinjin to approach us. How remarkable! Yukino Shida's gaze shifted towards us, her eyes tense, yet brimming with curiosity, though she refrained from speaking. The language I had employed was indeed Sichuan dialect, which the pandas, native to the Sichuan-Chongqing region, would naturally comprehend. Sichuan dialect? Yugahama pondered, her head throbbing from the contemplation. Ah, I didn't realize you were also versed in the dialect of the Dragon Country. Though she was aware of my proficiency in Chinese, she was taken aback to learn of my familiarity with dialects as well. Sichuan dialect. Yukino Shida appeared deep in thought. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Yachiyo, observing her contemplation, smirked knowingly, fully aware that she would undoubtedly seek to learn this so-called dialect after today. Snow Beneath has always been unable to resist anything fluffy, especially when it comes to the beloved giant panda of the Neon people. Now that there is an opportunity to communicate with the pandas, how could Snow Beneath possibly let it slip away? Below, Lily and Jinjin stood at the foot of the four-person position, gazing up at Jianwu and continuously bleating, as if inquiring whether Jianwu had come to take them back. So close, so adorable. Upon seeing Lily and Jinjin so near, Snow Beneath promptly took out her phone, thoughtfully turned off the flash, and captured several photographs of the two pandas. Similarly, Yuabin would have insisted on another picture with Jianwu if the position had been more suitable for a group shot. Jianwu observed the bleeding Lily and Jinjin below, and with a subtle flick of his middle and ring fingers, two orbs of light, imperceptible to the human eye, entered the bodies of the two pandas. Chapter 21. Even aliens must work on Earth. Lily and Jinjin reclined upon the ground, their limbs flailing in the air in a whimsical manner, while melodious sounds of delight escaped their lips. The two luminous orbs that had merged with their beings contained energies that significantly enhanced their physical forms, bestowing upon them prolonged life and resistance to ailments. The offspring they would eventually produce would also inherit remarkable resilience. At this juncture, the experience of the Neon Zoo in nurturing pandas was woefully inadequate, resulting in a considerable probability of panda mortality. With the infusion of these two glowing spheres, Lily and Jinjin would successfully await the day of their return to the Dragon Kingdom. Although not there to escort them home, at the very least, the likelihood of their return had increased. Jianwu observed the blissful Lily and Jinjin, silently pondering. Hikigaya Hachiman, gazing at the wriggling pair below, couldn't help but find amusement in the sight. They appeared akin to his own cat, seemingly inviting affection. In a sense, pandas were indeed a type of cat. Jianwu, with a chuckle, took out his phone to capture a few photos of Lily and Jinjin. He thought of showing the pictures to Xiao Guang, who harbored a fondness for pandas. However, he hesitated, realizing that merely sharing photos might lead her to pester him for another visit to the zoo. Casting a glance around, Jinwu spotted a shop selling panda-themed merchandise a little over 100 meters away. I'm going to buy some panda plushies for my sister. You two enjoy yourselves, he announced. The other two nodded, and Jianwu navigated through the crowd toward the shop. The exterior of the store was charming, adorned with an array of panda plushies, including keychains, bags, and even panda pajamas. From outside, he could faintly observe dozens of customers sifting through toys and trinkets within. Upon entering, Jinwu's attention was immediately drawn to the shop attendant, a slightly pudgy young man clad in a blue work uniform, who appeared rather drowsy, propping his head with his hand as his eyelids fluttered in a sleepy rhythm. What a lackadaisical employee! Jinwu's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment before he nonchalantly approached a counter displaying an assortment of panda toys. Another alien, he mused. Indeed, this attendant bore a resemblance to that creature from Balgistar. Both were extraterrestrial beings, in human form, Unless he consciously sought to perceive, he would only detect the fluctuations of non-human life forms within 100 meters of their vicinity. However, it was only upon entering the shop that he recognized the attendant's extraterrestrial nature. Could it be that, like the Gamora that appeared in Sydney, he possessed formidable concealment abilities? Eluding his perception? That couldn't be right. If he had such capabilities, Jianwu should have been able to discern his alien identity in human form. Thus, it must be the shop itself that obscured his senses. While selecting an appropriate plushie, Jianwu discreetly observed the store with the corner of his eye. Each day seemed to shatter his preconceived notions. It appeared that aliens could not only wander the earth, but could also engage in employment alongside humanity. The capitalist. You are quite the character. At that moment, the attendant who had been dozing at the table suddenly awakened, appearing somewhat anxious as their gaze shifted toward the entrance. Following their line of sight, Jianwu beheld a striking red-haired girl adorned in a white, red, and gray uniform entering the shop, seemingly no older than a high school student. Her hair was predominantly red, yet her bangs were a bright yellow, and her eyes sparkled as if they contained stars, making her exceedingly beautiful. As she stepped into the establishment, the patrons appeared oblivious to her presence, treating her as if she were invisible. However, those who passed by her instinctively made way. Wait, isn't that the uniform of the victory team? Jinwu noted, unable to contain his surprise upon recognizing her attire. What? Is there a victory team in this world? I've never heard of it. Taking a deep breath, he held a palm-sized panda keychain in his left hand, continuing to select the next item. Igar, how could you forget your shield generator again? Fortunately, the shop has its own, and you weren't wandering outside, the red-haired girl remarked, tossing a circular watch onto the attendant's desk. Neither her voice nor the watch drew the attention of the surrounding customers. They were communicating telepathically, and Jianwu realized that, regrettably, he could not discern the content of their conversation. Oh dear, I forgot. My apologies, Marilu, Igar said, glancing at his wrist, scratching his head in embarrassment, before donning the watch that the girl had thrown. The moment the watch was secured on his wrist, Jianwu perceived that the attendant bore no distinction from a human. A watch capable of concealing one's perceptive abilities? Jianwu observed that the girl also wore a watch on her wrist, indicating that she, too, was an extraterrestrial. Don't forget, if you're not careful and an Ultra Warrior spots you, it could end badly, the girl named Marilu cautioned. It should be fine. I haven't caused any destruction. The Ultra Warrior wouldn't harm me without reason, right? Igar replied uncertainly. That's hard to say. We know too little about this Ultra Warrior. Marilu shook her head, unconvinced by Igar's perspective. The latest news indicates that they have annihilated a squadron of fighter jets in Australia. Although there was justification, their actions are still difficult to overlook. Following the events of yesterday, nations that had previously contemplated capturing the Ultra Warrior had now temporarily ceased their pursuits. Furthermore, soon we will be in the public eye. You mustn't create chaos, she added. Don't you know me? I'm incredibly lazy. How could I possibly go out causing trouble? Igar retorted. By the way, can't we recruit her? Didn't the president mention that in his world, human forms are part of their organization? Igar proposed, to which Marilu shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Recruit? One must first ascertain the identity of the other party, especially considering the considerable commotion they caused upon their initial appearance, which led humanity to mistakenly associate the Ultraman with the Martians. Were it not for our esteemed leader, I too might have been led to believe that the Ultraman was indeed a Martian. Furthermore, our detection equipment inexplicably fails to register the presence of Trigga, as if something were concealing him. Marilu felt a twinge of frustration, harboring some resentment towards the Ultraman mentioned in this context. This Ultraman is excessively cautious, having directly linked his identity to the Martians. Well, now it seems we have yet another celestial body hosting an Ultraman. How much do all these items cost? Jianwu approached the counter, clutching a panda backpack, a panda plush toy, and several panda keychains to settle his bill. His arrival effectively interrupted the conversation between the two. Please hold on a moment, Yika responded, beginning to tally the items Jianwu had purchased. Meanwhile, Marilu regarded Jianwu with a hint of skepticism. This young man. Chapter 22. Different worlds, yet same organization, this individual appears to match the description recorded in the files. Upon catching a glimpse of the person's face, Marilu gently tapped her chin with her right hand, seemingly lost in recollection. Unfazed by the gaze of the red-haired girl beside her, Kinwoo felt no concern. He believed the girl could glean nothing from his demeanor. He exuded no energy, appearing indistinguishable from any human. The only plausible reason for her scrutiny was the extraordinary handsomeness of his visage. It seemed the aesthetic preferences of extraterrestrials mirrored those of Earthlings. Such a lure could indeed be a double-edged sword. That will amount to 41,000 yen. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? The clerk, Ikari, inquired after tallying the total. By card, Kinwoo replied, retrieving a card from his pocket and swiping it on the machine, watching as his funds dwindled to nothing. Would you like your items packaged, sir? No need. Just place the charm and the doll directly into my backpack, he instructed. Understood. With that, Kinwoo slung his backpack over his left shoulder and, much like the previous customers, maneuvered past Marilu and exited the store. Though this young man possesses an aesthetic that aligns with human beauty, one cannot continuously gaze at him. Such behavior is akin to that of a shrimp-headed girl as described by humans. Ikari remarked, unable to contain his thoughts upon seeing Marilu still fixated on Kinwoo as he walked away. Marilu shot him a sidelong glance and raised her hand as if to strike, but restrained herself. How do you call me that? Can't you recognize him? Do you not remember the high school student who turned the tables 2 years ago? His physical prowess and reflexes were quite remarkable. I believe he would fit seamlessly into our ranks. Ikari, taken aback by Marilu's earnest explanation, found the jest he had in mind suddenly lodged in his throat. Oh, that news story, the high school student who heroically countered his assailant. If I recall correctly, he was only 16 at the time. To fend off an adult wielding a knife is indeed commendable. However, it is peculiar that such a quick-witted youth could be taken hostage, Ikari pondered. Recalling the news, but unable to shake the absurdity of a youth with such capabilities falling victim to abduction. Do you expect that while strolling down the street, a passerby might suddenly shoot you? Ikari faltered, acknowledging that such a scenario had never crossed his mind. Humans are truly complex, Marilu continued. And do you presume that this invincible person is merely a recluse? He is a veteran from the self-defense forces. Marilu had conducted thorough research on him. In her eyes, the military secrets of Japan were inconsequential. Unraveling an individual's background was a task she undertook with ease. The so-called invincible person was named Ryohei Kimura, who began his service in the self-defense forces in 2002. During his tenure, he endured relentless bullying from superiors, which warped his character. Following the death of his parents, this emotional turmoil reached its zenith. After completing his military service in 2005, Kimura returned home and began to languish in a state of apathy. However, it wasn't long before memories of being bullied by his superior in the army ignited a growing fury within him. After a week of contemplation, he discovered the address of the officer who had tormented him, ultimately taking the drastic step of ending the man's life. He meticulously staged the scene to appear as an accident, and at the time, no one suspected him of foul play. Delighted with his own cunning, he chronicled the event in his diary. Yet, 6 months later, a disquieting realization dawned upon him. He had committed murder, yet no one knew his identity as the perpetrator. This left him feeling profoundly unsettled. He yearned for recognition and desired to make his mark on society, to let all of Neon know of his crime. In 2006, he devised a plan to kill a student outside Titan High School in full view of reporters, hoping to gain infamy. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the student he attempted to abduct turned the tables and fought back, leading to Kimura's untimely demise. The details of these events remained largely unknown to the general populace, as the Neon authorities chose to obscure the truth following their investigation. After all, a retired soldier whose character had twisted into that of an invincible figure, attacking students and covertly eliminating his superior, posed a significant embarrassment for their self-defense forces. Such a scandal was deemed too damaging to disclose to the public. The young man I have investigated demonstrated remarkable academic prowess from birth. His grades consistently ranked in the top 10 across all educational levels, indicating a high intelligence quotient. While high intelligence does not guarantee academic success, excellent academic performance invariably suggests high intelligence. Throughout kindergarten, primary school, middle school, and high school, he maintained a position within the top 10 in every examination, underscoring his exceptional intellect. His physical fitness, reflexes, and intelligence aligned perfectly with the criteria for our recruitment, making him an ideal candidate for our organization. In Marilu's starry eyes, there was a glimmer of admiration for Arakaki Kengo. Indeed, he met the criteria, but he was merely a high school student. Hikari also deemed him a suitable recruit. Yet the reality remained that he was still just a high school student. Is that a problem? Aren't high school students the ones who save the world in anime? Marilu countered. Isn't it quite normal for neon high school students to save the world? She continued. You mentioned that this is just anime. Let's allow him to focus on his studies for now. There's no need to burden an underage boy with such responsibilities. After a moment of silence, Marilu temporarily abandoned her intention to recruit him. By the way, have we secured support from the 5 permanent members of the Security Council? Hikari inquired. If we're to go public, the backing of those major powers is indispensable. The president recently communicated with the leaders of various nations, but only the faction led by America has yet to agree. As you know, they have a self-proclaimed international organization. They would never tolerate a second organization competing with them. However, it matters little. The agreement from the other nations suffices, though there is one condition. Fortunately, this condition is not only harmless but also beneficial to us. Marilu spoke of the president with admiration in her gaze, having witnessed firsthand how the organization could engage directly with high-ranking officials from various nations under the president's leadership. Has the name of the organization been decided? The Earth Peace Union, abbreviated as TPC. When Jianwu returned to the Panda Observation Center, he was greeted by the cheers of the surrounding crowd. Go Lily! Defeat Jinjin! Go Jinjin! Vanquish Lily! Put in some effort, left hook, right hook, up and down. Side to side, Alibaba. Jianwu observed that 2 pandas were engaged in a fierce contest, while the crowd fervently supported their favored giant panda. Lily and Jinjin were locked in a struggle, neither willing to concede. It seemed that the tickets from classmate Bai Bin were indeed fortunate, allowing them to witness such a spectacle. Jianwu had not anticipated that the 2 orbs of light he had previously summoned to enhance their vitality would awaken their dormant combative spirits. Indeed, pandas are not merely adorable creatures. They possess a fierce nature. Otherwise, how could Chiyu ever choose one as a steed? Chiyu, do you see? They have awakened. Let us lead them into battle once more. Chapter 23. Even on weekends, the monsters make their timely appearances. Arakaki-kun, how fortunate that you returned early. Otherwise, you would have been left to watch videos of panda fights. Yubihama's face flushed with excitement as she recorded with her phone. Witnessing the pandas in combat was truly exhilarating. My luck has always been quite favorable. Come, you 3, choose one. Kenmoto retrieved 4 panda keychains of various colors from his backpack. Oh, are these for us? Yubihama exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Of course. Then I shan't be polite. Hearing Kenmoto's words, Yubihama ceased her recording, took one of the keychains adorned with a pink scarf, and exclaimed, Look, isn't it adorable? After securing it to her phone, she suddenly extended her hand towards Kenmoto. The motion, accompanied by a gentle breeze, wafted towards him, carrying a faint floral scent. It is indeed delightful. Kenmoto instinctively nodded at the beaming Yubihama, though he was uncertain whether the compliment pertained to the keychain or something else entirely. Which one do you prefer? Kenmoto shifted his gaze from Yubihama to the 2 silent figures behind her. Hearing this, Hikigaya and Yukino Shida exchanged glances and stepped forward to select the gray scarf panda keychains. Thank you. They each expressed their gratitude upon receiving their tokens. Kenmoto returned the remaining keychains to his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. Shall we head to the aquarium to see the penguins next? Yubihama suggested, as the pandas had ceased their skirmish and returned to munching on bamboo beneath the fruit trees. With no clear victor, it seemed a mere intermission. Yukino Shida had no objections. Having captured photos of the panda antics, her day was already a success. As for Kenmoto and Hikigaya, they were indifferent, prepared to follow wherever the group decided to go. Then let us depart. Yubahama's words were suddenly drowned out by a rumbling thunder. Boom! The thunder echoed ominously. The group turned to the sound, spotting a massive dark cloud gathering in the eastern sky, where purple lightning twisted and danced within. The expansive cloud cast a shadow over the sky above them, seeming to herald an impending rain. What a tremendous clap of thunder! The weather forecast didn't predict any rain. If memory serves, wasn't Melba eliminated there yesterday? Could it be that its spirit seeks revenge? You're overthinking it. It's merely a cloud, and it looks like rain is imminent. The enormous cloud loomed in the sky over Kyum Mountain, easily discernible to those within the zoo, given that Nishiyama town lay just a few dozen kilometers to the west. Boom! The thunder roared, loud enough for all the residents near Kyum Mountain to hear clearly. This compelled many idlers to direct their gaze towards the mountain's direction. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a massive purple-black lightning bolt erupted from the ominous clouds, illuminating the darkened sky for a fleeting moment before striking the summit of Kyum Mountain. In an instant, sparks flew, and a thick plume of smoke began to rise from the peak. What on earth is happening? Quickly, call the authorities. A wildfire is about to break out. The witnesses were stricken with terror. The main peak of Kyum Mountain towers over 2,000 meters and spans several tens of miles. A fire in such a location would undoubtedly threaten the nearby town of Shiyuin and its surroundings. It seemed to be an alarming situation indeed. Sword sensed something amiss with the colossal cloud, yet he could not quite grasp what it was. Suddenly, two pairs of eyes materialized in his mind, one pair yellow and the other red. These eyes resembled those of vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, sending a chill through Sword's heart. Gradually, the owner of these eyes emerged, appearing on a monstrous form that Sword found eerily familiar. Was this not the amalgamation of Melba and Golzin? The body bore the essence of Golzin, but featured a face that merged the attributes of both entities, complete with enormous wings on its back. What should this combined beast be called? Sword mused that since it primarily resembled Golzin, it ought to be named Galba. However, why had this figure manifested in his mind? Could it be that he possessed some form of precognitive ability? Yet, when the three beasts had appeared yesterday, there had been no such vision. Sword furrowed his brow as he stared at the ominous clouds. The image of Galba appearing in his thoughts was no mere coincidence. Was it possible that the creature he had dubbed Galba would emerge from the clouds? Should he observe the situation or unleash a beam of light? Casting a glance at the three companions beside him, Sword resolved to concoct a suitable excuse to distance himself from them. Come on, it's probably nothing serious. Just unusual weather. Let us head to the aquarium instead. He wished to keep his identity as Ultraman concealed from his family and friends. They were merely ordinary people. Knowing such things would only serve to heighten their anxiety unnecessarily. If an extraterrestrial capable of reading human memories were to appear in the future, the knowledge of his identity as Ultraman could endanger them. This was also the reason he refrained from disclosing the truth. Beside him, Hikiya sensed Sword's anxious demeanor but thought little of it, assuming he was merely eager to see the penguins. The aquarium, located to the west of the zoo, could accommodate thousands of visitors, comprising 3 floors below and 1 above. Upon entering the aquarium, the group was greeted by several penguins, situated in an area that featured both land and water. A nearby sign even indicated the opportunity to observe the penguins diving on the lower level, which was quite considerate. However, Sword had no interest in such matters. He turned to Hikiya and said, "Could you hold this for me? I need to use the restroom." Hikiya paused momentarily, accepting the backpack with a bemused expression. So, the urgency earlier was not for the penguins, but rather due to an impending call of nature. As he gazed at the receding figure of Jianwu, Hikitani draped his panda backpack over his shoulder and took out his phone to capture several photographs of the penguins. Hikitani felt a slight tremor from the backpack resting against his back. Turning around, he discovered that Yukino Shida had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. Her hand hovered in the air, and judging by her gestures, she must have been clutching something moments ago. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Nothing," Yukino Shida replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. "TSK." Hikitani glanced at the panda backpack behind him, and an understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that Yukino Shida was indeed powerless against fluffy objects. Turning back, Hikitani resumed, photographing the penguins, yet the backpack began to sway slightly once more. This time, he did not turn around. Meanwhile, outside the aquarium, the sky remained overcast. The ominous cloud above Cume Mountain seemed to swell, accompanied by increasingly fierce flashes of lightning within. Boom! Another column of purplish-black lightning tore through the dark mist, but this time it did not strike the summit of Cume Mountain. Instead, the purplish-black lightning cleaved the sky and descended towards the southwest of Cume Mountain, in the direction of the Ghana Air Force Base. Chapter 24. Retribution awaits the Ghana Air Force Base. Once a bastion of order, now lay in disarray, ravaged by a monstrous creature known as Melba. The aftermath of yesterday's assault left the base marred by deep craters, debris, and the charred remnants of flames. The soldiers had toiled throughout the day to restore some semblance of order, yet a significant portion of the devastation remained unaddressed. Daily training routines had come to a standstill. Only the lower-ranked soldiers, those of the rank of corporal and below, were engaged in the arduous task of clearing the wreckage. There was no overseer to monitor their efforts, and their spirits were low. Each soldier worked in silence, disinterested in the distant sounds emanating from Mount Jayamission. The dormitory, which had once provided them shelter, had been reduced to ruins in the wake of Melba's attack, obliterating their personal belongings. Money, designer clothing, electronics, everything gone. Now, they were forced to sleep outdoors in makeshift tents. Their previous comforts a distant memory. The recreational facilities, including basketball and football fields, were now overrun with tents, most of which stood empty. Save for a few higher-ranking soldiers who found refuge within. They deemed the cleanup a task meant to train the lower ranks, not themselves. A low rumble echoed from the peak of Mount Jayamission as Jack Wilson, a lieutenant in the Air Force, irritably unzipped his tent. His gaze met the overcast sky and the smoke billowing from the mountain, while the thunder rolled ominously in the distance. Damn it, what ghastly weather! Wasn't it promised to be clear? As a result of the chaos wrought by Melba, most training had been suspended, granting him the rare opportunity to enjoy a leisurely morning. Yet, his respite was shattered by the cacophony of thunder. Look at our Lieutenant Jack, cursing like a fishwife this early in the morning. Try not to act like a fool. You are a valiant pilot who faced Melba in combat. If the recruits see you like this, they might lose their admiration. From a tent a few meters away, William Smith poked his head out. They were among the few surviving fighter pilots from yesterday's ordeal. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he beheld the smoking summit of Jayamission, enveloped in a shroud of thunderous darkness. My God, is that smoke signaling a fire? If it spreads to the base, America will have to pay up again. I hope the Japanese can manage the flames. William regarded the smoke with a sense of morbid curiosity, unconcerned about the potential loss of life. His thoughts were solely on the compensation that might come their way if the fire reached the base, even if the bulk would go to the base itself. Damn it, William, you are such a sloth, still asleep past 10. Jack remarked without a hint of mercy. Oh dear, Jack, your words are truly unfortunate. They may bring dire consequences. William retracted his gaze from Cume Mountain, his expression exaggerated, as if wounded. Do not consume pickled radishes. I am already burdened with misfortune. His possessions in the dormitory had been ravaged by Melba, much like those of the soldiers. Although Neon was to compensate for all losses within the base, the majority of the reparations were directed towards the base itself, which would receive the compensation first. As for the personal belongings of the soldiers, even the base could not ascertain their value. Thus, what they could retrieve amounted to but a mere fraction of the compensation offered by the base. In comparison to their losses, it was scarcely significant. Within this cultural sphere of the Dragon Kingdom, malevolent acts are met with retribution. Hence, I advise you to refrain from using profanities henceforth, as foul language is a form of evil. If that's the case, why are you so unfortunate? Jack retorted coldly. Hey Jack, you know me. Aside from being a bit lazy, I harm no one. So perhaps my misfortune is merely a test from God. William shrugged, unwilling to empathize with the victim or inflict harm upon others. To hell with God's tests. The possessions in my dormitory are worth $100,000. If this is a trial, then I curse God himself. Whoa, hold on. Do not provoke him. He might take offense. Upon hearing Jack's blasphemous words, William momentarily felt a tinge of fear. The rumble of thunder seemed to echo William's remark. "See, that is a warning from the Almighty," William said, gesturing reverently towards the sky, cautioning Jack to cease his slander against God. "Curse God. If he exists, why is there still war? Why do so many perish? Does he not care for his followers? What purpose does such a God serve?" Jack dismissed the warning, even raising his middle finger towards the heavens. The thunder rumbled ominously, and William felt the sky grow suddenly bright, momentarily blinding him. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld Jack, who had just blasphemed, reduced to a pile of charred remains, and the ground was scorched. "Oh my God, damn it! Damn it! I told you retribution would come." William cried out, "Dear God, forgive me. I have done nothing to offend you." He shouted, collapsing to his knees, reciting passages from the Bible. "William, snap out of it. We must leave this place." The others, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, having witnessed a bolt of lightning strike the area. Seeing that William was unresponsive, still chanting scripture, they seized him and hurried towards the base's air defense facilities. The clouds over Cume Mountain swelled ominously, now enveloping half of its expanse. A third bolt of lightning emerged from the gathering storm, this time targeting Shiyuan Town. Boom! The sky lit up. However, the bolt did not descend upon Shiyuan Town, as it was intercepted midair by a silvery fist. In an instant, the sparks generated from their collision danced like golden sprites, breaking free from their restraints, trailing resplendent tails as they descended to the ground, reminiscent of a shower of fireworks. "General, Trigga has appeared. If we could obtain his blood, the serum would undoubtedly be." In the Ghana base laboratory, researcher Marco Wolf gazed at the image of Trigga on the large screen, his excitement palpable. "Fact Squid, do you want me to order an attack on Trigga like those imbeciles in Australia?" General John interjected, delivering a swift kick to the researcher, abruptly halting his words. "I apologize, General. I must have had a lapse in judgment." Marco, now on the ground, felt the cold sweat soaking through his lab coat at the general's words. "Humph." General John cast a longing glance at the suspended form of Trigga, his eyes betraying a desire that he struggled to contain with a touch of rationality. The folly of those Australian fools served as a stark reminder. The dismal state of their air force was vividly etched in his mind, and with such an example before him, he would not issue a similarly foolish command. Why, oh why, could this extraterrestrial not be as feeble as Bruce Banner? Chapter 25. If only Telliger were also human, if only Telliger were human. For years, Ross's pursuit of Bruce Banner has resulted in casualties far fewer than those caused by Telliger's single intervention. General John cannot conceal his disdain for Banner's actions. In his eyes, Bruce Banner is utterly unworthy of wielding the power known as the Hulk, possessing a might that could overshadow all yet choosing not to wield it. Bruce has spurned America's benevolent attempts to assist him, even going so far as to damage America as property. Such ingratitude is truly unfathomable. Returning to the present, General John gazes thoughtfully at the imposing figure on the screen. On the previous two occasions when this entity appeared in public view, it was accompanied by a monster. However, this time, no beast has surfaced. He cannot help but wonder if perhaps a monster has indeed emerged, unnoticed by him. The most suspicious element is the ominous cloud enveloping Jimiyama. Initially perceived as a mere meteorological anomaly, it now raises his suspicions. Otherwise, Telliger would not have dispersed that bolt of lightning without cause. An analysis of the cloud's composition is imperative. It may differ from ordinary clouds. Nearby, Marco, upon hearing this, dashes to the control panel, his fingers gliding swiftly across the interface. In mere moments, disbelief washes over his face. What nonsense is this? How can this be possible? What's wrong? General John furrows his brow at Marco's uncharacteristic panic, having worked alongside him for years without witnessing such a display of alarm. Could he have guessed correctly? Sir, this cloud exhibits no energy signatures whatsoever. This completely defies the laws of physics. Marco, at this juncture, questions whether the computer has malfunctioned, but after a brief inspection, he confirms that everything is functioning normally. How can this be? We can see lightning coursing through the cloud with the naked eye. How is it possible that no energy response is detected? Marco is on the verge of frustration. This contradicts everything he has learned over the past decades. In silence, General John's earlier doubts dissipate. It appears that Telliger has indeed come for this cloud. Now, let us record Telliger's combat data. Without further ado, General John redirects his attention to the large screen. At that moment, Telliger, also known as Jianwu, having shattered the bolt of lightning, gazes unwaveringly at the cloud before him. With no hesitation, he extends his arms in a cruciform gesture, unleashing streams of blue energy from his palms. Spyam Ray. The beam plunges into the cloud, yet it elicits no response. It is indeed problematic. Had this been an ordinary cloud, it would have been shattered by such an assault long ago. Jianwu spreads his arms wide, his golden armor radiating brilliance as countless particles of light converge at his chest. Very well, then, receive another of my charged attacks. Boom! Just then, from within the cloud, a yellow beam of light pierces through the mist, aimed directly at Jianwu. In response, Jianwu swiftly alters his stance, conjuring a rainbow-hued barrier before him, successfully intercepting the sudden onslaught, though he is forced to retreat several hundred meters in the air. A shiver runs through Jianwu's heart. The force unleashed far surpasses any monstrous entity encountered the previous day. A roar reverberates as, amidst the thick clouds, four luminous eyes emerge, two red and two yellow, just as Jianwu had envisioned in his mind earlier. This beast possesses the wings of Melba and the body of Golzin. Galba, make your entrance. The moment the adversary reveals itself, Jianwu perceives a blur before his eyes, sensing imminent danger, and promptly employs teleportation to vanish from his original position, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Whoosh! As Jianwu departs, Galba abruptly materializes where Jianwu once stood, swiping a claw at his previous location, but alas, it strikes nothing but air. Such astonishing speed. Observing this, the crystal on Jianwu's forehead flickers, a glimmer of gold adorning its surface, while his ears elongate, transforming into those of an elf. Simultaneously, the hues of his form shift, primarily purple, interspersed with silver and blue. Golden armor manifests around his wrists and ankles. The timer on his chest is interwoven with golden plates at its center. In this moment, Jianwu resembles a prince of fairies, dancing amidst the heavens. In the next instant, Jianwu transforms into a streak of purple, hurtling towards Galba, who, refusing to yield, fully expands his wings, becoming a streak of black, colliding with Jianwu's radiant form. Boom! Their collision erupts like two missiles detonating, and after the impact, both meteors maintain their velocity, continuously shifting through the sky. Boom! 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 As they navigate the heavens, the two streaks collide repeatedly, each impact resulting in an explosion, resonating throughout the sky with a cacophony louder than the previous thunder. Such swiftness! At the Ghana base, Marco watches in astonishment, utterly unable to discern the forms of the two combatants. All he perceives are lines of varying colors clashing in the sky, each explosion exaggerated in its ferocity. Were he unaware of the circumstances, he might mistake it for a spectacular display of fireworks. This is the power of Telliger, a force even mightier than that of Hulk. Observing the explosive might, General John becomes somewhat entranced. Yet, it is merely fascination. The Ghana base lies within the adversary's line of sight, and he dares not wager whether the creature might come to raise the base. He has no desire to share the fate of the prisoners in Australia. If only Telliger were a transformed human. As a human, he would possess vulnerabilities, an essence of humanity that could be exploited. Bruce serves as a prime example, as Ross relentlessly pursued him, knowing the adversary hesitated to transform and inflict harm. Contemplating cases like Bruce's, John finds himself lost in thought. For instance, what if Telliger were also a transformed human? Yet, such musings are but fantasies. He shakes his head with a chuckle. The notion of Telliger being human is utterly implausible. Everyone on Earth knows that he hails from the mysterious Mars, entirely distinct from humankind. Boom! The incessant explosions in the sky have long captured the attention of the residents near Q Mountain. Originally, one might have thought it was fireworks illuminating the sky, only to discover that it was two meteors colliding incessantly in the heavens. Each onlooker gazed longingly, yearning to discern the true form of the meteors. Yet regrettably, all they could witness was the two celestial bodies trailing luminous tails, perpetually crashing and then separating. In the midst of this aerial duel lasting several seconds, Jinwoo employed his blade to inflict a wound upon Galba's wing, causing sparks to fly and momentarily hindering his opponent's speed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jinwoo ascended above Galba, his armor radiating brilliance, and with arms crossed, he gathered luminous particles. Lampart's light bomb. The radiant orb erupted from his palm, striking Galba's wing with unerring precision. Struck by the blast, Galba lost its ability to soar, transforming into a blazing meteor plummeting towards the earth. Jinwoo hovered suspended in midair, gesturing with a flourish, as a circular armament materialized, forming a crescent moon. Amidst the flickering light, the crescent morphed into a dark purple longbow devoid of string, inscribed with ancient patterns, its ends sharpened like blades, while the bow's body swirled with violet particles of light, exuding an otherworldly allure. Circle armament, aerial bow. With the dark purple longbow in hand, Jinwoo summoned violet particles to coalesce at both ends of the bow, and in the next instant, the bowstring appeared as if conjured from thin air. Chapter 26. The Pegasus Project. With a deft motion, the archer drew back the bowstring, conjuring a blue arrow crafted from luminescent particles within his grasp. Sword Enlightenment raised his hand and aimed at the descending Galba, releasing the arrow with precision. The arrow soared forth like a luminous bird taking flight, its sound reminiscent of wind chimes, accompanied by a clear, melodious call, striking Galba with unerring accuracy before it reached the ground. At the instant the blue arrow pierced Galba's form, its downward descent abruptly halted, suspended in mid-air, a mere 500 meters above the earth, as if held in a state of stasis. Gradually, fissures emerged across Galba's body, emanating a blue luminescence that flickered like distant stars, igniting the vast expanse of Galba's being. Boom! In the next moment, Galba erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the sound reverberating across several dozen miles, while from afar, Jayumishin appeared to be crowned in a blue mushroom cloud. Within the heart of this cloud, tendrils of black mist swirled around the site of Galba's detonation. At that juncture, the ominous clouds enveloping half of Jayumishin began to shed glistening blue droplets, influenced by the mushroom cloud. As the radiant rain cascaded down, each droplet that made contact with the black mist caused it to emit white smoke, which soon dissipated into the ether. Bathed in this spectacle of light, Sword Enlightenment gazed intently at the remnants of Galba's explosion, noting the absence of any flesh or blood, an anomaly for a creature that had just perished. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the dissipating black mist was saturated with a dense negativity, rife with an array of human emotions: sorrow, fear, resentment, anxiety, jealousy, and more. Among these, two powerful currents of deathly malice resonated strongly. Their essence unmistakably mirrored that of Melba and Gozen. This revelation implied that Galba was a creature born of the amalgamation of negative energy and the vengeful spirits of the two fallen beasts. One had perished in Chri, the other in Sydney, yet they were inexplicably linked across such vast distances. Sword Enlightenment felt a weight in his heart, sensing an unseen force at play behind him. Regrettably, he found himself without any leads, left to ponder the enigma. Just then, the light rain ceased. The black mist from the explosion and the clouds above Jayumishin began to disperse, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent rainbow appeared, arching across the peak of Jayumishin. One end of the rainbow connected to the summit while the other reached towards the ground, resembling a bridge suspended in the air. Observing the black mist being cleansed by the rain, the purple spirit lingering in midair transformed into particles of light, seemingly merging into the vibrant arc of the rainbow. Once again, a beast had been vanquished with such swiftness. General John from the Ganabes felt a lingering sense of awe, having witnessed two battles unfold before his eyes, each concluded in under 3 minutes. Truly formidable. Recalling the battle from yesterday in Sydney, had it not been for the emergence of a creature named Gamora. The encounter would scarcely have lasted beyond 3 minutes. An average of less than 3 minutes to vanquish a monster. Are these creatures truly feeble? Weak indeed, but only in the eyes of the adversary. In General John's perspective, these monsters are nothing short of terrifying. It is crucial to acknowledge that the majority of America's weaponry is derived from that enigmatic cube. Such armaments transcend the capabilities of all nations, establishing America as the international police force of the Earth. Yet, when confronted with Melba, they sacrificed dozens of fighter jets and their entire ground missile division, managing only to draw a trickle of blood and instill a fleeting fear, utterly failing to achieve a kill. In the hands of Trigga, such a creature would scarcely withstand a single punch. This outcome is utterly unacceptable to him. General John entered his office and initiated a video call. On the other end appeared a bald, one-eyed black man. If one were not to notice the piercing brightness of his singular eye, one might mistake it for a mere egg. Director Fury, I trust you have viewed the video I sent you yesterday, John stated, barely concealing his fury. He had forwarded footage of the Ghana base's confrontation with Melba. Yet the so-called director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau had offered no response, no words of consolation whatsoever. Nick Fury, upon hearing this, replied, General John, I too am saddened by these events. But you must recognize that these are the consequences of your actions. The Pegasus project, led by your department, was reactivated a year ago. What have you achieved? The so-called latest model of the Patriot missile merely drew a drop of blood from Melba? Is this your research outcome? It pales in comparison to our achievements from 2 decades ago. If you're incapable, then relinquish the research to us. The Pegasus project was originally proposed by our Air Force, and the cube as well. General John's countenance betrayed his anger. They had developed a faster-than-light engine during the Pegasus project 2 decades prior. Yet now, in the hands of this wretched department, the cube yielded nothing more than a minor wound to Melba. What a travesty! Nick Fury, in a low voice, retorted, General, you are well aware of the extent of embellishment surrounding your research outcomes from 20 years ago, so let us not dwell on that. You are currently incapable of replicating even half of those achievements. Had it not been for the assistance of a Kree, would you have ever conceived a faster-than-light engine? He did not utter this thought aloud, yet General John discerned it. Furthermore, was the attack on the Ghana base not instigated by your actions? Under the guise of Melba's slumber, you absconded with its offspring for research. Did you think I was unaware? Nick Fury's expression darkened, his visage resembling a stormy sea, though General John was unable to discern this due to the man's shadowed features. Ultimately, it is your weapons that are inadequate. General John angrily terminated the call, his palm striking the table with considerable force. Nick Fury of the Fact Squid had intended to exploit the situation, only to find his own secrets laid bare by his adversary. Indeed, his network was truly pervasive. John realized that there were agents of Nick Fury in his proximity. Meanwhile, Kenwu emerged from the restroom, and, just as he was about to return to the Penguin District, he heard a woman calling his name from behind. Ah, is that not Ayano Shine Again? Upon hearing the voice, Kenwu turned to find a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yukino Shida. It was Ayano, the elder sister of Yukino Shida Yukino, and a student at Tidan University, thus allowing him to address her as senpai. Ayano was dressed in casual attire, her shoulder-length black hair lending her an air of elegance and charm. A faint smile graced her lips as her bright eyes regarded Kenwu. I assume you are not here alone? Ayano inquired with a smile, her words framed as a question, but carrying an unmistakable assertion. Also, there's your sister, Yukino, and Yui. Kenwu replied candidly. Chapter 27. He seems almost inhuman goodness. You truly possess no sense of humor, she teased. Is it so difficult to speak honestly? Is humor truly necessary? This demeanor will hardly endear you to the fairer sex, dear Araki-kun. Yano playfully poked Kenji's shoulder with her slender fingers. Do you think I care? He retorted. Well, reflecting upon our lengthy acquaintance, I realize I have yet to witness you genuinely care about anything, be it people or otherwise. Yano lightly tapped her chin, seemingly lost in thought. She recalled their first encounter, which coincided with his infamous victory over an unbeatable opponent. From that day forth, the name Kenji Araki became renowned throughout Neon, particularly at Titan High School, where he was a figure of both fear and intrigue. Most students regarded him with trepidation, daring not to approach, while those who did were few and far between. Such isolation felt akin to being an outcast within the entire school. Yet, remarkably, he exhibited no signs of distress, maintaining an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of his peers. It was evident to her that his tranquility was not merely a fade. It stemmed from an intrinsic disregard for how others perceived him. As for his interests, Yano found herself at a loss. He appeared as a sage, devoid of desires. However, to express such detachment at the tender age of 16 rendered him, in her eyes, almost subhuman. Unbeknownst to her, Kenji was indeed not human. As an embodiment of light, his existence was beyond the measure of mortal lifespan, which barely spans a few decades. His previous remark to Hachiman about elephants being unconcerned with the feelings of ants was but a conservative assessment. In truth, the opinions of those around him were to him akin to a handful of dust a century hence. Actually, I do care about what I eat each day, Kenji interjected. Oh, is that all? Is there no one you care about? Yano replied with a smile, her words carrying a deeper meaning. Perhaps there is, Kenji answered ambiguously, recognizing that some matters remained unclear even to him, and he hesitated to assert them too definitively. I see, Yano replied, her smile unwavering, choosing not to contest his words. Let us proceed. I am curious to see what my dear sister is up to. With that, she nudged Kenji forward, prompting him to lead her to her sister. Moments later, Kenji guided Yano to where Hachiman, Yukino, and Yui were gathered. Hello, Yukino-chan, Hachiman, and Yui. Upon hearing Yano's voice, the trio instinctively turned to look, noting her approach alongside Kenji. Hello, Senior Yano, Yui responded, effortlessly matching the customary greeting while Hachiman remained unresponsive. Sister, what brings you here? Yukino's tone was flat, yet Kenji discerned an underlying implication. Yano was not meant to be there. Yukino-chan, do not be so cold. Your sister is quite saddened by your demeanor. Yayoi observed her sister's indifference and feigned tears, delicately brushing her fingertips against the corners of her eyes, yet nothing emerged. And you, Hikigaya, if you dare to mistreat Yukino during your date, rest assured, I shall not let you off lightly. Yayoi brandished her fist, signifying her resolve to show no mercy. Witnessing Yayoi's demeanor, Hikigaya, with his typically listless eyes, replied, We are merely classmates. Oh, so you are still in the ambiguous stage, are you? Hikigaya, you must act swiftly, or else little Yukino might. Sister, that's enough, Yukino interjected, her arms crossed and a hint of displeasure etched upon her brow. Our little Yukino is upset. Hikigaya, you must make amends with her, Yayoi remarked, before excusing herself with a wave, her eyes glancing at a message on her phone. A mischievous smile gracing her lips as she headed toward the aquarium's entrance. Your sister is quite impressive, remarked Kenmochi, observing her proactive demeanor in ushering her sister out. Impressive? Everyone who meets my sister praises her excellence. Yukino assumed Kenmochi meant this positively. Alas, this world as trends cannot develop any faster. I often feel somewhat disconnected from these individuals, Kenmochi thought as Yayoi departed. Afterward, Kenmochi took the backpack from Hikigaya, and the group continued their exploration of the aquarium, riding the escalator down to the lower level, which matched the upper level in size and could comfortably accommodate hundreds. They were greeted by a colossal transparent display case housing a 6-meter-long shark specimen. Surrounding walls were adorned with numerous viewing windows, each showcasing different marine life, including sharks, penguins, and octopuses. Kenmochi was immediately captivated by the central shark specimen, instinctively stepping closer. After exchanging glances with Yukino, they followed Kenmochi's lead. Conversely, Hikigaya had fixated on a hammerhead shark in the first viewing window. Hey, this aquarium has a hammerhead shark. How cool is that? Hikigaya exclaimed, his once dull gaze now alight with excitement as he stared at the shark through the glass. Yukino, who had approached, gazed at Hikigaya in surprise. Such an expression was truly rare for him. What's wrong? Hikigaya, noticing her unwavering gaze, felt a touch of discomfort. I'm just a bit surprised. Would you like me to take a picture for you? Really? I must show this off to Kamachi when I return, Hikigaya replied, handing his phone to Yukino and striking what he believed to be a striking pose in front of the window. Meanwhile, at the display case, Kinmochi remained entranced by the shark within, while Yubihama curiously examined the information related to the shark specimen. The Greenland shark, which lived from 1580 to 1999, astonishingly thrived for 419 years. When it was born, the world was in the throes of the Warring States period, and the Ming dynasty in the Dragon Kingdom had yet to meet its demise. This specimen of the Greenland shark, having survived for several centuries, is truly remarkable, eliciting a sense of wonder from Yubihama. This shark has witnessed numerous epochs of human civilization. After its death, it was preserved and displayed in an aquarium established by humanity for the enjoyment of visitors. Jinwoo felt a tinge of melancholy, as this reflection led him to contemplate his own existence. Unlike the shark, he would not be turned into a specimen for public viewing in the future. He would only visit the graves of his departed friends. After observing for a while, Jinwoo and Yubihama proceeded to the area where Bikiya was. He sensed that Bikiya's personality mirrored that of the shark. Yukino Shida stood before the third observation window and remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive to casually discuss others' personalities?" Upon hearing this, Bikiya felt compelled to impart some wisdom and immediately approached the third observation window. However, upon reading the accompanying introduction, he felt a pang of envy. Living in murky waters, rarely swimming, and effortlessly swallowing small fish and shrimp that drifted by, this truly represents an ideal mode of existence. Yukino Shida, your insight into people is truly astute. Chapter 28. Is enduring hardship the path to greatness? Is not the lifestyle of the hook-headed fish the very epitome of what one dreams of? It allows one to remain carefree in a place of comfort, tending to oneself without the burden of labor. This way of life is one that Hikitani greatly envies. It seems you harbor no desire to endure hardship. Instead, you find yourself envious of fish. After reading the introduction of the hook-headed fish, Kinwoo connected it to Hikitani's earlier remarks and grasped the sentiments. However, to be candid, he too found himself envious of such a lifestyle. This passive yet fruitful existence is not merely the aspiration of Hikitani. It is a yearning shared by the majority, if not all of humanity. Upon hearing Kinwoo's words, a faint smile graced Hikitani's lips as he replied, "What is wrong with that? If I can reap rewards effortlessly, why should I endure suffering? Am I masochistic? No one relishes hardship. The ancient adage that one must endure the bitterest trials to become a superior person seems to me mere folly. Hardship is something most only recognize after experiencing it, leading to an endless cycle of suffering. Only a select few manage to transcend this to become what is deemed superior, and even that designation is relative to the underprivileged of Neon. Besides, I hardly consider myself among that select few. In my view, enduring hardship does not guarantee future sweetness. True sweetness can only be found in immediate enjoyment." Hikitani spoke with fervor, and surprisingly, there was some merit to his words. "You are once again espousing fallacies," Yukino Shida sighed, exasperated. "Fallacies? I would argue this time it is not a fallacy. His statements can be distilled into 4 words: enjoy the present. In a sense, this is a truth. Despite the critique, Ken will believe that while Hikitani's words might be harsh, they were undeniably realistic. The notion that one must endure the most profound suffering to attain greatness amounts to little more than the ultimate dream of the downtrodden. When one attempts to actualize such an ideal, the impracticality becomes glaringly evident. This aspiration is far too unrealistic for most. Few can persist in such a struggle. Thus, it is wiser to recognize reality and savor the present rather than toil for a distant ideal throughout one's life. Of course, I maintain respect and understanding for those who strive for their ideals, and I hope for their success, for every individual has their own way of living. However, I do not yearn for such a life. It feels overwhelmingly exhausting to me. A Nobel laureate in economics once remarked, systemic resource scarcity cannot be altered through personal hardship. Therefore, unless the societal structures change, the affluent will only grow richer, while the impoverished will find life increasingly untenable. A relentless pursuit of hardship may ultimately lead to a situation where the earnings one accumulates are insufficient even for one's health. He had come to this realization long ago, having witnessed similar tragedies even in his middle school years. Can you imagine? A lifetime of labor yielding earnings that cannot even secure one's health. Then, having earned a lifetime's worth of wealth, he found it all gone, along with his very existence, leaving him bereft of both material and spiritual fortune. In the twilight of his life, he longed for enjoyment, only to discover that it marked the beginning of another form of suffering. This is precisely why, in his previous life, a newly graduated university student accepted the olive branch offered by a wealthy woman. He could hardly fathom how someone without parents, without a home, and devoid of savings could possibly turn their life around and rise from the depths of despair. Would he toil day and night only to exhaust his savings on medical bills and succumb to illness in bed? Such a fate was not to his liking. Heaven had bestowed upon him a handsome visage, and he intended to make the most of it, especially since it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. In a fleeting moment, he amassed wealth that would elude an ordinary person throughout their lifetime. Although he met his demise within a month at the hands of the wealthy woman's ignorant son, he at least relished the experience rather than languishing in pain and ultimately passing away in bed. Should he have the chance to start anew, he might still choose the same path, albeit with the foresight to prepare the wealthy woman's family in advance. After all, he had no desire to reenact the fate of Louis XVI. Why did I feel that their statements were simultaneously accurate yet flawed? Uehama, listening intently, found her head spinning. Although she struggled with many words, she sensed that certain points rang true, while others contradicted her education. This was all because they spoke undeniable truths. Yukino Shida sighed. She too understood these principles. No matter how industrious an individual may be, they could never surpass the collective welfare. This was evident from the fact that every year in Japan, at least 2,000 people succumb to overwork-related illnesses, with countless more driven to despair by their jobs. As Sagami articulated, without a transformation in Japan's societal structure, the common folk would remain forever oppressed. Thus, in the face of insurmountable obstacles, it was perhaps wiser to relish the present moment. After all, one should seize joy when it is available. Let us refrain from discussing Japan's societal framework any further. As the attention of those around us has shifted, Yukino Shida noticed that most nearby onlookers were fixated on the four of them, with their gaze particularly concentrated on Hikigaya and Sagami. Most of these individuals were middle-aged, occasionally accompanied by their children, enjoying a day off together. Their expressions were filled with affirmation towards Hikigaya and Sagami, yet they remained silent observers. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutinizing stares, Uehama idly scratched her cheek, puzzled as to why these adults seemed so profoundly moved by the words of two high school students. Surely, as adults, they should not be swayed by the musings of youth. It was unsettling, truly unsettling. Uehama felt an overwhelming urge to escape the scene. Shall we descend to the next level? This atmosphere feels rather peculiar, she murmured, eager to pull her companions away. Sighing, Yukino Shida noted the impropriety of their open discussion in such a public setting. The two of them continued on to the next level, while Hikigaya and Sagami exchanged a glance before casually following suit. As they merely passed by these individuals, one could distinctly sense the subtle tremors of emotion stirring within their hearts, as if inadvertently pricking the depths of their souls. The quartet ascended the escalator to the second floor, which bore little distinction from the first, predominantly showcasing a variety of deep-sea fish. Occasionally, one could observe the penguins from the first floor gracefully diving down. After spending approximately half an hour on the third floor, they exited the aquarium. Ah, behold the rainbow! Upon emerging from the aquarium, Uehama's eyes sparkled at the sight of a magnificent rainbow arching across Kyum Mountain, resplendent and captivating. Speaking of which, there seemed to be an explosion earlier at the aquarium. Although the establishment was somewhat soundproof, those inside had indeed heard a loud bang, albeit without further contemplation. After all, it was in the direction of the Ghana Air Force Base, and it could well have been the sonic boom produced by a passing fighter jet, an occurrence to which the residents near Q Mountain had grown quite accustomed. Reports indicated that a monster had appeared earlier that morning on Q Mountain, subsequently vanquished by Ultraman Trigga. The second emergence of a monster on Q Mountain. Does this herald something significant? Just then, a news segment began to play on the large screen beside the aquarium. Chapter 29. Understanding Live Broadcasting Evangelism. How unfortunate it is that I could not witness Trigga in person. The Trigga Ultraman in the video appears strikingly handsome. After reading the news above, Yubihama felt a pang of regret for not having seen Trigga with her own eyes. Indeed, it is quite regrettable. Trigga possesses an extraordinary charm. Beside her, Kinwoo, the embodiment of Trigga, wholeheartedly agreed. How can you speak as if you have seen him before? I have seen him in the news. He is so handsome that one glance is unforgettable. Etched in my memory, Kinwoo added. So that is how it is, our sentiments align. Upon realizing Kinwoo shared her thoughts, Yubihama couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy. Wait a moment, this is not merely a matter of handsomeness. The appearance of monsters in the same location twice raises concerns about the safety of our surroundings, does it not? Instead of pondering over Trigga's allure, Bikia was more apprehensive about whether their dwelling was perilous. They resided near Q Mountain, although their village was several hundred miles away. Such distances are trivial for these colossal beings. He harbored worries that one day he might be crushed to a pulp by a passing monster. In response to your concern, I believe we should trust the government of Neon. Perhaps they're already devising strategies to combat the monsters. Judging by their attitude towards the situation in Kori, Kinwoo expressed doubt. Clearly, Bikia held little faith in the Neon government. The monster's overwhelming power was one aspect, while the government's ineptitude was another. Unless they were directly affected, they would remain oblivious to the pain. How could they be expected to earnestly address the issues, particularly in this region, which serves as a military base for America? A hint of sarcasm flickered in Bikia's eyes, directed at the Neon government. The discord between Koryu and the Neon government was indeed profound, Kinwoo mused. Haha, after wandering for a while, I find myself quite hungry. Why don't we head to the Taitian Mall for a bite? There's a newly opened shop there renowned for its delectable desserts. Yubihama, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, promptly suggested lightening it. Upon hearing this, the others felt their hunger pangs and decided to give it a try. They exited the zoo and made their way to Taitian Mall, following Yubihama's lead to the second floor. Here we are. This is the place I visited with Yumiko. It's absolutely delicious. Yubihama pointed to the second shop on the left, named Ryukyu's finest dessert shop. Kinwoo recalled that this location had previously been a hot pot restaurant. He was surprised it had transformed into a dessert shop. That name carries a certain charm, he thought, as the corners of his mouth twitched. Such a name is typically reserved for long-established establishments with heritage. For a newly opened shop to adopt, it is no small feat. Just obtaining the requisite approvals would demand considerable effort. The interior was lavishly decorated, particularly the tables near the windows, resembling private booths. Apart from the passageway and the view outside, the rest of the space was obscured from sight. Upon noticing an available table, they settled down at one by the window, placing their orders and patiently awaiting the arrival of their desserts. Jinwoo discerned a faint commotion ahead, which seemed to stem from a live broadcast. The voice was exceptionally melodious, and Jinwoo surmised that it must be immensely popular among the otaku of Neon. Dear followers, a grand weekend event is upon us. From now on, send bullet comments to extol my divine presence, and you shall receive a guide to our faith. Those who join our sacred order shall enjoy eternal life, liberating you from the sufferings of the mortal realm. With 100 lucky congregants chosen from 100,000 subscribers, we will bestow upon you life-sized pillows of the host. The enchanting female voice, however, conveyed a rather bewildering message. Regrettably, the high back of the sofa obstructed their view of the broadcaster, leaving Jinwoo yearning for a glimpse of the individual behind the broadcast. The content was rather explosive. Typically, he had only heard discussions about such matters from others. Now, hearing it firsthand piqued his curiosity. What a peculiar method of proselytizing, he mused, delivered through the medium of live streaming. Has the art of evangelism evolved to such an extent? Vikia quietly remarked on how incredulous it was to witness such public displays of religious broadcasting. Truly, the religious organizations of Neon have adapted to the times. It is remarkable that even cults are sanctioned in this nation. Nevertheless, the method of solicitation bore a striking resemblance to seduction, particularly with the mention of life-sized pillows of the broadcaster. Was the target audience truly the otaku? This thought simultaneously crossed both their minds. The voice continued, "All right, I must sign off for now. I drank too much water, and Xiao AI needs to use the restroom. Ah, what are you all discussing? Even as an apostle of the divine, I have my bodily needs. See you all tonight." The title of Apostle of the Divine held great significance. Jinwoo turned his head towards the aisle. Curiosity piqued about the appearance of this evangelist, a sentiment mirrored by Bikia. This was their first encounter with a figure of such authority in the realm of proselytism. As their footsteps echoed, the two beheld the woman conducting the live broadcast. She was extraordinarily beautiful, though her makeup bore an air of seduction. Clad in a deep V-neck, high-slit brown dress, her long, slender legs captivated the eye, and the ample display of her assets left Jinwoo and Bikia utterly astonished, for at least 1/3 of her figure was exposed. Is it not enough to don such an outfit in public? And yet, she chooses to broadcast live? Jinwoo and Bikia were momentarily rendered speechless, having never encountered a woman so audacious, let alone one so strikingly beautiful. The woman caught sight of their gaze, offering them a fleeting smile before gracefully making her way towards the restroom, leaving them with a striking view of her smooth, radiant back. Had they seen her from the back first, they might have thought she were nothing at all. Why would someone so stunning engage in live proselytizing? Jinwoo, returning to his senses, was filled with questions. With such allure, she could effortlessly gather fans by simply gaming or chatting on a live stream. Could it be that evangelism is more lucrative? Hikigaya and Aragaki, I feel it is imperative to mention that your incessant gazes upon a woman can indeed constitute harassment. Should she choose to report you to the authorities, you would richly deserve the consequences. Yukino Shida spoke with a hint of disdain. Kinmochi turned to exchange a glance with Hikigaya, both clearing their throats awkwardly and feigning interest in their phones, unable to meet the disdainful gazes directed at them by the two across the table. It appeared that Aragaki had a penchant for such behavior, which was rather distasteful. Yui's voice was barely a whisper, so faint that even Yukino Shida could hardly discern her words. Yet, Kinmochi heard her clearly, his heart sinking in despair. It seemed he had unwittingly acquired the label of a pervert. He desperately wished to defend himself, insisting that his curiosity regarding the appearance of the live-streaming preacher was innocent, not a deliberate act of scrutiny. After what felt like an eternity, the server arrived, presenting an array of desserts at their table, wishing them to enjoy before departing. Relieved of some of the awkwardness, Kinmochi picked up a small cake and took a bite, his eyes lighting up in surprise at the delightful flavor. No wonder Yui had recommended this place. Chapter 30. Is the technology of your defense team a bit excessive? I merely remarked that the cake was delightful. Upon witnessing Kinwoo's expression after devouring the cake, Yuhibin smiled, her face radiating confidence in this establishment. Although her creations may appear somewhat haphazard, the flavors are undeniably exquisite, and thus, the sweets she praised are certainly delectable. It seems you possess a particular talent in this regard. I shall take that as a compliment. Yuhibin felt a hint of peculiarity in his words. Kinwoo remained silent, solely absorbed in indulging in the delightful confections. Likewise, Hikigaya exhibited similar behavior. In contrast to their manner of eating, Yukino Shida, across from them, exuded an air of elegance. Kinwoo's act of consuming the cake faltered momentarily. His expression remained impassive. Yet he heightened his senses, directing them towards the restroom. In that instant of expanded perception, the tables, chairs, and walls within a 100-meter radius transformed into mere lines, eventually coalescing into a 3D model within his mind, while the crowd appeared as thermal images within this construct. Within this model, a distorted humanoid figure loomed at the entrance of the women's restroom, delivering a kick towards a fleeing human. Almost simultaneously, a man-esque scream erupted from the restroom. Accompanied by a thunderous crash and the startled gasps of the surrounding patrons, the partition wall surrounding the restroom, constructed of hollow bricks, breached with a significant opening. Subsequently, a cell phone with its camera activated, along with a bespectacled rotund man, burst forth from the chaos. In an instant, dust and debris clouded the scene, obscuring the interior of the restroom. The rotund man soared through the air for a considerable distance, blood splattering in every direction, some even landing on numerous patrons. Ultimately, he crashed down onto the dining table of unsuspecting customers, burying their desserts beneath him. As they beheld the grotesquely bloodied figure sprawled across their table. The patrons erupted in horrified screams. Within mere seconds, blood stained the surface before them, dripping onto the floor below. What on earth is happening? How did this man come flying out of the restroom? Did the methane in there explode? My goodness, he has lost so much blood. Someone call for an ambulance. I feel it's unnecessary. With that condition, he is beyond saving. Wait, he is a voyeur. The bespectacled man's phone landed on a nearby table, and upon noticing the camera still active, someone quickly comprehended the situation. In neon-lit locales, the implications of filming in a restroom are all too evident. How disgusting to encounter such a person. Don't bother calling an ambulance. The patrons expressed disdain upon hearing this, though some still contemplated calling for help out of humanitarian concern. Meanwhile, within Kinwoo's heightened perception, the bizarre humanoid within the restroom continued to twist and tremble as if short-circuited. Observing that the creature was currently unable to launch an attack, Kinwoo resolved to urge Hikigaya and the others to vacate the premises. It must be said, this monster was exceptionally well concealed. It was only upon its assault that one could discern its true nature, clearly identifying it as the provocatively dressed, live-streaming woman from earlier. However, the monster is still broadcasting its teachings? Jinwoo expressed a hint of confusion, just as he was about to speak and leave the shop. A woman wielding a firearm materialized within the establishment. She was the same woman he had encountered earlier at the zoo, clad in the uniform of the TPC Victory Team. Unlike during their previous encounter at the zoo, she now sported a high-tech monocle affixed to her right eye, hanging from her ear, and a series of exquisite devices resembling the memory chips from Kamen Rider W were strapped to her waist. In her hand, she held a firearm that bore a striking resemblance to the Victory Hypergun, though upon closer inspection, it exhibited certain distinctions. At the base of the weapon was a groove, seemingly designed for the insertion of the memory chips she carried. Jinwoo glanced around discreetly and noted that no one else had perceived her arrival. It appeared that the opposing party had once again employed a technique to obscure their presence from ordinary humans. With no human life forms detected, a barrier could be deployed. The moment she appeared, the high-tech monocle aimed at the direction of the restroom, and in less than a second, it provided a result. Upon hearing the outcome relayed by the monocle, Malula deftly retrieved a memory chip from her waist and skillfully inserted it into the weapon's groove. Subsequently, a mechanized voice emanated from the firearm, accompanied by a feral roar. Boot up Gaddy's barrier. Did you hear that sound? It seems someone was speaking in English, along with the sound of some creature. Are you all experiencing hallucinations? I heard nothing at all, though the sound from the weapon was faint. Some patrons within the shop caught wind of it, while those who did not hear dismissed the former as delusional. Malula directed the gun towards the restroom and pulled the trigger, unleashing a beam of white light from the muzzle. In the next moment, an invisible semi-circular barrier enveloped the entire restroom. Was something just flung into the restroom? You must be imagining things. I didn't see anything. Baka-yuru, we all heard and saw it. Why are you the only one insisting you saw nothing? Baka, if you're blind and deaf, go get that treated. Some patrons noticed the light emitted by Malulu, but the earlier skeptic continued to insist he saw nothing strange, prompting a swift backlash from those who had witnessed the event. However, not everyone was inclined to criticize. A bold individual resolved to investigate the restroom. Oh, what is this? It seems to be a wall. That person collided headfirst with the barrier, tumbling to the ground, and as he felt the invisible wall before him, he slowly rose to his feet. Jinwoo watched this astonishing scene, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, isn't that Gaddy's skill? But why is the emitted light white? I recall the original light being yellow. Regardless, how formidable are your weapons? When did the defense team acquire such abilities? Being able to wield a monster's skill? Isn't the defense team a bit too powerful? How will monsters survive? Yet, if you possess such equipment, why haven't you confronted Melba and Galba? They are both in Q Mountain, after all. Is there something difficult to articulate? Jinwoo observed that Malula's actions were not yet complete, as she swiftly produced another memory device, replacing the previous one. Boot up level 1 hypnotic beam. The voice resonated once more. Indeed, I heard it this time. My hearing is intact. It appears you have conceded to your own blindness. Bakayuru. The patrons erupted in a flurry of commotion. Malula once again pulled the trigger, and a beam of yellow light shot directly towards the ceiling. In an instant, yellow particles cascaded upon everyone in the establishment, including Jinwoo and his companions. Jinwoo realized that the beam aimed to control his body, yet its influence was feeble, allowing him to easily break free. Therefore, he chose not to resist, curious to discern the intentions of his adversary. He was willing to grant her this one chance. Everyone, exit the establishment, Malulu commanded, her figure now visible to ordinary onlookers. Simultaneously, all present realized their bodies were moving uncontrollably, propelling them towards the exit. The other patrons, disregarding the lifeless form of the now-deceased man, slumped across the table, began to scream in terror, utterly unable to govern their own actions. Chapter 31. Will the country be restored? A peculiar sensation enveloped Yubuhama as she gazed in astonishment at her own moving limbs. She soon realized that only her head was under her control. Everything below, it seemed to operate independently of her will. Turning her head towards the woman clad in an unusual uniform, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, devoid of any fear. For the demeanor of the stranger suggested no intent to harm. It appeared we had become entangled in an extraordinary incident. Similarly, Hikagaya's body moved uncontrollably from his seat. He pondered whether the explosion of methane in the restroom was merely a coincidence. It seemed far more complex than that. Speaking of which, the woman broadcasting live from the restroom, could it possibly be her? The invisible wall of air, combined with the sudden appearance of this enigmatic woman, compelled them into motion at her command. This entire scenario was truly beyond comprehension. You see, I told you to place your trust in the government. Perhaps this is a division dedicated to handling supernatural occurrences, Seiki stated, attempting to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, albeit with a hint of jest. He was unaware that the woman was not affiliated with the government. Her attire bore no insignia of neon, leading one to speculate that she might be akin to a vigilante, much like the Spider-Man of YouTube. Hikagaya had not observed any government symbols on Marilla's uniform. Thus he dismissed the notion of her being a government agent. Moreover, the moment the stout man had flown out of the restroom and landed on the table, she appeared as if summoned, arriving silently and swiftly. If she isn't a superhuman, I would be incredulous. Her speed is remarkable, Hikagaya added. If government personnel possess such abilities, how could they still be under the watch of American troops? The neon government, huh? A nearby bystander echoed Hikagaya's sentiments, expressing disdain towards the neon government. It seemed their credit had been exhausted. If the future of CH-RE were to be populated by individuals of this ilk, independence might very well be on the horizon. No, not independence. It ought to be termed restoration. This land was once a nation, merely extinguished by neon. Seiki mused inwardly. In stark contrast to the nonchalance of Hikagaya's group, the rest of the patrons within the establishment were far less composed. The murmurs of individuals from the Dragon Kingdom echoed through the crowd. What is happening? Why is my body moving on its own? No way. Am I being hypnotized? When did this occur? Boss, you saw that, right? I didn't intend to skip out on the bill. I saw it. I was right behind you. Oh dear. So everyone is attempting to flee the bill? What is your purpose? How are you able to control our bodies? Some of the patrons, having witnessed Marilu issue commands earlier, quickly connected the dots and began to question her. What? You dare to question her courage? She wielded such an advanced firearm, yet refrained from immediately eliminating them with a single shot. Wasn't it evident that she had come to their aid? Such individuals, as long as they do not overstep their bounds, pose no threat to themselves, allowing them to savor their power in front of others. Malula did not respond to them, her gaze fixated on the restroom shrouded in a barrier. Drawing a third memory core from her waist, she loaded it into the gun, which emitted a yellow glow accompanied by a monstrous roar. Boot up Fireball. However, this time, Malula did not pull the trigger, for there were still humans present in the establishment. Dumb. Here I am, barely holding on, seeking refuge in the restroom. And yet this fat fool managed to catch me. Truly infuriating. And you all, how could you react so swiftly? At that moment, an eerie voice echoed from the restroom, followed by a blue arm emerging to brace against the wall. It was the woman who had previously been live-streaming her teachings. Yet now, she was enveloped in a strange blue light, occasionally releasing a wavering stream of blue energy that appeared exceedingly unstable. The Kyrielod people, Jinwoo, who had just entered the store, recognized that blue humanoid energy. It was unmistakably the visage of the Kyrielod people. So, it seems a Kyrielod had parasitically inhabited a human during the live broadcast. The cyber deity, is it? The Kyrielod approached Malulu unsteadily, only to be halted by an invisible wall. Realizing this, the Kyrielod began to frantically pound against the air barrier. Save your energy. In your current state, you cannot break through, Malulu coldly remarked. Once the nearby humans have evacuated, I shall ensure that this Kyrielod pays for its actions, daring to kill a human within their territory. Though the human was scum, her behavior was truly deserving of retribution. Goodness, a monster, a dead leg. Hurry up and run faster. Can we truly endure this chaos? Just 2 days in, and so many monsters have emerged. Those who witnessed this scene lamented their insufficient speed, simultaneously questioning why such a place as Chonlu attracted so many fiends and specters. I never anticipated that you two, Hikitani and Yui, possessed such unique tastes. As they ran, Yukino Shida glanced back at the unfolding scene, immediately mocking the duo's preferences. Jinwoo, having already exited the store, fell silent, regardless of the reasons. He had indeed stared for far too long, and thus deserved the ridicule. Meanwhile, Hikitani shifted the conversation. It seems this hypnotic ability has entranced everyone in the Daitian Mall. Upon leaving the store, Hikitani observed that all individuals within the mall were orderly making their way towards the plaza outside, their terrified screams occasionally piercing the air. Clearly, these people had also fallen under the spell of hypnosis. After a while, Jinwoo and his companions followed the crowd to the plaza, and with that, the hypnotic influence dissipated, granting them control over their bodies once more. Remarkably, after all that running, they felt no fatigue at all. As Yukino Shida regained control over her body, she was astonished by the sensations of transformation within her. Typically unskilled in physical activity, she should have felt fatigued. However, she experienced no such weariness, not even a hint of breathlessness. It became evident that this was the influence of the hypnotic light. In the face of monstrous threats, such a phenomenon, if applied to humanity, could significantly reduce casualties. Kinji also recognized the impressive nature of this hypnotic light. It is well known that when confronted with fear, some individuals may become paralyzed, unable to move. Yet this hypnotic light enabled the body to feel no exhaustion, proving to be remarkably effective, though its potential side effects remained uncertain. Could you kindly settle the bill? The owner of the dessert shop interjected. Really? In the midst of such an event, you're still thinking about the payment? Those who had been in the dessert shop could hardly contain their disbelief. Chapter 32. Are the members of this defense team so reckless? Ahem. Well, the incident occurred unexpectedly. All patrons of the establishment are entitled to a complimentary single-serving meal on their next visit. That is more like it. Upon hearing the proprietor's response, the individual complied and settled the bill. Subsequently, the owner recorded the customer's contact information to remember them. However, this establishment has seen its share of fatalities, and the companions of the payer expressed their discomfort with dining in a place that has witnessed death, which seemed rather unsettling. What is the big deal about death? It's not the owner's fault, and besides, their desserts are truly exceptional. Clearly, some patrons are unfazed by the establishment's grim history. Next, the dessert shop owner received transfers from the previous customers, adding each person's contact information. This time, allow me to treat you all. Yubuhama waved dismissively at Ken and the others after having paid in advance. Observing this, Ken and his companions conceded, agreeing to treat next time. Shall we catch a movie next? A new Bollywood film has been released, starring that young film prodigy, Ginge. Ubahama pondered aloud. Upon hearing the name, Ken momentarily lost his train of thought. It occurred to him that this individual must be one of the Eternal Clan. How tedious to create a family legacy as an actor in India, playing the roles of his own father, grandfather, and even great-grandfather. The cinema is on the 3rd floor. If I recall correctly, at present, the mall's patrons are congregated in the square, rendering the cinema unable to operate normally, and the nearest theater is several kilometers away. Therefore, let us remain here and observe the outcome. I believe that individual is quite formidable, and it might conclude shortly, after which the mall may resume regular operations. Ken remarked, considering that with the woman-esque equipment, it would be difficult for the Kyrielod to harm anyone in the square. Moreover, in her human form, she possesses ultrasonic telekinesis and circular armament, allowing her to strike without others perceiving her movements, thus eliminating any concern of causing harm. I am quite curious about the ensuing events, and look around. It seems most individuals are reluctant to leave. Hikigaya glanced at the surrounding crowd, noticing that many who were initially oblivious to the situation chose to stay, eager to witness the unfolding drama after hearing of a battle against a monster within the dessert shop. Furthermore, the mall staff received a directive from the manager to refrain from entering the premises. In that moment, they found themselves with little to do, some even taking out their phones to capture the scene on the 2nd floor. Indeed, it is human nature to revel in spectacle. Upon hearing the responses of the two, Ubahama and Yukino Shida exchanged a look of resignation. Is this perhaps a bit perilous? Ubahama expressed her concern. Do not worry. That monster is clearly no match for the woman in white. Ken reassured them, as this was evident. A single shot had already incapacitated the Kyrielod, and the patrons within the shop had witnessed it, unable to breach the woman's defenses. Moreover, she possesses numerous unknown monster memory fragments. Ken could not fathom how she could possibly lose. This is precisely why these individuals dare to remain here. Within the dessert shop, the Gaudi's barricade confined the Kyrielodians, who were now teetering on the brink of rage. Curse be! The Kyrielodians pounded against the barrier in frustration, and upon realizing its futility, they retreated a few paces, unleashing a barrage of blue orbs from their palms. Boom! The orb struck the barrier, causing it to tremble slightly, yet still, no cracks appeared. Noticing the absence of others in the mall, Malulu decisively pulled the trigger, a yellow fireball coalescing at the muzzle of her weapon. Wait, do you intend for the human I am parasitizing to perish? Is this how your organization treats humanity? The Kyrielodians gasped in horror, realizing that should the fireball hit her corporeal form, it would be utterly destroyed. The human vessel you inhabit has long since perished. Did you think I was unaware of that? Malulu retorted coldly. Without further ado, she directed the concentrated fireball straight at the Kyrielodians within the barrier. Boom! The fireball pierced through the barrier, creating a circular opening, and soon the entire semicircular barrier shattered explosively, with the fireball striking the Kyrielodians directly. The Kyrielodians screamed in agony, their forms engulfed in yellow flames, emitting wisps of black smoke as the remnants of the fire relentlessly consumed their human body, causing them to collapse to the ground. Regrettably, the hypnosis rays are ineffective against your kind. Otherwise, I would certainly take you back for study. Observing that the Kyrielodians had not been obliterated by the fireball, Malulu felt no surprise. How infuriating! Whilst you know, the Kyrielodians gasped for breath on the ground. For instance, I have just learned that you and your kin are conducting live-stream preaching. Malulu inquired uncertainly, simultaneously retrieving Gaudi's memory module to reload it. It appeared that there was more than one Kyrielodian. It seemed imperative to seize the opportunity to ascertain their locations and eradicate them before they could pose a threat. After all, such entities appearing in one's vicinity was a grave transgression. Upon hearing this, Jianwu's mind began to churn with thoughts. Boot up Gaudi's barrier. Inside the store, Malulu aimed her firearm at the ceiling, unleashing a stream of white light that struck the roof. In the next moment, light particles adhered to the walls, rapidly engulfing Malulu. the Kiri Elodians, the corpse of the bespectacled man on the table, and the entire dessert shop. Quite commendable. This way, the structure of the establishment remains unscathed. Malulu mused with satisfaction. Now, cease your pretense. Only your parasitized body is injured. Let your true form emerge and engage in a warm-up with me. Do not even think of fleeing. Even as a sentient entity, you cannot penetrate this enhanced gaudy barrier. By the way, my name is Malulu, the one who shall soon bring an end to your existence. Malulu retracted her weapon and beckoned towards the Kiri Elodians with a finger. Is it not rather audacious for one named Malulu? Perceiving the scene before him, Jianwu furrowed his brows, his left hand instinctively reaching into his pocket. However, after careful contemplation, he resolved to observe further. Damn it, you are clearly not of Earth. Why do you impede us, the illustrious Kiri Elodians? Upon witnessing Marilu's disdainful gesture, the enraged Kiri Elodians ceased their gasping on the ground, and simultaneously, her human form was swiftly engulfed in flames. Great? I fail to see any greatness in you jesters. You, who bow before the strong and brandish your claws at the weak, will forever remain as rodents, incapable of change. With that, Marilu's figure flickered, ascending above her adversary, and delivered a powerful kick. Observing this, the blue humanoid energy entity immediately detached from the human body, hovering in midair, its visage vaguely resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Meanwhile, the human form on the ground, deprived of its essence, was consumed entirely by the lingering flames, reduced to mere ash, causing Marilu's kick to scatter dust in every direction. Chapter 33. Capturing the Kiri Elodians, are you merely going to evade? Marilu chided, one hand sweeping away the ashes before her, while the other conjured a wave-like beam of azure light directed toward her opponent. The Kiri Elodian nimbly sidestepped the attack, causing the beam to collide harmlessly against the protective barrier, which remained unscathed. Observing this, the Kiri Elodian smirked, only to turn and find Marilu standing before him, grasping his wrist with the intention of throwing him. Startled, the Kiri Elodian's form dissipated, leaving Marilu grasping at air as he plummeted to the ground. When he reappeared, he hovered from the ceiling, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles. Marilu evaded, eager to counterattack, yet found herself ensnared in a relentless flurry of light, forced to dodge continuously. Fortuitously, she had activated her barrier in advance. Otherwise, the entire shopping mall might have collapsed. Compared to me, you now resemble a mere rat. Ha ha ha. The Kiri Elodian laughed heartily as he observed Marilu's evasive maneuvers. Yet his barrage of light continued unabated. Amidst this ceaseless onslaught, Marilu found herself scrambling for cover. Can you not engage in close combat with me? She fumed in frustration, cursing the Kiri Elodian's lack of martial honor. After training diligently in hand-to-hand combat, she was dismayed to find him refusing to engage. Watching the duel unfold, Jianwu felt exasperated. Was it possible to unleash fireball projectiles while the adversary was still in a vulnerable state? Even if the opponent was a psychic entity, a few fireballs should suffice. Why engage in a drawn-out battle? There existed simpler solutions, yet they chose to indulge in such theatrics. Outside in the plaza, onlookers raised their phones, capturing the spectacle on the second floor. From their vantage point, Marilu and the Kiri Elodian occasionally appeared by the window, accompanied by blue orbs and beams striking the glass. None of these luminous projectiles managed to shatter the windows, leaving the spectators in awe. Such intense combat, yet the building remains intact. How extraordinary. It must be that invisible barrier. Someone has shielded the entire room. If such technology could be widely adopted, we need not fear monsters demolishing our homes, nor worry about earthquakes. Some individuals envied the barrier's capabilities, recognizing its formidable strength. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jianwu felt a pulse of energy from his left wrist, concealed within his pocket, unnoticed by those around him. The circular armament materialized, subsequently tearing through the fabric of space, while no one in attendance perceived this occurrence. Meanwhile, within the dessert shop, Marilu sought an opportunity to strike, continually firing beams toward her opponent. However, The Kiri Elodian effortlessly transformed into psychic energy upon detecting her attacks. Much to her vexation. Damn it. I should have simply eliminated you at once, she lamented, concealed behind the sofa, enveloped in her barrier. She admitted to being somewhat arrogant, even contemplating engaging her adversary in close combat. Alas, it was too late. The Kyriolod appeared once more on the ceiling, their voice dripping with derision. Hurry and draw your weapon. Unleash another fireball, for that is indeed the power of the cosmic dinosaur, Jedon. Ha ha ha. Did she truly believe such a notion? If the fireball failed to strike true and collided with the barrier instead, her opponent would surely escape. Malyulu remained silent, diligently seeking an opportunity to employ her own radiance against her foe, while simultaneously calling for reinforcements over the communication channel. Seeing that my opponent ignored me, the Kyriolod's tone turned icy. This cursed Matronian refuses to fall for my ploy. Whoosh! A sound of air being cleaved apart echoed, revealing a golden bracelet adorned with diamond-shaped crystals upon her wrist, inscribed with ancient runes. Before she could comprehend the situation, the bracelet suddenly expanded, generating an unparalleled gravitational force that drew her inexorably towards it. Who? Release me, you wretched being. I am the magnificent Kyriolod. And no, you mustn't. The Kyriolod screamed in terror, attempting to transform into a mass of psychic energy to escape, but the bracelet offered no respite, swallowing her whole in an instant. What has transpired? Hearing the commotion, Malyulu peeked from behind the sofa, only to behold the golden bracelet floating in midair, devoid of any sign of the Kyriolod. This is... Malyulu's pupils constricted. Whoosh! In her moment of stupor, the golden bracelet sliced through space, vanishing before her eyes. Malyulu, where's the enemy? Just then, a humanoid, gray mouse clad in an Imperial Zoo uniform appeared beside Malyulu, notably with exceptionally large ears. He assumed a combat stance, surveying his surroundings, yet failed to detect the adversary Malyulu had mentioned over the phone. The enemy has been captured by Trigga. Malyulu collapsed onto the sofa. Igar, why have you reverted to your original form? Quickly, transform back. It would be unfortunate if a human happened to see you. We are not yet prepared to be accepted by ordinary people. Igar, who had been contemplating why Trigga had seized the enemy, scratched his ear and replied, Rest assured, the surveillance is malfunctioning, and from my position, humans outside cannot capture me. Maintaining my humanoid form is exhausting. I lack your fortitude. And I have been diligent. Transforming back to my original shape only once every 6 hours is already quite the challenge. This is also a form of training. Otherwise, why would you be assigned to the zoo? Hurry and revert. Very well. Reluctantly, Igar complied, for Malyulu was indeed his superior. With a thought, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and he returned to the guise of a zoo staff member. Since the enemy has been captured by Trigga, shall I return to the zoo then? Yes, return. Be sure to contact the mall manager and inform him that the situation has been resolved, and business can resume as usual. Wait, do you not need to address this barrier with your hypergun? It was the first time encountering such a task, and I nearly forgot. Just as Malyulu intended to make her escape, she drew forth her hypergun along with a memory device. Boot up freeze ray, she declared. A white beam of freezing energy erupted from the barrel, striking the barrier, which instantly became marred with cracks before ultimately shattering into luminous particles that danced within the confectionery shop. Although the barrier had undergone significant enhancements, the freezing ray still managed to penetrate its defenses. After executing this feat, both figures vanished in a flash, teleporting away. Onlookers in the plaza, holding their phones aloft, fortuitously captured the spectacle, while the interior of the shop shimmered with the drifting particles of light. How beautiful it was! Was this the end? Indeed, it was. The proprietor had sent me a message confirming that the mall could resume normal operations. Who emerged victorious? Must it even be asked? Surely, it was the woman clad in white. Upon hearing the staff within the mall respond, the crowd in the plaza gradually ascended the stairs, eager to visit the dessert shop. Chapter 34. The Fortunate Civil Engineering Senior. This marked their first close encounter with a supernatural event, and the thought of not witnessing it firsthand felt somewhat like a loss. Why don't we take a look? We could also catch a movie on the third floor. Beside them, Hikagaya felt a stir of intrigue. Owing to his middle school delusions, he was quite curious about witnessing something related to the superhuman firsthand. Yukinoshita and Yui didn't object. Their curiosity piqued as well. And so the trio turned their gaze toward the silent figure of Kenji, who stood with his hands buried in his pockets. "Well, I don't mind either," Kenji remarked. Noticing their collective attention on him, he withdrew his left hand from his pocket. Subsequently, the group followed the crowd to the second floor, where they beheld the scene inside the dessert shop. Aside from the lingering particles of light that floated within the room, it appeared almost identical to how it was when they left, having suffered no apparent damage. Remarkably, there was no destruction. Of course, that invisible barrier was likely the reason. This was rather normal, wasn't it? Oh, and the corpse of that hefty man remains untouched, surprisingly unscathed by the battle, Kenji noted. Outside the shop, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Apart from the owner, few dared to enter. They were cautious, fearing that the floating light particles might pose a danger to their health. They were there for the spectacle, yet unwilling to take unnecessary risks. "Excuse me, please make way." A team of medical personnel pushed through the throng, carrying a stretcher to retrieve the body of the man lying on the table. Hikagaya appeared inside the shop, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "It feels rather different from what I had envisioned. Were you perhaps expecting to see ruins and rubble?" Yukinoshita replied bluntly. "Wake up. This is reality, not a DC superhero film. Given the circumstances, this is the best outcome possible. No one wishes to witness decades of savings reduced to mere ruins." The scale of destruction often showcased in superhero films, where entire cities are obliterated, is something that, outside of civil engineers, few can truly accept in reality. With that said, I reckon insurance purchases will surge in the future. I wonder if insurance companies can even afford to cover it, Yui pondered aloud. "Well, that will depend on the government," Yukinoshita acknowledged, hesitant to draw a hasty conclusion. It seems civil engineering will be in high demand moving forward," Hikagaya jested, recalling the devastation of Sydney at the hands of a monster. Given the kind of destruction wrought by such creatures, it appeared that future civil engineering students would indeed be fortunate, with no shortage of employment opportunities. Shortly thereafter, the group lingered there for only a brief moment before ascending to the third floor. Upon arriving at the cinema lobby, Kenji purchased 4 tickets for a film starring the Eternal Clan's Ginge at the self-service ticket machine. The film, titled Superman Origins, boasts a runtime of over 3 hours. This adaptation, a collaboration between American DC films and Bollywood, offers a unique Indian interpretation of Superman. In this narrative, Kal-El's spacecraft does not crash on a farm in Kansas, but rather lands in the city of Mumbai, where the story unfolds. Although it is merely 2008, Jinwoo finds himself unable to recall how many iterations of Superman have graced the screen. DC seems to be on an unending path of reboots, even in this realm. Different universes within DC share a similar fate, reboot after reboot ad infinitum. Jinwoo is left speechless. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the 4 of them entered the theater, discovering a considerable audience present despite the frequent reboots. There are still many willing viewers. They took their seats, and with the familiar opening animation of a DC film, a Bollywood version of Superman unfolded before them. 3.5 hours later, Jinwoo emerged from the cinema, yawning. The film was abysmal. He would dare to label it as DC's most dreadful superhero movie. What he found particularly exasperating was the scene where Superman's adoptive father was swept away by a tornado. At the moment of life and death, Superman and his father inexplicably began to dance, culminating in Superman watching helplessly as his father was torn apart by the tempest. Jinwoo respects their culture, yet he simply cannot comprehend it. In a runtime of 3.5 hours, they managed to include half an hour of dancing, an irredeemable flaw, even in collaboration with DC. As if the dancing wasn't enough, the plot was equally atrocious. Hikia facepalmed, somewhat at a loss for words. Yubahama remarked that she would rather not be invited to any future films starring Jingu. Yukinoshita also found it unbearable, feeling as if her eyes had been sullied. She acknowledged the talent of the young actor, yet the script was so poor that it seemed reckless for anyone to continue performing after reading it. Yubahama chuckled, wanting to express her thoughts, but finding herself at a loss, as she too believed the film was quite dreadful. As darkness fell, they parted ways to return home. Casting a glance at the distant sunset, Jianwu felt inexplicably that the day had passed unusually quickly. Curse it, those 3.5 hours felt like complete waste. After bidding farewell to Hikiya and Yukinoshita, Jianwu returned home. Where have you been? I didn't see you at all today. You promised to take me gaming last week. The moment he opened the door, he found Xiao Guang pouting, blocking his path. Sorry, dear brother, I got caught up in some matters today. How about I make it up to you with a gift? Jianwu knelt down to pat Xiao Guang's head, then retrieved his backpack and produced a remaining panda keychain from within. Ding ding, a panda backpack, a panda plushie, and a panda keychain. Wow, it's a panda. Thank you, brother. This time, I forgive you, Xiao Guang exclaimed, embracing the panda tightly, rubbing her face against the plush's fur, her little face beaming with joy. Children truly have short memories for grievances. Now, let us play a game together before dinner, Jianwu suggested, leading Xiao Guang to the television, turning on the game console, and selecting Snowman Brothers. Each took a controller, immersed in their gaming session. After about half an hour of play, they were called to dinner. As Daegu was out at a gathering with colleagues, only Lina and the others were present at the dining table. During the meal, Jianwu heard on the Ryukyu channel about the remarkable deeds of Ichiro Haruki. It was reported that Mr. Kudo, the owner, had gifted a shop under his name to Mr. Haruki, who subsequently named it So. One wonders how Mr. Kudo managed to persuade Ichiro Haruki, especially since he had previously stated he would not accept such a gift. Was the offer simply too generous? Regardless, he resolved to investigate the current circumstances of this individual at a later time. The subsequent news proved rather tedious, consisting of trivial matters concerning Ryukyu Prefecture. Oddly enough, there was no coverage of the recent attack on Titan Mall. Jianwu found it peculiar that such a significant event had gone unreported. Chapter 35. On a dark and windy night, Jianwu decided to investigate further. After all, had not Galba appeared at Jumshan without any prior reports? Was it true that the Daitian Mall had been attacked by an invincible being? You were not involved in this affair, were you? Lina, remaining at home, was oblivious to these events. Of course, I was not involved. I was merely a spectator. Furthermore, it was not an invincible being that attacked, but rather a monster. He recalled that many individuals had recorded videos at the time, and logically, there should have been footage circulating online. Upon hearing Lina's uncertainty, Jianwu picked up his phone and searched the Neon network, only to discover a complete lack of news regarding the incident. Strange, I distinctly remember numerous people filming videos. Did none of them post anything online? He also searched on YouTube. While there were some videos, they had garnered minimal views, indicating they had been deliberately suppressed. If not for his specific search, they would likely remain unrecommended. In the future, when encountering such situations, do not linger to watch the spectacle. Flee swiftly, the farther the better. Observing the blue creature in the video on Jianwu's phone, Lina displayed a hint of fear and reproached Jianwu for not running away, but instead remaining to watch. I will remember for next time, Jianwu smiled, but as of now, a monster capable of harming me has yet to appear. The second monster emerged at Jumshan, resembling a fusion of Galba and Melba. At that moment, the Ryukyu News channel reported Galba's appearance at Jumshan. Thank you for tuning in. See you again tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. As the news segment concluded, Jianwu was taken aback. Indeed, there had been no report on the Daitian Mall attack. It appeared that the defense team was not in good standing with either the Neon or American forces, allowing such an opportunity to cultivate public trust to be obscured by these two entities. After dinner, Jianwu took the initiative to tidy up, and after about 10 minutes of busyness, he returned to his room. Once inside, he securely locked the door, and with a thought, he arrived at the eternal pinnacle of Mars. He intended to deal with the troublesome Kyrielodians, as their live broadcasts had attracted a significant audience. He would not be surprised if the Kyrielodian deity manifested in reality by tomorrow. This matter must be resolved, but addressing it on Earth would risk exposing his location. Thus, he opted for Mars, where no one could perceive his presence. Were it not for the existence of the eternal core here, he would have undoubtedly summoned the monsters to engage in battle. On Mars, he possessed absolute control, no one could traverse his domain. Regrettably, the Eternal Core's consciousness was too fragile to permit such actions. Do I now resemble a dimensional demon? He pondered, considering Mars as his sovereign territory. The title Dimensional Demon Trigga was surprisingly appealing to him. Perhaps Ancient One had not appeared because of his manifestation as a dimensional demon in reality. Yet, that still felt amiss. Logically, she should have obliterated any dimensional demon appearing in reality. Never mind, I shall first address the servant of the dimensional demon, Kyrielod. Jinwu concluded, contemplating that the Kyrielodian deity, confined within the gates of hell, could also be regarded as a dimensional demon. With a flicker of thought, the sword master summoned the circular weapon, which materialized around his wrist. In an instant, a beam of azure light emerged from it, coalescing into a humanoid energy form, the being known as the Kyrielod. Upon regaining her original form, the Kyrielod exhibited no hesitation in her desire to ascend into the heavens. However, she soon discovered herself paralyzed. The god of Kyrielod shall not spare you, she proclaimed defiantly, though she was rendered powerless to act. The sword master exchanged no further words with her. With a mere thought, golden light erupted from the earth, ensnaring her. This is the power of the Eternal Core. How could you? She gasped, her right hand clenching lightly, only to be swiftly refined into an essence of the purest blue energy, surrounded by swirling violet-black energy, hovering before the sword master. Upon witnessing the violet-black energy, the sword master furrowed his brow. This energy bore a faint aura of belief, yet was undeniably malevolent. The notion that live-streamed preaching could indeed harvest faith was astonishing, especially considering the sheer volume, hundreds of souls. Without hesitation, the sword master unleashed a beam of light to purify the violet-black energy. As he gestured, the memories belonging to the Kyrielod unfolded before him like a cinematic reel, spanning several centuries. This particular Kyrielod was named Ado, and the majority of her memories were spent in a peculiar realm, until several decades ago when a clan member named Ikoin extracted her through a fissure in the gate of hell. The sword master skimmed through the memories, fast-forwarding to the events following Ado's arrival on Earth. So it was you who orchestrated the mischief with Galban, he mused, realizing from her recollections that shortly after Golzan's demise, his lingering resentment was drawn into the world beyond the gate of hell by Ado's kin. The gate of hell, also known as the gate of the underworld, served as a conduit for resurrecting the slain beasts. Ado conjoined Golzan's resentment with the anguish stemming from Merba's death, thereby creating Galba, intending to lure out Trigga and eliminate him, followed by the Supreme Mage. Ah, how intriguing that the Supreme Mage is involved as well. Unfortunately, Galba's fusion was not entirely successful. She faltered at the very first step. Upon witnessing the plan's collapse, Ado sought to remain hidden, only to inadvertently expose herself. Indeed, she was a considerable nuisance. At this rate, would the beasts he had vanquished require slaying once more? Moreover, he would have to confront the enigmatic god of Kyrielod. It was imperative to eradicate these pests. The sword master began to sift through Ado's memories in search of their lair. He found it. A smile crept upon his lips as he vanished into thin air. Tokyo. The night was as dark as ink, with fierce winds howling. The inclement weather cast a somber atmosphere over this world-renowned city. Within an obscure church, dozens of individuals clad in brown garments engaged in a ritual of prayer before the stone doors of the high altar. The stone door, a double-leaf structure towering approximately 3 meters high, is adorned with intricate patterns sculpted in the likeness of human figures, each depicting various agonies reminiscent of martyrs. As the crowd below fervently prays, waves of dark violet energy surge forth from their beings, ultimately converging into the stone portal. With each influx of energy, the carvings upon the door emit a mesmerizing dark purple glow, shrouded in enigma. After a considerable duration, their ritual finally reaches its conclusion. Soon, the deity Kyrielod shall cleanse this world tainted by humanity. The leader gazes fervently at the stone door when suddenly his expression shifts. A somber countenance overtakes him as he turns to address the congregation before him, inquiring, "Who was the last to encounter Ado? Do any of you know her whereabouts?" Chapter 36. The time of murder, he could no longer sense the vital essence of Edo. At such a critical moment, as the apostle of the divine, in the divine palace of Ayuen, was unable to accept such a turn of events. Previously, Edo had mentioned that Talia and the Supreme Mage were, in her eyes, unstable factors. She intended to eliminate Talia first before turning her attention to the Supreme Mage. It seemed she had ventured to the site of Talia's first appearance in Chonlu. One of the followers below murmured uncertainly. Indeed, she even took away the grievances of Golzan that were collected yesterday. Another follower chimed in. A self-destructive act. Ayuen snorted disdainfully. What did she mean by eliminating Talia before the Supreme Mage? Such arrogance, not knowing the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Did she not realize why they were confined to this cathedral, worshipping a gate to hell diminished to a mere fraction of its original form? The true gate to hell should reveal its full visage, suspended above the heads of mortals, drawing the faith of the earthly beings. Yet, due to the hindrance posed by the Supreme Mage, they were forced to conceal themselves within this cathedral. As for Talia, even the one who had led them out of the gate to hell held a deep-seated caution towards him. How could this newcomer be so utterly ignorant? Was it not better to patiently await the arrival of the deity, Kiliolord, accompanied by the army of the dead, as they crossed through the gate of hell? At that moment, what were Talia and the Supreme Mage but mere trifles, utterly powerless before the army of the undead? My lord, has something happened to Edo? A cautious follower inquired, observing the dark expression on Ayuen's face. Just now, I can no longer sense her life force. She is likely dead by now, probably in hell. Truly foolish. Her actions may have exposed our stronghold. Gather your belongings and follow me, the leader commanded, his teeth clenched in anger. They had cultivated this place for nearly 6 months, on the brink of success, only to have it jeopardized by a newcomer. An utterly detestable situation. Suddenly, several streaks of azure light, forming sword energy, sliced through the air, emanating from the darkness beyond the cathedral doors. The followers closest to the entrance had no time to react before the sword energy severed their hands and feet, rendering them immobile. They sought to escape their parasitic forms, only to find that these very forms had become their prison. No, my lord, I cannot escape this parasitic form. The divine palace of Ayuen had no time to respond, as he was preoccupied with evading the sword energy. After narrowly dodging the last 2 strikes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to regret it the very next moment. Not good. The target of those 2 sword energies was not him, but the gate to hell. Ayuen sought to intercept the 2 energies, but it was too late. No. Ayuen watched helplessly as the 2 sword energies struck the stone door, one from the left and the other from the right. Boom! The stone door shattered into 4 pieces and then collapsed from the heights above. As it fell, a purple-black mist began to spread, a sight that made Ayuen's eyes widen with anguish. The painstaking effort cultivated over more than half a year was reduced to ashes in an instant. Almost there, just a mere whisper away, and the mighty deity could have led the legion of the undead to cleanse this world. How infuriating! He glared at the church's grand entrance, where the howling winds of darkness swirled ominously. From within that abyss, he beheld a pair of luminous eyes, accompanied by a resplendent longsword. Turgia! Turgia! It is indeed Turgia. How could he know we were here? Could it be that Edo was slain by him? The congregation within the church, witnessing this scene, felt a palpable dread. Yet most of the faithful, having lost their hands and feet, were rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly. Those still whole shielded Ahara, Shinkong, behind them. I care not who you are. I shall render you to a state worse than death. I want you to witness the fury of the Kili Aelid people. Behind them, Ahara Shinkong underwent a transformation. Unlike Edo, whose entire being was enveloped in a blue energy, exuding an ethereal essence. Instead, he materialized with the vigor of true life, his expressions vividly discernible, resembling a malevolent specter weeping in agony, his muscular form radiating with light from the heart on his left chest. Begone! Ahara Shinkong forcefully shoved aside the congregants obstructing his path and charged directly towards the figure cloaked in darkness. A scorching pillar of flame surged from his right hand, racing towards that shadowy presence. The figure in the darkness was none other than Trigga's sword manifestation. Upon witnessing the stone door shatter under his blow, sword manifestation breathed a sigh of relief. These congregants posed but minor inconveniences. Prioritizing the destruction of that door was paramount, for unforeseen circumstances could arise. As Zahara Shinking's assault approached, sword manifestation remained unperturbed. His long sword vanished, and a crystal upon his forehead glimmered, transforming into a form of ethereal essence. With a swift motion, he evaded the attack and delivered a kick that sent Zahara Shinkong hurtling back into the church. Crossing his arms before his chest, he unleashed blue beams of light towards the heavens. The beams erupted above, scattering into a myriad of luminous particles that fell like snowflakes upon the congregants below, encasing them in ice, including the foremost Zahara Shinkong. Sword manifestation refrained from annihilating them outright, for even if they were to perish now, they would merely return from the gates of hell. It was essential to harness the power of the eternal core to eradicate them completely. The eternal core, being omnipotent, could undoubtedly obliterate such entities. With a flick of his hand, a golden bracelet floated in mid-air, drawing all the frozen Kili Aelid people into its embrace. Subsequently, he vanished, heading towards Mars. Shortly after Sword Manifestation's departure, Malyulu and Ik arrived on the scene. We arrived too late. Malyulu surveyed the church, littered with severed limbs and shattered remnants. Feeling a twinge of regret, they had rushed in response to the detection of anomalous energy, yet they had still failed to witness Trigga. Trigga has certainly spared us considerable effort, Ik mused, feeling a sense of relief that they had someone to cover their backs. However, the human form of Trigga is truly remarkable. In just 2 days, he has already endured numerous battles. Igai counted on his fingers. For battles in 2 days. No, if we include the incident at the Daitan shopping mall, that makes it 5 encounters. He's indeed a battle enthusiast. With such a formidable deity by our side, the TPC's emergence will undoubtedly require significantly less effort. By the way, when shall we emerge? There's no rush regarding our emergence. Let's first enjoy the spectacle, which should commence tomorrow. The nations led by America oppose the establishment of the TPC, which is splendid. This means that Ryukyu's restoration is imminent. Marilu smiled, already envisioning the expressions of these nations upon learning the news. Chapter 37. The 7 Grievances of Ryukyu. They could never have anticipated that due to the existence of TPC, the kingdom of Ryukyu was already backed by the support of nations such as the Dragon Country, Russia, Germany, Great Britain, and India. With this support, Ryukyu would break free from the control of Neon and successfully restore its nationhood. At that time, Ryukyu would officially be renamed, and it would become the new headquarters of the United Nations. This locale would bear a brand new name, the headquarters of the Ryukyu United Nations. This consensus among those nations ensured that the TPC organization established in Ryukyu would not be monopolized by any single country. When the time comes, the president will center his efforts around Ryukyu, creating a community of shared human destiny. This embodies the philosophy of TPC and the aspiration for which the president strives. Now, gather the fragments of the Gate of Hell, for these materials are of great value and can be transformed into durable weapons. Marilu commanded Yika to collect the fragments of the Gate of Hell. Hearing this, Yika sulkily approached and inhaled all the fragments into his belly. All right, let us depart. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Summit on Mars, Jianwu released all the frozen Kiliarodians and then directly harnessed the power of the Eternal Core, transforming them into pure energy. Thus, these Kiliarodians perished completely. Notably, this energy was devoid of any semblance of faith, presumably having been previously offered to the Gate of Hell. After perusing the memories of these Kiliarodians, Jianwu discovered they had been led out by one named Ikuin from the Gate of Hell. Regrettably, their memories did not reveal the whereabouts of the others, leaving Jianwu at a loss for how to proceed. Aside from these individuals, a small faction of Kiliarodians was scattered across the globe. Simultaneously, from the memories of the Iyuan Divine Palace, he learned that they had been pursued by the mages of Kamataiji in Great Britain, suffering considerable losses. and even the Gate of Hell had been destroyed by Ancient One at one point. This led them to Tokyo, where they took refuge in a church to sustain a miniature version of the Gate of Hell. After fleeing to Tokyo, they remained undeterred from their ultimate goal, to unleash the Gate of Hell, allowing the Killudian deity to lead an army of the undead to purify this world tainted by human desire, thereby establishing a new world devoid of any desire. Jinwoo's assessment of this was that it was a utopian dream, unrealistic. It would be prudent to keep an eye on the cult, after all. They would need to proselytize to gather faith. Even after the destruction of the Gate of Hell, it could still be summoned, but only with renewed offerings of faith. Otherwise, it would remain sealed. Jinwoo sighed deeply. After 2 days filled with numerous battles, he felt a lingering fatigue. Mars seemed rather desolate. Initially intending to return directly, Jinwoo suddenly soared into the air, gazing at the barren land around him, contemplations stirring within his mind. He had been thinking of asking for assistance in transforming Mars's environment once the state of the eternal core stabilized, yet he was uncertain when that stability would be achieved. Upon realizing that this place belonged to Marvel, he began to entertain a different notion. It is worth noting that within the Marvel universe, there exists a substance known as the Genesis Ember. This remarkable material, derived from the cosmic dust of ancient supernovae, possesses the extraordinary ability to rejuvenate a dying planet with merely an ounce of its essence within mere minutes. Should he acquire some of this ember and apply it to Mars, it could create a habitable environment conducive to human life. This would enable him to relocate his entire family to Mars without fearing for their safety. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to obtain some. He recalled that the entity known as the Collector possessed Genesis Ember. Jinwoo found this prospect quite promising. However, patience was essential. Lacking specific cosmic coordinates made locating the individual rather challenging. Jinwoo returned home from Mars, lay upon his bed, and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, at noon, with the sun shining brightly, the cacophony from outside roused him from his sweet dreams. What could be causing such a commotion? Jinwoo rose and opened the window, only to find the streets teeming with people waving flags. "We are Ryukyuans, not Okinawans. Americans, get out of Ryukyu. We refuse to be second-class citizens of Neon. We shall be Ryukyuans and support the restoration of Ryukyu." The throng extended for hundreds of meters. This was extraordinary. Jinwoo was bewildered by such a grand display. After freshening up in the bathroom attached to his bedroom, Jinwoo descended the stairs and happened upon Lena and Xiaowang seated at the table, enjoying their meal. "Jinwoo, you're awake. I thought you would sleep until evening like Daegu. There is still food in the pot. Hurry and eat," Lena exclaimed. "By the way, Jinwoo, it seems we are about to change countries. This matter has made international headlines and is the talk of the day." As she spoke, Lena switched on the television, which was broadcasting the news. "What do you mean we are changing countries?" Jinwoo asked, astonished, as he served himself a portion of rice. He turned to the television and noticed that the Ryukyu news segment, originally scheduled for 6 o'clock, was now being aired as a replay. The content was rife with accusations against the Neon government, summarized under the banner of the 7 grievances of Ryukyu. Notably, the news anchor was no longer the previous one, but had been replaced by a resolute-looking middle-aged man. Jinwoo recognized him as the president of the Tidan Consortium, Hikaru Shizukane. With a serious demeanor, Shizukane meticulously articulated the charges against the Neon government. "I, Hikaru Shizukane, president of the Tidan Consortium, will unveil all the transgressions committed by the Neon government against the Ryukyu people, collectively termed the 7 grievances of Ryukyu. First grievance: Neon, the annihilation of Ryukyu. The land beneath our feet was once a sovereign nation, brutally annexed by Neon, ushering in a colonial regime that resulted in the deaths of countless Ryukyuans. Second grievance: Neon's wartime policy of destruction, which coerced hundreds of thousands of Ryukyuans into suicide, leaving innumerable families torn apart. My wife's grandfather was among those victims. Every time the subject is broached, my wife is overwhelmed with emotion. The first grievance against Neon is the cession of 20 of the core territory of Ryukyu to America for the establishment of military bases, subjecting the nearby residents to incessant disturbances and frequent crimes committed by American soldiers. causing immense suffering among the populace. The second grievance lies in Neon's perception of the Ryukyu people as inferior beings, devoid of any sense of equality, leading to rampant discrimination and constant obstacles for the Ryukyuans within Neon. The third grievance concerns the obliteration of Ryukyu culture, undermining its heritage and allowing the traditions of our ancestors to fade into the annals of time. Chapter 38. National Referendum. The grievances against Neon are manifold. The inequitable distribution of social resources has continuously stifled the development of CHRE, leading to the persistent marginalization of its people. The modern advancements in CHRE County are solely attributable to the contributions of the Tidan Consortium, with no involvement from the Neon government, a fact well understood by every CHRE resident. The relentless military deployments by Neon in CHRE instill daily fears among the populace that their homeland may transform into a battlefield. What purpose does a government that disregards its citizens serve? Keikoku Shizuka clenched his fists, unable to conceal the fury reflected in his gaze. It was evident to all that his anger was nearing its zenith. As the litany of grievances against Neon concluded, a plethora of video evidence began to unfold. Cases of assault, murder, and robbery committed by American soldiers, innumerable in their count, alongside recordings and footage of the Tidan Consortium being coerced by the Neon government during the early years of Ryukyu's development. Interviews revealing the discrimination and disdain faced by CHRE people working in Tokyo were also showcased. All of this pointed to the blatant injustices perpetrated by the Neon government against the CHRE populace. Historically, the Neon government has chosen to ignore the appeals of CHRE residents, treating them as anything but citizens of Neon. Look at this government that neglects us. Do we truly need it? We do not. Thus, we shall reclaim Ryukyu. We shall take control of our own destiny. We are entitled to this, for according to the Potsdam Declaration, the CHRE Islands do not belong to Neon territory. The clandestine arrangement between America and Neon to place Ryukyu under Neon's administration is contrary to international law. The CHRE Islands constitute an independent nation known as Ryukyu. We are Ryukyuans, not the subjugated CHRE under Neon. I, Keikoku Shizuka, along with the Member of Parliament Yukino Shida from CHRE County, shall initiate a nationwide referendum across the CHRE Islands. Should the voter turnout exceed 50, we will present the Ryukyu Restoration Agreement to the United Nations, thereby severing ties with Neon and emerging as a sovereign nation. The voting link will be dispatched to the mobile phones of every CHRE citizen, with results to be revealed on April 13th, 7 days hence. We ask for your patience. This concludes the news report. Following its completion, the broadcast resumed, indicating an intent to air continuously throughout the day. After watching the news, Kinwoo felt somewhat bewildered. What had transpired? Upon waking, he discovered that CHRE was on the verge of restoring Ryukyu. What had he missed? No wonder the Tidan Consortium has been investing heavily in CHRE. It was all in pursuit of the opportunity to restore the nation. He wondered about their chances of success. Lena expressed her sentiments, hoping that the president of the Tidan Consortium and the parliamentarian Yukino Shida would achieve their goals. Yet, reality clouded her optimism. Could they truly attain independence under the watchful eyes of America and Neon? Would they face repercussions? Would such retaliation affect the common citizens of CHRE? Since the president and the parliamentarian had chosen this course of action, they must possess their reasons. Those of their caliber do not embark on ventures devoid of certainty. Unlike Lena, Kinwa happened to be privy to certain details regarding the Tidan Consortium. The connection between Marilu and the Icarus alien is undeniably intertwined with the Tidan Consortium, as evidenced by the attire of the Icarus alien and the mention of the president by Marilu. Who could this president be but Shizuka Hikari, the head of the Tidan Consortium? The Icarus alien is, in fact, a staff member from the Tidan Zoo, a revelation I only grasped upon encountering him yesterday at the Tidan Mall. I recall his name emblazoned on his uniform, Ikari Toru. Behold, two extraterrestrials employed by the Tidan Consortium, which speaks volumes about the formidable capabilities of Shizuka Hikari. This also implies that the TPC is a creation of Shizuka Hikari herself. The kind of hyperguns capable of harnessing monster abilities that I witnessed is sufficient to outclass the technology of both America and Neon. Not to mention that the TPC might possess even more potent equipment yet to be unveiled. With such prowess, the D10 Consortium's quest for independence and restoration is hardly a challenge. No force on Earth can thwart the D10 Consortium's ambition to restore Ryukyu. After dinner, Kinwoo accompanied Xiao Wang in the living room for a gaming session, while Lena sat on the sofa watching them play. Suddenly, Lena was startled to receive a text message regarding the voting link for the restoration of Ryukyu. Should one agree to the restoration of Ryukyu and its separation from Neon? Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Lena clicked yes. She had been keenly aware of the good deeds the D10 Consortium had undertaken for Ryukyu, and moreover, her husband was a professor at D10 University. It would be remiss not to show support. At the very least, one must align oneself correctly. Kinwoo, you should vote too. After all, we have a professor from D10 University in our family. We ought to contribute in some way. Upon hearing this, Kinwoo opened his phone and, indeed, found a link, promptly clicking to express his agreement. He was indifferent about the restoration. It sufficed that his family wished for it. All right then. Now, all that remains is your father's phone, Lena remarked, rising to seek out the slumbering Daiku, intending to cast a vote using his device. Kinwoo, holding the game controller with one hand, utilized the other to search for news regarding the restoration of Ryukyu. Multitasking was no challenge for him. At that moment, news about the restoration of Ryukyu dominated the trending topics on Neon's internet, and it also topped the charts on YouTube. It seemed there was a highly skilled hacker within the D10 Consortium. Otherwise, the news would have been suppressed or limited like the incident at the D10 Mall. In the comments sections beneath the news on Neon's networks, the majority expressed vehement opposition to the restoration of Ryukyu, calling for the self-defense forces to suppress it and to investigate the D10 Consortium. However, some informed Neonians revealed that the assets of the D10 Consortium had been relocated overseas 6 months prior. In a surge of outrage, Neonians cursed the D10 Consortium, decrying their audacity to openly fracture their nation, deeming their actions deserving of punishment. Conversely, the comment section on YouTube was overwhelmingly supportive of the restoration of Ryukyu. The predominant languages are Korean and Vietnamese, along with declarations of one's identity as a person from India, fervently supporting the restoration of the Ryukyu Kingdom. Occasionally, one can also observe the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Beneath the comments of these supporters, the Neon people incessantly berate the original posters advocating for the Ryukyu revival, resulting in a rapid accumulation of hundreds of replies. In response to the insults from the Neon individuals, the original posters valiantly engaged in a verbal skirmish, with one individual from India particularly holding his ground against hundreds of adversaries from the Neon faction. The combat prowess displayed on platforms like YouTube is indeed formidable. The ability to counter these attacks even elicited laughter from Jianwu. Astonishingly, official media from the Dragon Kingdom, Russia, the European Union, and India seemed to be endorsing the restoration of the Ryukyu Kingdom. Suddenly, a video title caught his attention, prompting him to click on it immediately. Chapter 39. The restoration of the nation is inevitable. Upon clicking the video, it commenced with a series of screenshots depicting the official media accounts of nations such as Longwa, Russia, the European Union, and Tianju. Each of these images prominently referenced the contents of the Potsdam Declaration, particularly emphasizing that the Neon government holds no jurisdiction over the Ryukyu Islands. Furthermore, they expressed their support for the Ryukyu people in their endeavor to conduct a vote for independence from Neon, firmly opposing any interference from individuals or nations regarding this matter. The solidarity displayed by so many nations, coupled with their unwavering stance, is indeed a rare sight. Scanning the comments section of the video, viewers were engaged in discussions about the possibility of war erupting, astonished by the unified front of so many countries endorsing such a decision. Any educated individual on this planet is well aware that there exists an American military base on the Ryukyu Islands, which also houses the largest Air Force base of America in the Asia-Pacific region. The United States places immense value on these military installations, should the Ryukyu achieve restoration? What would become of the bases they have maintained for decades? Consequently, from their perspective, it is inconceivable that America would acquiesce to the restoration of Ryukyu. Many are apprehensive that this situation could serve as the spark for a third world war, with some even contemplating the construction of a safe house to avoid involvement in the conflict. After shutting off the video, Jianwu conducted a search for the supportive media from those nations regarding the restoration of Ryukyu, confirming that they echoed the same supportive sentiments as presented in the video. In the comment section of these official media accounts, Jianwu observed numerous neon individuals erupting in anger, clearly infuriated by the stance of these nations backing the restoration of Ryukyu. How dare you interfere in our domestic affairs? The Ryukyu Islands belong to Neon. We refuse to acknowledge the absurd Potsdam Declaration. Damn it. I demand you delete this post immediately and bow 90 degrees in apology to Neon. We must boycott the products of these nations. You must commit seppuku. The vitriolic and threatening comments from these Neon individuals were met with a barrage of responses from netizens across various countries. Faced with overwhelming opposition, some Neon commenters, unable to withstand the backlash, deleted their remarks and sulked in silence. With the backing of these nations, the support for the Ryukyu restoration seems assured. Jianwu perused the updates from the various nations' official media and sensed that Jingjian Guangwa must have reached some form of agreement with these countries. Otherwise, such a scenario would be improbable. He contemplated the possibility that the hypagun, capable of wielding monstrous powers, might have been a bargaining chip for the Dedan Consortium in securing this international support. However, he felt there was little need for such drastic measures. With such unreasonable weaponry in hand, who would dare to oppose them? He also considered the tactics of control and intimidation. Kindowu pondered that since Marilu would venture to the Daitian shopping center to confront the Kyrielad who threatened humanity, the Daitian Consortium backing Marilu would undoubtedly refrain from such actions, especially considering Marilu was adorned in the attire of the TPC Victory Team. He trusted his instincts and the significance of that uniform. Yet beyond this, he struggled to fathom any rationale that could unite these nations against the formidable entity known as America. The current situation was evident to any discerning observer. It was an assault on America. The resurgence of Ryukyu might well etch itself into the annals of Earth's history, and the era of American dominance across the globe seemed poised for transformation. He hoped for no unforeseen complications. Otherwise, Kindowu whispered to himself, otherwise, he would have to intervene personally. The only unforeseen variable in his mind was the far-off Captain Marvel. However, this eventuality seemed nearly impossible, as the Ryukyu Islands were not part of America's homeland, and it was unlikely that Nick Fury would deploy Captain Marvel as a trump card. Yes, finally, I've helped the Snowman Brothers complete the game, exclaimed Xiao Guang, filled with exuberance upon seeing the completion subtitles on the television. Brother, we did it. Witnessing Xiao Guang's joy, Kindowu couldn't help but smile slightly, but just as he was about to commend her, his body stiffened and the words caught in his throat. A flicker of vigilance crossed his eyes, which quickly morphed into confusion. Xiao Guang, you did wonderfully. Now, game time is over. Stay here and watch some television while I step out to buy some snacks as a reward for your accomplishment. Yay! I love you, brother. Upon hearing of the reward, Xiao Guang cheered loudly. Kindowu ruffled her hair, then rose and exited the room. After securing the door, he stepped outside, just as a figure gradually emerged from the alley at the street corner. It was Shizuka Kamiho. Kindowu had sensed the presence of the individual while still indoors. But unlike before, this time he perceived a non-human entity. It was only through the aura that he discerned this non-human being was Shizuka Kamiho. The latter bore no semblance of disguise, in stark contrast to Marilu and that Edo, as Shizuka entered within 100 meters. Kindowu immediately recognized that the individual before him was no longer human. Observing Shizuka's appearance, he felt that there was little difference from before, yet in his perception, Shizuka was now a mechanical life form, possessing the outward appearance of a human but devoid of human flesh and blood. The aura could not deceive him. Kindowu knew this was Shizuka Kamiho, though it seemed something had transpired. Ah, Shizuka, why are you out instead of at home reading comics? How peculiar. Kindowu waved at Shizuka. Quite the coincidence. I specifically came looking for you. I didn't expect you were just about to step out for snacks, replied Shizuka Kamiho, his expression impassive and his voice devoid of any emotion, like that of a robot. Kendo Wu felt a sinking sensation. After all, he had only mentioned the snack outing while indoors. It appears that the other party has indeed encountered some inexplicable events, which have transformed them into a mechanical life form. And not just any ordinary one. Is something amiss? I wish to show you something remarkable. What is this remarkable thing? Jinwu feigned a look of curiosity. Follow me, and you shall find out. The lion god turned, disappearing into an alley, gesturing for Jinwu to follow. Jinwu furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to accompany the lion god nonetheless. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a temporarily deserted underground parking lot. The atmosphere was dim and silent, with the sound of their footsteps echoing distinctly. What are we doing here? Jinwu inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he expanded his senses to detect any anomalies around them. Hush, Arakaki, just watch. The lion god signaled for silence, and then proceeded to the center of the underground parking area. Chapter 40. My robot classmate Lion God gazed at the 4 vehicles parked before him, slowly raising his hands in a manner reminiscent of a maestro at a concert. With a gentle flick of his fingers towards the cars, a series of lights illuminated the surroundings, illuminating their faces with a blinding glow while casting a slight brightness upon the dimly lit underground parking lot. How did you do that? Jianwu asked, his expression one of astonishment. Of course, it was all a facade. He could easily achieve such feats using his Ultraman telekinesis. It was evident that Lion God was eager to showcase his abilities, and Jianwu felt compelled to respond in kind. Upon hearing Jianwu's surprise, a smile finally graced Lion God's otherwise impassive face. Just watch. This is merely the beginning. Lion God did not directly answer Jianwu's query, instead continuing to orchestrate with his hands. The 4 autonomous vehicles began to move on their own, swirling around the two like dancers upon a stage. The brilliant lights from their fronts illuminated every corner of the parking lot. As Lion God waved his hands, the vehicles executed a series of impressive drifts, ultimately coming to a graceful halt before them. Wow, that's incredible, Jianwu exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the performance. Just as he once said, flesh is weak, machines ascend. Lion God paused, then slowly removed his jacket, revealing his fair-skinned torso. I'm no longer merely human, he declared. As soon as he spoke, Jianwu noticed the skin on Lion God's arms beginning to quiver, as if something were striving to break free from beneath. The outer layer of his skin gradually disassembled and reconfigured, akin to the transformations of a transformer. Soon, metallic components emerged from his arms, and in an instant, they morphed into 2 machine guns, surrounded by several smaller barrels. But that was not the end. The skin on Lion God's back began to writhe similarly, revealing mechanical elements that emerged from his body. Ultimately, they reformed into a jet propulsion device, with an array of gun barrels materializing around it. In Jianwu's eyes, Lion God had transformed into a veritable war machine. Right now, I am akin to that Spider-Man from the tube. A true superhero, Lion God spoke softly, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Are you serious? Is that really you, Lion God? Jianwu stepped back, seemingly taken aback by the transformation, struggling to comprehend how Lion God could have changed so drastically. I have always been Lion God, he replied, turning to see Jianwu's startled retreat. A hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he realized that even his childhood friend could experience fear. Now, tell me about the most significant event that has ever occurred in your life. 3 years ago, my mother collapsed on the street, where she was witnessed by your mother. After being admitted to the hospital, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Although it was in the early stages, our family lacked the financial means for treatment. Ultimately, it was your father who leveraged his connections at the D-Tan hospital to secure free treatment for my mother. Are you satisfied with this answer? When Lion God spoke of this matter, his gratitude towards the parents of Arakaki was palpable, extending even to Arakaki himself. Were it not for Arakaki's parents, he would have likely lost his sole remaining family member. From that day forward, he came to understand that there are indeed good people in this world. He hoped that such individuals would proliferate, fostering a sense of goodwill towards the world. I am willing to believe you are Lion God. However, I am curious as to how you transformed into this. Jinwoo was quite intrigued by how his childhood friend had morphed into a mechanical life form. It was difficult for him to accept that in just one day, this familiar companion had undergone such a profound change. In truth, it wasn't as extraordinary as it seemed. Much like a scene from a science fiction film. Last night, while I was out searching for Xiao Huang, I encountered an alien spacecraft making an emergency landing at Kume Park. Unfortunately, my physical body was destroyed by their vessel, but they bestowed upon me a new form. This mechanical life form you now see, akin to a Terminator. Lion God reveled in the potent energy surging through his mechanical body, harboring no resentment towards the aliens for the destruction of his flesh. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It was because of them that he had become a superhero, transcending his former existence as an ordinary individual devoid of merit. So that was the case. Jinwoo pondered privately that he had been too preoccupied the previous night, attending to the Kyrielodians, thus unaware of the aliens' arrival in Kume Village. These aliens appeared rather benevolent. They accidentally crushed an ant by the roadside and subsequently upgraded it. However, it seemed he had been rather lax regarding the safety of his surroundings. In his absence, those nearby had been transformed into mechanical beings. The thought of his own family undergoing such a transformation was unbearable to him. He could not accept the notion of his loved ones suddenly becoming mechanical life forms. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to equip them with means of self-defense, at the very least to ensure their safety. By the way, you mentioned that upon acquiring superpowers, you would systematically eliminate that group of soldiers. Surely you do not mean to pursue this course of action? Jinwoo recalled some of the remarks made by his companion days prior. He could not allow such actions to unfold just yet. It was crucial to wait until after the restoration of Ryukyu. Absolutely not. It appeared that Lion God was not one to act irrationally. However, his next statement caused Jinwoo to reconsider. I will directly commandeer their base's missile systems and obliterate them. Lion God articulated this with a casual nonchalance, as if the lives of those individuals meant nothing to him. In that moment, his expression reminded Jinwoo of the indifference with which Lion God had once regarded the death of a pet, void of any semblance of concern. Is this truly within your capabilities? Jinwoo was indeed somewhat taken aback this time. The missile system invading the military base and launching an attack using their own missiles was quite extraordinary. Such a feat was beyond his capabilities. Naturally, if I wished, I could stand here and unleash the world's nuclear arsenal upon the very soil of America. Would you truly do that? Arikaki, what kind of person do you perceive me to be? I was merely speaking in metaphor. Even if I were to launch a nuclear strike, it would be directed at Tokyo for there. You understand. As Shishigami spoke, a flicker of resentment glimmered deep within his gaze. Chapter 41. The Lion God seeks to join TPC. Jinwoo understood the source of the Lion God's ire. It was directed towards his biological father, who had strayed during his youth, ultimately leading to a divorce from his mother. Subsequently, his father established a new family with the other woman, raising a son and a daughter, and they thrived in the bustling metropolis of Tokyo, living a life of utmost happiness. In stark contrast, his mother was left to return to their hometown in Okinawa with the young Lion God, enduring years of hardship. Aside from a meager child support payment dictated by law, his father offered nothing. Thus, his mother single-handedly raised the Lion God, tirelessly toiling to make ends meet, ultimately succumbing to breast cancer due to the strain of her struggles. Had it not been for Jinwoo's adoptive father's connections, they would have been unable to afford medical treatment. The Lion God attributed all his suffering to his father's betrayal, naturally harboring resentment towards the man who had abandoned them. Jinwoo remained silent, refraining from offering platitudes. He understood the wisdom in the saying, one should not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their hardships. So, you summoned me merely to showcase your extraordinary abilities? Jinwoo broke the oppressive silence. Of course, what else could it be? So what do you think? Am I not handsome now? The Lion God's expression brightened at Jinwoo's remark, burying the resentment deep within his heart. He then flaunted the machine guns strapped to his arms, swinging them before Jinwoo, who found himself dazzled by the display. All right, I must concede, Your current appearance is indeed striking. You resemble a real-life Astro Boy. However, can you still carry on your lineage? Jianwu felt compelled to deliver a blow to the lion god as pride, sensing his smugness. Cough, cough. The lion god found himself choking on this unexpected question. At present, I have no need for progeny. I can live for a long time. My sole focus is to care for my mother, so the ability to reproduce is of little consequence. He was reluctant to delve into this topic further. Jianwu, unfazed by the evasive response, pressed on. Are you still planning to blow up the American soldiers at the base? Not at the moment. Oh, I want to be swept away by power as depicted in films, especially since I have witnessed the truth of this world. What truth? At Jianwu's inquiry, the lion god's expression grew serious. The jetpack and various weapons retracted, and his upper body reverted to a human form, restoring the surrounding vehicles to their original positions. He then raised his right hand, emitting a faint sound wave that temporarily incapacitated the electronic devices in the vicinity. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot from his index finger, illuminating the ceiling and projecting a screen. On the projection, an astonishingly advanced, high-tech city emerged, with a myriad of futuristic spacecraft soaring through the skies. Where's this? Jianwu felt that this place did not resemble Earth. This was one of the truths of the world. Here lay Wakanda, ostensibly a poverty-stricken African nation reliant on United Nations aid. In reality, it was an advanced nation, leading Earth's technology by centuries, having deceived all the countries on the planet. So it was Wakanda, Jianwu realized, the homeland of the Black Panther. The lion god was surprisingly able to bypass their firewall, indicating that the alien technology used to enhance the lion god surpassed that of Wakanda. The lion god gazed in awe at the high-tech city displayed on the screen, pausing momentarily before adding, "Perhaps I've been a bit too absolute. There are indeed nations on Earth that are aware of the true nature of this country, such as a division within America known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." After uttering this, the lion god spat in disdain. What a ridiculous name. Why is it so long? They could have at least chosen something more memorable. Perhaps they have realized this issue and are already contemplating a name change. Jianwu chuckled softly. One can only hope. After all, this division once had a figure known as Captain Marvel, who is no longer on Earth, but was immensely powerful, capable of kicking nuclear bombs like balls. It was because of her that this absurd division became aware of Wakanda's existence. Kicking nuclear bombs? Is that something you can do? Jianwu swallowed hard, expressing his astonishment. No. I can only control the launching of nuclear bombs. I would perish if I tried to withstand one. The lion god replied quietly, feeling somewhat disheartened upon learning of such a legendary figure. He had thought himself invincible, only to discover that justice could descend from the heavens. Was he, the lion god, merely following a villain's script? What a joke. Clearly, the American soldiers should be the antagonists. Why then did such a divine being stand above those scoundrels? He longed to eliminate those soldiers, but feared provoking Captain Marvel. He was unwilling to accept this. So, it is because of her existence that you hesitate to act. I am merely exercising strategic restraint. When the time comes to strike, I shall not hold back. The lion god would not admit to fear. So, when you take action, that brings me to the third mysterious force I have uncovered. The Earth Peace United Organization, abbreviated as TPC, founded by the president of the Decisive Consortium. All I know is that they can harness the abilities of monsters. This organization is shrouded in mystery. I spent an entire morning without discovering their headquarters, and I learned of this organization only from the conferences of those great powers. Wait, you infiltrated those great powers conferences? Jianwu was astonished. This young man truly was untamed with newfound power. Indeed, the Decisive Consortium aspires for all nations on Earth to join the TPC. Regrettably, countries led by America do not concur. However, nations such as the Dragon Kingdom, Russia, the European Union, and India have already become members, even establishing TPC branches within their territories. Furthermore, they have received weapon samples from the TPC. Having examined these armaments, I can affirm their formidable nature. I believe they possess the capability to rival even Captain Marvel. So, do you wish to join the TPC? Do you think I should enlist as well? The lion god sought out Jianwu precisely for this reason, as he has but one friend and yearns for his counsel. Well, one could argue that Hikia also fits this description, but that fellow is rather. The lion god prefers not to elaborate further. Chapter 42. It is wonderful without monsters. Before addressing your inquiry, I wish to comprehend the nature of this organization, known as TPC, and the capabilities it possesses. Jianwu is aware of the organization's purpose, yet Shizagami has not divulged any specifics. He merely mentioned that TPC wields formidable weaponry and is allied with numerous nations. Without further elucidation on the organization itself, he would not reveal his own secrets. Even though Shizagami has transformed into a powerful mechanical entity, he remains insignificant in the face of monsters and extraterrestrial beings. To summarize, it is exceedingly weak. Upon hearing this, Shizagami immediately shared all that he knew about TPC. Firstly, TPC harbors individuals with superpowers, such as Marilu, who had appeared at the Daitian Mall yesterday. Shizagami became aware of Marilu after viewing a video of the attack on the Daitian Mall, which had been restricted by Neon America. He surmised that Marilu was a superpowered individual affiliated with TPC. After reviewing all the surveillance footage from the Daitian Mall, he noted that aside from a destruction within the dessert shop, there was no record of Marilu's presence elsewhere in the footage. This implied that Marilu had materialized directly within the dessert shop, reinforcing Shizagami's belief in her extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, the Daitian Consortium established TPC with the intention of creating a collective force against monsters and extraterrestrials, a fact known to all nations. Hence the full name, the Earth Peace Alliance. The president of the Daitian Consortium aspires to forge a shared destiny for humanity, akin to a new United Nations. Regardless of the underlying motives, he at least seeks to unite these countries on a common front. Having spoken, Shizagami felt a pang of thirst and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, drinking heartily. Based on your assertions, your abilities indeed render you a fitting candidate for this organization. However, is your desire to join merely to evade retribution from Captain Marvel after you subsequently obliterate the American troops? Jianwu contemplated this for a moment. Recognizing that Shizagami's current disposition aligns well with TPC, albeit his motivations seemed somewhat skewed, this is but one aspect. The more critical reason is my desire to wield this power to safeguard our homeland. As you are aware, the world has become increasingly perilous. Shizagami shook his head. Chunlu is the homeland of his mother, and thus his own as well, and the land beneath his feet has granted his mother a new lease on life, revealing the beauty of this world to him. He yearns to protect this place from further oppression. Concurrently, he admires the actions of the Daitian Consortium, which fuels his desire to join the TPC they have established. Indeed, you might consider attempting to join TPC. The ability to unite so many nations is already a testament to its strength. It is rather straightforward. It is merely a consequence of America's hegemony, coupled with the threat posed by monsters and the distribution of weapon samples by TPC. Consequently, those nations naturally consent to join TPC, for they lack the capacity to replicate TPC's weapons, which are essential tools for combating monsters. Jianwu nodded, realizing that such a seemingly simple issue had eluded him previously. Indeed, it is reminiscent of a certain nation's elections, where most presidential candidates are swiftly eliminated to facilitate one's own ascension, a method both simple and direct. The question now lies in whether this organization will deem you worthy. I possess considerable confidence regarding this matter. How could such an organization possibly disregard a proactive and surrendering Terminator? The Lion God remarked with a half-jesting tone. Given the organization's objectives, does it not stand to reason that the more capable individuals there are, the better? Thus, I'm quite optimistic about joining TPC. Well, I wish you luck. That was the only blessing Jianwu could muster. I shall now send my capabilities information to that Marilu S mobile phone. As he spoke, the Lion God meticulously edited the majority of his abilities within his mind's program and dispatched the information directly to Marilu. Does she not possess any information regarding the TPC base on her phone? No, they utilize specialized devices for communication, devices I cannot infiltrate. Furthermore, That phone belonging to Marilu contains no information about the TPC. It is merely a personal device. Incredibly, she replied to me so swiftly. Singu, I must step away for a moment. Not long after the Lion God sent his message, Marilu's response arrived. She wishes to meet with the Lion God. Then farewell. I shall inform you of any updates. The Lion God waved at Jianwu and hurried towards the parking lot exit. Jianwu glanced at the departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, utterly devoid of concern. Judging by Marilu and Ika's actions, there was no issue with their impending meeting. It was time for him to visit the supermarket to procure some snacks for home. With this thought in mind, Jianwu turned towards another exit, one distinct from the route taken by the Lion God, as this pathway was closer to the supermarket. After approximately 5 minutes, he arrived at the store, purchased an assortment of snacks particularly favored by his family, and exited the supermarket carrying 2 large bags. Glancing up at the sun gradually descending in the west, Jianwu felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He retrieved his phone and began browsing videos online as he walked. Noticing nothing amiss, only content pertaining to the restoration of Ryukyu. Clearly, the Destined consortium had amplified this issue, ensuring its continued prominence, as such a situation would favor their international standing. After scrolling through dozens of reports regarding the Ryukyu restoration, he finally stumbled upon a video unrelated to the topic at hand. The title was striking: Tony Stark kidnapped while testing weapons in the Middle East. America has organized a rescue operation. As anticipated, this was the beginning of Tony Stark's resurgence. It seems that it will not be long before Iron Man makes his grand entrance. However, at such a critical juncture, the abduction of America's foremost arms dealer is bound to cause significant headaches for the nation, diverting some attention from the Ryukyu restoration. After all, Tony Stark is not merely an arms dealer. He is the son of the founder of S.H.I.L.D. America would never forsake such an individual. However, none of this concerned him. He was simply aware that today was a day devoid of monstrous appearances, which was quite delightful. He had thought he would have to engage in battles daily. Upon returning home, as Jianwu opened a door, Xiao Guang rushed to greet him, not to embrace him, but to seize the bounty of snacks. Wow, so many treats and my favorite pudding. Thank you, brother. Upon opening the bag, Xiao Guang discovered it was filled with her beloved snacks. Jianwu affectionately tousled her hair, signaling her to take the bag to the living room to enjoy with their mother. At that moment, there was another presence in the living room, Dagu, who had just awakened. However, he appeared somewhat dazed. After a night of revelry, he woke to his wife mentioning a change in governance, assuming she was jesting. After all, how could the people of Chong-Lu be so resolute? It was only upon seeing the news replayed on television that he realized it was no joke. It turned out to be a collaborative effort between the Destined consortium and the legislators of Chong-Lu County. Well, that's a relief. Chapter 43. The store of the Bajijians at last. The long-awaited day has arrived, marking the farewell to this ineffective government. After reading the news, Daegu uncorked a bottle of liquor, eager to celebrate the rebirth of a nation. However, before he could pour it into a glass, Lena snatched it away. Still drinking? Haven't you had enough sleep? Have some cola instead. With a glare directed at Daegu, she capped the bottle and rose to retrieve a can of cola from the refrigerator. Overcome by impulse, Daegu scratched his head, acknowledging that his habit of drinking upon waking was indeed unwise and needed remedy. While the taste of alcohol is delightful, moderation is key. If the nation were to be restored, wouldn't the Destined consortium be hailed as founding heroes? Would this mean an increase in my salary as a professor at Destined University? Daegu pondered, never once considering the possibility of the Destined consortium's failure in this endeavor. One must learn contentment. After all, my current salary is sufficient for our family to travel abroad weekly, and with lavish expenditures to boot. Lena placed the open cola into Daegu's hands. Isn't more always better? Daegu mused, convinced that money is something one can never possess in excess. Contentment? He would never grasp that notion. Exactly. Dad is right. More is indeed better, echoed Xiao Guang, who was enjoying a pudding nearby. Hey, adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Upon hearing Xiao Guang's rebuttal, Lena feigned a scolding gesture, causing Xiao Guang to retreat in fright. Observing the lively scene in the living room, Jinwoo opted not to join in. He grabbed several bags of snacks and ascended the stairs back to his room. What is up with Jinwoo today? He seems rather odd. Could he be bullied? Noticing Jinwoo's ascent, a hint of worry crossed Lena's brow. Over the years, she had never seen him return home without uttering a word before heading upstairs. It's merely adolescence. No need to fret. Jinwoo is certainly no pushover. Daegu, sipping his cola, glanced upstairs with a hint of amusement in his tone. His son is a legendary figure who has triumphed over invincible foes. How could he possibly be bullied? Thus, the scheming frog continues to grasp at your belly. Such tribulations belong to the realm of youthful angst, the nascent stirrings of love. Daegu was confident in his assessment. Meanwhile, Jinwoo, in his room, couldn't help but twitch his lips at Daegu's words. His intention was simply to retrieve the surveillance camera he had installed to monitor the Bajijians. Having seen in the news that the alien, known as Ichiro Haruki, had taken residence in the shop gifted to him by its owner, it was necessary to remove the previously installed camera. That device had cost him dearly. It could not be discarded. With a determined thought, Jinwoo made his way to the large tree where the camera had been positioned. His gaze swept across the distance towards the bridge, confirming that the tent previously located beneath it was indeed gone, leaving only traces of the alien as past presence. With a swift motion, his hand reached for the spot where the camera was installed, and he deftly retrieved the camouflage device, subsequently storing it within his bracelet. After some contemplation, Jinwoo deemed it necessary to assess the current situation of the other party. Although he did not perceive them as malevolent extraterrestrials, it was prudent to observe for any potential surveillance. Consequently, Jinwoo deliberately expanded his perception, and in an instant, the entirety of Shiyuan Town unfolded in his mind like a three-dimensional model. He began to search for the presence of the Baljans based on their previous aura, which was unmasked, emanating a life force as luminous as a beacon in the darkness. Within mere seconds, he pinpointed the location of the Baljans, who were presently situated within the commercial district of the residential area in Shiyuan Town. Haruki and Kudo stood before a long-abandoned shop, observing several workers affixing a new storefront sign. The sign bore the inscription of Nebula Manor. This establishment had originally served the neighboring residents by selling and preparing fish, comprising 2 levels, the ground floor for the shop and the upper floor for living quarters. It was a property under Kudo's name, intended for leisure during his idle days at the construction site, but now it had been generously gifted to Mr. Haruki before him. Haruki Ichiro gazed contentedly at the newly installed sign, then bowed deeply to Kudo, the previous owner. I am immensely grateful for your generous gift. I shall ensure this shop thrives under my stewardship. No, it is I who must express my gratitude. Kudo quickly assisted Haruki to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow. Had it not been for Haruki discovering that suitcase, he might have faced ruin. To show his appreciation, Kudo had prepared a reward of 6 million yen, yet despite his insistence, Haruki refused to accept it. Ultimately, observing that Haruki had nowhere to reside, Kudo decided to offer him the vacant fish shop, valued at approximately 4 million yen. Having grown weary of preparing fish, he contemplated acquiring a nearby shop to sell pets instead. Haruki only reluctantly agreed, but under one condition. All profits from the shop would belong to Kudo, while he would merely receive the salary of a single employee. This arrangement essentially meant that Haruki would be working for him, which left Kudo feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could he accept such terms when he was the one receiving assistance? It seemed unfair to exploit his benefactor in such a manner. He was no capitalist. Mr. Haruki found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend this peculiar line of reasoning. After extensive negotiations, even to the point of nearly begging, they finally settled on a conclusion. Kudo would retain all profits from the shop for the first year, while Haruki would only earn the salary of an ordinary employee. Beginning in the second year, the establishment would be entirely Haruki's. Rest assured, Mr. Kudo, within a year, I will manage this shop effectively and ensure you recover what you have lost, Haruki proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to restore Kudo's losses, for his conscience would not allow him to do otherwise. It was all Jolie's fault for carelessly taking things. Otherwise, he could have lived comfortably beneath the bridge. Greetings, and thank you for your efforts. Given the circumstances, Kudu has no choice but to reluctantly accept the situation. I sincerely hope that the Ryukyu News segment will not portray him as an ungrateful individual. He has truly been doing his utmost. However, Mr. Haruki's way of thinking is rather peculiar, indeed. TSK. Jinwoo finds this extraterrestrial rather intriguing. Such a being hardly requires surveillance. With that thought, Jinwoo's form gradually dissipated into the ether. The following morning, Jinwoo, as was his custom, embarked on his journey to school. Yet this time he did not catch a glimpse of Shishigami until he reached the campus. Chapter 44. Should he take action this time? I wonder how the meeting between Lion God and Marilu went. There's been no news. Were it not for my awareness of the responsibilities of TPC, I would be concerned that Lion God might have been eliminated. Ding. Upon entering the classroom, a message arrived on Jinwoo's phone. It was from Lion God, who informed him that he had successfully joined the TPC and would not be attending school for the next few days, having already notified the teacher of his sick leave. He further expressed that he would be training at TPC during this period to familiarize himself with his abilities. It is quite remarkable that he was able to join TPC so smoothly. If I were not an Ultra Warrior, I might have chosen to join such a team as well. However, that seems somewhat presumptuous. If I were just an ordinary person, how could I possibly gain entry into TPC? From what I know of the TPC members, there are 2 extraterrestrials, a mechanical life form, and a representative from the Ryukyu Kingdom seeking restoration. None of them seem to be of gentle disposition. An ordinary individual would likely be dismissed after the first round of interviews. Without any special skills, joining would indeed be a challenge. After reading the message, Jinwoo felt a sense of relief. He thought, how could anything have gone awry? With class not yet underway, the students within the classroom were engaged in hushed discussions about the news regarding the restoration of Ryukyu. Most of his classmates agreed with the decision, though some expressed concern that it could lead to conflict. Listening to their murmurs, Jinwoo turned his gaze out the window, where the azure sea was clearly visible. He observed the waves rhythmically crashing against the shore, occasionally bringing shells that sparkled in the sunlight. At that moment, a gentle sea breeze caressed his face, providing a delightful sensation that he thoroughly enjoyed. Arikaki-kun, do you know why Lion God isn't here today? His desk mate Yubahama said, looking somewhat distressed as she glanced at her phone. What is the matter? Jinwoo inquired softly, eyes closed, savoring the wind against his skin. I have a friend named Watanabe Cheyenne, who had planned to confess her feelings to Lion God today, but he is absent, she lamented. It was surprising to learn that Lion God was quite popular, with a girl wishing to confess her affection to him. After all, while he may not surpass Jinwoo, his looks were indeed appealing, making it understandable that someone would be fond of him. What? Why wasn't their confession directed at Jinwoo? He pondered, fully aware of his own past as a killer that would deter anyone from expressing such feelings towards him. That is quite unfortunate. Lion God fell ill over the weekend and will not be attending school for a few days. Jinwoo relayed the reason for Lion God's absence. I see, Yubahama said, taking a moment to mourn for Watanabe, who had mustered the courage to confess, only to have her target fall ill. It truly was a pity. Jinwoo promptly sent the news of Lion God's illness to Watanabe. Upon opening his eyes, Jinwoo noted that there was still time to spare, and he prepared to check his phone for any unusual news online. In the past, he paid little attention to such matters, yet now he finds himself increasingly engrossed. It is unavoidable, given the frequent emergence of monstrous beings. Upon delving into trending topics, he discovered that the top 3 were all related to the restoration of the Ryukyu Kingdom. Recognizing the connection to Jinwoo, he clicked on it without hesitation. More and more individuals are becoming aware of the former Ryukyu Kingdom and the atrocities committed by Neon in its ruthless annexation. Consequently, Neon has garnered a notorious reputation on the internet. Whenever netizens encounter videos featuring Neon text, they unleash a torrent of criticism. Simultaneously, many are advocating for the revival of the Ryukyu Kingdom, with some even leaving comments on the official United Nations account, urging direct intervention to restore the kingdom to the world stage. In just a single day, the fervor of public opinion has surged, leaving Jinwoo somewhat astounded. The power of discourse is indeed formidable. As he returned to the trending topics and scrolled further, he stumbled upon several news articles concerning Australia, all occupying positions within the top 10. Reports emerged of a monstrous fossil discovered in the Western Highlands of Australia, a petrified creature weeping over the fossil, and the Australian military preparing to engage the petrified beast. Animal welfare organizations are imploring the government to refrain from harming the petrified creature. Keywords emerged 30 million years ago. Jianwu's interest peaked as he clicked through. During blasting operations by mining workers in the Western Highlands, a fossil of a monster was unearthed, initially estimated to be around 50 meters long. From the exposed fragments, it appeared lizard-like yet distinctly different, adorned with a yellow horn extending over 10 meters. Remarkably, this horn had not fossilized, presenting a conundrum. However, this very peculiarity rendered the connection between the horn and the fossil unstable, leading to its detachment during the explosion. Subsequently, the horn was sent for appraisal by the company owner, revealing that the creature had existed 30 million years prior. The revelation sent shockwaves through those who were informed. It is noteworthy that the remains of previous monsters such as Melba, Golzon, and Gamora had been collected by local authorities, leaving the general populace unaware of crucial research information about these creatures. This time, however, the public was enlightened. Could monsters truly possess such an extensive history? They had previously assumed that monsters, akin to those depicted in films, had evolved due to human pollution, yet it became evident that these beings predated humanity on Earth. How brief is human existence? Merely around 3 million years, while these monsters have roamed the planet for 30 million years. This revelation immediately captured the attention of the Australian Academy of Sciences, which dispatched a specialized team to the Western Highlands to commence excavation of the monster fossil. However, during the dig, a creature resembling the fossil emerged from the depths, petrifying all personnel and machinery involved, including the owner of the excavation company. This petrified monster then mourned over the fossil for several minutes before taking up residence nearby, instilling fear in the remaining miners and team members. Upon learning of this matter, the Australian government promptly dispatched missile units to the Western Highlands, intending to eradicate the beast. However, animal protection organizations vehemently opposed this action. They had witnessed the petrified creature shedding tears for its fossilized counterpart, and another entity, resembling a guardian spirit, lingering near the fossilized beast. It became evident to them that these creatures possessed emotions. They also realized that the fossilized beast was a relative of the petrified one. The remains of its kin had been excavated by a mining company, and their bodily tissues had been sent for research. Such a fate would be intolerable to them if it were to happen to their own kind. In their view, those who had been petrified had brought it upon themselves, while the actions of the petrified beast were merely acts of self-defense. Moreover, the petrified creature had only harmed those who had desecrated its relatives' remains, not indiscriminately attacking all. Thus, the animal protection organizations mobilized, directly accusing the mining company and the Australian expert team of their transgressions. They took the company to court for the crime of desecration of a beast's remains and organized street protests against military action towards the creature. They proclaimed that the life of the beast is equally valuable. Is this not reminiscent of Jacoma? After watching the video, Jianwu muttered to himself. Initially, he had failed to recognize the fossilized beast, but when the second living creature emerged, he finally understood. Did this not imply that the remains of Jacoma's relative had been excavated and its bodily tissues taken for research? Faced with such circumstances, should he intervene? This time, the beast bore no fault. Jianwu found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 45. Neither side is at fault. The sword master perceives the intricate web of cause and effect, discerning right from wrong. As the saying goes, grievances have their roots and debts their masters. Hence, his actions are directed at issues rather than individuals. Much like the previous monstrous entities, when the Ghana base pilfered Melba's egg, her subsequent assault on the base was justified, as the Ghana base had committed an offense. However, Melba's intention to attack innocent bystanders was wholly unjustifiable, leading to her demise at his hands. Were the innocent individuals at the Ghana base? The sword master perceives no innocence in them. The atrocities committed by the personnel on the Ryukyu Islands, the sheer volume of crimes, thousands of cases of rape alone, with countless others, are indelibly etched in his memory. Such scoundrels deserve their fate. His restraint in not intervening was already an act of mercy. Furthermore, since they arrived here under orders, they must share the consequences with the base. From the moment they set foot on this land, their innocence was forfeited. As for Golzin and Gamora, there is no need for elaboration. These two brothers of the Gol surname indiscriminately ravaged half a city, causing innumerable casualties in the process. Such monsters deserve to perish. Regarding Galba, initially unaware that it was a creature born of resentment, it still sought to harm humanity. The thunder that struck the town serves as irrefutable evidence. Upon realizing Galba's nature, he concluded that it too deserved to be vanquished. He deduced that a beast that harmed the living would only continue to inflict harm and death. Such creatures are even more deserving of annihilation. Now let us consider Kakuma. Although its motives mirrored those of Melba, the outcomes diverged. The mining company and the Australian expert team excavated the remains of its kin, even appropriating its horn, prompting Kakuma to petrify those involved, including the company owner. This act, aimed at protecting its familial remains, was a valid case of self-defense. Subsequent reports reveal that not all personnel at the mine were turned to stone. Only those who desecrated its kin's remains faced this fate. This distinction sets Kakuma apart from Melba. Kakuma's grievances are justified, sparing others, while Melba indiscriminately attacked innocent pedestrians. Thus, the two outcomes differ. Kakuma is blameless. However, the Australian forces aiming to eliminate Kakuma are also justified. In their perspective, their citizens have been petrified by Kakuma on their homeland, and thus, their choice to eradicate Kakuma for the safety of their people is both correct and justified. Should he intervene in this conflict where neither side is truly at fault? Or should he eliminate Kakuma for the sake of humanity's interests? This situation evokes memories of the two Kakumas from Dinah. Their experiences bear a striking resemblance to the current Kakuma. The former saw humanity encroach upon their land, excavating their sustenance, and ultimately perishing at the hands of Dinah due to human interests. The latter similarly faces human intrusion, not only violating their territory, but also unearthing the remains of their deceased kin and seizing their horns. In the future, it is conceivable that humanity may exhibit the remains of their loved ones before the public gaze. Should one eradicate Kakuma for the sake of humanity's welfare? Or should one impede the forces seeking vengeance for their kin? Schools often proclaim that all lives are equal. However, reality starkly reveals a hierarchy in existence. Whether pertaining to humans or otherwise, equality? It is a mere illusion. Thus, in this world dominated by humanity, how should one proceed? Jinwoo gazed at the reports on his phone, feeling somewhat bewildered as he aimlessly scrolled. At that moment, he stumbled upon a live broadcast from an Australian media outlet focused on the extermination of monsters, entering the stream that boasted around 20,000 viewers. To his astonishment, he witnessed the creature, Kakuma, being struck by hundreds of missiles, yet sustaining no apparent injuries. The initial scene captured in the video, alongside the host's exclamations, was striking. The broadcast utilized drone footage, clearly showcasing Kakuma enduring a barrage of missiles from Australian forces. The missiles were launched in rapid succession, all aimed directly at Kakuma. Jinwoo realized that the Australian military had indeed commenced their assault on Kakuma. It made sense, as the videos had been released merely 2 hours prior. Thus, it was only natural for the Australian forces to engage. Regrettably, the missiles had merely caused a few sparks upon impact, failing to inflict any real harm. Fortunately, the Australian troops had not suffered any casualties, as Kakuma refrained from counterattacking, remaining motionless atop the fossil, its formidable back armor shielding it from the missile onslaught. Could it be that humanity was truly incapable of harming the monster? The host, incredulous, observed Kakuma's untouched state, prompting discontent among the live viewers who immediately flooded the chat with comments. How could it be that humanity was powerless against the beast? Had not American missiles injured Merba? The Australian ordnance seemed woefully inadequate, and when had they ever claimed to represent all of humanity? Incompetent fools, hurry and seek aid from America. They are the world's police and will surely manage such matters. In stark contrast to the viewer's bickering, Kakuma remained prone on the fossil, absorbing the missile impacts without sustaining significant damage. The fossilized remains, however, were not as resilient as in life, which explained Kakuma's protective stance. Nonetheless, it could not shield every fragment. The tail of the fossil was caught in the dense barrage and shattered into pieces. Witnessing the destruction of its tail, Kakuma emitted a low, mournful growl. Crystal-like droplets cascaded from its eyes, yet the intense heat from the explosions evaporated even its freshly shed tears. It dared not move, fearing that any action might lead to further devastation of the fossil beneath it, desperately striving to protect the remains of its kin. The host of the live broadcast, flushed with embarrassment upon reading the comments, wished to refute them, but found the viewers' assertions to be, regrettably, true. American missiles could indeed inflict damage upon the monster. Damn it, why does their military equipment lag so far behind that of America? Where is Trigga Ultraman? Hurry and come to vanquish these detestable monsters. The host expressed some dissatisfaction, noting that in the past, Trigga would appear shortly after monsters emerged. Following this remark, the live chat erupted with comments. Detestable monsters? Isn't it atrocious that your countrymen excavated and detonated the remains of the monster's kin, even taking their horns? All of this was sparked by your actions. Why should Trigga be expected to clean up your mess? Have you not noticed that, until now, the monster has not attacked your forces? It has been guarding that fossil. Had it launched an assault, your troops would have been obliterated by now, yet you still dare to call the monster detestable. Look at that creature. Missiles have severed its kin's tail, and I can hear its mournful cries. It is shedding tears. Chapter 46. Even monsters have the right to exist, what? This monster has taken so many lives on our soil, and I dare to call it despicable? The host, witnessing such comments in the live chat, felt a surge of anger, disregarding the fact that this was a live broadcast. The host was furious, and so were the netizens. What do you mean your land? You are merely descendants of convicts exiled to Australia, shamelessly encroaching upon the territory of the indigenous Australians. Moreover, this monster has existed on this land for 30 million years. It too has a rightful claim to this territory, which is its home. This assessment was provided by experts from your own country. Furthermore, the Western Plateau of Australia is an uninhabited zone. It is you who have invaded their homeland and desecrated the remains of their kin. They are simply living on their own land. What is wrong with that? The fault lies with you. The life of the monster is as valuable as any other. In the live stream, someone paid to pin this statement prominently, and upon seeing it, the viewers rallied in agreement. Those who initially suggested seeking American assistance for the Australian forces began to shift their tone, now directing their ire towards Australia, even advocating for the monster. Due to the overwhelming influx of comments, the live stream, originally attended by only a few tens of thousands, quickly surged past 100,000 viewers. Jianwu clicked on the profile of the user who had sent the paid comment and discovered they were affiliated with an animal protection organization, boasting over 200,000 followers. Their profile featured various philanthropic videos, predominantly focused on rescuing wildlife. It was evident that this individual was actively engaged in meaningful work rather than merely shouting slogans online. Don't eat sour radishes, you damn convicts. Not only have you occupied the land of the indigenous Australians, but you also seek to eradicate the monsters that have lived in Australia for 30 million years. For shame. The actions of these Australian convicts bear no difference from those of the Japanese imperialists, both having usurped indigenous lands and slaughtered the natives. Even in the 21st century, there are attempts to eliminate the native monsters of this land. Perhaps the attacks on your cities by Golgotha and Gomorrah are a direct result of your encroachment on their territory. The chaotic barrage of comments caught the host off guard, and upon seeing his country branded with such accusations, he hastily disabled the comments and focused on narrating the distant battle. Jianwu silently observed the unmoving Jakuma, which was being bombarded by human missiles without retaliating, lost in thought. After a moment, he began to expand his awareness of his surroundings. At that moment, Hiraizumi Saika entered the classroom early, holding her textbook. Jianwu put away his phone, took a deep breath, and his complexion turned pale in an instant as he approached Hiraizumi Saika. "Teacher, I'm feeling a bit unwell." I need to visit the infirmary. Hey, you little rascal. Was that intentional? You come up with this excuse just as I enter the classroom. Hiraizumi Saika, initially displeased as she looked up from her textbook, changed her tone upon seeing his ashen face. You should visit the infirmary. If there is no one inside, remember to call someone. Did you bring your phone? Hinozuka Seiji felt a twinge of self-reproach, realizing he should refrain from speaking too hastily in the future. Yes, I brought it. Thank you, teacher. As he exited the classroom, Ken's previously pallid complexion returned to its normal hue. The efficacy of light energy is truly remarkable, Ken mused. He then proceeded toward the infirmary, pushing the door open without hesitation. From his earlier perception, he had learned that the nurse was currently occupied with receiving medical supplies and would not return for half an hour. This time frame was ample for Kenwo. He closed the door behind him and used the light energy to seal it, ensuring that no one would unexpectedly enter. The infirmary lacked surveillance, allowing him to utilize his abilities without concern. Furthermore, there were multiple infirmaries within the school, so his actions would not deprive any suddenly ill students of care. Approaching the bed, he drew the curtain to conceal the entire area. Subsequently, Ken was transformed into particles of light and dissipated. In the Western Highlands of Australia, several missile units were stationed miles away from the Kamara mine, along with 2 fighter jets on standby. At that moment, the missile launcher had ceased firing and was in the process of reloading. Commander, over 300 missiles have been launched, yet the enemy remains unharmed, reported the aide as he rushed to General Tomir's side. Once we finish loading the missiles, bombard them again. I refuse to believe that after a whole day of bombardment, that monster will remain unscathed, General Tomir retorted, angrily tossing his cigarette but to the ground. He was tempted to slap the reporters broadcasting live, but such was the mandate from above. Curse it, their forces are being belittled by these live reporters. If we fail to eliminate this monster on air, how will other nations and our own citizens perceive us? As a nation occupying an entire continent, we cannot even handle a single beast. If all else fails, he would have to reach out to the nearby American military base. However, he was uncertain if there were missiles capable of injuring the monster at the Australian base, as the American installations there could hardly compare to the ones in Neon. Yet, if they could not vanquish this creature, Tomir feared for the future of his career. Observing the reloaded missile units, Tomir swiftly commanded another 100 missiles to be launched toward Kamara. Taking up his binoculars, he prepared to observe whether the monster had sustained any damage, only to witness a beam of light appear near Kamara instead. Startled, Tomir recognized it all too well. Sure enough, from within that beam, a hand emerged, causing all the missiles aimed at Kamara to halt midair. Boom! The missiles then exploded in a display reminiscent of fireworks. Commander, should we attack Trigga? That creature has already killed our pilots, murmured the aide. Attack? Have you not seen how many lives Trigga has saved on the news? Are those few fools not courting death themselves? What does Trigga have to do with this? If they wish to perish, they need not drag me into their demise. Upon hearing these words, Tomir's heart sank, and he swiftly kicked the soldier who spoke. Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding that incident. It was the higher echelons of the military, in their folly, who sought to capture the monster and Trigga for experimentation. They even promised the 10 pilots that upon the successful completion of their mission, they would be promoted 3 ranks, concluding with the absurd notion that the choice lay with them. The final statement was utterly nonsensical. Had it been decades ago, even he would have found it difficult to resist such temptation. The 10 pilots, much like his younger self from decades past, executed their orders in pursuit of advancement and reward, only to meet their demise. Trigga saved countless lives within the city, potentially including those of their own kin. Yet this paled in comparison to the allure of promotion in their eyes. In Tomir's current perspective, these individuals deserve their fate when choosing to follow orders. They should have contemplated the consequences. Tomir had no desire to share the same fate as those 10 pilots. He had painstakingly ascended to the rank of Major General. Cease all attacks at once, he commanded, preparing to observe whether Trigga would eliminate the monster. Chapter 47. A temporary farewell. The arrival of Trigga brought a sense of relief to Tomir, a piece of fortuitous news for him. This meant that tomorrow's headlines would not proclaim the ineptitude of General Tomir's forces in vanquishing the monsters, but rather celebrate the alliance between General Tomir and Ultraman Trigga in their triumph over the beasts. The mere thought of such an outcome filled Tomir with pride. He couldn't help but scoff at those who had initially commanded the assault on Trigga. Regrettably, the Australian authorities had expended considerable resources to suppress this story. Aside from those present at the scene and high-ranking officials from various nations, the general populace remained oblivious to the military attack on Trigga, only aware of the 10 fighter jets downed by the monsters. Otherwise, the Australian military's reputation would have been thoroughly tarnished. While I share a similar experience, the outcomes diverge greatly. The mere contemplation of this made Tomir's lips twitch with barely contained mirth, yet he resolutely suppressed it. No, now is not the time for laughter. He glanced at the reporters broadcasting live from a distance and summoned his aide, whispering into his ear, "Go, dispatch someone to disrupt their electronic devices. Then entirely sever their signals and shut down all electronic equipment." What? The aide was taken aback. Disrupt the devices? Cut off the signals? And shut down the electronics? But then we will lose contact with headquarters. What if we receive orders from them? Enough dilly-dallying. Hurry. Just say it was a magnetic field disturbance caused by the monsters or Trigga that led to the electronic malfunction. Frustrated by his aide's hesitation, Tomir delivered a swift kick, prompting the aide to hastily comply. Damn it. If this aide were not the brother-in-law of his wife, he would have replaced him long ago. He truly lacked any perceptiveness. As Tomir orchestrated the disruption of the electronic devices, Kinwo emerged from the beam of light, clutching a yellow horn, the very fossilized horn he had retrieved from the Australian Academy of Sciences. Approaching Gakuma, their gazes met. Gakuma, lying atop the fossil, exhibited no hostility upon recognizing Kinwo. It noted that the missiles aimed at it had ceased and that the horn belonging to its mother had been returned. It understood that Kinwo was extending goodwill, unlike the humans who sought to excavate its mother's remains. Seeing no immediate threat from Gakuma, Kinwo exhaled in relief and established a mental connection with the creature. This telepathic ability allowed for seamless communication with sentient beings. "Are you an Ultraman?" Before Kinwo could speak, Gakuma's youthful voice resonated, sounding akin to that of a young human child. "Have you encountered other Ultramen before?" Kinwo inquired, somewhat surprised. "No. My mother told me stories of the Ultramen. She said they gleam with light, serving as the warriors of the cosmos, dedicated to protecting the weak." "I see. By the way, I am Trigga, Ultraman Trigga." Upon hearing this exchange, Jinwoo did not ask further questions and promptly acknowledged his identity as an Ultra Warrior. "Greetings, Trigga. I am Beta." He introduced himself, followed by Gakuma, who also stated his name. Jinwoo nodded and cautiously inquired, "Would it be acceptable for me to transport you to a planet entirely composed of stone? Can my mother accompany us?" Gakuma responded after a brief pause, revealing a reluctance to abandon the land beneath its feet. However, the prospect of bringing its mother along made the idea somewhat more palatable. The pressing threat posed by humans intent on excavating its mother's remains compelled this decision. "Certainly," Jinwoo affirmed. "By the way, do you have a preference for high-temperature environments?" "I can endure anything as long as I'm not placed under the sun," Gakuma replied. Jinwoo, understanding the implication, gestured for Gakuma to descend from the fossil. Though Gakuma was initially confused, it complied, reassured by the knowledge that Jinwoo would not harm its mother. As Gakuma stepped down, Jinwoo placed the horn he held upon the fossil using telekinesis. Subsequently, he crossed his hands and directed a golden beam of light toward the fossil. "Oh my goodness, Trigga has indeed stolen a horn from the Academy of Sciences." The female host, observing the footage from the drone, was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with reproach toward Trigga. However, upon witnessing Trigga's intent to release the light, her excitement surged. "I see now that I misjudged Trigga. He aims to eradicate both the monster and the fossil. Oh yes, Trigga is about to eliminate the monster. You all should pay close attention." The female host began to mock the viewers who had previously expressed sympathy for the monster in the live chat. Suddenly, the broadcast was interrupted, and the host, fixated on the screen, immediately confronted her assistant operating the drone. What happened? I don't know. It suddenly went out of control. And all electronic devices are non-functional, the assistant replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Without these electronic devices, humanity's naked eye could not perceive the scene from miles away. Damn it. The host stomped her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, the golden beam enveloped the fossil entirely. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to reverse time. The tail, previously shattered by missiles, gradually reassembled under the influence of the light, restoring it to its original state and seamlessly reconnecting it to the fossil, resembling the mother Gakuma remembered. After completing this task, Jinwoo felt his chest rise and fall with exertion. This restoration was one of the abilities granted to him by the Eternal Core, allowing him to reconstruct nearly anything, provided that the fragments remained intact after destruction, no matter how small. However, this power demanded immense energy and stamina, and he seldom employed it unless absolutely necessary. Thank you, Trigga, Gakuma expressed gratefully as it witnessed its mother's remains restored, bowing several times in reverence. You're most welcome. Are you prepared to depart? Jinwoo inquired. Gyakuma surveyed the surroundings, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow and reluctance. Prepare yourself. There is no need for sadness. This is merely a temporary farewell. You shall return to Earth in due course. Trust me, the wait shall not be prolonged. Jinwoo consoled him, for he had long devised a plan for Gyakuma's placement. Gyakuma had a penchant for consuming stones and possessed the extraordinary ability to petrify all things. What environmentally friendly talent this is, he mused. With such a gift, coexisting with humanity would hardly pose a challenge. However, the timing was not right. Now was not the moment for Gyakuma to engage with humans. It would be prudent to await the advent of the TPC and its acceptance by the public before Gyakuma could leverage the TPC's platform for coexistence. Without a reputable and powerful international organization as a backing, the integration of monsters and humanity would be utterly implausible. The TPC, however, harbored such potential. Utilizing telekinesis, Jinwoo connected Gyakuma with a fossil, and with a mere thought, he transformed them into particles of light that vanished. What on earth? Tomir, who witnessed this spectacle through a telescope, was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't they vowed to eliminate the monster? How could they justify removing it instead? This posed a dilemma for his news headline. Taking a deep breath, Tomir recalibrated his emotions and donned a smile once more. It matters not. I can publicly declare that I reached an accord with Trigga, allowing it to escort the monster to its rightful destination. As a member of an animal protection organization, he couldn't bear to see the poor creature face annihilation. A splendid enhancement. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 48. The Restoration of the Ryukyu Kingdom Venus. A planet steeped in sweltering temperatures and toxic gases, boasts a scorching high of 500 degrees, occasionally besieged by acid rain, leading humanity to deem it the most hellish of realms. Yet at this moment, this infernal domain bore witness to the arrival of outsiders, Jinwoo and Kakuma, accompanied by the remains of Kakuma's mother. Initially, Jinwoo contemplated transporting Kakuma to Mars, but ultimately abandoned the idea, as the uncertainties surrounding the Eternal Core were far too numerous. Moreover, Kakuma remained in a state of slumber, rendering her unstable. While it might be feasible to bring along ordinary life forms, the presence of a creature such as Kakuma necessitated careful consideration. It was implausible to monitor her constantly. Although their current interactions were amicable, Jinwoo harbored reservations about whether Kakuma might harbor any ambitions concerning the Eternal Core. After all, the allure of its power was exceedingly captivating, easily leading one astray. It was imperative that such creatures could only be introduced once the consciousness of the Eternal Core was stabilized, for in that state, a profound connection existed between Jinwoo and the Core, alleviating concerns that other life forms on Mars might covet its power. This was the rationale behind Jinwoo's decision to bring Kakuma to Venus. Jinwoo sought a secluded basin encircled by mountains, where the weather was notably tranquil, devoid of the acid rain that plagued other locales. Crucially, the presence of toxic gas was sparse. The basin spanned several hundred miles, replete with stones of various sizes suitable for Kakuma's sustenance, rendering it an ideal temporary abode for her. However, some modifications were necessary. Thus, Jianwu placed Kakuma's mother upon the ground and unleashed a golden beam from his palm towards the heavens. This radiant beam blossomed in mid-air, scattering countless luminous particles around. Ultimately, the dispersing particles coalesced into a semicircular transparent shield, enveloping the vicinity. This barrier effectively insulated against the external acid rain and extreme heat. With arms crossed before his chest, Jianwu directed a purifying beam towards the shield, eradicating any residual toxic gas within. Subsequently, he transformed into an ethereal form and emitted a freezing ray, transforming half the land within the protective barrier into a realm of ice and snow. This drastically lowered the temperature inside, creating a haven reminiscent of an air-conditioned room, comfortably akin to Earth. The climate within the shield could be sustained for approximately a year, allowing free movement within its confines. Jianwu proceeded to outline some essential precautions. Kakuma listened intently, nodding occasionally. "You shall remain here for the time being. I will return to escort you back to Earth soon," he assured her. "All right," Kakuma responded obediently, her anticipation palpable regarding Jianwu's promise. Once Jianwu had spoken, he dissolved into particles of light, leaving Kakuma to gaze thoughtfully at the fossilized remains of her mother. Upon returning to the infirmary, Jianwu glanced at the clock, realizing that only about 10 minutes had elapsed. He approached the infirmary door, lifted the imposed restrictions, and then reclined upon the bed. Having arrived, he decided to forego the morning classes. How delightful! While Jianwu was skipping class in the infirmary, the streets of Okinawa reverberated with the fervent cries and slogans of a parade, with some shops even suspending their operations. Their collective aim was to break free from the neon grip and restore the Ryukyu nation, and thus, the day passed amidst the tumult of their demonstrations. On Tuesday, as Jianwu stepped out of the school gates, he received a notification from Shizuka Hiratsuka, announcing that all classes in Okinawa had been suspended, and students were instructed to attend online lessons from home, with further details regarding their return to school to follow. Given the current chaos outside, even though the police had intensified their patrols, the schools remained concerned for the safety of their students, apprehensive that someone might take advantage of the situation to create unrest. This prompted Jianwu, who had just exited his home, to retreat back inside. He found great satisfaction in not having to attend school. After completing his online classes and enjoying dinner, Jianwu made his way to the long-neglected peak of Mars for some exercise. To his surprise, he gazed at the atmosphere above Naha City, where two spacecraft had mysteriously materialized, their energy signatures unmasked, detectable even by other nations on Earth, albeit only a handful. Being adjacent to the eternal core, Jianwu easily sensed their presence, though he was perplexed by the manner of their arrival. One of the vessels, a silver spacecraft several hundred meters in length, struck a familiar chord within him. It was the Atlantis. His eyes widened with recognition. But the spectacle did not end there. Accompanying the Atlantis was a smaller silver ship, approximately 40 meters long, with a distinctive design featuring a massive dragon head at the top and a large cannon mounted on its right side. Two thrusters were positioned at the rear, resembling the claws of a dragon, giving the entire craft an appearance of being intricately folded. Could it possibly transform? Jianwu mused silently. As he pondered, the Atlantis surged toward the direction of America, though from his vantage point, he could not see the American side of the Earth. Nevertheless, he could surmise the intent behind this maneuver, pure intimidation. The dragon-headed vessel circled above the neon sky, making a grand display, even hovering for several minutes above the Prime Minister's residence before suddenly veering towards South America. Until both ships returned to Naha City, no incidents occurred. However, the dragon-headed ship now bore an additional sight, a bound green giant, none other than the Hulk or Bruce Banner, who was presently unconscious. What could be the purpose of his capture? Jianwu thought briefly before retracting his gaze and returning home. The following day, both the Neon and American official accounts proclaimed their support for the Ryukyu independence vote, vehemently opposing any interference from other forces. The declarations astonished their own citizens, with the Neon people vehemently denouncing their prime minister as a traitor, while the Americans struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. When did my great America ever engage in actions detrimental to its own interests? If Ryukyu were to be restored, would the military bases in Okinawa still be necessary? In the days that followed, the voting for the restoration of Okinawa continued unabated, yet it did not hinder Jinwoo from enjoying a leisurely time, merely attending online classes and exercising on Mars. During this period, a troublesome Babar appeared on a small island in Okinawa, only to be swiftly dealt with by the newly appointed TPC's Lion God, who did not even grant the adversary a chance to enlarge. Jinwoo felt a sense of satisfaction about this. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by until April 13th. This day is Sunday, also marked the announcement of the restoration voting results by the Kingdom of Shizukanika, a day that would determine the future trajectory of the region. Therefore, early in the morning, after breakfast, Jinwoo and his family settled on the sofa to watch the live broadcast on television. Today was the day the votes would be revealed, and it was anticipated by many. Without further ado, if the votes in favor exceeded 50, Okinawa would be renamed Ryukyu, severing ties with Neon and restoring its nationhood. As the words of the Kingdom of Shizukanika concluded, the voting results appeared on the screen. Remarkably, 97.5 voted in favor of restoration, while 2.5 opposed it. How could there still be so many dissenters? Are they not under the oppressive thumb of the Neon government and its soldiers? Lena, upon seeing that 2.5 of the populace rejected the idea, was struck by the fact that, among the approximately 1.4 million inhabitants of the Okinawa Islands, this percentage equated to at least 30,000 individuals who disagreed with the restoration of Ryukyu. Humanity is indeed filled with diversity, is it not? Daegu took this in stride. Regardless, Ryukyu had ultimately been restored. Daegu was correct. With the announcement of the voting results, the Kingdom of Shizukanika and several legislators from Okinawa promptly declared a change of the national name to Ryukyu. The presidency would temporarily be held by the Kingdom of Shizukanika. Chapter 49. TPC Consultant. Bruce Banner. In the subsequent live broadcast, Shizuka Koku boldly signed the application for joining the United Nations in front of a global audience, thus affirming the legitimacy of Ryukyu. This document was then sealed, destined to be sent to the United Nations later. Following this, a series of national agreements between Ryukyu and various countries were established. Once these monumental tasks were completed, Shizuka Koku rose and faced the camera, raising his right fist. Alongside him appeared several members of parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, we, Ryukyu, are free from this moment forth, proclaimed Shizuka Koku. Shizuka Koku. I, Yukino Shida Nanner. I, Hirakawa Tsuyoshi. They vowed to ensure the shared prosperity of all Ryukyu citizens, promising that there would no longer be any homeless individuals nor invincible beings. Firstly, we declare that all Ryukyu citizens will only be charged half for medical expenses. Furthermore, those whose assets fall below the average of Ryukyu will be reimbursed for their expenses within 7 days. We are determined to eradicate poverty among all Ryukyu citizens, allowing everyone to lead a prosperous life. The trio's pledges, though softly spoken, resonated with unwavering confidence, stirring the hearts of nearly all viewers waiting before their screens. To their astonishment, on the very first day of their nation's establishment, they were already granted benefits, medical costs halved, and reimbursements for those below the asset average. What splendid privileges! What might their nation evolve into in the future? The anticipation was palpable. As the oaths concluded, Shizuka Koku and the parliamentarians bowed deeply before the camera. Thus, the 2-hour live broadcast came to an end. With the news of Ryukyu successfully breaking away from Neon and renaming itself, a wave of jubilation erupted across the global internet. Netizens from various countries, who had participated in the discourse, felt a sense of contribution towards the restoration of Ryukyu. They began to envision traveling to this newly reborn nation, one they had a hand in resurrecting. Oh, what a joyous occasion! Let us feast to celebrate this, exclaimed Daiku as the television transitioned back to regular programming. Hooray! Feast! Feast! Cheered Kay, exhilarated by the thought of a celebratory meal. Indeed, it was time to indulge in a grand feast. However, Would the American soldiers withdraw from Ryukyu? Lena had already started referring to Ryukyu instead of CHRY. The official American account announced that the 41 military bases situated in the Ryukyu Islands would withdraw within 3 days. Even the aircraft carrier station in Tokyo was being repurposed as a cargo ship, and the Ghana base had already completed its evacuation. Kinmu had been closely monitoring the American official account. It must be said that this time, the Americans displayed remarkable composure, refraining from any antics. Clearly, the sight of the USS Atlantis heading toward America had cast a significant shadow over them. Well then, that is truly splendid. Upon glancing at the contents on Jianwu's mobile phone, Lena finally revealed a smile. No longer would she have to witness the various atrocities committed by American soldiers on this land through the news. However, she felt that allowing those soldiers to withdraw from Okinawa was rather lenient. "Let us prepare and head to downtown Naha for a sumptuous meal," she suggested. Daogu immediately rose from the sofa and, alongside Lena, made his way to the bedroom to change attire. Naha was situated 30 kilometers from Kyum village, and the drive would take approximately an hour. With some time for preparations, they would arrive in Naha just around noon. Daogu felt quite pleased with his time management skills. Jinwoo glanced at his casual outfit and deemed it unnecessary to change, so he settled on the sofa to play on his phone while waiting for them to finish. Xiao Guang also opted not to change clothes, instead sitting on the sofa and opening a pudding as he awaited his parents' readiness. During this time of waiting, he received a message from Shizagami, who had been silent for several days. "Shizagami, I'm suffocating here." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "What brings this on, Mr. Terminator?" "Shizagami, the organization previously forbade me from disclosing any information regarding TPC. Can I share now?" "Shizagami, of course, TPC is now eager for others to know about them. They are quite impatient after just reinstating the nation." "Shizagami, I thought joining TPC would at least elevate my status to a high-tier combatant, but it seems I've barely reached the average level. The superhumans in the organization are exceedingly powerful." "Superhumans?" It appeared that TPC was not inclined to reveal the existence of extraterrestrial beings. Simultaneously, Jinwoo could clearly sense Shizagami's frustration regarding this outcome. Amused, Jinwoo thought, how could a Terminator compete with extraterrestrials? Being average was already commendable. "So, I take it this organization has many formidable superhumans?" "Shizagami, indeed, fortunately, a stable-minded white doctor has recently joined, or else I would be at the bottom of the ranks." "So, this is what you mean by being average. A stable mind is akin to being an ordinary person. What happens during unstable times?" Jinwoo suspected that the person Shizagami referred to was Banner. "Shizagami, during unstable times, he transforms into a green monster, which even I find quite troublesome. However, since he cannot distinguish friend from foe in his transformed state, the organization has essentially prohibited him from transforming, and they're considering appointing him as a scientific advisor for TPC. Are you sure it's merely troublesome?" Jinwoo sensed that Shizagami was not being entirely forthcoming. Moreover, the fact that Banner was to become an advisor for TPC was rather intriguing. It sounded reminiscent of a mutated hero from DC. "Close enough," Shizagami replied. "All right, we shall discuss this further another time. I have been occupied resolving issues concerning him, and now I must familiarize this fellow, Banner, with the vicinity of our base. Off we go." At that moment, Daogu and Lena were also ready. They then set off for Naha City, where along the way, they observed numerous people unfurling banners and igniting firecrackers in celebration of the nation's rebirth. An hour later, their vehicle entered the underground parking lot of the Naha City Daiten Plaza. "Let us proceed. I have secured a reservation. Today, we shall indulge in Kobe beef hot pot." A few companions followed Daiku out of the parking area and into the plaza. As they arrived at the square, Kinwoo unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures, Shizukami and Bruce Banner. It appeared that Shizukami had also installed the same jamming device, as he had not sensed the presence of the other. "Is that not Xiaohao?" Daiku, with his keen eyes, recognized Shizukami from the side profile, while also feeling a sense of familiarity with the gaunt man by his side. Shizukami, perceptive enough to hear his name mentioned, turned to see Daiku's family approaching. "Greetings, uncle and aunt. What a delightful coincidence," he exclaimed. "Indeed, it is quite fortuitous." Are you also here to celebrate the Ryukyu New Year? Would you care to join us? Daiku extended an invitation to Shizukami. Shizukami promptly waved his hand in refusal. No, I am here with this friend for a particular matter. By the way, this is Bruce Banner, a man of numerous accolades. Shizukami proceeded to introduce the slender figure beside him to Daiku's family, while also presenting Daiku's family to Banner. Ah, so you're Dr. Banner. I have had the privilege of reading your papers. I have long admired your work. However, I was concerned when I had not heard from you for several years. Fearing something may have befallen you, Daiku remarked, realizing why Banner seemed familiar. As a university professor, he was indeed acquainted with this legendary figure and promptly extended his hand for a handshake. Chapter 50. The key to transcendence. How, to everyone's astonishment, was actually spending time with Dr. Banner. Could it be related to an internship at the Daiteon Consortium? Had Dr. Banner been affiliated with the Daiteon Consortium all these years? Daegu pondered this, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, considering such inquiries might delve into matters of privacy that were inappropriate to ask. The rationale behind the Lion God's internship at the Daiteon Consortium was a fabrication he devised later on. He could not perpetually feign illness to avoid school, so he naturally concocted this excuse to inform his mother. He told her that due to his solid skills in experimental classes, a professor inspecting the school had taken notice of him and extended a special invitation to join the team as an intern. As for the school, he need not worry. Daiteon High School was under the auspices of the Daiteon Consortium, which would manage everything accordingly. Now, he possessed a legitimate reason to excuse himself from school, and he would receive his graduation certificate as usual. Furthermore, attending Daiteon University in the future would not pose any issues. Most importantly, TPC would grant him a considerable monthly stipend, which he presented to his mother as his internship salary, thus alleviating her need for part-time work and allowing her to rest more. Later, his mother would boast to everyone about how her son, even while still in high school, had captured the attention of a professor and was engaged in research, all while earning a salary. Witnessing his mother's pride in him brought great joy to the Lion God. He had finally been able to assist her. Daegu released his grip on Dr. Banner's hand. Yet, he could not comprehend how someone as distinguished in academia as Dr. Banner could now appear so gaunt. A stark contrast to the public persona he once maintained. The current Dr. Banner resembled a fugitive who had been in hiding for years. Bruce Banner, upon encountering Daegu's enthusiasm, smiled and turned to the Lion God, boasting, "Did you see that, kid? I hold 7 doctoral degrees and am quite renowned in the academic world. Indeed, quite renowned. Renowned enough to be pursued by General Ross of America for years, ultimately fleeing to the slums of Brazil to live incognito." The Lion God nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, the smile on Banner's face faltered. "Had you said that in the past, my temper would have flared." He sighed, his right hand instinctively brushing against an object hanging around his neck. Memory device? Although the gesture was subtle, Jinwoo noticed the item around his neck. It was partially obscured but bore a striking resemblance to the memory devices that harnessed monstrous abilities, albeit this one was green. "You were actually pursued by a general of America?" Daegu exclaimed, momentarily surprised, words escaping his lips before he could think. So that was the reason behind his absence. It was no wonder he had never encountered him. However, why would America pursue such a learned scientist? If he recalled correctly, Banner was a nuclear scientist for the Department of Defense. Moreover, the fact that he had evaded capture by a general for years was simply unbelievable. Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? In his eyes, Dr. Banner is nothing short of a superhero. Haha, regarding this matter, the Daiteon Consortium has already provided me with a solution, and they have even cured my irritability. Banner chuckled, refraining from explaining why he was being pursued by a general from America. When the Daiteon Consortium was mentioned, Banner felt a profound sense of gratitude. Initially, he believed that upon their capture of him in Brazil, they intended to conduct experiments on him, much like General Ross from America. To his astonishment, they resolved his most distressing dilemma. This dilemma revolved around the fact that whenever he experienced emotional instability, he transformed into a green creature known as the Hulk. Previously, any significant emotional upheaval would trigger his metamorphosis into that green monster. However, since being detained by the TPC, A girl named Marilu had swiftly addressed this issue. She claimed to have installed a switch within him, which was the device known as the key of transcendence around his neck. From that moment on, regardless of how his emotions fluctuated, as long as he did not activate the key of transcendence or face a life-threatening crisis, he would never again transform into that green monster. Henceforth, he could laugh, cry, and express anger without reservation. Yet, although the problem of transforming into the Hulk was resolved, he found himself with nowhere to go. If General Ross discovered he had left Ryukyu, he would undoubtedly be captured again. While he remained in Ryukyu, the general dared not act against him, knowing the formidable power of the D-10 consortium. America would not dare to confront them. Consequently, it was at the invitation of the TPC that Banner decided to stay. However, this meant he might never see his girlfriend again. Betty. Banner silently repeated the name of his former girlfriend, his eyes filled with sorrow. It had been an eternity since he last saw her. He wondered if she had forgotten him and moved on with her life. Observing Banner's despondent demeanor, Shin spoke up. Uncle, Doctor. Banner and I still have some matters to discuss. You will have plenty of opportunities to meet Dr. Banner again. It's not just this time. In a few days, Dr. Banner will commence his position at D-10 University. Really? That's wonderful. I look forward to working alongside the doctor, Daiku exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Oh my, how splendid it is to restore Ryukyu. I never imagined I would one day collaborate with someone like Dr. Banner. We won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Goodbye. With that, Daiku waved to the two, and behind him, Kenji nodded slightly at Shin in acknowledgement. The family then turned ahead towards the Kobe beef hot pot restaurant. All right, Dr. Banner, we should be on our way as well. Shin patted Banner's shoulder, encouraging him to lift his spirits and not dwell on the past. Let us go. Show me around this city. Who knows, perhaps one day I shall find my eternal rest here. Once Banner adjusted his mood, he even made a jest. Then I shall personally bury you. I implore you to inscribe all my information upon my epitaph, particularly those 7 doctoral degrees and all the contributions I shall make in the future. Certainly. Meanwhile, the Oga family has arrived at the Kobe beef hot pot restaurant, seated at their table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their dishes. Good day, sir. Due to our restoration of the Ryukyu Kingdom, all dishes in our establishment are half price from today until the day after tomorrow. However, wastefulness will incur full charges. Shortly thereafter, the waiter completed the service, imparted a few important notes, and departed. Splendid. This establishment is quite commendable. We must frequent it. Ogu commended the ambience of the restaurant. Frequent visits are not feasible. The expenses are too high. Once every 6 months will suffice. Lena remained unaffected by such sentiments, while the Ogu family relished their dining experience. The application for Ryukyu's admission into the United Nations received unanimous approval from the 5 permanent members. The successful restoration of the Ryukyu people even became a topic in the National College entrance examination in certain countries. The Ryukyu populace, recognized in this examination, celebrated for an entire month. Meanwhile, beyond the Earth, spherical objects of blue and white, akin to meteors, descended into a desolate expanse in the Middle East. Chapter 51. The Onslaught of Sphaya. On this particular day, Jinwoo attended school as usual. Recently, he had been enjoying a rather leisurely existence. For a full month, no monsters had emerged on Earth, and even extraterrestrial beings were conspicuously absent. The only exception was a fishmonger whom Jinwoo had spotted recently, delivering supplies to local fishermen near the school. Aside from that, his days were spent attending classes, training on Mars, and occasionally addressing requests from the servitude department. Life was indeed tranquil. In stark contrast to Jinwoo's ease, Shizushin faced disciplinary actions from the TPC, which forbade him from taking leave for an entire month, compelling him to attend classes continuously. This predicament arose due to an audacious act he committed on the final day of the American military's withdrawal from Ryukyu. On that fateful day, Shizushin remotely commandeered a cruise ship carrying the departing American troops, and as it neared Hawaii, it collided with a cruising aircraft carrier. Thousands were aboard the cruise ship, yet fewer than 100 survived. When recounting the incident to Jinwoo, Shizushin exhibited an exuberance, for he had long harbored the desire to execute such a deed. The American soldiers aboard that cruise had previously terrorized the Ryukyu Islands, causing untold suffering and ruin. Were there innocent soldiers among them? No. In Shizushin's eyes, none were innocent. From the moment they set foot on Ryukyu, they forfeited any claim to innocence. Such scoundrels did not deserve to live. Regrettably, he had not eradicated them completely. In the aftermath, the Americans did not suspect foul play, attributing the disaster to a loss of control. Subsequently, they even lowered flags in mourning for the fallen soldiers. The personnel of the TPC, however, were acutely aware of the truth and immediately instructed Shizushin to return to school for self-reflection, emphasizing that next time such actions required prior notification and could not be undertaken unilaterally. During the lunch break, Jinwoo found solace atop the school's building. Perusing news on his phone, he stumbled upon a video published an hour prior, showcasing 6 blue and white spherical meteorites that had appeared in a desolate expanse of the Middle East, each approximately 10 meters in diameter. The site of their descent was located in southwestern Afghanistan, alarmingly close to an American military base, prompting the Americans to dispatch a team to retrieve the meteorites for research. Upon arrival at the crash site, American soldiers, in a moment of folly, touched the meteorites and were immediately consumed by them. In an instant, all 6 meteorites awakened, transforming into monstrous entities. One of the meteorites even amalgamated with soil, giving rise to a spider-like beast approximately 30 meters long, adorned with 5 eyes. It unfurled a protective barrier around the other revived meteorites, shielding its companions from the retaliatory assaults of the startled soldiers. After a majority of American soldiers were annihilated, a small contingent of troops and journalists fled into the depths of the desolate desert, relentlessly pursued by a monstrous creature that they could not shake off. During this harrowing escape, the journalists managed to upload footage of the ordeal online, igniting a significant surge of public interest. After all, it was the first time anyone had witnessed the perspective of humans being hunted by a beast. The creature captured in the video resembled the Durambeel, a fusion of the sphere and the Earth itself. Upon viewing the footage, Jianwu was taken aback. Could it be that Earth was once again facing the threat of Sphaya? The lurking Kiliolode had already been a source of distress for him. Sighing heavily, Jianwu vanished from his location. Such a formidable creature seemed well within the capabilities of the TPC to manage. Unfortunately, the TPC was not yet global in its outreach and could not conduct cross-border operations, leaving Jianwu to endure the burden alone. It is worth mentioning that although the TPC did not operate on a global scale, the people of Ryukyu were well aware that their government had established a special unit dedicated to addressing anomalous events, including encounters with monsters and extraterrestrials. However, due to the absence of such incidents, this team often assisted the police in apprehending criminals, thereby garnering the goodwill of the Ryukyu populace. This team navigated the skies of Ryukyu aboard a peculiar dragon-headed spacecraft, known as the Victory Team. The Ryukyu government claimed that this small squad consisted of 6 members, yet the public had only glimpsed 2 of them. One was a vibrant young woman, and the other was a somewhat plump young man. Those who had experienced the incident at the Daiteon shopping mall recognized the young woman as the one who had fought the monster in the dessert shop. Simultaneously, videos of the Daiteon shopping mall incident began circulating. Consequently, the Victory Team garnered immense trust from the public, even captivating overseas netizens who were astonished by the weaponry and spacecraft developed by the Daiteon Corporation. As for the people of Ryukyu, they appreciated the government's tangible efforts. In Afghanistan, deep within the barren desert, the Durambeel closely trailed a convoy of vehicles, maintaining an impeccable distance, neither lagging behind nor overtaking. Occasionally, it would unleash a crimson beam, though it seemed to deliberately miss its targets. Behind it, plumes of thick smoke rose at intervals of several hundred meters, revealing the source to be a downed fighter jet, with as many as 10 scattered across the desert. At 5 of these crash sites, blue and white spheres were devouring the remnants of the aircraft. Oh my goodness! They were consuming those jets. The journalist in the backseat captured this astonishing scene with his camera. "Damn it! This creature is doing it on purpose," exclaimed Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force, his face contorted with fury as he witnessed the Sphaya spheres consuming the wreckage through the rear-view mirror. Originally, The intent was to summon support in this desolate wasteland to eliminate the monstrous threats. However, it turned out that the adversary had been deliberately waiting for the call for assistance, subsequently shielding its companion while devouring the incoming fighter jets. Although the rationale behind this maneuver remained elusive, an instinctive awareness urged him that if this continued, the 5 meteors might evolve into even more formidable beasts. After all, the entities fused with the Earth were already terrifying, their defensive and offensive capabilities far surpassing his own. Nevertheless, ceasing the call for support was out of the question. A greater mission loomed ahead. That mission was to locate his kidnapped comrade, a search he had been undertaking for over a month, only to receive such a task on this very day. Colonel, there seems to be a base of a sinister organization within the rugged mountains ahead. A journalist in the vehicle, using the camera's zoom function, spotted a watchtower at a distant mountain pass, with 2 trucks making their way inside. Let us drive straight in. Rod's eyes lit up, ready to take a gamble. These monsters had a penchant for consuming weapons, and the terrorist camp surely housed an abundance of armaments. If they could draw the attention of these beasts, perhaps they might seize the opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, within a cave in the desolate mountains, 2 men were diligently occupied. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed throughout the cavern. After a while, the sound of hammering merged with the sudden cacophony from outside, creating an inexplicable rhythm. Enraptured by his work, Tony Stark paid no heed to the commotion erupting beyond the cave's confines, focusing solely on striking the iron block with his hammer. Again and again. Chapter 52. Not a human but a monster. As it was currently working hours, he remained resolutely focused, particularly after having been imprisoned by that terrifying organization for over a month. In a desperate bid for escape, he and Ethan had to craft weapons under the watchful eyes of their captors, all the while concealing their true intention of forging a battle suit that would enable their flight from this dreadful place. Thus far, they had successfully assembled an arm and 2 leg components. At this rate, Tony felt confident that they could achieve their goal in just over a month. It done. Let's take a moment to rest. With the final strike of the hammer, Tony wiped the sweat from his brow and sank into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. What was happening outside? After taking a sip, Tony furrowed his brow at the sounds echoing from beyond. Their cave was deeply embedded within a mountain, and it was unusual for external noises to penetrate this far. Earlier, amidst their labors, he had vaguely heard the distant clamor, but had paid it little mind. Now, however, he sensed something was amiss. The sounds were mingled with the unmistakable crackle of gunfire, and perhaps even the cries of some creature. Who knows, it could be another weapons test. Ethan shrugged from across the table. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from outside, the sheer force compelling both men to instinctively cover their ears, even causing the water in Tony's cup to tremble. Are you certain this is merely a weapons test? Tony queried, probing his ears. If he was not mistaken, that sounded like a missile launch. Indeed, it appears to be one of Stark Industries' missiles, Ethan replied, a look of astonishment crossing his face, which soon transformed into elation. If it is not a weapons test, then it must be the Americans coming for you. I must apologize for my earlier remarks. It seems those seeking you are quite capable, even in this desolate mountain. Despite Ethan's joy, an ominous feeling crept into Tony's mind, causing him to frown. Boom! At that moment, a fiery red beam pierced through their cave. Fortunately, Tony and Ethan were situated far enough from the point of impact, and the cave did not collapse. Otherwise, their fate would have been grim. Sunlight streamed in through the newly created openings, and concurrently, a monstrous roar reverberated in their ears. Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, with Ethan's expression shifting to one of discomfort, clearly realizing that they had celebrated too soon. Cautiously, Tony approached the first hole that had been shattered, peering outside to witness the unfolding chaos. A 30-meter-tall, spider-like beast was wreaking havoc upon the terrorist camp, engaging in fierce combat with the insurgents. Behind it, 5 blue-white spheres rested atop stacks of Stark weaponry and ammunition boxes or trucks, each encased in a faint, almost imperceptible barrier, shielding them from the surrounding gunfire. Terrorists, hidden in various locations, relentlessly attacked the creature known as Durambier. Regrettably, even with Dalimber's protective barrier shielding the 5 Sphaya orbs, their weaponry proved utterly ineffective against it. Moreover, anyone who dared to assault D'Alembert met their demise at the hands of its lethal beam. Ethan, you may retract your apologies. It is not a human seeking me, but rather a monstrous entity that has come to confront us. An opportunity has presented itself. Witnessing such a scene, Tony raised an eyebrow, a thought emerging in his mind. Given the terrifying prowess of this beast, it was evident that it would not be vanquished by this nefarious organization, whose armaments were predominantly derived from Stark Industries. Albeit outdated models, Tony was acutely aware that those antiquated versions would inflict no harm upon such a creature. Thus, amidst their battle with the monster, an exquisite chance for escape had arisen. Ethan, prepare yourself. Tony hastened to his workstation, swiftly assembling the mechanical arm of his battle suit, which he then donned upon his arm, additionally strapping on some homemade explosives. The mechanical limb was cumbersome and unwieldy, demanding all of Tony's strength to lift. It lacked agility. Sheesh, this is heavy. I must ensure that I modify this contraption to be lighter and more convenient in the future. Observing Tony's armament, Ethan also set about constructing a few rudimentary explosives at his own workstation, equipping himself accordingly. Thus, the two armed individuals cautiously approached the second breach that had been created by the monster's onslaught. Navigating through the tunnel formed by the creature's beam, they halted just before emerging, refraining from exposing themselves immediately. With a careful hand, Tony retrieved a mirror from his pocket, using it to glance outside. Through the reflection, he discerned several sentries positioned between the two mountains, some terrorists sprinting towards the center of the encampment, seemingly to offer reinforcements. However, a few armed personnel remained stationed at the outposts, and Tony also noted several jeeps stationed at a distance. Seizing the moment, Tony raised his mechanical arm-adorned limb, aiming at the cluster of individuals and launching a small missile directly towards them. Boom! A tremendous explosion engulfed the group, and upon witnessing their stillness, Tony leapt from the opening, gesturing for Ethan to follow as they sprinted towards one of the jeeps. Once inside, Tony removed the mechanical arm, fastened his seatbelt, and ignited the engine, steering down the path between the mountains. As the engine roared to life, the tension in their hearts began to ease slightly. It seems you will soon be reunited with your family, Tony remarked, pressing the accelerator and darting forward. Just as Ethan was about to buckle his seatbelt, he offered a faint smile, intending to convey something, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the rearview mirror. Through its reflection, he noticed that some of the terrorists who had previously attacked the monster of the camp were now speeding towards them. One bald assailant leaned out of a window, aiming a firearm directly at Tony in the driver's seat. Alarmed, Ethan unbuckled his seatbelt and lunged toward Tony. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, Ethan courageously intercepted the bullet that was meant for Tony. Tony, unable to assess Ethan's injuries in that moment, found himself confronted by 5 Sphaya orbs that suddenly appeared, blocking their path and forcing him to halt the vehicle approximately 500 meters away from them. The Sphaya orbs merely hovered there, refraining from attacking, before descending to the rocky ground and merging into a singular, colossal entity that soon came into view. It was Jormos, a monstrous creation formed from the devoured remnants of the America fighter jets, Stark Industries weapons, and the surrounding rock. Behind the terrorists, D'Alembert emerged slowly. Both the terrorists and Tony found themselves in a predicament, realizing escape was futile. The terrorists, resigned to their fate, disembarked from their vehicles, preparing for a desperate fight. Tony's expression grew grave as he assisted Ethan, who lay injured, back into the passenger seat. He donned his mechanical arm once more, ready to unbuckle his seatbelt for a final stand. Suddenly, 2 piercing cries akin to those of bluebirds resonated above. The onlookers then beheld 2 azure arrows materializing before them. In the blink of an eye, one of the arrows pierced through D'Alembert's back, who had not managed to deploy his shield in time. D'Alembert's form faltered, and in the next instant, he erupted in a violent explosion. Chapter 53. Do not waste this life following the explosion of D'Alembert. It did not disintegrate into a shower of flesh like the monstrous beings of yore, but rather transformed into a cloud of fine debris that gracefully descended around. The proximity of the terrorists severely hampered visibility, rendering even Tony and his companion, who were safely ensconced in their vehicle, vulnerable to the swirling sands. The gritty particles infiltrated through the shattered rear window, some even settling upon Ethan's bullet wound. Under the influence of the swirling debris, Tony squinted, glancing at the rearview mirror, where he barely discerned a violet sprite wielding a bow and arrow amidst the haze. With determination, he removed his mechanical arm, unfastened his seatbelt, and instead of starting the vehicle, he hastily opened the door to check on Ethan's condition. He recognized that the road ahead was obstructed by Jomos, flanked by steep mountains on either side, making it impossible for the Jeep to ascend. Behind them loomed hundreds of armed members of the terrorist organization, and with the equipment in his vehicle, escape seemed implausible. Initially, the dual threat of the monster and the terrorist organization compelled him to contemplate a desperate fight. However, with Trigga's arrival, the monstrous threat faded into insignificance, leaving only the terrorists to contend with. After all, these terrorists needed him to craft Jericho missiles, and until those missiles were completed, they would not dare to eliminate him. Thus, why would he risk his safety? He could merely linger in that dark cavern a while longer. But then again, he imagined that the cave he had previously occupied might one day feature a scenic window. Roar! As Tony tended to Ethan's injuries, Jomos, 500 meters away, let out a furious roar and conjured a barrier to deflect the incoming arrows. Indeed, Jomos demonstrated formidable strength, even if it paled in comparison to the amalgamated creature in Dana. Nevertheless, it was merely a weakened version. In the air, Jinwoo witnessed the spectacle, causing the bow and arrow in his hand to dissolve into luminous particles. Seizing the moment while Jomos' barrier was lowered, Jinwoo clenched his fists and soared towards Jomos at an astonishing speed. As he neared Jomos, the crystal on his forehead shimmered, and his form transformed into a robust, red-hued physique. With the momentum gained from his earlier velocity in the air, the now powerful Jinwoo struck Jomos squarely in the chest with his glowing fists. Having just retracted his barrier, Jomos was caught off guard and was propelled back, crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. In the aftermath, only the terrorists and the Jeep occupied by Tony and Ethan remained. Observing the disappearance of both the monster and Trigga, the bald leader gestured to 4 of his subordinates to retrieve Tony and Ethan. Meanwhile, at the leader's command, the remaining members raised their firearms and rocket launchers, aiming them at the Jeep. Inside the vehicle, Ethan's condition was dire. The bullet had penetrated his chest, resulting in a copious loss of blood, and the sand that had infiltrated the car now lay upon his wound, exacerbating his plight. Tony's expression was somewhat grave, and he could only make do with the available resources to perform some emergency measures. Nonetheless, the gravel around the wound remained uncleaned. "Ethan, can you hear me?" After completing the first aid, Tony attempted to call out several times. Ethan struggled to open his eyes, glanced at Tony, and managed a faint smile. "Of course I can hear you. You must hold on. Your family is waiting for you to return." "Actually, my family has long since perished at the hands of those terrorists," Ethan replied, his words coming in fits and starts. Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback, as if a tight grip had seized his heart. He recalled the joy in Ethan's voice when he spoke of his family in the cave, believing him to be blissful, only to discover that Ethan's reality was nearly as bleak as his own. Taking a deep breath, Tony said, "Ethan, your family would never want you to join them at this moment. Live for my sake." "No, I want to see my family." Ethan smiled again, clearly having lost the will to survive as the light of life in his eyes gradually dimmed. "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing Ethan's resignation to death, Tony ceased his pleas and simply gazed at him earnestly. "Then do not waste this life. Cherish it." With that, Ethan closed his eyes and silence enveloped him. Witnessing this, Tony's face fell with sorrow as he stood and embraced Ethan. At that moment, 4 of the bald man's henchmen approached the car door. 2 of them yanked Tony out, while the other 2 intended to drag Ethan along, only to find him breathless, leading them to present Tony before their leader. "Boss, the other one is dead." The bullet went straight through his chest. The 2 empty-handed henchmen reported Ethan's condition to the bald man. "Then bring the damn car back." "Is the vehicle dead too?" The bald man slapped each of the 2 henchmen. "If he's dead, then bring the car back." Startled, The two henchmen nodded quickly and hurried back toward the jeep. All right, it's our turn now, my dear Mr. Stark. Can you continue to manufacture the Jericho missile for me? The bald man turned to Tony, who was held by two of his subordinates, gesturing for them to release him. Wow, that's an intriguing proposal. I do miss those days of drinking tea and playing chess in the cave. However, the progress on the missile may be significantly delayed, considering my assistant was killed by your own hands. Tony stood up, fixing a steely gaze on the bald man as he spoke. Rest assured, I will grant you ample time. In the jeep, the seemingly lifeless Ethan suddenly opened his eyes wide, sensing something amiss. He felt that his wounds no longer pained him, and a surge of strength coursed through his body. What is happening? Ethan shot up, looking down at his chest, which had been pierced by a bullet, now showing no trace of injury. Instead, he felt a slight itch as he scratched. A layer of skin came off, revealing a blue-white, block-like membrane underneath. It felt soft yet remarkably firm, impervious to his attempts to tear it. Ethan frantically scratched his chest, only to discover that his hands had transformed into sharp spikes, and he felt something within him yearning to break free. The blue and white membrane on his chest pulsated rhythmically, reminiscent of a beating heart. No, Ethan experienced no elation at the prospect of survival. Instead, a sense of terror enveloped him as he distinctly sensed an entity attempting to invade his mind. At that moment, two henchmen who had come to drive opened the car door and entered, only to be pierced through by a writhing tendril that emerged from Ethan. The tendril then tore through the entire roof of the jeep, swaying ominously above. The bald man, upon hearing the commotion, was startled to see the tendril piercing through the roof, prompting him to raise his gun and fire. His henchmen, witnessing their leader's alarm, followed suit and aimed at the tendril. The overwhelming barrage of gunfire forced Tony to duck for cover. However, in the face of such firepower, the tendril appeared unfazed. It extended further, retaliating against the surrounding terrorists. Where the tendril passed, the terrorists were sent flying, with the fortunate ones landing awkwardly and losing consciousness for broken bones, while the unfortunate met a grimmer fate, crashing into nearby rocks, bloodied and lifeless. Chapter 54. My claws are not, without merit, blasted. Tony muttered under his breath as he took cover behind a rock, witnessing the grotesque brain matter rolling towards him. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the jeep, his expression a tapestry of confusion. What was transpiring? Inside, there had only been Ethan's lifeless body. How could such an elongated tentacle suddenly emerge? Had Ethan, that unremarkable fellow, forged a pact with a demon in hell and returned to life? Tony grimaced, chastising himself for entertaining such fanciful thoughts as a staunch materialist. Yet, he found himself utterly perplexed by the appearance of that tentacle. His eyes scanned the chaos surrounding the tentacle, landing on the bald man who, along with a few burly companions, abandoned their subordinates and fled towards the camp. Tony followed suit, recognizing the grim reality. Whether that appendage had any ties to Ethan or not, preserving his own life took precedence. He had no desire to be struck by that tentacle. He could only imagine the agony it would inflict. Moments later, the remaining terrorists, having concentrated their firepower for so long without hindering the tentacle's relentless assault, began to feel a creeping dread. Memories of Durambier's earlier rampage in the camp flooded their minds. They quickly realized that while the tentacle appeared diminutive, it bore the same essence as that monstrous creature, prompting them to abandon their futile attacks and make a hasty retreat to the camp. As for the vehicles parked nearby, they knew all too well that the moment the engines roared to life, the tentacle would mercilessly target them first, a reality witnessed by many. Thus, they could only flee on foot. However, their realization came too late. The tentacles extending from the jeep ruthlessly struck down the slowest among them, rendering them incapacitated. This fate was, in fact, the more merciful outcome. Others were impaled by the sharp appendages, leaving them in a state of eternal stillness. Soon, the path wedged between the mountains bore no standing souls. Observing this, the tentacle gradually retracted back into the jeep. Boom! The jeep that Tony had once occupied erupted in a fiery explosion, and from the flames emerged Ethan, now transformed into a monstrous entity. Apart from the upper half of his face, he bore little resemblance to his former self. A jagged, rock-like horn protruded from his head, and his back was adorned with scales resembling rugged stone. He resembled a diminutive humanoid beast. Stark. Ethan's eyes darted irregularly before settling, revealing a glimmer of anguish. With a slight crouch, he propelled himself like an arrow towards the camp. Several kilometers away, debris flew as dust billowed. The sound of explosions echoed ominously. The once majestic mountains in the vicinity had been ravaged by the clash between Jianwu and Jomos, reduced nearly to rubble. Boom! 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 Jomos unleashed a barrage of blue lightning bolts upon Jianwu. Except for an initial strike, which had caught him off guard, all subsequent assaults were deftly deflected by Jianwu's timely shield. With resolute determination, Jianwu approached Jomos, his presence shimmering against the barrier. In a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful kick, radiating a crimson glow from his right foot. Sensing the impending assault, Jomos seized his emission of light and raised his clawed hand to intercept. A sharp sound echoed as Jomos' claws grazed Jianwu's calf, igniting a flurry of sparks. Jianwu stifled a grunt of pain, but persevered, landing a forceful kick against Jomos. The impact sent Jomos crashing to the ground, stirring clouds of dust and causing the earth to rumble as if shaken by an earthquake. Your claws are impressive, Jianwu mused. But do you believe you are the only one with such weaponry? Crossing his arms over his chest, he summoned powerful claws that manifested at his wrists. As he spread his arms wide, for sharp spikes emerged from the formidable appendages. In an instant, two of these spikes sliced through the air, aimed directly at Jomos' eyes. Reacting swiftly, Jomos rolled to evade the strike, narrowly escaping Jianwu's assault. The powerful claws missed their mark, plunging into the ground and creating a crater as Jianwu withdrew them. Noticing that Jomos had regained his footing, Jianwu charged forward, wielding his claws with determination. Jomos mirrored his movements, and as they ran, the debris beneath them danced like a bungee cord under their weight. In a flurry of strikes, their claws met with a resounding clash, sparks flying as they battled evenly. Jianwu deftly deflected Jomos' claws, launching another attack aimed at Jomos' eyes. Jomos, now alert, raised his claws defensively, successfully blocking the blow. In retaliation, a bolt of blue lightning surged from him, striking Jianwu with force. With a grunt, Jianwu endured the impact and, seizing the moment, used his other powerful claw to slash across Jomos' yellow V-shaped organ. Two deep gashes marred the surface, igniting further sparks. This organ was crucial for Jomos' barrier, and now it lay in ruin. Roaring in pain, Jomos pivoted and lashed out with his tail, wielding it like a whip. Jianwu retracted the spikes of his claws and, with great strength, seized Jomos' tail, flinging him violently to the ground. Following this, Jianwu's fist descended upon Jomos' abdomen, adhering closely as if magnetically drawn. Simultaneously, the golden armor adorning Jianwu glimmered, energy coalescing within his powerful claws as the four spikes extended once more. Without obstruction, they penetrated Jomos' abdomen, the amassed energy surging into his body. Dilatium, claw impact. With the influx of energy, Jomos' body began to fracture, crimson light emanating from the fissures. With a thunderous explosion, Jomos erupted into a myriad of fragments, some remnants splattering Jianwu in the aftermath. Yet, he remained vigilant, eyeing the direction of the nefarious organization's camp, aware that others remained. Previously, it was believed that the arrow had resolved the threat of Dalimber. However, it has now become apparent that this is not the case. A portion of its bodily tissue has somehow merged with the near-death Ethan. Although it is merely the size of a human and still in an unfinished state, it has evolved into Neo-Dalimber. A flash of insight crossed Jianwu's forehead, and his body transformed into a composite form, subsequently soaring towards the direction of the camp. Where are we headed now? Tony, bound hand and foot, glanced at the bald driver who shrugged and replied, "To where you ought to go." The bald man started the jeep, unwilling to share further information. Suddenly, Ethan plummeted from the sky, landing squarely in the center of the camp, causing the ground to shatter like glass. Ethan? Tony was stunned upon glimpsing the upper half of Ethan's face, disbelief flooding him. I was just thinking about this. Have you truly returned from a pact with the underworld? As Tony scrutinized Ethan's current appearance, he couldn't help but notice the resemblance to the monstrous spider from before. His mind wandered to the sand that had clung to Ethan's wounds after the explosion of Dallenber. Could it be so? This notion felt even more absurd than a contract with hell itself. Is it truly possible to survive this? Upon hearing Tony call his name, Ethan's eyes whirled, and the tendrils in his hands surged toward Tony. Chapter 55. Almost godlike witnessing the actions of his adversary, Tony was taken aback, yet his hands and feet were bound, rendering any attempt to leap from the vehicle a mere invitation to death. However, within the confines of the car, there lingered a glimmer of hope, for the engine was on the verge of igniting. Thus, he abruptly let his body fall to the side, reclining on the rear seat. A myriad of thoughts surged through Tony's mind. How utterly kitsch this scenario was, reminiscent of a plot from a film. After returning from the depths of hell, must one sever all ties with kin? Moreover, was it truly warranted to seek his demise simply because he uttered the name of his foe in life? How absurd. Mr. Bald Eagle, Tony mused, should I meet my end, who will craft your Jericho missiles then? His thoughts flitted away in an instant as he gestured for the bald man to hasten and start the vehicle. Even amidst this harrowing moment, Tony could not resist bestowing a nickname upon his captor. The Bald Eagle, a raptor, was both unsightly and bald, mirroring the man's appearance. While the term thug directly denoted his affiliation with a nefarious organization, branding him as an unattractive and hairless terrorist, the bald man cast a cold glance at Tony, unmistakably aware of the derision embedded in his words. Did Tony truly believe that his technological prowess would shield him from harm? Once safety was assured, he would have much to answer for. Just as the tendrils were about to make contact with the vehicle, the car driven by the bald man surged forth, evading the attack. Navigating towards another exit of the encampment, Ethan's outstretched appendages missed their target, unable to match the speed of their modified Jeep. The bald man, observing this, snorted derisively. He had discerned earlier that Ethan's ability to deploy his tendrils paled in comparison to the velocity of their enhanced vehicle. Indeed, it barely reached half their speed. Running on foot made it arduous to evade the tendrils, yet driving rendered it a trivial task. This was precisely why he had seized the opportunity to return to the camp and commandeer the vehicle while his subordinates engaged the enemy. Mr. Bald Eagle, he quipped, your driving skills are quite impressive. Would you care to be my chauffeur in the Middle East? Of course, there would be no salary. As Tony saw the tendrils fall short, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After enduring such tumultuous ups and downs, he felt a newfound clarity regarding many matters, and thus began to jest with the bald man once more. The bald man paid him no heed, fixated solely on the road ahead. Noticing the indifference of his captor, Tony felt a twinge of self-amusement and reclined on the Jeep's seat. As they neared the encampment's exit and ventured into the desolate expanse of the desert, the bald man stole a final glance at the area where weapons and ammunition had once been stockpiled. Now it lay barren, devoured by that infernal beast. The few core members who had returned to the camp with him, only 2 had successfully initiated the Jeep and followed behind. The rest had fallen victim to the monstrous Ethan before they could even reach the vehicle. Nevertheless, some had sought refuge in the caves within the encampment, and he could only hope they would survive. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. The vast sums he had invested in procuring weaponry and training those members now seemed to have evaporated almost entirely. Upon reflecting on this, the bald man, consumed by fury, forcefully struck the car door. Mr. Vulture, I suggest you focus on driving. We have yet to navigate through the perilous phase, Tony, reclining in the back seat, urged upon witnessing the bald man's expression. In the desolate expanse of the desert, 3 Jeeps sped forward. Oh, what is that? A drone? Tony blinked as he noticed a minuscule black that suddenly appear in the sky to the left of their vehicle, barely discernible unless one looked closely. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the combat drone he had sold to the American military. With a flicker of apprehension in his gaze, Tony cautiously raised his hands and feet. Ah, what an exhilarating day this is, he mused, stretching languidly in his seat, his actions unnoticed by the bald man. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets erupted from the drone, striking down the bald man and the 2 other core members of the driving crew. their heads exploding upon impact. At the same moment, the bullet severed the ropes binding Tony's hands and feet. Damn it, what terrible marksmanship. Tony winced as he felt a sharp sting in his right wrist. The bullet had grazed him, and he could sense warm blood trickling down onto his face. However, he did not pause to assess his injury. Instead, he scrambled into the driver's seat, stabilizing the vehicle that was on the verge of losing control. He then gently pushed the corpse of the bald man into the passenger seat. "Tony, do remember to ride in the same vehicle with me next time?" Came the voice of Rhodey from the drone hovering above Tony's car. "Hey, I knew you would find me," Tony replied, his tone devoid of surprise upon hearing the familiar voice. Rhodey, on the other end, fell silent for a moment, pondering whether to disclose that he hadn't actually come looking for Tony today. Earlier, they had lured the monster near the terrorist organization's encampment, where it had spotted the weapons and ammunition being transported to the base, predictably charging in that direction, indifferent to their presence, with the creature no longer paying them heed. They had planned to retrace their route back to the base. However, shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon Trigga and a reporter and his team, eager to capture footage of Trigga vanquishing the monster, had deployed a drone of their own. Given that Trigga typically dispatched monsters in less than 3 minutes, they consented, believing it would not impede their escape. Yet, the drone revealed Tony was also ensnared within the confines of the terrorist encampment. They promptly relayed the information, awaiting reinforcements while remaining poised to act. When the bald man finally emerged with Tony and the 2 core members, Rhodey deployed the military drone stationed in their vehicle, effectively eliminating the trio and freeing Tony from his bindings. "Tony, don't celebrate just yet. That monster is also heading your way." Rhodey's voice turned grave. Through the rearview mirror, Tony observed Ethan bounding closer with each leap, and it was clear that a few more bounds would bring him within striking distance. It appeared that Ethan had transformed into Jack with spring-loaded legs, seemingly eager for a confrontation. Tony whistled nonchalantly, unconcerned, for he had participated in several car races and could hardly fathom losing to Ethan. "I believe you need not contend with him any longer. Trigga has arrived." Rod's voice resonated once more. "Huh." At the mention, Tony turned his gaze and beheld Ethan suspended in mid-air, alongside the colossal form of Trigga hovering above. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flashed from Trigga's forehead, and a radiant beam shot forth from his palm towards Ethan. "Farewell, my friend." Witnessing Trigga unleash this luminous energy, Tony halted his vehicle and closed his eyes, refraining from uttering a word of protest, for Ethan was no longer the person he once knew. The current Ethan was merely a monstrous entity. In stark contrast to Tony's expectations, Ethan, struck by the golden beam, did not explode into oblivion. Instead, he gradually descended from the sky and collapsed onto the ground. From beneath the guise of a beast, he slowly transformed back into a human. Gazing at the ethereal particles of Trigga above, then down at his own human form, Ethan struggled to comprehend the reality before him. "I am still alive." The reason behind the giant's act of salvation eluded him. Was he truly a deity of his faith, captured by a terrorist organization for several months? He remained unaware of Trigga's existence. Thus, Trigga's intervention appeared to him as a divine act, bestowing upon him a second chance at life. Chapter 56. Just as this moment is in that moment, he was bestowed with a renewed existence. If not by divine intervention, then who else could be responsible? Thus, Ethan humbly knelt at the spot where Trelka had vanished, expressing his profound gratitude. Simultaneously, he murmured an apology to his family in the heavens. "Forgive me. I cannot reunite with you just yet. You must wait a little longer." Having endured the erosion of the sphere, this third life granted by the divine was not one he wished to squander. He yearned to embrace his humanity fully. For upon the invasion of the sphere, he had shared its memories and learned of its name, as well as its ominous intentions. They sought to consume and assimilate Earth, aiming to unify all life into a singular ideology, thereby extinguishing individuality and thought, eradicating all potential for conflict. Ethan witnessed countless planets consumed by Sphaya, and the despairing gazes of their inhabitants. The apocalyptic scenes filled him with profound dread. As an ordinary man, he should not have been burdened by such concerns. Yet, He felt compelled to undertake a task worthy of humanity. Especially now, as God had granted him a new life, he believed this to be his destiny. Tony, we are en route. The creature that pursued you has been transformed back into a human by Trigga's light. Please keep an eye on that individual. The military requires him, came Rod's voice through the drone, rousing Tony from his reverie as he tightly shut his eyes, unwilling to witness Ethan's body explode. Rod's words left him momentarily stunned. Trigga could transform monsters into humans? Wasn't the usual approach to annihilate them directly? What had transpired during the month he was abducted? Tony recalled the videos he had seen prior to his abduction, where the monsters had been vanquished by Trigga. What were those creatures called? Ah, yes. Melba, Gorzin, Gamora, and Galba. Hadn't those four beasts been slain? Moreover, did Rod mean that the creature pursuing him was Ethan? Could it be that Ethan had returned to life? This revelation caused Tony to open his eyes wide, and there he beheld Ethan, fervently kneeling towards the place where Trigga had once stood, even bowing his head in reverence. A surge of excitement coursed through Tony as he approached Ethan. Hey, not so monster, should I call you spring-legged Jack, or the messenger returned from the depths of hell, or perhaps the esteemed Dr. Ethan, whom I met in Bern, Switzerland? Tony stepped out of the vehicle, standing beside Ethan, who remained engrossed in his act of devotion. Upon hearing Tony's words, Ethan rose and offered him a warm smile. Are those two nicknames you assigned to me? They don't sound very pleasant. Moreover, my family is currently not welcoming me back, so I have returned. You dislike the nicknames I gave you? That's beyond your control. Regardless, welcome back, not fat. Tony stepped forward and embraced Ethan, patting him on the back, gazing at his frail form with astonishment. I truly cannot believe that the creature with tentacles was once you. To be honest, I find it hard to believe as well, but thankfully, I was saved by God. By the way, I also dislike the nickname Tentacle Monster. It feels rather sinister. God? I never expected you to consider Trigga as God. Tony disregarded Ethan's remarks about the nickname. That giant actually has a name, Trigga. Besides myself, who else calls him God? Ethan had been isolated from the outside world for too long and was quite curious about Trigga. Subsequently, Tony shared with Ethan all that he knew about Trigga. Trigga was referred to as God when he eliminated monsters in Australia. Those were people whom Trigga had saved. Of course, the old pope in Rome disagrees with this title and has been condemning those individuals online, forbidding the use of the term God in reference to Trigga. Now that I know he transformed you from a monster into a human, I must say that he truly deserves the title of God. Being capable of reorganizing life forms is indeed remarkable. It is a pity that the old pope in Rome does not agree with Trigga being called God. To this, Ethan chuckled. By the way, since you once transformed into a tentacle monster, the American military has some thoughts about you. But rest assured, I will ensure your safety. After all, you're a shareholder of Stark Industries. As Tony said this, he gave Ethan a pat. When did I become a shareholder of Stark Industries? Just now. Tony shrugged. Ethan, on the rooftop of the Decisive High School teaching building, a mass of light particles gradually coalesced into the figure of Jianwu. Despite his conspicuous presence, no one could detect him, for the Eternal Core would safeguard him. The Eternal Core had earned the MVP title. He was coasting to victory effortlessly. Jianwu glanced at the time, realizing it was still early, and a gentle breeze was blowing in from the sea. Thus, he decided to linger on the rooftop a little longer, as the breeze from the sea was delightful. He leaned against a wall and closed his eyes. Today's wind is rather boisterous. Under this gentle breeze, Jianwu even dozed off, and when he awoke, the sea breeze had ceased. Jianwu rose, intending to wash his face at the faucet outside the classroom before heading back. Lying God, a nervous voice came from the first-floor corridor. Watanabe Shireen spoke, unable to meet his gaze. Who might you be? Upon hearing someone call him, Lying God turned around, looking somewhat puzzled at the adorable girl before him. I am Watanabe Shireen. A pang of unease struck Watanabe Shireen's heart, and a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. It seems there is someone here. Are we in the same class? I apologize, my memory is not particularly sharp. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Just then, Jianwu walked in after washing his face. I would like to invite you to watch a movie this weekend. Upon seeing Jianwu, Watanabe's original intention to confess suddenly faltered, transforming instead into a desire to enjoy a film together. This was because Watanabe Cheyenne wished to avoid any embarrassment in front of others. I'm sorry, but I've already made plans to play games with him this weekend. Shizukami glanced back at Jinwoo and decided to use gaming as an excuse to decline Watanabe Cheyenne's invitation. I want to be available for gaming this weekend. You should go watch the movie with him. Jinwoo waved his hand, leaving behind a remarkably elegant silhouette for the two. Shizukami, at that moment, was just as he is now. Chapter 57. International Exchange. Student Lion God observed the retreating figure of Ken Watanabe and felt a moment of astonishment. How could he betray his teammate? What time shall we meet the day after tomorrow, and where? Upon retracting his gaze, Lion God noticed the expectant look in Watanabe's eyes. He ultimately could not bring himself to decline. After all, he was no longer the indifferent boy he once was. Following his rescue by the Oga family, he had undergone significant transformation, becoming more attuned to the feelings of others. As long as their requests were reasonable, he would generally acquiesce. However, Lion God sensed that Watanabe's invitation to the movies was motivated by something beyond mere camaraderie. Who schedules a movie outing on a Thursday? Typically, such plans are made for Fridays. He had observed this pattern among others. Why was his situation different? Lion God found himself perplexed. Perhaps the snippets he had previously witnessed were merely fragments and did not represent the entirety of human interactions. Go ahead and decide. I am amenable to anything. Now, let us exchange contact information, Watanabe suggested, producing his phone. Hearing the voice behind him, Ken couldn't help but smile. Even though Lion God had transformed into a mechanical entity, he still cared about the feelings of those beyond just his mother and friends. Previously, Lion God had claimed indifference toward the continuation of his lineage, yet Ken understood that deep down he still harbored some concern. A mother who has nurtured her child wishes to see her offspring flourish and bear descendants. A mother who has invested her heart in raising a child would not wish to see her lineage extinguished. Even if unspoken, this sentiment lingers. Therefore, someone like Lion God, who is sensitive to his mother-esque feelings, would inevitably care about such matters. As for whether mechanical beings could perpetuate their lineage, Ken considered it a trivial concern. This was a fantastical realm, a blend of Marvel and Ultraman. Surely, a day would come when a solution would allow Lion God to experience life as a normal human, capable of marriage and fatherhood. Thus, he wished to spare his friend from future regrets. Upon entering the classroom, Ken noticed that it was still before the start of the lesson, yet Shizuka Hiratsuka was already seated at the teacher's desk. Assuming she was preparing for her class, he paid little mind and returned to his seat. New Gaki-kun, I've heard that the school is sending 10 students to America as exchange students, and they want to return until next year's graduation season at Teiden High School. Teacher Shizuka will announce this shortly, and I suspect you might be among the chosen. Yubihama whispered to Ken, her voice laced with apprehension. She was acutely aware that the selection criteria for exchange students were often quite uniform. The essence lies primarily in academic performance, and perhaps in the affluence and influence of a student's family. However, considering the first criterion, Jinwoo's consistent ranking within the top 10 of her class certainly affords her a significant chance of being selected. As for her, the likelihood appears rather slim. Is that so? It seems quite promising. Jinwoo was somewhat taken aback to discover that the current Ryukyu is still engaged in collaborative projects with American high schools. It is rather intriguing. Who, having delved into the topic of Ryukyu's restoration, is unaware that America was compelled to withdraw from its long-established military base. Given Ryukyu's strategic geographical positioning, the implications of this loss are nearly incalculable. In contrast to Jinwoo's surprise, the pink-haired girl, upon hearing Jinwoo's response, felt a twinge of disappointment. If Jinwoo were to go to America, it meant she might not see her companion for the entire year ahead. Would she be forgotten in that time? Yubihama felt her palms dampen, her fingers gripping the fabric of her skirt with increasing intensity. At that moment, Hiratsuka Shizen, upon noticing the students assembled in the classroom, stood up to signal for silence, and then announced, "Well, since everyone is here, I have an important announcement to make." Recently, Teiden High School has signed an international exchange student agreement with Midtown High School in New York. Therefore, Our school will be sending 10 students from a senior year to participate in this exchange program, which will coincide with the graduation season next year. All living expenses during the stay in America will be covered by Midtown High School. The students below stirred restlessly at this revelation. When had a foreign nation ever taken on the responsibility of covering all living expenses for its exchange students? It was unprecedented. It was difficult for them to comprehend that a superpower like America would extend such an offer to a recently restored small nation. Due to the differing academic calendars of the two countries, this group would initially enroll in the second year there and would advance with their peers in September, Hiratsuka continued. Moreover, students returning from Midtown High School as exchange students would enjoy an additional benefit. After graduation next year, they would gain direct admission to Titan University without the need for examinations. Upon hearing this, the classmates erupted in a chorus of excitement, each one tempted by the prospect. Titan University is renowned worldwide, especially now with the esteemed Professor Banner, who holds 7 doctoral degrees. Hold your enthusiasm. There are requirements for exchange students, Hiratsuka cautioned. Proficiency in English is essential, at least sufficient for effective communication. Additionally, academic performance cannot be subpar. Yokohama's eyes lit up at this requirement. Emphasizing English proficiency and acceptable academic standards described her perfectly. She felt a glimmer of hope that she might have the opportunity to join Jianwu. Apart from the designated candidates from the school, several additional spots would be determined in an examination scheduled for tomorrow morning. Of course, if the school-designated individuals decline the offer, the opportunities would be redistributed. Our class has one student selected by the school to participate in the exchange program in New York, and that student is Agaraki Jinwoo. Will you go? Shizuka Hiratsuka cast a hopeful glance at Kengu Aragaki. The other students, upon hearing that the designated representative was Kengu Aragaki, felt no surprise, but rather exhibited a tinge of envy. After all, his academic performance was undeniably impressive, consistently placing within the top 10 of the school. Below, Kengu was momentarily taken aback. To America? Was this yet another manifestation of the grand universe's will? It seemed to actively beckon him to the stage. He nodded in acquiescence. Well, whatever. After all, no one on Earth posed a threat to him. It mattered not where he went. Moreover, over the past month, he had implemented numerous precautionary measures. As long as any non-human entity approached his family or anyone harbored intentions of harm, he would be able to sense it. Even if he found himself ensnared by a monster, those strategies would allow him to deliver a lethal counterstrike while safeguarding his loved ones from harm. Upon seeing Kengu's agreement to go, Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief, as there had been previously designated candidates who had declined. One had even claimed indifference to the endeavor, which had infuriated her to no end. Chapter 58. A Raw Gem? The school had originally designated 4 individuals for this exchange program, including Jianwu, and as the teacher responsible for this matter, I had previously inquired with the other 3 designated members. They were Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikigaya Hachiman, and Shishigami Kei. I could understand Yukino Shida's reluctance to go abroad due to health issues, and Shishigami declined under the pretext of interning at Titan. However, I could hardly fathom Hikigaya's dismissive attitude. When I asked him why he had no intention of participating, he simply stated he was too lazy to go, offering no further explanation. His nonchalance infuriated me. Had my mood not been relatively pleasant, I might have struck him. The exchange program was an all-expenses-paid opportunity, essentially a free trip to America. Such an enticing offer seemed to elude his appreciation. Returning to the present, Hiratsuka Shizen continued from the podium, aside from the designated members. Any student who has achieved a level 2 or higher in English according to school records may participate in the English examination arranged by the school tomorrow morning. Results will be communicated via email by the afternoon. Students who receive notification must prepare their personal belongings within 2 days and gather on the school playground on Monday. That was the extent of the announcement. Those interested, please raise your hands. Class representative, please note the names of those who volunteer. After taking a sip of water, Hiratsuka Shizen reflected on how exhausting it was to deliver such lengthy information. Yet, recalling that she was the supervising teacher for this exchange program made it seem trivial. Her role would primarily involve assisting students with their daily needs, reporting any issues back to CHJ High School, with no teaching responsibilities required. To her, it felt akin to a leisurely vacation. Ah, a year of work disguised as travel. How delightful! As she reveled in this thought, nearly all students with a level 2 proficiency in English raised their hands. Who would refuse such a splendid opportunity with all expenses covered? An exam? No problem. A little last-minute cramming tonight might just yield favorable results tomorrow. Upon seeing the class representative jot down her name, Yuabin took a deep breath, bolstering her resolve. She was determined to secure a spot at CHJ High School, allowing her to remain close to Jianwu. Perhaps this exchange program would even pave the way for a deeper connection between them. She resolved to seek advice from her mother upon returning home to ensure her success. With that thought, she cast a furtive glance at Jianwu, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Unbeknownst to her, Jianwu was preoccupied with thoughts of bringing back gifts for family and friends from America. If memory served correctly, American high schools would be on summer break in June, meaning he could return with souvenirs in just a month. Uncertain whether the living expenses provided by CHJ High School would suffice, Jianwu's mind began to wander, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, given the tumultuous nature of New York and its Marvel backdrop, his actions were entirely justifiable. This is what one might call adapting to local customs. After tallying the students wishing to take the exam, the class leader handed the list to Shizuku Hiratsuka. All right, let us proceed to the textbooks. Upon glancing at the list, Hiratsuka commenced the lesson. As the clock struck 3:30, the students, upon finishing school, were scarce in attending clubs. Most chose to return home, with a free opportunity to venture to America on the horizon. They were reluctant to squander it, and thus resolved to study for the impending examination instead. Within the service club, Yui Uebari wore an expression of regret. I'm sorry, Yukino, I've signed up for tomorrow's exam, and I wish to return home to revise. I see. Best of luck, but if you succeed, I want to see you for a year, confined to this lifeless gaze every day. Yukino's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Ugh, as he perused a novel. Hikigaya turned his head away, presenting Yukino with the back of his head. She cast him a sidelong glance, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. Oh, it's all right. In a month, CHJ High will be on break, and I can come back to play with you. As for the service club, we can establish another when we reach university. After all, Teacher Shizuku will be advancing with us. Noticing Yukino's downcast demeanor, Yui offered a few words of comfort, even giving her shoulders a gentle squeeze. Indeed, Yukino nodded, her spirits lifting somewhat at Yui's words, and she found herself enjoying the massage. All right, Yukino, I'll take my leave now. After a moment's pause, Yui waved goodbye as she noticed Yukino's improved mood. I can understand your reluctance to go abroad due to health reasons, but what about you? Jianwu, seated by the window, glanced at Hikigaya, recalling that the two had initially been predetermined candidates for the service club, but had declined. Did you express the same to Teacher Hiratsuka? Did she not land a few punches on you? Jianwu inquired. She was in good spirits and refrained from doing so. Then you're fortunate, Jianwu remarked, somewhat astonished that Teacher Hiratsuka had not taken the opportunity to strike Hikigaya despite his excuse. Hikigaya remained non-committal. Be cautious when you head to America. I've heard there are instances of sudden shootouts in the streets. I've seen numerous reports on that topic on YouTube. I will exercise caution, Jianwu nodded, though he did not take it to heart. It's merely gunfire. Even in a human state, I cannot be harmed. Ah, so Hikigaya, is that the reason you're reluctant to go? Yukino discerned a flaw in his reasoning. Of course, this lazy fish might end up being served as sashimi. Upon hearing this description, Yukino Shida couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Hikigaya's portrayal. The following morning, due to the large number of examinees, those not participating in the exams found themselves engaged in self-study during several classes. However, what was ostensibly self-study was often a facade, as many students indulged in activities unrelated to their studies. Reading novels, perusing manga, and playing games were rampant. The school administration chose not to intervene, acknowledging that extraordinary circumstances warranted leniency. Kingu observed his classmates in the classroom and retrieved his phone from his pocket, intending to catch up on the news and see if any monsters had made an appearance. He wished for a radar-like device to detect monsters on Earth, so he would have to rely on news reports to track their movements in his human form. A headline caught his eye. An octopus monster appears off the coast of the Magic City, vanquished by a mysterious red Autobot. Could it be that Cybertronians truly existed? Autobots defeating monsters? Was someone coming to alleviate his stress? Intrigued by the title, Kingu clicked on the link, discovering that the colossal octopus monster was named Tagore. In the video, Tagore had just emerged from the ocean, poised to attack a nearby fishing vessel, when a massive blue crystal, several meters in size, materialized in midair. What on earth? A raw crystal? Wait a moment, this isn't that stone from an animated series I watched in my previous life, is it? Chapter 59, The Embodiment of Earth's Will, the Star Soul Stone. He recalled its name, possessing the power to summon Star Soul warriors, a manifestation of Earth's will. This force was coalesced by Earth's will to combat invaders. Jianwu felt a certain resemblance to Gaia and Agu, for they shared a commonality, an intrinsic connection to Earth's will. No wonder he found the name Mountain Bandit King familiar, as it had been mentioned in that animation. Indeed, this world was becoming increasingly intriguing. America served as a template for Marvel, while the Dragon Kingdom seemed to represent the essence of the Star Soul. Thus, one might wonder if there existed another world template in Neon, perhaps one akin to the Dragon Balls? Forgive him. Aside from Kamen Rider and Ultraman, his previous life had exposed him only to Dragon Ball and Naruto, with the former being the only complete series he had watched. He had merely heard of others. The sole series he had finished, Dragon Ball, was discovered serendipitously when he and his cousin sought Dragon Ball DVDs. Upon spotting a Dragon Ball disc on the shelf, they altered their original intention. They reasoned that if Dragon Ball was so captivating, then Dragon Ball must be even more so. Thus, they purchased the Dragon Ball disc. Therefore, if Neon indeed harbored a world template, he believed Dragon Ball held the greater likelihood, as its early worldview appeared relatively normal compared to the other two. He wondered about the renowned World Martial Arts Tournament associated with Dragon Ball. He had not heard mention of it in recent years. And as for Naruto, well, that required no elaboration. Jianwu pondered silently, then continued to observe the news footage in the video. A crimson sports car emerged from the Star Soul Stone, which then transformed mid-air into a robot approximately 50 meters tall, intercepting Tagore and swiftly distancing him from nearby fishing vessels. My goodness, this fiery sky flame is immense. Is its size a countermeasure against monsters? He marveled, impressed by its strength, a true testament to the Star Soul warriors born of Earth's will. The fiery sky flame battled Tagore for 2.5 minutes, severing all of the latter's tentacles in the process. Ultimately, it executed a rending slash that cleaved Tagore's remaining body into dozens of fragments. Subsequently, the fiery sky flame reverted to the size of a standard sports car, and the Star Soul Stone mysteriously reappeared upon the ocean's surface, with the car returning within and vanishing alongside the stone. The video concluded. Star Soul warriors would indeed alleviate his burdens in the future. Furthermore, the emergence of these monsters was becoming increasingly widespread. Ryukyu, Australia, the Middle East, and the Dragon Kingdom. He sensed that multiple locations might host monsters simultaneously, and threats from beyond the stars would likely escalate. Otherwise, Earth's will would not have manifested the Star Soul warriors. During a lunch break, Jianwu made his way to the servitude department. Gustins, Adoragakun. I have delightful news to share. I am thoroughly prepared for the morning examination and am absolutely confident in securing a perfect score. With a hint of crimson in her eyes, Yubihama waved at Kirito, her heart swelling with joy, as she felt certain of her opportunity to become an exchange student. Congratulations! It seems I will have a companion abroad, she exclaimed. Having a familiar face in America is indeed the most comforting prospect. However, the sight of Kirito's eyes, tinged with bloodshot hues, evoked a peculiar emotion within him, prompting an involuntary sigh. Yubihama squinted and smiled. It appears that for the upcoming year in the service club, it will only be me and this dead fish-eyed fellow resolving others' requests. Yukino Shida sighed. No matter, we can simply delegate all the tasks to Hikigaya. He certainly will not refuse. She added, glancing at Hikigaya, who pretended to read a novel. Right, Hikigaya? She inquired. Hikigaya, slightly leaning away, retorted. What do you take me for? A docile beast of burden? Apologies, but for the forthcoming year, that may very well be your true depiction. Yukino Shida chuckled lightly before changing her tone. However, I shall not allow you to bear the burden alone. We will tackle the service club's requests together. You cannot expect me to face them single-handedly. Hikigaya paused, then nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, Kirito and Yubuhama exchanged knowing glances, both harboring a concealed amusement. Ah, the youthful pair. One can only wonder how their relationship will evolve over the course of the coming year. Kirito eagerly anticipated the dynamic between Hikigaya and Yukino Shida a year hence. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the results of the exchange student examination were released, and indeed, Yubihama received the notification that she had been selected. Hooray! I truly made it, she exclaimed, abruptly rising from her seat in class, much to Kirito's astonishment. Made it? What did you achieve? Are you akin to Fanjin? A piece of chalk was flung directly at her head. Ouch, she exclaimed, realizing it was indeed class time. Using your phone in class and disrupting the lesson warrants a 1,000-word reflection. Due on Monday, Hiratsuka-sensei said kindly but firmly regarding Yubihama, who had caused the disruption. I am so sorry. She clasped her hands in apology, hastily resuming her seat. It seemed she had let her excitement cloud her judgment, momentarily forgetting the ongoing lesson. A 1,000-word reflection weighed heavily on her mind, but the thought of becoming an exchange student made her dismiss such trivialities. How wonderful it would be to remain by Kirito's side for the next year. Go for it, Yui. You can do this. She motivated herself inwardly. On the weekend, Kirito busied himself packing his belongings in his room when Rina entered, intending to present him with a universally accepted bank card, courtesy of Daiku. Mother, bringing just a few clothes will suffice. I don't believe this bank card is necessary. Over the years, I have saved quite a bit of pocket money, which should be enough. Jinwoo did not accept the bank card. Pocket money is one thing. This is entirely different. It's always good to have it on hand. This marked Jinwoo's inaugural journey abroad, and Lena insisted that he accept the card. I truly don't need it. My accommodation and living expenses will be covered by the school in America, so it's unnecessary. It's better to be safe than sorry. Trust me, take it. If you refuse, I will be quite upset, Lena exclaimed, her expression turning stern. Under her unwavering gaze, Jinwoo ultimately accepted the bank card. That's more like it. You must take good care of yourself while you're over there. Rest assured, the school mentioned that a teacher will accompany us, serving as our life instructor, specifically addressing our living concerns. Jinwoo only learned this from a message received from the school, unaware of which teacher would lead the group. It seemed that the school had a considerate side, which reassured Lena about Jinwoo spending a year in America. What? A year? Oh no. Does that mean I won't see you for a whole year? Xiao Guang, who had approached the door, felt a twinge of sadness upon hearing this, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. Don't worry, brother will return in between, and he will bring you gifts, so please, stop crying, all right? Jinwoo knelt down to wipe away Xiao Guang's tears. Chapter 60. The grand stage of New York, dare to come, is it true? Xiao Guang's sobs gradually diminished, appearing to be swayed by Jinwoo's words. Of course it is true. How could your brother deceive you? Now, Xiao Guang, don't cry. It won't be a pretty sight. Come, let me see you smile. As Xiao Guang's tears ceased, Jinwoo gently coaxed a smile from her with 2 fingers on her face. When you return, you must bring me a gift. At that moment, all traces of her earlier tears vanished, replaced by her eager anticipation for Jinwoo's promised present. Hearing her words and witnessing the radiant smile on her face, Jinwoo felt a fleeting sense of being deceived. Did Xiao Guang intentionally cry just now? Ah, what malice could a child harbor? Let be. On Monday, the scene at the front door was different than usual, as a car stood parked outside, with the Dagu family of 4 gathered there. Lena held Jinwoo's hand, offering him gentle reminders, while Dagu quietly placed a suitcase in the trunk. Jinwoo, it is time for us to go, Dagu called out after closing the trunk. Under the watchful eyes of Lena and Xiao Guang, Jinwoo climbed into Dagu's car. Today, Dagu had taken a brief leave from work to see Jinwoo off, knowing that they might not have the opportunity to meet often in the coming year. Jinwoo, please take good care of yourself. Do not be frugal with the money in your bank account while in America, Lena said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Jianwu. This child was embarking on his first journey abroad, destined to stay away for an entire year. Her heart was heavy with mixed emotions. Goodbye, brother. Even though we won't see each other in America, don't be sad. Make sure to enjoy yourself. Xiao Guang waved her hand at Jianwu. Rest assured, you must also take care of yourselves. Jianwu poked his head out of the back window to bid them farewell. Soon, Degu started the car, heading towards T-In High School. While the two in the car remained silent, Jianwu caught a glimpse of the worry etched on Degu's brow in the rearview mirror. It was evident that Degu longed to impart some words of wisdom, yet found it difficult to voice them. Upon reaching the parking lot near T-In High School, Degu hurriedly exited the vehicle to retrieve Jianwu's suitcase from the trunk. Once Jianwu stepped out, Degu approached him, offering the suitcase handle to Jianwu, giving his hand a firm shake before solemnly patting Jianwu on the shoulder. Jianwu, you are now a young man. While you are away, be sure to take care of yourself. As for home, you need not worry. I will look after your mother and Xiao Guang. Yes, father. Please take good care of mother and Xiao Guang as well. Jianwu nodded, then waved goodbye. Only after Jianwu's figure disappeared from view did Degu drive towards T-In University. As a father, there are certain words and actions that he ultimately cannot express to his child. Nevertheless, his concern for Jianwu remains profoundly genuine. The universally accepted bank card was brought to him by Degu. When Jianwu arrived at the school playground with his luggage, 5 or 6 individuals had already gathered, all of whom were exchange students heading to New York. Among them was Yubahama, while the others were unfamiliar to Jianwu. Yubahama was struggling with a suitcase that was twice the size of Jianwu's. Noticing Jianwu's curious gaze on her luggage, Yubahama chuckled. It's my first time as an exchange student, so I brought extra things. I have no idea who our life instructor will be. I hope they will be responsible. I think I know who it is, Jianwu remarked, turning to see Hiratsuka Shizun approaching with her suitcase, waving cheerfully at them. Oh, so it's teacher Shizun. Yubahama's expression fell. In her impression, Hiratsuka had never been married. So how could she take good care of them in an unfamiliar place? Suddenly, a thought struck her, leaving her somewhat anxious, her heart racing. Hey, you two, what's with those expressions? Hiratsuka noted their disappointment and felt a twinge of annoyance. What did those two little brats mean by looking at her like that? It was merely a surprise to see her as the supervising teacher, and she had already started to worry about their lives in America. Jianwu candidly expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Hiratsuka laughed lightly and promptly wrapped her arm around Jianwu and Yubahama's shoulders. Jianwu, mindful of not hurting her, instinctively accommodated her gesture. With Hiratsuka's embrace, the two were effectively pinned to her side, and during this, Yubahama's hairstyle gently brushed against Jianwu's head, a soft sensation accompanied by the fragrant aroma of shampoo. You two are quite rude. What do you mean by looking so utterly disappointed? Hurry up and smile. Don't show such glum faces. With Hiratsuka's arm around his waist, Jianwu immediately responded, We are smiling, we are smiling. It is only natural for you to be the supervising teacher. As he said this, a faint smile played on his lips. How insincere. Considering I am about to embark on a year-long journey, I will forgive you. Journey? Aren't you here to take care of us? You misheard me. I said I will be taking care of you. Upon finishing her statement, Hiratsuka released Jianwu and placed her free hand on Yubahama's head. And you, what about the reflection I asked you to write? You don't think that just because you're going to be an exchange student, I won't be able to hold you accountable, do you? At this remark, Yubahama, who had been pinned by Hiratsuka, felt her heart drop back to earth. She had indeed thought that way. She initially intended to write it, but then suddenly remembered that she would be heading straight to the playground on Monday, skipping the classroom entirely, and boarding a plane to America. Thus, in her mind, she believed the reflection was unnecessary. Who could have predicted that teacher Shizun would be their life instructor in America? Was it really such a coincidence? Yubahama felt the school's malice. Upon witnessing the expression on the other's face, Hiranuma Shizuka let out a cold laugh and released Yuabin, stating, You are to compose a reflection of 2,000 characters during the flight. What? Wasn't it 1,000 characters? Yuabin instinctively replied, Do you dare question me? Then I shall increase it to 3,000 characters, not a single word less. If you question me again, I shall add even more. At this, Yuobin nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, too fearful to utter another word, as she dreaded the prospect of being perpetually bound to writing reflections. Meanwhile, as Hiranuma Shizuka conversed with Ken Waku, the exchange students gathered on the playground, and a large bus arrived outside, evidently there to transport them. Let's go. Our bus has arrived. With that, Hiranuma Shizuka led the group onto the bus. Woo, New York City, here we come. With Shizuka's jubilant exclamation, the bus set off towards Naha City International Airport. Chapter 61. Is this really New York? An hour and a half later, the bus carrying Jinwoo and his companions arrived at Naha International Airport. As the first group of exchange students to travel abroad since the founding of the nation, the Ryukyu government placed significant importance on this event. All registration procedures had been meticulously arranged in advance. They merely needed to pass through security and await boarding. Since the restoration of Ryukyu, numerous direct flight routes had been established. Consequently, their journey to New York would not require any layovers. In contrast, ordinary passengers typically face layovers, as the airline still needed to generate revenue. Upon entering the airport, the students led by Hiranuma Seiji first checked in their luggage before proceeding through security into the waiting area. Within the lounge, the exchange students heading to New York were not exclusively from Tidan High School. Students from various other high schools in Ryukyu were also present. Jinwoo cast a cursory glance around, noting there were approximately 80 exchange students and accompanying teachers from other institutions. This number seemed rather sparse. He recalled that aside from Tidan, there were more than a dozen high schools in Ryukyu, albeit with varying levels of academic performance. It appeared that Tidan High School had been allocated a significantly larger quota. It was only natural, considering the superior academic standing of Tidan students compared to their peers from other schools. After waiting in the lounge for about an hour, the group began boarding the plane. Yubahama closely followed Jinwoo, eager to sit beside him. Since the aircraft was exclusively occupied by exchange students, seating was largely unassigned. However, students tended to cluster together by school. Jinwoo settled into a window seat, with Yubahama taking the adjacent spot. As they awaited takeoff, the flight attendants distributed meals. Coinciding with the lunchtime hour, after the group had eaten, the plane commenced its ascent. Having just checked the time, Jinwoo noted that due to weather conditions, they were likely to arrive in New York around 5 in the afternoon. He hoped to acclimatize to the time difference during the flight. Yubahama, filled with anticipation for her new academic life, was blissfully unaware of the challenges of adjusting to a new time zone. Jinwoo, however, was skeptical of her optimism. Based on his experience, aside from enduring fatigue, adjusting to a time difference within a single day was extraordinarily difficult. Let us address the issue of jet lag when we arrive in New York. For now, your task is to complete a 3,000-word self-reflection, Hiranuma Seiji interjected, approaching the two. She opened a small table in front of Yubahama, placing several sheets of A4 paper and a pen before her. Yubahama, feeling the weight of the assignment, picked up the pen with a heavy heart and began to write fervently on the paper. Observing her diligence, Hiranuma nodded in satisfaction and took a seat to Yubahama's left. In American time, shortly after 5 in the afternoon, the plane landed. After retrieving their luggage, the exchange student team boarded several buses that had been prepared in advance by CHJ High School. Notably, prior to disembarking, Yubahama had already submitted her self-reflection to Hiranuma. As the exchange students and their accompanying teachers boarded the bus, some appeared invigorated while others bore dark circles under their eyes. The former had evidently not yet begun to adjust to the time difference, while the latter seemed to be attempting to do so through sheer exhaustion. On the Brooklyn Bridge, dusk gradually enveloped the sky. A long procession of vehicles was ensnared in traffic on the bridge, including the bus carrying the exchange students. How is it possible to encounter traffic jams upon arriving in New York? This is utterly maddening. I feel like I'm going to doze off, lamented Jingu Shizuka, her fatigue evident. All she could think about was the comfortable apartment arranged for them by Midtown High School, where she longed to rest. I'm so tired. Staying awake for 24 hours is excruciating. How come you don't seem the least bit fatigued? Yubahama queried, also sporting dark circles under her eyes. Bewildered by Kenwa's apparent alertness. I'm accustomed to staying up late, so I'm not tired. It's just 24 hours without sleep, Kinwoo replied nonchalantly. However, he suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety and furrowed his brow. No way, just arriving in New York and already facing something like this. In the air above the bus, a car plummeted towards them like a stone, and given the current traffic situation on the bridge, if it were not intercepted, it could result in numerous fatalities. Without hesitation, Kinwoo utilized his telekinetic powers to halt the vehicle mid-air, maneuvering it to find an opening among the congested cars below. Look, there's a car flying in the sky. What nonsense are you spouting, Higashiya? How could a car possibly fly? It really is flying. What on earth is happening? Is another monster appearing? Is this truly New York? Why does something like this happen right after I arrive? Shizuka was left speechless. The exchange students and teachers aboard the bus were astounded as they witnessed the vehicle suspended in midair through Kinwoo's telekinetic grasp. Oh my God, thank you God. As Kinwoo successfully lowered the car to safety, the driver, relieved to be unharmed, immediately made the sign of the cross. From 100 meters away, terrified screams filled the air as passengers fled their vehicles, their faces etched with fear. What in the world is that? I have no idea. Behind them, a green reptilian creature ascended the Brooklyn Bridge, advancing towards the fleeing crowd while intermittently hurling cars off the bridge, some of which contained occupants unable to escape. Kinwoo, upon releasing his perception, witnessed this unfolding scene and readied himself to use his telekinesis to save the vehicles. But then he noticed a figure materializing in mid-air and decided against it. It seemed that New York was a place that did not require his intervention. In the night, a figure clad in a red and blue suit appeared above the Brooklyn Bridge. With a swift motion, white strands of webbing shot forth from its wrists, accurately ensnaring the vehicles that the reptilian creature had discarded. Just as they were about to plunge into the waters below, they were suspended beneath the bridge. On either side of the Brooklyn Bridge, an array of vehicles was nearly suspended, creating a distinctive tableau. Meanwhile, a reptilian creature leaped onto the roof of a black Mercedes, tearing it open to reveal a terrified man inside. The creature attempted to seize the man multiple times, but failed each time. In a fit of frustration, the reptilian being lifted the car and hurled it towards the abyss below the bridge. At that moment, Spider-Man sprang into action. With a swift motion, he swung across using his webbing, delivering a powerful kick that sent the reptilian creature sprawling away. Immediately, he shot out a strand of webbing from his wrist to secure the Mercedes, preventing it from plummeting into the depths below, and anchored it beneath the bridge. The reptilian creature, having been kicked away, intended to retaliate, but soon realized that his right hand was slowly detaching. In light of this, he bolted towards the base of the bridge. Spider-Man, however, did not pursue the creature, for his attention was needed elsewhere. There were still lives at stake within the car, suspended beneath the bridge, and he was determined to rescue them. Chapter 62. A silken thread cannot save. Who will rescue my child? A middle-aged man gazed desperately at the car dangling beneath the bridge, his face etched with helplessness. His son remained inside, and sparks had begun to flicker ominously from the front of the vehicle, likely due to a malfunctioning electrical system. Although the sparks were minor, the potential for a fuel leak rendered the situation perilous. Fear not, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here to assist you, Spider-Man declared as he swung down on his web, ready to rescue the boy. Daddy, I want my daddy. The boy cried helplessly, wiping his tears with small hands. In his distress, he realized that the safety belt securing him had inexplicably snapped. With a sudden crash, Spider-Man landed on the back window of the suspended car and shattered it, peering inside of the young boy. However, instead of joy, the boy's face contorted in terror upon seeing Spider-Man, and he shrieked, "A monster! I want my daddy! Go away!" Trembling in fear, he hurled various small objects from the car at Spider-Man. Undeterred by the risk of being struck, Spider-Man removed his mask, revealing the youthful face of a typical American high school student. "Hey there, little buddy, look. I'm not a monster. I'm just an ordinary human," he reassured. Peter Parker, for that was his true name, smiled warmly, hoping to put the child at ease. Upon seeing Peter's face, the boy paused, his actions stilled. "You see, I'm just a human, right?" Peter continued. The boy, recognizing the human visage, nodded slightly. "Would you like this mask?" he inquired, and the boy nodded again. "Then here you go." "All right, Jack," Stay put and don't move. I'll get you out, okay? Peter had spotted the name on the boy's backpack and called it out. Okay, Jack replied, holding the Spider-Man mask obediently. Peter cautiously climbed into the vehicle, preparing to lift him out. Just then, his keen ears detected the sound of gasoline flowing, but it was too late. The fuel was already streaming onto the area where the sparks flickered. Boom! The flames ignited, consuming the entire vehicle in an instant, propelled by the gasoline. The fiery blaze severed the web that held the car aloft. Quickly, Peter shot a web towards the bridge while grasping the falling bumper with his other hand. The sudden drop caused Jack to crash against the window. Jack, you need to climb out by yourself now. I'm a bit preoccupied. All right? Peter encouraged with his gaze while holding onto the web in the car. However, the boy, overwhelmed with fear, shook his head repeatedly. No, I can't do it. As he observed the increasingly fraying bumper and the flames that had yet to engulf the interior, Peter wondered why the fire seemed to spread so slowly. According to his extensive knowledge accumulated over the years, under normal circumstances, he would have long since ignited both the interior and exterior of the vehicle. Yet Peter, disregarding this reality, took a deep breath and urged, "Hurry, Jack," don the Spider-Man mask. It possesses the power to instill courage within you and render you formidable. Jack, albeit somewhat skeptical, complied and donned the mask, beginning his ascent. Yes, Jack, precisely like that. However, at that moment, the bumper in Peter's grasp reached its limits, and the car suddenly slipped from his hands, plummeting towards the ground. No, Peter exclaimed in shock, his hand that had been gripping the bumper instinctively shooting out webs to ensnare Jack. Yet, he realized that the car's descent was alarmingly rapid, and his webs could not match its velocity. Peter watched helplessly as Jack and the flaming vehicle plunged into the water, exploding mere seconds later. Before the impact, he could discern every emotional shift on Jack's face, intensifying his anguish. His once proud spider sense revealed every nuance of Jack's expressions, yet failed to save him. Know why? He has saved so many with his webs. How could he not save a child this time? Peter's heart ached as he closed his eyes in despair. Big brother, here has your mask back. At that moment, the boy's voice echoed in his ears, prompting Peter to open his eyes and find Jack miraculously floating before him. Wait, Jack, you aren't. Peter stammered in disbelief. I don't know either. I was harmed when the car exploded, and suddenly I just started flying, Jack replied, equally perplexed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Suddenly, Peter noticed Jack visibly sinking, and he swiftly grabbed him, lifting him onto the bridge. During this moment, he recalled the suspended car he had seen upon arriving at the Brooklyn Bridge. There must be a second, superpowered individual on this bridge, although they seemed reluctant to reveal themselves. How fortunate that another superhuman appeared today. Otherwise, Peter dared not contemplate the potential consequences. This experience imparted a vital lesson. In such situations, one cannot rely solely on webs for rescue. Had he decisively embraced Jack before deploying his webs, safety would have been assured. Is that the Spider-Man from YouTube? Observing Spider-Man rescue someone from the bridge, Hiratsuka quietly yawned and returned to the bus. Initially, she had intended to flee with the students upon witnessing the lizard man frighten those in the rear. But as she stepped off the bus, the lizard man was swiftly driven away by the suddenly appearing Spider-Man. With only Spider-Man remaining beneath the bridge to assist, the previously fleeing individuals returned, re-entering the bus as it remained suspended, waiting for Spider-Man to retrieve their vehicle. With the danger averted, Hiratsuka felt there was no longer a need to flee and decided to step off the bus to observe the Spider-Man from YouTube. After witnessing Spider-Man's heroic act of saving a life, she could only remark that he epitomized the quintessential superhero, placing human lives above all else, showing no inclination to pursue fleeing adversaries. As a human, Seiju Shizuka held a great admiration for this prioritization of life embodied by the superhero. Spider-Man exuded charm, particularly with his striking black sunglasses. On the bus, students captured the moment, using night vision to clearly see Spider-Man cradling a child on the bridge. Upon hearing this, Ken Woojin wholeheartedly agreed, as Spider-Man had been his favorite superhero in his previous life. The scene of Gwen's demise had left him in a state of melancholy for several days. Especially haunting was the moment when Peter Parker's web could not save Gwen. His once proud spider sense had only served to reveal the tragic details of her death. The entire situation was profoundly unsettling. He yearned for Peter to recognize that webs could not be relied upon for rescue, thereby preventing future tragedies. Thus, all the seemingly irrational occurrences prior were orchestrated by him. He had employed telekinesis to ignite sparks in the car circuitry, subsequently causing an early combustion, while skillfully controlling the flames to spare the interior, ultimately ensuring that the vehicle's descent far exceeded the velocity of a web's launch. Chapter 63, Behind Us Lies Your Mighty Nation, Parker. I sincerely hope that you will not repeat past mistakes. Just as Jianwu retracted his psychic energy, the traffic congestion ahead was efficiently cleared by the approaching traffic officers. Consequently, the bus, laden with exchange students, embarked on its journey to Zhongqing High School. Wow! We actually receive a monthly stipend of $2,000 for living expenses? How marvelous! Indeed, in addition to complimentary meals, we are provided with independent student apartments free of charge, each spanning 35 square meters and featuring private bathrooms. Look, this apartment complex was established by the nearby Imperial State University, with a monthly rent of at least $2,000. It is astonishing that we can reside here at no cost, and the apartments are furnished with nearly all essential amenities. It feels almost like a holiday. The treatment seems too generous. Upon arriving at the reception hall of Zhongqing High School, the exchange students gazed in disbelief at the presentation showcasing the benefits afforded to them. While they were aware that the perks were substantial prior to their arrival, the reality surpassed their expectations. It is truly remarkable that such privileges are extended to them as foreign exchange students. All right, everyone, let us collect our room keys and head straight to our apartments for some rest, Ping Zong Jing interjected, halting the students' chatter as she noticed many of them were beginning to feel drowsy. Time is of the essence. Each student subsequently received a room key, a meal card, and a bank card, into which $2,000 will be deposited monthly. They then proceeded towards the apartment complex directly opposite Zhongqing High School, where their accommodations awaited. The apartments, known as the State Student Apartments, primarily house nearby students, including international scholars. This complex is recognized by students as offering the most affordable and finest single apartments. Regrettably, it is exclusively available to students. The East Gate faces Zhongqing High School, while the West Gate is adjacent to the Imperial State University. As exchange students at Zhongqing High School, their access to this student housing is entirely thanks to the benevolence of the American government. One could not help but remark on the weariness they felt. Why is there no one here to assist us with our luggage? Grumbled a few students as they entered through the East Gate of the student apartments. Some had brought not only a suitcase, but also a particularly large backpack, clearly heavy with belongings. Why did you bring so much luggage? And given the generous treatment we've received, do you expect them to act as your servants? Another student quipped, "Isn't that how dramas portray it? Dramas are fiction. Reality is another matter entirely. In real life, who would provide you with housing, financial support, and also serve you?" Replied another. "Do you believe you are their ancestors? Count your blessings." The student apartment complex was vast, and after a 10-minute walk, they finally reached their residence in Building Z13, a 20-story edifice. This building, which had previously been idle, was now repurposed for their occupancy. Each individual had a private room, and the soundproofing was of superior quality, allowing for both male and female students to reside comfortably within the same structure. The students from CHJ High School had long-arranged accommodations for the group visiting Ryukyu, with all necessary living supplies readily available. Furthermore, under their careful planning, each exchange student from various high schools was allocated a separate floor to avoid complications. Consequently, all students from T10 High School were assigned to the prearranged 6th floor. All right, everyone, return to rooms. CHJ High School has granted us 2 days to adjust to the time difference, so don't embarrass me, declared Hiraizumi, gesturing grandly as they exited the elevator. The students, including Kengo, entered their respective rooms. After confirming that all students had returned, Hiraizumi nodded, stifled a yawn, and turned back to his own quarters. "This setup is rather impressive," Kengo remarked, surprised by the room's amenities, which indeed mirrored those shown in the video played in the lobby. Every essential was provided, and the computer on the desk was brand new, confirming that the video was not merely for reference. The experience felt akin to a holiday. He hoped the year would pass smoothly. After inspecting the room and finding nothing amiss, Kingo headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. He then closed his eyes and drifted peacefully into slumber. In the depths of his dreams, the eternal core murmured softly, suggesting that colossal life forms would soon manifest in areas populated by humans. Kingo, still in a dreamlike haze, unconsciously furrowed his brow but did not awaken. The following morning, as Kingo recalled the eternal core's words, he pondered the implications. Would these massive beings truly be visible in his mind? This could mean he would possess the ability to foresee monsters in the future. Such a gift would be advantageous, as the immense beings appearing in human territories were likely to pose a threat. Most monsters encountered previously, aside from the one in the mining area, fit this description. Kingo relished this newfound ability. No longer would he need to peruse the news for updates on monsters. However, he remained cautious of extraterrestrials that matched human size, which were not within the scope of his predictive power. Overall, the ability seemed quite promising. After freshening up, Kingo stepped outside to seek breakfast. As he opened the door, he happened upon Yubahama from across the hall. Ah, Arakaki-kun, what a coincidence. Shall we dine together? Yubahama instinctively tucked a strand of her long hair behind her ear. Let us go together, Kingo replied. Thus they descended the stairs side by side, heading toward the dining area of the apartment. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were not many patrons in the restaurant. As they approached the entrance, a tall, bald Caucasian youth blocked their path, a playful smirk on his face. Well, is this the new yellow-skinned monkey? Remember, you owe me $500 each month, understand? Huh. We weren't informed by CHJ High School about any payments. Yubahama questioned, confusion evident on her face. Is this a school official? CHJ High School? It turns out you are the group of exchange students from Ryukyu, seeking to indulge without any cost. I have changed my mind. You shall pay $3,000 each month. Upon hearing the name of Zhongqing High School, the expression of the bald young man instantly turned icy. The Ryukyu exchange students at Zhongqing High School enjoy complimentary accommodation and meals, along with a stipend of $2,000 each month, a matter that has sparked considerable debate within their institution. Some argue that as the foremost nation on Earth, it is only fitting to support a recently restored small nation. Yet, others contend that it is a waste to fund students from a small country with the substantial taxes they pay each year. The bald young man belongs to the latter group. His family's income is modest, and he often resorts to extorting money from those of Asian descent due to the burdensome property taxes and student loan pressures. Upon hearing these words, Yubahama finally realized something was amiss and immediately attempted to pull Kinwoo away, but Kinwoo stood his ground, immovable, indulging without cost. You ought to inquire with your America regarding that. We have never demanded such. Kinwoo offered Yubahama a reassuring glance before turning his attention to the bald man. The young man snorted derisively. It seems you're eager to taste my fist. Before you make a move, remember that your powerful nation stand behind me. Consider the consequences wisely. Kinwoo regarded the bald young man with a mocking expression. Chapter 64. The privileges of the Ryukyu people in America. How dare you? A mere yellow-skinned monkey, presume to speak? I am a citizen of America. A powerful nation shall always stand behind me. The American government will favor us, not you outsiders. The bald-headed youth was utterly amused. How could such insignificant yellow-skinned beings expect the government to support them? The interlopers. It seemed he had just arrived in America and was intoxicated by the allure of attention. Otherwise, such a foolish notion could not arise. Indeed, we are outsiders. But can you, local white folks, enjoy free food and lodging, along with a monthly stipend of $2,000? Jinwoo smiled, observing the baleful expression of the increasingly pallid bald youth, unperturbed by the confrontation. Watch out, Yubahama exclaimed, exerting all her strength to pull Jinwoo away. But her efforts were in vain. As the fist of the bald youth approached, Jinwoo remained unfazed, effortlessly catching the blow with his left hand. He squeezed gently, and a series of sharp cracks echoed. Blood began to flow slowly, staining Jinwoo's left hand, while the majority dripped uncontrollably to the ground. The intense pain surged through the right hand of the bald youth, eliciting a wail of agony. Remarkable Yubahama, who was still trying to pull Jinwoo away, stood frozen at the sight. It was no wonder Jinwoo had been able to defeat invincible opponents in his first year. The reasoning became evident, especially considering the rival's admiration for Dragon Kingdom culture, leading her to ponder certain matters. So, this is the result of your futile efforts? Let go. I was wrong. Please release me. The bald youth cried out in pain, having endured such intense suffering that he could scarcely feel his right hand. Jinwoo let out a cold chuckle, effortlessly tugging to the left and shoving the youth's head into the trash bin at the restaurant's entrance. He then wiped his bloodied hand on the youth's clothing, and upon noticing a faucet nearby, he proceeded to wash it clean. Inside the restaurant, only a handful of patrons were dining, and only a few noticed the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing an Asian foreigner subduing the notorious school bully by stuffing him into a garbage bin, they displayed a mix of astonishment. It was indeed rare for someone of Asian descent to retaliate against bullying. The sight of the bully's bloodied hand left them in further shock, pondering the immense force that must have been exerted. This encounter would undoubtedly etch Jinwoo's face into their memories, a precaution against future conflicts. I hope you are wise enough to recognize that you have discriminated against our race and even assaulted us. Even if you were to report us, you would stand no chance. Rather, you would owe us a significant sum in damages, considering there is a camera present. After washing his hands, Jinwoo addressed the struggling bald youth in the trash. There is a camera at the entrance. Let us depart, he then said, taking the stunned Yubahama by the hand and leading her into the restaurant. The bald young man struggled to extricate his head from the refuse bin, his face now smeared with an unknown ketchup, rendering him a picture of disarray. He was engulfed in humiliation. Previously, encounters with Asian individuals had always concluded with them yielding to verbal threats or, if necessary, a few blows to compel obedience. This was the first time he faced such a creature. A flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes, but upon noticing his bleeding right hand, that hatred dissipated. The thought of contending with a being capable of crushing his fist was utterly inconceivable. Reluctantly, he accepted his misfortune, cradling his injured hand, hastily wiping the ketchup from his face before making his way to the nearest infirmary. Xingguan-kun, were you dismantling your own skills just now? Yubahara, blushing slightly as she glanced at the hand being held by Jinwoo, hastily diverted the conversation to prevent him from sensing her embarrassment. Well, if you choose to interpret it that way, Jinwoo acquiesced. Only upon hearing Yubahara's words did he realize he had been holding her hand the entire time. With a fa-ade of nonchalance, he released his grip. Yubahara's hand was remarkably soft. This was Jinwoo's first impression. As the two arrived at the dining area, they discovered two dedicated windows offering Asian cuisine. Observing the stalls, Jinwoo surmised they would last more than 3 days. Had TPC's spaceship visited America and sparked such a significant reaction? Were they genuinely concerned that their patrons might find Western food unpalatable? It seemed that brute strength had become the undeniable truth. The once arrogant and prejudiced Americans were beginning to exhibit understanding, not only altering their stance toward the Ryukyu, but also starting to show consideration for the Ryukyuans residing in America. The pair ordered breakfast, and midway through their meal, Jinwoo's phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was from teacher Hinashida, and he promptly answered. Xingguan, did you break the arm of an American student? Hinashida's languid voice came through, as if she had just awakened. Jinwoo was taken aback. How had this reached Hinashida's ears? Had that boy reported him? It seemed unlikely, considering he had sensed the boy's intention to bury the incident and accept his misfortune silently. Teacher, he was racially discriminatory and attempted to assault us. I was merely acting in self-defense, Jinwoo replied. Exactly. That guy even tried to extort us, Yubahara chimed in. Upon hearing their comments, Hinashida interjected, halting Yubahara. What are you two thinking? The apartment manager came to apologize on my behalf after reviewing the surveillance footage. They deemed you the victims and have already taken disciplinary action against that student. An official announcement will be forthcoming. Moreover, they will compensate each of you with $10,000 for emotional distress under the name of the Imperial State University, which should be credited to the bank cards provided to you within the hour. Really? The two exchanged incredulous glances, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Wait, hadn't the apartment manager been monitoring the surveillance all along? How could this have transpired so swiftly? Is it truly possible for the school to compensate each of them with $10,000? It seems unbelievable, does it not? Yet, this is the grandeur of our Ryukyu. The humble America would not dare to challenge the present Ryukyu. Hiratsuka Shizuka let out a slight huff, her tone imbued with a sense of pride. But what exactly are you so proud of? Kimoto was perplexed. Rest assured, we Ryukyuans shall not be subjected to indignities in America. During our upcoming year in America, we shall enjoy certain privileges. Even if a bag is misplaced, a simple report to the police will ensure it is recovered within a day. Hiratsuka Shizuka reassured the two, urging them not to dwell on other matters. Is that really true? Yubahama expressed skepticism, being an avid user of YouTube. She knew that even locals in America often struggle to recover lost belongings. How could a foreigner expect to retrieve something in a day? Of course it is true. Now, you two enjoy your date. I shall not intrude further. Date? We are not on a date. We are merely having breakfast. Upon hearing this, Yubahama's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly sought to clarify to Hiratsuka Shizuka. However, the call had long since ended, rendering her explanation futile. Chapter 65. Captain of the Star Soul, Xiangfeng Haha. Teacher Jing truly possesses a sense of humor. The final words spoken by Pingzhong Jing before hanging up left Yu Bihai with a slight sheen of perspiration on her forehead. She certainly did not wish to confess at this moment. She was unprepared for such a revelation, fearing it might lead to a fate akin to those defeated characters in anime. Such jesting, detached from reality, should not be taken to heart. In contrast to Yu Bihai's anxiety, Jianwu remained unfazed by Pingzhong Jing's remarks. To him, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. The words of others could not sway his convictions. They were merely sharing a meal together, and, moreover, Yu Bihai had never explicitly expressed her feelings for him. He would not indulge in fanciful notions of mutual affection. One cannot assume a girl's kindness implies romantic interest. Upon closer observation, it becomes evident that she treats everyone with equal warmth, rendering any belief in her affection a mere illusion. Especially with someone as gentle as Yu Bihai, Jianwu understood that her tenderness was not exclusive to him. As for the times Yu Bihai blushed in his presence, during his previous life in school, he too would flush when conversing with female peers. Thus he deemed such behavior entirely normal. After noting Jianwu's indifference to Pingzhong Jing's words, Yu Bihai felt a wave of relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. To mask her disheartenment, she shifted the topic. Teacher Jing's assertion that we can recover our lost items within a day feels rather absurd. Having returned his phone to his pocket, Jianwu offered a different perspective upon hearing Yu Bihai's comment. It is not absurd. With provisions and accommodations of such high quality, coupled with financial remuneration each month, such actions are not surprising. Otherwise, do you think I would have mentioned that we have the backing of a powerful nation behind us to that bald-headed fellow? Look, he did not harm us, and I fractured his hand. The apartment manager indicated that he would face disciplinary action and provided us each with $10,000. Indeed, Yu Bihai considered this carefully. Jianwu's reasoning held merit. The American attitude towards the Ryukyuans was undeniably favorable. After finishing their breakfast and returning their utensils, the two exited the school gates, eager to explore their surroundings. However, upon reaching the square within the apartment complex, they encountered a large screen displaying a live feed. On the screen, the bald young man whom Jianwu had previously reprimanded stood before the camera, revealing his upper body, with no visible sign of his fractured hand. He sincerely apologized to the Ryukyu exchange students, particularly to the two individuals he had harmed. Following this, a surveillance video played, depicting the young man's acts of racial discrimination and his attempts to extort money from the two Ryukyu exchange students. The screen then displayed an official announcement. John Hall was implicated in racial discrimination and extortion against Ryukyu exchange students. The Imperial State University had suspended him for 1 year, delaying his graduation. Observing this scene, students expressed a mixture of disdain towards the bald youth, while others felt that the punishment might have been excessively severe. Racial discrimination and extortion of money Does such severity of punishment truly warrant justification? A year's suspension and a delayed graduation? The burden of tuition is already heavy. Who among them is free from student loans? This suspension and postponement of graduation will inevitably exacerbate their debts. It compels them to express a silent lament for this individual named John. Simultaneously, they harbor resentment towards the group of Ryukyu exchange students. Aren't they merely being bullied? How dare they escalate this matter to the school? Such audacity is reprehensible. Racial discrimination and extortion. What justification is there? Yet, this notion exists merely as a fleeting thought. They have no desire to provoke trouble and risk a year-long suspension like John. For repaying student loans is no trivial matter. It appears that in the future, before targeting those with Asian features, one must ascertain whether they are Ryukyu individuals. I recall that for Americans, re-enrollment after suspension is quite challenging. Such scoundrels truly deserve their fate. After reading this, Yui breathed a long sigh. Those who engage in racial discrimination and seek to extort money ought to face such repercussions. Shall we take a stroll through the nearby Chinatown? Arakaki-kun? She proposed. Pursuing someone one admires begins with understanding their interests, as her mother once advised. What does Kinmoto enjoy? In her memory, the culture of the Dragon Kingdom is among his interests. Thus, last night she diligently prepared. Noting that the so-called second largest Chinatown in New York is located right in Queens, not far from their school. Kinmoto had no objections, with 2 days of leisure ahead. He found the idea of exploration appealing. However, the portrayal of Chinese and Asian individuals in the Marvel Universe is often steeped in stereotypes. One wonders if such clichés persist in this world infused with vitality and spirit. The duo boarded a bus and arrived in Flushing, recognized as the second largest Chinatown in New York. In reality, it serves as a hub for the Chinese community. The official designation of Chinatown has not yet been acknowledged, though recent news suggests plans to establish it as such. Upon disembarking, Kinmoto was greeted by numerous faces of individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, likely a mix of Chinese and Asian descent. He was taken aback, for these individuals bore no resemblance to the typical ABC, American-born Chinese, appearance, but rather embodied the authentic visage of the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed that the infusion of vitality and spirit had indeed transformed perceptions. As Kinmoto and Yui looked up, they beheld a newly erected archway at the entrance of Chinatown, surrounded by workers applying fresh coats of paint. The gilded plaque above bore 4 grand characters, inscribed with an elegance akin to iron brush strokes. For the world, for the public. Upon seeing these characters, a sense of grandeur and majesty confronted Kinmoto. He paused momentarily. Could it be that this gathering place for the Chinese community would genuinely become a Chinatown in the future? This is indeed the hallmark of Chinatown. Having initially traveled abroad during the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, why did he feel as though he had returned to a county town back home? TNQLI. Do you feel this way too? Hearing familiar accents and words, Kinmoto instinctively turned his gaze back to the plaque. A red-haired youth clad in a yellow vest and white shorts was capturing video footage with his phone, occasionally speaking to himself in a manner reminiscent of madness, causing many onlookers to keep their distance. The youth, however, remained utterly indifferent to their reactions. He chuckled to himself, contemplating how, once he sent the video to Gully, he might lead him to mistakenly believe he was still in the country. Flame of the skies? Thunder of the heavens? Gully? The first 2 were names of Star Soul warriors, and the latter was also related to them. Thus, this individual could very well be the Star Soul captain, Xiang Feng, capable of summoning Star Soul warriors. Jian Wu found it quite peculiar. What a coincidence it was to encounter a Star Soul captain during a visit to Chinatown. It was likely mere happenstance. The individual was probably here as a tourist. He recalled that Xiang Feng's family was exceedingly wealthy in the original series, and that with Star Soul warriors at his disposal, he could traverse anywhere on Earth. Nonetheless, the youth's self-talk could easily lead others to perceive him as mentally unstable, and Jian would already notice several disdainful glances directed at Xiang Feng. Paying him no mind, Jian Wu and Yubi Hin ventured further into Chinatown. Upon entering, Jian Wu's attention was drawn to a stall selling peculiar stones, located 50 meters away. which displayed an array of uniquely shaped specimens. He immediately approached the stall, prompting Yubi Hin to follow closely behind, her heart filled with joy at having successfully piqued his interest. Crouching before the stone stall, Jianwu observed a striking blue stone, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Yubi Hin was captivated by a nearby stall selling sugar paintings, particularly enchanted by a delightful bamboo-shaped panda sugar painting. Wow, the panda sugar painting is so adorable. How much for this, shopkeeper? $10 each. I'll take 2, please. Chapter 66, The Shadow of Emptiness. Averse to being the other woman, Yubahama produced the bank card issued by Nakashiro High School and swiped it on the vendor's POS machine, instantly parting with $20. While 2 sugar paintings for $20 seemed exorbitant, it was a trifling sum for Yubahama at this moment. After all, Amelika would come to her aid, providing her with $2,000 monthly. Furthermore, both she and Kenwaku had previously received notifications of a $10,000 deposit during their bus ride. Thus, spending $20 on 2 sugar paintings hardly pained her. Here you go, Arakakikan, Yubahama said as she approached Kenwaku, handing him one of the sugar paintings while he was engrossed in a blue stone. She then noticed the stone bore a price tag of $1,000. Is this for real? A stone priced so dearly? She glanced at the vendor, an elderly gentleman with an air of scholarly refinement, who was leisurely reading a newspaper from his reclining chair. Turning her gaze back to the array of stones on the stall, she observed their myriad shapes and vibrant colors, all priced at a minimum of $100. Did Kenwaku possess an affinity for such peculiar stones? Thank you, Kenwaku replied as he accepted the sugar painting from Yubahama, continuing to toy with a raw-looking blue stone. This was, in fact, a Star Soul stone, a medium for summoning Star Soul warriors. It was the power emanating from this stone that had initially captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a Star Soul stone. The vendor, seemingly indifferent to Kenwaku's fascination, resumed his reading. Meanwhile, Kenwaku engaged in a telepathic exchange with the stone and learned that it was named the Shadow of Emptiness. To his astonishment, the stone initiated the communication upon his touch, which was unexpected, considering that its essence would recognize him as not being from Earth. Yet, it still chose to converse. Without hesitation, the stone inquired whether he could find a master. Kenwaku, without a second thought, suggested that a Star Soul captain with 2 Star Soul warriors was nearby. Would he consider him as its master? The stone, however, expressed its aversion to becoming the 3rd warrior under the captain's command, stating, "I do not wish to be the other woman." Kenwaku queried, "So, you prefer not to be the 3rd Star Soul warrior under that captain?" The Shadow of Emptiness affirmed, "Indeed, I do not wish to play the role of the other woman. If you could take me with you and help me find a new master, I would be grateful. Of course, I can seek one myself. You merely need to keep me by your side." Upon hearing this, Kenwaku consented, indicating that he would allow the stone to find its own master among those in his company. He then approached the vendor, presenting his bank card. "Boss, I shall take this stone. Please charge it to my card," he said in Mandarin. The vendor paused, taken aback. The fluency in Mandarin was remarkable, with a hint of a regional accent from the Yellow River area. Earlier, he heard the young lad conversing with the girl beside him in the Ryukyuan language. To be precise, it was a phonetic blend of Ryukyuan and Japanese. The young man's command of Ryukyuan was of native fluency, though he resided in Chinatown selling stones. He had previously been a world-renowned linguist, well-versed in numerous languages from various nations, including those that are less widely spoken. He could discern whether someone was speaking their mother tongue or not. "What is your nationality?" the elderly man inquired, bypassing the topic of bank cards. It was indeed rare for an individual to possess proficiency in 2 mother tongues. "I am Ryukyuan. Chinese is a self-taught skill of mine, and I manage fairly well," the young man replied. The elder smiled, recognizing the curiosity in the other's eyes. Mastery of 2 languages at a native level was bound to pique anyone's interest. That is not merely fairly well. It is quite impressive, the old man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Yubahama, who was savoring a sugar painting, watched the 2 converse in Chinese with some irritation. She had also attempted to learn the language, but found it exceedingly challenging. While she could grasp some basic vocabulary, she struggled to comprehend sentences when they were strung together. Thus, She could only speculate on the content of their discussion. In light of your impressive command of Chinese, I will sell you this stone at a discount. Feel free to peruse the others. I'll offer them all at the same rate. The stones on the left were excavated during my youth alongside various archaeological teams at ancient sites, while those on the right are merely stones I picked up. The elder generously described the types of stones laid out on his stall. Stones from ancient ruins. If not for the knowledge that this particular stone was a star soul stone, he would have found it hard to believe such a claim. I'll take this one, the young man decided, shaking his head at the others. Although they appeared valuable, he had no need for them. You truly have an eye for quality. When I acquired this stone, it was a perilous endeavor. $100, and it's yours, the elder insisted. Let us not haggle. I want to take advantage of you. I'll pay the original price, the young man replied, shaking his head. Whatever price was set was the price he would honor. Besides, he felt he had already benefited from the exchange, and there was no need for further advantage. I set the price, and it's 100. I assure you, selling stones is merely a hobby for me. The amount I earn is of little concern, as this entire street belongs to me. You need not think you are taking advantage of me. Upon hearing this, the elder's demeanor shifted, and he promptly pressed a button on the recliner. Almost immediately, a bell rang out, resonating through Chinatown. Nearby shopkeepers, alerted by the sound, abandoned their tasks and emerged from their stores, collectively exclaiming, "Long live the landlord." A simple cheer would earn them $100 off their rent, and they relished the opportunity. Wait, what? The young man was genuinely astonished. You possess such influence yet choose to run a street stall? Remarkable. You are indeed a person of hidden depths. Realizing he had underestimated the elder, the young man accepted his generosity and promptly swiped his card for $100. Soon after, the shopkeepers returned to their respective duties. Now that is more like it, the elder remarked, nodding in satisfaction before settling back into his recliner. Farewell, esteemed elder, the young man said as he took his leave. Let's depart. Should any difficulties arise in New York, simply invoke my name. I still hold sway in such matters. Remember my name, Mo Yuqian of Chinatown. Jianwu nodded in acknowledgement and then took his leave. As Jianwu attempted to retrieve the star soul stone from his pocket and reintegrate it into the spatial ring, he found it impossible. He speculated that this predicament was likely linked to the will of the planet. The landlord, the first transaction of the week. A mere fragment of stone sold for $100. Astonishingly, someone actually purchased it. If it weren't for your incessant habit of offering discounts to everyone, I dare say it could have fetched $1,000. The vendor of sugar paintings, observing Jian Wu and his companion distance themselves, couldn't resist teasing Mo Yuqian. What nonsense is this? What worthless stone? I have already stated that it is a treasure I obtained through perilous trials. You think I would deceive you? Everything I say is the truth. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuqian bristled and began to curse. Damn it! In this day and age, one cannot even speak the truth without being disbelieved. All right, it is all true. The sugar painting vendor, clearly skeptical of Mo Yuqian's claims, reacted with disbelief. Ding! A melodious tune resonated above Flushing Park, across from Chinatown. Accompanying the music, a vortex composed of red particles of light materialized in midair. Chapter 67. The unknown dragon-shaped mechanism at the eye of the vortex. Red luminescent particles gradually coalesced into a magnificent magical array, adorned in hues of red, white, and gold. Subsequently, 6 identical magical arrays emerged, surrounding the primary array below. Together, these 7 magical formations formed a mystical prison. Within this enclosure, the surrounding arrays emitted countless golden threads, intricately woven towards the center of the confinement. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted within the magical prison, revealing a silvery mechanical entity, approximately 60 meters in height, that radiated a golden glow, materializing out of thin air. Sword Wu, strolling through Chinatown, sensed the disturbance and turned to gaze towards the park behind him, where he beheld the sudden emergence of the silver mechanical being. Boom! As the silvery figure appeared, its golden light gradually dissipated, and the surrounding magical arrays transformed into shimmering particles, vanishing into the ether. The silver mechanism began its slow descent towards the ground, even at such a leisurely pace. Upon impact, it sent soil and debris from the park structures soaring hundreds of meters into the air. The feet of the silver entity became embedded deep within the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. People in the park fell to the ground amidst the quake, fortunately sustaining no injuries. Outside the park, vehicles parked along the roadside blared their horns, and the once smooth asphalt cracked with numerous fissures. The commotion resonated even within the distant confines of Chinatown, where shopkeepers and tourists alike felt the tremors, albeit with diminished intensity compared to the chaos within the park. Believing it to be an earthquake, the inhabitants of Chinatown hurriedly evacuated their establishments. Sword Wu and Yubuhama joined the throng, making their way towards the nearest exit. What on earth? An earthquake? Montak Yukin, reclining on a chair, was jolted by the sudden tremor, tumbling to the ground. The initial quake had caused his stall to shake, dislodging several stones from its surface. An earthquake! Quick, let's flee, landlord. Forget those worthless stones, urged the owner of the sugar painting stall, who was preparing to escape, but noticed the landlord's determination to collect the stones. I'll say it again, these are not worthless stones. Mo Yuqian retorted before hastily gathering the stones. Seeing his effort, the sugar painting vendor stomped his foot and quickly assisted in collecting the scattered stones. Fortunately, only a few had rolled away, and within 5 seconds, they had managed to retrieve all of them. Mo Yuqian then grasped the 4 corners of his stall, and in the next moment, it transformed into a large bag, securely containing the stones. On account of your help in gathering the stones, I'll waive this month's rent. Let us focus on surviving. Who knows when another tremor might strike? With that, the two fled, and as they ran, they, along with the panicked crowd, began to hear a soothing melody that calmed their anxious hearts. The melodic chime, resonant and rhythmic, emanated from the distant park, wrapping around the panicked souls nearby. This unique harmony resonated with the neurons within their minds, soothing their fears much like the nursery rhymes of their childhood. All were compelled to pause, surrendering to the enchanting notes that filled the air. Those who had fled in haste now halted, their gazes converging on the source of the music. Those still within the park even ventured closer, boldly observing the silver mechanical entity that had descended, their eyes alight with wonder as though beholding a masterpiece. This metallic figure bore a resemblance to a Gundam, yet diverged in its design. It resembled a silver dragon, adorned with golden runes that sprawled across its form, culminating in a long braid-like extension from the back of its head. At its chest lay a pulsating red core, the origin of the melody that calmed their hearts. Was this a divine gift? A miracle that could sway human emotions? Contrasting with the awe of those admiring the machine. Shopkeepers in Chinatown, soothed by the music, returned to their establishments. And Mo Yuqian, burdened with a sack of stones, settled onto a chair outside a shop and retrieved his glasses, peering into the park just in time to catch a glimpse of the machine's head. He muttered, "I thought it was an earthquake. Turns out it's an extraterrestrial visitor." Thanks to the earlier calming melody, Jianwu discerned that the mechanical entity harbored no hostile intentions toward humanity. He and Yubuhama returned to their previous location, allowing for a closer observation. During this interval, Jinwu also spotted Mo Yuqian, who, despite his age, sprinted with nearly the same vigor as the youth. "Old Mo, you're quite spry," he exclaimed. "Indeed, I've trained in martial arts." Mo Yuqian replied with a wave of his hand, pride evident on his face. "Is that some secret weapon developed by America?" inquired the vendor of sugar paintings, casting a puzzled glance at the towering figure. Mo Yuqian, overhearing, scoffed, "If America could create such a thing, I'd gladly consume it. This is undoubtedly an alien creation." Jianwu remained silent, uncertain of the dragon-like machine's origins. He had encountered no such entity in the Marvel series, the Ultraman TV series, or even in the realm of Yuanshi Xinghuan. It could be an unknown beast, or perhaps a secret weapon concocted by America's HLD, or the Heavenly Sword Bureau under the pressure of the TPC. After all, the Heavenly Sword Bureau had Skrull scientists among its ranks, and as he recalled, they had already made an appearance in the early Thor series. Presently, Their base resided beyond the Earth's atmosphere. He had just confirmed that the Heavenly Sword Bureau's base resembled a space station, while, in truth, it was their operational hub. Thus, it is plausible that, under the duress of the TPC, they have engineered a clandestine machine, a legacy bequeathed by the Kree with the assistance of the Skrulls, which renders the creation of such a contraption entirely comprehensible. Just then, a colossal warship, measuring several hundred meters, materialized in the skies above Flushing. Those in the vicinity were left awestruck, their jaws agape at the sight of this behemoth. What is this? An alien warship? Which aliens? Haven't they been following the news? Did they not notice the insignia? This is a vessel belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. The emblem of the American flag has recognized S.H.I.U.L.D. A week prior, America had rebranded its former Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Agency into S.H.I.E.L.D., placing it in the limelight, with duties akin to those of the Ryukyu Victory Team, specifically tasked with managing extraordinary incidents. We truly live up to the title of the world's police force, capable of developing such a warship. Who, aside from America, could accomplish such a feat? The American flag stood tall, swelling with pride at the sight of this magnificent vessel. Chapter 68. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Your assertion is flawed. The Ryukyu's victorious fleet possesses similar warships, albeit with different designs, yet serving the same purpose. Moreover, their vessels can transform, exhibiting remarkable agility. How can one claim that only America is capable of such feats? A counterargument arose, stating that the Ryukyu's Nastidus was news from a month ago. Its warship typically spans 40 meters but stretches over 100 meters when transformed. Is this not superior to America's vessels? How can a recently restored small nation be compared to our great America? It is merely for display, without practical application. With a disdainful expression, America dismissed the argument. The rebutted individual responded, "What the hell? Is that what you meant? Did you not assert that no one but America could manufacture such warships?" In Chinatown, nearly all gazes were captivated by that aerial aircraft carrier. Jinwoo's attention was drawn when he noticed Xiangfeng, who had unexpectedly changed into a suit composed of red, white, and gold, revealing a mouth beneath the helmet as he sprinted towards the dragon-shaped mechanical entity in the park. Indeed, the noble captain of the Star Soul team wasted no time in investigating the anomaly. However, the dragon-shaped mechanical entity remained motionless. Yet Jinwoo sensed it emitting a peculiar sound wave, seemingly gathering information about Earth. Adhering to the principle of remaining still until the enemy moved, he resolved to observe the situation further. "Void Shadow, this is the Star Soul captain I mentioned. What do you think?" Jinwoo engaged in conversation with Void Shadow while observing personnel descending from the S.H.I.E.L.D. aerial carrier to examine the dragon-shaped machine. Void Shadow replied, "Those chosen by Earth are inherently just individuals, so they cannot be lacking in merit." "Very well, do you recognize that entity?" Jinwoo inquired, pointing at the dragon-shaped machine. "Given that you, an extraterrestrial who has resided on Earth for so long, do not recognize it, how could I?" Void Shadow responded, "I have only awakened a few months ago." It was evident that Void Shadow acknowledged his extraterrestrial nature. Jinwoo, intrigued, asked, "You know I am an alien, yet choose to converse with me? Are you not concerned about being an invader of Earth?" "It is quite simple," Void Shadow explained. "You carry the faint yet numerous glimmers of hope entrusted by humanity. This essence has formed because you saved their lives, which is why I chose to engage with you. Had you been human, I would undoubtedly have recognized you as my master. Alas, it is not meant to be." At this juncture, Void Shadow let out a rare sigh. 4-star soul warriors can only harness greater power through union with life from their home planet. So that is it, humanity's glimmer. Jinwoo was taken aback, having not previously recognized such a phenomenon. It was indeed a wondrous force. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a Martian. Sharing such information with the Star Soul warriors poses no issue, as they may one day fight alongside him." Void Shadow's typically calm voice now held a hint of astonishment as he suddenly comprehended numerous matters. Martian? You are indeed Trigga Ultraman, are you not? It is no wonder that you bear the radiant light entrusted by humanity. In any case, I am immensely grateful for your prior assistance. Here, I refer specifically to Jianwu's repeated endeavors to vanquish the monsters. It's no trouble at all. Having witnessed these events, I could hardly remain indifferent, could I? During this period, Jianwu has gradually come to comprehend an important truth. With greater power comes greater responsibility. He is beginning to grasp the essence of this statement. Furthermore, his family and friends reside on this planet. This world is not devoid of merit, as it possesses places worthy of protection. This world has the TPC, along with the Star Soul Warriors and Star Soul Captains, and in the future, he shall fight alongside them. As for SHIELD and the Heavenly Sword Bureau, perhaps it is best to leave them aside. I recall that the calamities on Earth in the Marvel Universe are nearly always instigated by these two entities, particularly SHIELD. Many disasters could have indeed been averted. Jianwu gazed at the aerial battleship hovering above the dragon-shaped mechanical entity, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Montak Lao, where's the restroom? Jianwu glanced at Yubihama, who was capturing images of the aerial carrier, then turned to Mo Yuqian, who was resting nearby. There S1 here. Just head to the back. Mo Yuqian gestured for Jianwu to enter the hot pot restaurant behind him. Thank you, Jianwu replied, and at Mo Yuqian's indication, he entered the establishment. Yubihama, who was still photographing the aerial carrier, hesitated, wanted to say something but stopping short. She had noticed a peculiar pattern. Every time something strange occurred while she was with Jianwu, he would invariably need to visit the restroom. Jianwu entered a stall within the restroom and transformed his appearance, revealing an unremarkable Caucasian visage. The shadowy figure, perplexed, inquired, "What are you doing?" "To eliminate danger in its cradle," Jianwu replied before vanishing from the restroom. Area 51 in Nevada. This is a highly classified military base in America, and also the site of the Pegasus Project's execution. In the underground main research lab of the Pegasus Project, Selvig and Tauroth were busily attending to a circular device several meters in length, surrounded by numerous virtual screens, while various weapons lay scattered on the tables behind them. At the center of the circular apparatus was embedded a blue square stone, the Tesseract. Dr. Selvig gazed at the densely packed data on the screens and sighed. I wonder if the weapon we develop this time will be capable of slaying the monsters. After all our research, the Patriot missile merely grazed the surface. This is utterly unacceptable. That missile was a product of his collaboration with Tauroth, an extraterrestrial, utilizing the Tesseract, and yet it inflicted such minimal damage on the creature. He simply could not reconcile this. Tauroth, who was analyzing the data, replied directly, "The density of these monsters is exceedingly high. Their mass easily begins in the tens of thousands of tons, and their defensive capabilities are astounding. The fact that the missile could merely scratch the surface is already commendable. If only that chief scientist were still alive." Selvig recalled that Taroan had once mentioned a chief scientist among their people, who unfortunately had passed away, while Taroan himself was merely an amateur. "Did you encounter any monsters during your wanderings?" Dr. Selvig inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, I once beheld a creature that emerged from a heap of cosmic refuse left by a forsaken civilization on a distant planet. Upon its appearance, it devoured the very civilization that spawned it. Their weaponry far surpassed that of your America, yet they stood powerless against the beast, as all their assaults were consumed by its insatiable hunger." As Taroan recounted this tale, his eyes were filled with dread. The thought of a monster capable of annihilating an entire civilization was truly terrifying. Dr. Selvig, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of shock. A heap of refuse could give rise to such a fearsome creature. And what became of this monster afterward? Was it ever vanquished? Chapter 69. The rebooted Pegasus Project later? How can you expect our wandering race to eliminate a beast that devoured an entire planetary civilization? Taroan shot Selvig a disapproving glance. No. What I meant was, where did that monster go after it consumed the civilization of its host planet? Selvig shook his head. That was not his intent. Since the moment a year ago when America was overwhelmed by the Ryukyu's Daytan Consortium Selvig, along with some of America's leading scientists, had been gathered by SHIELD to revive the Pegasus project, seeking to develop more formidable weapons through the Cosmic Cube. The Cosmic Cube, indeed. It had facilitated the creation of a faster-than-light engine during the original Pegasus project. As a scientist in SHIELD, Selvig was well aware of this, and thus he was eager to explore the possibilities of the Cosmic Cube. Who knows, perhaps humanity's history will one day celebrate his achievements. Upon their arrival, they were informed that this team included extraterrestrial beings, Skrulls, represented by the Taroan before him. Unfortunately, this alien was not a seasoned scientist. The true experts had long been eliminated by the enemy during their flight. Over the past year, they had collaborated with Taroan, utilizing the Cosmic Cube to devise numerous powerful weapons. During this time, Taroan imparted scientific knowledge far surpassing that of Earth's civilization. However, this knowledge was incomplete and often vague, leaving America's scientists with a fragmented understanding. Taroan claimed that much of the Skrull knowledge had been lost during their flight, a statement that Selvig regarded with skepticism, though he refrained from voicing his doubts. Nevertheless, from the insights provided, he could infer the general level of Skrull expertise and did not believe that Taroan's fleeing kin possessed the capability to vanquish a creature capable of devouring an entire planetary civilization. Their very survival was a stroke of fortune, after all, given their extensive experience in evasion. In response to Selvig's inquiry, Taroan shook his head. I do not know. Perhaps it continues to consume on some distant planet. When faced with such terrifying scenes, we were preoccupied with our escape, oblivious to such matters. Well, let us hope this wretched monster does not come to Earth. Otherwise, we shall have to rely on Trigga. Or was it the Star Soul Captain? That seems to be how they refer to it in the Dragon Kingdom. Dr. Selvig pondered, stroking his chin, sometimes truly questioning whether this giant, transforming into a 50-meter automaton, was indeed crafted by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, this so-called Star Soul warrior only appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, making it difficult not to draw connections. Earth is indeed fortunate to have Trigga and the Star Soul warriors. Upon hearing Selvig's mention of this, a flicker of jealousy sparkled in Taroan's eyes. This primitive planet possesses such powerful guardians. With Captain Marvel in the forefront and Trigga alongside the Star Soul warriors, what extraordinary qualities does this Earth possess to give rise to such an abundance of strength? Greetings, my friend. You have overlooked a significant detail. The victory of the Daytan Consortium's team, whose technological prowess surpasses even that of America. When the Artemis spacecraft soared over the White House, the higher-ups were nearly paralyzed with fear. Selvig erupted into laughter upon recalling this. America, once proud of its self-proclaimed role as the world's police, was left utterly clueless about how the enemy's vessel had reached the White House. Fortunately, in the future, America too shall possess spacecraft that rival, if not exceed, those of its adversaries. Selvig gazed at the Cosmic Cube in the instrumentation center, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, their Artemis was formidable, capable of silently arriving at any location, with energy readings surpassing the combined might of all American nuclear arsenals. Such a reality is understandably daunting. As he contemplated this, Taroan pondered deeply. Logically, such advanced technology should not exist on Earth. He was aware of Wakanda, a civilization far beyond Earth's technological capabilities. Yet he dismissed it as merely a fortunate group of monkeys. However, the Daytan Consortium represented something truly abnormal. Who are you? Stay away from there. Doctor, Selvig suddenly shouted, his attention drawn away from the Cosmic Cube. He pressed the alarm button and swiftly retrieved an energy weapon from the table behind him, aiming it at the young Caucasian who had inexplicably materialized before the Cosmic Cube. A cold sweat trickled down his back. He had been intently observing the cube when this young man appeared out of nowhere. Could it be a spatial jump device? Selvig was astounded. The individual was merely a few meters away from him. Startled from his thoughts, Taroan also drew his weapon, directing it at the young man. Unfazed by their actions, the young man reached out toward the Cosmic Cube. Witnessing this, Selvig and Taroan immediately pulled the triggers, intent on neutralizing the youth who coveted the cube. What? Both were taken aback as their weapons failed to respond. Taroan quickly reacted, lunging toward the young man. Yet he found himself unable to advance even a single step within a meter of him. A superhuman. The duo could only watch helplessly as the young man seized the cosmic cube from the instrument. After retrieving the cube, he turned to face the soldiers who had entered the laboratory along with Selvig and Taroan, offering a slight smile. In an instant, he vanished into thin air, as if erased from existence, leaving no trace behind. The cosmic cube, has it truly vanished? Taroan stared at the now empty instrument, frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Selvig felt a sense of relief. Having dedicated over a year to studying the cube, he realized he hadn't returned home during that time. Yet, he believed that his research could pave the way for a significant contribution to human history. In a hot pot restaurant in Chinatown, Jianwu emerged, observing Yubihama still capturing footage of the aerial mothership. At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Imo Yuqian set up his stone stall, seemingly finding a reclining chair to lounge upon at some point. What a carefree old man he is. Yuobin remarked that this hot pot establishment appeared quite appealing. Should we dine here? Jianwu intended to linger for a while, observing the dragon-shaped mechanical entity. Certainly, Yuobin had no objections, as it was nearly noon. Ah, youth. Imo Yuqian reclined in his chair, watching the two enter the hot pot restaurant. During their meal, Jianwu remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the dragon-shaped mechanical entity in the park, which had been cordoned off by S.H.I.E.L.D., prohibiting anyone from approaching. However, this did not deter the transformed Xiangfeng. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized Xiangfeng's attire and immediately attempted to apprehend him, but the transformed Xiangfeng was beyond their grasp, effortlessly evading their capture and ultimately vanishing aboard the blazing sky. Chapter 70. The Civilizational Arbiter. Galatron Nick Fury scowled as he gazed upon the vanishing red sports car, unable to suppress an expletive. In recent days, he had been closely monitoring developments in the Dragon Kingdom, and he was well aware that the Crimson vehicle could transform into a 50-meter-tall Star Soul warrior, with the individual clad in red attire being the captain of the Star Soul team. The Star Soul warriors had previously operated solely within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, in Nick Fury's mind, he had temporarily associated them with the nation, perceiving them as its superheroes. Initially, he had intended to link Trelgar to the Diendon Consortium, but their operations extended far beyond the Ryukyu Islands. Wherever monsters appeared, they were sure to follow. Consequently, Nick Fury had come to regard Trelgar as a vigilante superhero. Now, witnessing a superhero from the Dragon Kingdom materializing in America, Fury was engulfed by skepticism. How could they have ventured to America, particularly to Flushing Park, where this dragon-shaped mechanical entity had descended? Could it be that this dragon-shaped machine bore some connection to them? On the surface, the mechanical construct was entirely metallic, much like the Star Soul warrior, and the uncanny proximity of the two was too coincidental to ignore. Fury found it challenging not to draw connections, leading him to wonder if all of this was orchestrated by the Dragon Kingdom. With a furrowed brow, Fury turned his gaze towards one of the staff members who was analyzing the dragon-shaped mechanical entity. What are the findings? Is there a link to the Dragon Kingdom? Upon hearing the inquiry, the staff member promptly presented the analysis results to Nick Fury while offering an explanation. The analysis revealed that the mechanical entity was composed entirely of unidentified materials, with numerous components defying the laws of physics. Moreover, prior to its emergence, there had been a magical array? Indeed, this magical array resembles a spatial jump device. It is plausible that this dragon-shaped mechanical construct was deployed by an advanced civilization. Hence, I believe it bears no relation to the Dragon Kingdom, he concluded. As he spoke, a hint of uncertainty crept into his voice, for as a staunch materialist, the concept of magic was rather disruptive to his worldview. However, after reviewing the satellite footage, he had indeed observed the sudden appearance of a mythical magical array, which, to him, resembled a spatial jump device. Listening intently to the staff member's words, Nick Fury scrutinized the data displayed on the screen, his expression darkening further. Yet, due to his naturally darker complexion, the staff member remained oblivious to the shift in his superior's demeanor. a mechanical entity deployed by an advanced civilization. This thought inevitably conjured images of the Kree, the only extraterrestrial race with which Earth had previously clashed, although they had ostensibly been dealt with by Captain Marvel. Apart from that encounter, Earth had not offended any other extraterrestrial civilizations. Might this be a manifestation of Captain Marvel's other adversaries in the cosmos? A sense of foreboding washed over Nick Fury as he pondered the likelihood of this being the case. Could it be that these mechanical warriors were a divine gift to aid in the battle against the unknown beasts? Another believer in God among the workers experienced a moment of inspiration, contemplating the potential implications. Would not America, in due course, possess a formidable weapon to combat monsters? Much like Trigga and the Star Soul warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Nick Fury cast a glance at his companion, surprised to find such naivety among the members of SHIELD. He instructed them to prepare, exploring the possibility of relocating this entity. As he turned his gaze towards the towering, draconic mechanical form, a shadow of concern crossed his brow. Just 2 kilometers away lay a densely populated area, and should this colossal machine awaken here? Fury recalled the 2 beasts that had rampaged through Sydney. He could not bear the consequences of such an event, knowing the congressional representatives would not hesitate to hold him accountable. If SHIELD failed to contribute to this situation, his position as director would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Thus, with a decisive command, Fury summoned dozens of cables to descend from the airborne mothership above. The personnel below swiftly secured the cables around the draconic machine. Once preparations were complete, the mothership commenced its ascent, intending to hoist the entity away from the vicinity. However, to their dismay, the cables remained unyielding, and the mechanical beast did not budge an inch. "Damn it!" Fury exclaimed in frustration, realizing that until the matter was resolved, Flushing Park would have to be temporarily sealed off. He ordered the team to bind the mechanical creature with cables and established 8 high-voltage electric weapon poles around the perimeter. Furthermore, he increased the number of personnel stationed throughout the park to prevent civilians from inadvertently intruding. After instructing the staff to complete these tasks, he advised them to maintain a safe distance from the machine, allowing time for a response in case of an unforeseen incident. The SHIELD mothership then ascended several thousand meters above the park, rendering itself invisible as Fury contemplated further strategies to handle the draconic machine. Meanwhile, in a hot pot restaurant, Jianwu could not suppress a chuckle upon witnessing the draconic machine ensnared in cables like a dumpling. This reaction left his companion, Yubahama, perplexed. After finishing their meal, the 2 strolled around the vicinity before returning to their apartment. As night fell, the mechanical beast remained dormant. The following morning, at Flushing Park, the previously inert draconic machine showed signs of life, its eyes flashing red as the ground trembled beneath it. The operators monitoring the machine immediately sounded the alarm, notifying Fury aboard the mothership. In the control room, Fury beheld the awakening draconic entity with disbelief. It had truly come to life. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, hoping for benevolence from the creature. Otherwise, with a series of resounding crashes, the cables that had bound the machine snapped under its movements, cascading to the ground. In that moment, the complete form of the draconic mechanical entity was unveiled before the eyes of SHIELD personnel. Like a majestic dragon deity, it stands resolutely upon the earth, extending its arms wide. The long braid adorning the back of the dragon-shaped mechanical entity gradually unfurls, surpassing the overall height of the dragon form itself, radiating a resplendent golden light as if heralding its awakening. The golden luminescence emanates from the braid. Immediately, the nearby electronic screens begin to showcase the image of the dragon-shaped mechanical entity in Flushing Park. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Across the entire globe, electronic displays commence the broadcast of this scene. Even televisions that have been turned off spring to life the moment they receive power. Mobile phones, computers, tablets, and other devices follow suit. In an instant, the screens of the world unveil the magnificent form of the dragon deity. Within the park, the dragon deity begins to speak in a slow, resonant voice. I am the arbiter of civilization, Galatron. I have completed my analysis of this world and am now acutely aware of the conflicts, discrimination, and atrocities occurring across the globe. Galatron's voice possesses an inexplicable enchantment, awakening even some of the slumbering inhabitants of Earth. In that moment, nearly all of humanity turns their gaze towards the dragon deity portrayed on the screens. Chapter 71. The Sword's Understanding. What does it mean? Upon hearing the words spoken by Galatron, Fury found himself perplexed. Is it merely to investigate such trivial matters on Earth, conflicts, atrocities, and discrimination, that a highly advanced civilization deploys its mechanical entities? Have I, as a black man, uttered anything amiss? And aren't these issues inherent to all sentient beings? He had previously heard Captain Marvel, Carol, speak of other civilizations in the universe. How could there be a planet devoid of conflict? On this matter, Fury believed the Skrulls held significant insight. Director, all combat personnel are in position. 10 modified Quinjet fighters are ready for deployment. At that moment, a communication from SHIELD personnel came through his earpiece. The operatives Fury had previously instructed to prepare for battle were now poised, awaiting his command. Stand by for orders. Additionally, instruct the SHIELD personnel near the park to move to the residential area and await evacuation directives for the civilians. Fury intended to ascertain the true objectives of their adversaries. So far, they had only gathered information about Earth and had yet to launch an attack on humanity. Until the situation was clarified, premature conclusions should be avoided to prevent unnecessary enmity. Meanwhile, Galatron, positioned in Flushing Park, continued to speak. For the peace of this world, I shall terminate all conflicts, just as I have ended disputes in other worlds. I shall also eradicate all discord here. Fury felt a foreboding sense of dread. In essence, he proclaimed, I will annihilate all of humanity on Earth to reshape this world. This is the mission of the civilizational arbiter, Galatron, and the justice encoded within my programming. The cold, emotionless mechanical voice of Galatron instilled a chilling atmosphere in the hearts of all who heard his words. What? Eradicate all of humanity? Reshape the world? Such audacity! The inhabitants of Earth erupted in outrage upon hearing this declaration. Who the hell are you? Most of the Earth's populace vociferously questioned Galatron's audacity. Fury, aboard the celestial mothership, was equally incensed. What is this? An artificial intelligence from an extraterrestrial civilization presumes to judge us? You think you can extinguish all of humanity with mere words? Preposterous. No alien has the right to judge Earthlings, and none can utter such proclamations on American soil. He commanded all SHIELD personnel on the ground to immediately evacuate all nearby civilians. As he contemplated the situation, he cast a glance at the swaying figure of Galatron and decisively ordered, activate the weapons installed on the surrounding power poles. These 8 pole-mounted weapons had been tested to ensure they would not impact areas beyond the park, allowing for their safe use. Quinjets, launch at once. Once the civilians have been evacuated to safety, commence the attack. Fury issued the command, determined to make this foolish artificial intelligence understand that America is not to be trifled with. Under Fury's command, the aerospace carrier materialized at an altitude of several thousand meters. The pilots, poised on the deck of the carrier, responded immediately to Fury's orders, soaring into the sky aboard their Kuan-style fighters. 10 Kuan fighters, upon departing from the carrier, locked onto the target below, the Galatron, preparing to engage once the nearby civilians had evacuated to safety. Meanwhile, the long braid cascading from Galatron's head, along with the dragon horns atop its skull and its piercing eyes, ignited with a blinding crimson glow, as if charging for an impending onslaught. Opposite it lay Chinatown. At that moment, 8 prepared power poles unleashed a tremendous surge of electricity, directing it towards Galatron. The voltage emanating from these poles exceeded hundreds of millions of volts, sustained for a duration of 10 minutes. A melodious chant resonated from Galatron, and in the next instant, brilliant magical circles illuminated around its form, nullifying the surrounding electrical currents. The claws at the tip of its long braid swiftly severed the 8 power poles in half. What? Fury's heart sank at this spectacle, a wave of pressure washing over him. He fixated on the crowd evacuating nearby, painfully aware that they were on the verge of reaching a safe zone. Just then, a colossal figure materialized behind Galatron. It was Jianwu, who had arrived upon learning of Galatron's intent to obliterate humanity. As Jianwu appeared, a massive star soul crystal manifested above Flushing Park, for which a red sports car emerged, transforming into a giant robot approximately 50 meters tall. The Star Soul warrior, Blazing Flame, had arrived. "Hey, Trigga, good to see you. I am the captain of the Star Soul team, and this is Blazing Flame." A mischievous voice echoed through telepathy. Jianwu did not respond to the greeting, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. Is the Martian really this aloof? Thought Xiangfeng, scratching his head within the confines of Blazing Flame's internal space. Jianwu and Blazing Flame exchanged a knowing glance. Advancing towards Galatron to grasp its shoulders and the long braid behind its head, redirecting the accumulating energy skyward. Whoosh! A scarlet beam shot from Galatron's eyes, nearly striking the aerospace carrier hovering miles above. It caused the carrier to shudder, and even the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel inside felt a tremor. Steadying himself, Fury caught sight of Trigga, allowing a faint smile to break through. Indeed, a hero who embodies altruism. With our monsters, there he is. Moreover, the positioning of the Star Soul warrior warranted a re-evaluation on his part. If he could invite these two into his Avengers initiative, they would undoubtedly become invaluable assets. Galatron, thwarted, turned to face Jianwu and Blazing Flame, its crimson core pulsating with an intense, blinding light. The two, caught in its glare, instinctively shielded themselves and stumbled back a few paces. Immediately, 2 luminous rings emanated from the crimson core of Galatron, encircling the heads of the 2 individuals. They then descended gracefully around their bodies, akin to a scanning motion. Subsequently, the radiant rings returned to the core of Galatron. The entity paused momentarily, disregarding the 2 figures, and began to stride sideways. What is happening? Why is our opponent not attacking? Xiangfeng was filled with questions, and Jianwu shared the same confusion. Reincarnated stepped forward, observing Galatron's back, equally perplexed by the situation. On the other side, Galatron had taken merely 2 steps when it abruptly halted, turning sharply to fix its gaze upon Jianwu. The mechanical tendrils trailing behind it lunged towards Jianwu, their claws slicing through the air. Witnessing the attack narrowly miss Reincarnated, Jianwu was engulfed in bewilderment. What does this mean? You choose not to strike Reincarnated, yet target me? In a state of confusion, Jianwu found himself ensnared by the claws around his neck, lifted into the air. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, but then hesitated. No, I cannot engage in battle here. With that thought, Jianwu transformed into particles of light, reappearing behind Galatron. Chapter 72. The Terrifying Galatron. Sword Enlightenment embraced Galatron from behind, the crystal on his forehead emanating a golden light that enveloped the creature, preventing its escape. Ultimately, the two transformed into a stream of golden brilliance, racing towards the Atlantic Ocean. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiangfeng exclaimed, "Reincarnated, pursue them. This fellow dares to threaten the annihilation of all humanity. It is utterly outrageous." Without delay, Reincarnated soared into the sky, following closely. Meanwhile, aboard the aerial mothership, a voice crackled through Fury's earpiece. "Director, what are our orders?" "Follow them. Assist in the extermination of the beast. Additionally, alert all departments in America to refrain from attacking Trigga and the Star Warriors." With that, Fury exhaled, feeling that the situation was well in hand. The invincible Trigga had never known defeat. This was an achievement right for the taking. Collaborating with Trigga and the Star Warriors to eliminate a terrifying mechanical entity intent on destroying Earth would certainly suffice to satisfy the demands of the lawmakers. In the skies above the Atlantic, a golden stream sliced through the heavens, pursued by Reincarnated and the S.H.L.D. Quinjet. Yet their speed paled in comparison to the radiant golden light of Sword Enlightenment and Galatron. leaving them only able to glimpse the distant gleam. Boom! The golden light of sword enlightenment and Galatron ultimately descended upon an uninhabited island in the Atlantic, a landmass spanning several hundred miles. This was an island currently under auction by America. Upon landing, the duo created a vast crater at the island center. Identify and eliminate the threat. Galatron stood up, its crimson core pulsating with a fierce glow, resonating with a voice that left Sword Enlightenment momentarily stunned. What the hell did I do to deserve this? It wants to eliminate me first? Sword Enlightenment felt the weight of an unjust blame upon him, yet he could not shake it off. Frustrated, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Galatron's chest. Clang! The sound of the impact resonated through the deserted island like the ringing of metal. Upon striking Galatron's chest, Sword Enlightenment felt a jolt of pain in his fist, while Galatron remained unmoved. So tough, this mechanical beast is indeed formidable. Eliminate the target. The mechanical tendrils behind Galatron lunged toward Sword Enlightenment's neck. You think you can choke me? Do you believe I am a mere puppet? As the mechanical tendril approached, Sword Enlightenment summoned his composite sword to his palm and swung it at the outstretched claws of Galatron. Crash! The blade met the tendril's claws, creating a shower of sparks. The sparks cascaded to the earth, igniting vibrant explosions around them. Galatron exerted more force, and Sword Enlightenment was pushed back several steps. Meanwhile, a red light flickered between Galatron's claws, accompanied by an incantation, as two magnificent magical arrays materialized within its grasp. Immediately, two crimson beams erupted from the magic circle, surging towards Jinwoo, who was being repelled by the long braided claws. Boom! Jinwoo let out a muffled groan, sparks flying from his body, as he was knocked to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The sensation was undeniably painful. Galatron, observing the fallen Jinwoo, felt the dragon horns atop his head begin to glow, the red light in his eyes intensifying. Just then, a blue and a red laser struck Galatron's head, causing it to tilt once more, with the red beam shooting skyward. Jinwoo rose from the ground, his gaze directed at the source of the lasers. One was Lai Kangyan, and the other was the Blue Star Soul Warrior, Tinsule. Each wielded a mechanical handgun and a mechanical sniper rifle, respectively. Telegar, we're here. From above, Xiangfeng's voice echoed, followed closely by Lai Kangyan landing beside Jinwoo, with Tinsule, sniper rifle in hand, trailing behind. Now it was round two. Xiangfeng chuckled at the solitary Galatron. 3 against 1. How could we possibly lose? Meanwhile, the Shield Quinjet had entered the attack range, while the Celestial Mothership was still en route. Telegar, Galatron's weakness lies in the red core on its chest, but to destroy it, we must first breach its defenses. Tinsule deduced Galatron's vulnerability, a specialty of his insight into the enemy's weaknesses. Thank you, Jinwoo replied. Wait, Telegar actually spoke. My heavens, I'm the first human to hear Telegar talk. Xiangfeng exclaimed with excitement, eager to boast to Gu Li about his discovery. Partner, let us focus on the battle for now. Lai Kangyan, armed with his handgun, stood shoulder to shoulder with Jinwoo, while Tinsule locked onto Galatron with his sniper rifle, poised to fire. Upon seeing the red and blue Autobots by Jinwoo's side, Galatron's dragon horns and mechanical braids glimmered with a white light. His body slowly levitated above the ground, the red glow emanating from his core enveloping the surroundings. Simultaneously, Galatron's mechanical braids stood erect, vibrant magical circles manifesting around them. Golden streams of light appeared behind him, converging at the red core on his chest, forming a massive energy sphere, radiating an immensely terrifying energy fluctuation. At that moment, Galatron resembled a noble dragon deity, gazing down upon the Star Soul warriors and Telegar below. All who seek to aid those trapped shall be annihilated. That depends on whether I agree. Like Kangyan, Tinsule use range attacks to thwart him. No sooner had Xiangfeng's words fallen than Lai Kangyan and Tinsule began to channel their power. Seeing this, Jinwoo decided to test the waters, charging directly towards Galatron. With a flash, his composite sword cleaved towards the energy sphere coalescing in Galatron's chest. When Galatron effortlessly blocked the strike with his right claw, sparks erupting and the sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the area. The assault from Jianwu merely delayed the opponent's ability to consolidate the energy sphere. At the moment of stalemate between Jianwu and Galatron, the charge of the fiery flame and the heavenly thunder had reached completion. Fiery strike, thunderous roar. The fiery flame and the heavenly thunder simultaneously pulled the trigger, unleashing a crimson energy beam and a blue energy beam from their respective barrels, racing towards the energy sphere being formed by Galatron. Sensing the imminent attacks, Jianwu instantly transformed into particles of light, reappearing hundreds of meters away in midair. Grasping his composite sword, a deep azure glow surged along its blade. Zipeli AO, Holy Sword Slash. With a sweeping motion, the azure sword energy detached from the blade, surging forward in tandem with the Star Soul Warrior's attack towards Galatron's energy sphere. Having completed this maneuver, Jianwu descended to the ground, joining the Star Soul Warrior. In the skies above, 10 Quinjet fighters from S.H.I.L.D. simultaneously unleashed a barrage of energy beams towards Galatron. As the incantation resonated, Galatron, suspended in the air, conjured multiple magical arrays before him, effortlessly deflecting all incoming attacks. The majority of the assaults were thwarted by the magical arrays, with only the strikes from Jianwu and the Star Soul Warrior engaging in a stalemate with the enchantments. Crack! The magical arrays shattered with a resounding echo. Yet the three assaults dissipated simultaneously. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. This terrifying onslaught had merely breached his magical shield? Chapter 73. Fortunately, there exists the eternal core at the very moment the magical array shattered. The energy sphere before Galatron had completed its condensation. With a resounding boom, a brilliant beam of energy erupted from the sphere, accompanied by the deafening sound of the air being torn apart, propelling forth with devastating force toward Jianwu and his companions. Wherever the beam traversed, the surrounding space twisted slightly, slicing through reality and bringing forth the wrath of the Silver Dragon God. While the energy sphere unleashed its radiant beam, Galatron's claws were not idle. He divided his focus and fired several golden beams directly from between his hands, targeting the airborne Cohen-style fighter and the recently arrived aerial mothership. Observing the impending assault, the mothership promptly activated its newly installed energy shield, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the golden beams. After launching the beams, Galatron paid no further heed to the commotion above, concentrating solely on controlling the beams emitted from the energy sphere. His singular objective was clear: to obliterate the foe before him. As Jianwu beheld the terrifying beam racing toward him, he experienced for the first time in his life a profound sense of peril. In this moment, he could have easily teleported to safety, yet the current predicament rendered it impossible for him to escape with the two Star Soul Warriors and Xiangfeng in tow. Under such a beam, the Star Soul Warriors were at high risk of perishing. Although they could be resurrected in the future, Jianwu could not bear to witness his comrades, who fought valiantly by his side, meet their demise. Thus, Jianwu unfurled a shimmering rainbow shield before him to counter the horrifying beam. Simultaneously, a thread of golden energy surged forth from the timer on his chest, enveloping the rainbow shield and imbuing it with a hint of golden radiance. This was a fragment of power from the eternal core, which he had stored within himself. After all, while the adversary had forbidden him from merging with the source, they had not prohibited him from storing it. With the principle of preparedness in mind, Jianwu had spent considerable time stabilizing this fragment of eternal core power within himself. Boom! As the destructive beam collided with the rainbow shield, a colossal magical array materialized above the desolate island, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and accompanied by a series of relentless explosions. In that instant, the air resonated with the cacophony of detonations, and the small island beneath Jianwu's feet rumbled ominously, as though on the verge of shattering. In the fierce confrontation between Jianwu and Galatron, a terrifying energy pressure enveloped their surroundings, rendering Lai Kong Yin and Tian Chu Lei unable to aim their firearms, and even the slightest movement became a Herculean task. Amidst the resounding explosions on the island, dust clouds began to billow, and the fiery blaze intertwined with the smoke obscured the view of those outside the island, who could only glimpse the stunning beam locked in a standoff against the gilded rainbow shield. Rumbling thunderously, the entire island trembled under the sustained clash of the two forces, akin to a seismic event, with the surrounding waters roaring in response. Above the sky, meteors fell which were, in fact, the 10 Quinjet fighters of S.H.I.L.D., struck by the golden beam unleashed by Galactron from its dual claws. Thanks to the modifications made to the Quinjet, as the golden beam neared its target, the pilots swiftly detached their cockpits from the aircraft. In that fleeting moment of separation, the Quinjet was hit by the beam and erupted in a spectacular explosion, leaving the detached cockpits to be affected by the blast, plunging the pilots and their capsules into the nearby sea, their fates uncertain. As for the other spacecraft, the situation appeared somewhat more favorable. The energy shield previously deployed on the vessel shattered like glass. Yet fortunately, Galactron's golden beam only incapacitated one of the spacecraft's engines. There were 4 engines powering the vessel. Losing one left 3 operational, thus allowing it to remain airborne, albeit in a rather unsightly manner. "Damn it!" Fury exclaimed as he watched the screen, witnessing the destruction of one engine. He felt a pang of sorrow. The spacecraft had only recently been commissioned and was already in need of repairs. This monstrous creature was truly terrifying. Thankfully, the adversary seemed focused solely on Chala and the Star Warrior, neglecting their presence and merely striking them at random. Otherwise, all aboard the spacecraft would have been doomed. With this thought, Fury promptly commanded the spacecraft to retreat from the airspace above the desolate island, turning his gaze to the screen obscured by smoke and flames. His expression grave, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. Anxiously, he retrieved an old pager from his pocket. Should Chala and the Star Warrior falter, he would have no choice but to summon her back. He hoped Carol could return before Galactron annihilated humanity. Otherwise, she would only be left to avenge them after their demise, with no certainty that she could vanquish the foe. A rumbling sound emanated from the island, growing increasingly thunderous. Even at several thousand meters in the air aboard the spacecraft, Fury could hear it distinctly. This momentarily quelled his urge to activate the pager as he fixated on the screen. On the island, shrouded in smoke and fire, S.H.I.L. DS instruments detected a surge of high-temperature energy. On the ground, Jinwoo, now transformed into a formidable state, had previously supported himself with a radiant rainbow shield. But in the next instant, he relinquished his grip and utilized his ultronic telekinesis to control the barrier. Fortunately, he had retained a fragment of the Eternal Core's power within him. Otherwise, that luminous beam might have reduced him to mere light particles. Behind him, Lai K-Ing-En and Tien-QL-I were attempting to lock onto Galactron with their weapons. Noticing that his teammates had temporarily disconnected due to poor network, Jinwoo resolved to act independently. From his wrist, formidable claws emerged, gathering crimson luminescent particles that glowed faintly before being thrust into the ground. Delaxium Claw Impact. A terrifying wave of flames surged deep into the earth, with fiery shockwaves resembling an electrocardiogram. During this tumultuous event, flames erupted from the ground, occasionally leaping hundreds of meters into the air, carving a profound chasm in their wake. Ultimately, the shockwave directly struck the energy sphere hovering in midair before Galactron. Simultaneously, 2 beams of energy, one blue and one red, also collided with the energy sphere in front of Galactron. The Inferno Flame and the heaven-driven thunder unleashed their fury. Boom! In the next instant, the energy sphere before Galactron exploded under the combined assault of the 3, unleashing devastation across the entire island. The small island, spanning hundreds of miles, was engulfed by a colossal mushroom cloud, instantly fracturing and sinking into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. The shockwave from the explosion further exacerbated the already precarious flight of the aerial mothership, compelling Fury to command a descent toward the nearest land. Chapter 74. The enlightenment of the first red light in the midst of such a fierce battle. Could the Avengers listed truly participate? On the descending spacecraft, Fury gazed at the screen, displaying the earth-shattering explosion, and muttered to himself, The imagery presented two perspectives, one from the spacecraft and the other relayed from a satellite. From these visuals, it was evident that a colossal mushroom cloud had risen over the Atlantic, towering tens of thousands of meters and enveloping hundreds of miles. The shockwave resulting from the explosion, as analyzed by data, was projected to spread for thousands of miles. Under such circumstances, a significant earthquake would inevitably occur beneath the sea, triggering tsunamis that could impact all coastal cities nearby the Atlantic. Based on the explosion's location relative to the American continent, it was estimated that within an hour, the tsunami would strike the coastal cities of the mainland. Fury promptly contacted the relevant department in America responsible for tsunami preparedness, urging them to ready the coastal cities for civilian evacuation. Beneath the mushroom cloud, the island, spanning hundreds of miles, shattered in that moment and sank into the Atlantic, leaving only fragments barely visible above the surface. The entire island had succumbed to the ocean, revealing a tumultuous sea where four massive figures emerged. As a sword wielder, Jinwoo sensed the imminent danger. He allowed the rainbow barrier, controlled by his telekinetic abilities, to dissipate. As the barrier faded, a stream of golden light flowed into the timer affixed to his chest. The adversary, Galatron, was already nearing a state of disrepair due to the earlier explosion of the energy sphere and the subsequent claw strike unleashed by Jinwoo. Even the powerful magical barrier could not withstand such a combined assault. Fortunately, the remnants of the island beneath the surface provided some support. Otherwise, it would have already sunk into the depths of the Atlantic. The mechanical braid at the back of Galatron's head had been severed by the claw's impact. Its left arm, which had shielded the red core during the explosion, was obliterated, and the core itself was exposed with visible cracks, flickering with flames within. Tendrils of black smoke emerged from the severed ends of its left arm and mechanical braid, with sparks flying from various parts of its body, clearly indicating that the damage to the core had rendered Galatron immobile. Yet it continued to mutter indistinctly, its once clear articulation now fragmented and barely intelligible. The source of it all has departed, annihilate. Jinwoo glanced at the distant state of Galatron and refrained from launching another assault. The opponent was clearly at the end of its tether. It was best left for the Star Warriors to handle. He had more pressing matters at hand: the Atlantic, which was gradually boiling from the catastrophic explosion, and the unsettling tremors emanating from beneath. Sensing the disturbances below, Jinwoo felt a profound sense of foreboding. Should such a tsunami occur, it would undoubtedly impact all nations bordering the Atlantic, resulting in a significant loss of life. He must thwart this impending disaster. "I shall prevent the tsunami. You take care of Galatron," he declared. Jinwoo and Lai Kongyan exchanged a telepathic connection. Behind them, now liberated from the energy pressure created during Jinwoo's confrontation with Galatron, Lai Kongyan and Tianxiu Lei regained their freedom of movement. However, due to the aftereffects of the earlier cataclysmic explosion, their actions were somewhat sluggish. Rest assured in stopping the tsunami. The subsequent matters are in our hands. Xiangfeng's solemn voice resonated from within Lai Kongyan. He understood that if Galatron focused entirely on assaulting the core, they could manage this task with their capabilities. Xiangfeng had gained a clear understanding of their strength. Compared to Telegar, they were still considerably weak. They required a more formidable power to safeguard this planet. Once restored, Lai Kongyan watched as the firearm in his grasp dissipated, his palm gently closing to reveal a massive star soul stone appearing beside him. Subsequently, he drew forth a red and silver mechanical long sword from the stone and swiftly darted towards the incapacitated Galatron. Tianxiu Lei, unwilling to be outdone, glided effortlessly across the water surface as if on rollerblades, intermittently firing energy projectiles from his sniper rifle towards Galatron's core. Observing their retreating figures, Jinwoo felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then pressed his hands against the ocean's surface, channeling the ultra-telekinesis deep into the Atlantic. This energy instantly filled the entirety of the ocean as he meticulously began to stabilize the boiling waters and the trembling seabed. Galatron, rendered immobile, watched as Lai Kongyan approached. A flicker of crimson light in his eyes, signaling an impending attack, which quickly faded. In an instant, Galatron's remaining right claw detached, and soared towards Lai Kongyan. Sky Splitter. Upon seeing the claw hurtling towards him, Lai Kongyan called out, delivering a crimson slash that connected with the claw. Sparks erupted, yet the claw merely darkened slightly, remaining unsevered. Nevertheless, it plummeted beneath the ocean's surface due to the force of the strike. Just then, several blue energy projectiles struck the damaged core at Galatron's chest. Boom! The flames from the core intensified, sporadic explosions erupting. Flame charge. The mechanical longsword in Lai Kongyan's hand shimmered with a crimson glow as he thrust it forward with great vigor. In the next moment, a beam of red sword light detached from the blade, directly striking Galatron's core. Upon impact, the explosions within the red core intensified, gradually illuminating with a fiery radiance, as if on the verge of detonation. Thunder roar. At that precise moment, a colossal blue beam erupted from Tianxiu Lei's firearm, accurately hitting Galatron's core, which was poised for explosion. Boom! With the addition of this strike, the crimson core erupted violently, and Galatron's body was shattered in the explosion, scattering into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Simultaneously, Jinwu employed his extraordinary telekinetic abilities to calm every turbulent spot in the Atlantic caused by the earlier detonation. Thus, a tremendous tsunami was deftly neutralized by Jinwu. He withdrew his hands and knelt on the surface of the sea, panting as he beheld the remnants of Galatron, now a mere constellation of debris. Ding dong, ding dong. The azure timer on his chest suddenly resonated, pulsating fiercely like a heartbeat. Its sound particularly jarring against the tranquil waters. Jinwu cast a glance at the flickering red light on his chest. It was the first time it had illuminated in red. Are you all right? Xiangfeng's concerned voice emerged from within the body of the blazing sky flame. Jinwu shook his head, indicating that it was merely a consequence of expending too much energy. A brief return to Mars would suffice for his recovery. The Eternal Core Portable Charger, universally praised by all who utilize it. Chapter 75. The power of space is within my grasp. It was a relief that all was well. Xiangfeng could discern with his naked eye that Talikia was in a rather poor state, yet the latter insisted he was fine, and Xiangfeng chose not to press further. After all, a certain distance must be maintained, even among brothers. It would be bothersome to pry too deeply, especially when they were merely acquaintances meeting for the first time. Jinwu rose and cast his gaze over the ocean, hundreds of kilometers away. Earlier, he had used his ultrasonic telekinesis to calm the Atlantic, ensuring that the S-H-I-E-L-D pilots who had jumped from their flying pods were floating safely on the water surface. However, these individuals had succumbed to the shockwaves from the prior explosion. He did not intervene, for he sensed that aircraft and vessels were approaching from afar, sent to retrieve these pilots, each one a costly investment of the nation's resources, not easily abandoned. Should he consider recovering the remnants of Galatron? In the past, he had been indifferent to the remains of other beasts, but Galatron was exceptionally formidable. If S-H-I-E-L-D were to reclaim these remnants, complications would certainly arise. Just as he was contemplating his next move, his ultrasonic telekinesis suddenly locked onto a familiar figure. Upon recognizing this person, Jinwu abandoned his thoughts of collecting Galatron-S remains. The cleanup crew had arrived, so he would leave it to them. He slowly turned to the two-star Soul Warriors and spoke, "Until we meet again." After uttering this farewell to the Star Soul Warriors, Jinwu transformed into luminous particles and vanished. Watching Talikia disappear in a flurry of light, Xiangfeng felt a surge of envy. What a magnificent way to depart. Partner, we should take our leave as well. You have a reservation to visit the Statue of Liberty today. We must not be late, reminded Likenjian. Ah yes, let's go. Likenjian, Tianquilii, we have 2 days left of vacation, and I intend to make the most of it. I hope nothing unexpected occurs. Xiangfeng replied, "Given the time difference with our homeland, are you certain you wish to continue for 2 more days?" Likenjian queried. "Come on, it's just a matter of adjusting to the time difference. As a young person, I can manage," he responded. With that, Likenjian and Tianquilii gradually transformed into a sleek sports car and a police vehicle, respectively, gliding across the ocean's surface. After traversing a distance, they approached a colossal star soul stone, entering it one after the other, causing it to vanish from sight. Once they had departed, Ikai Tongran emerged on the ocean's surface, glancing at the spot where Talikia had disappeared, wiping the sweat from his brow. To think that even with TPC's camouflage equipment, I could still be detected by Talikia. Fortunately, I'm not on his hit list, he mused, referring to Talikia. He had been hidden well, yet suddenly his position was locked onto by Talikia's ultrasonic telekinesis, and he had feared for his life. Thankfully, the other had refrained from striking. The power summoned by the will of this planet is indeed intriguing. Earth is truly extraordinary. Ikai Tongran reflected before diving into the Atlantic, commencing the collection of Galatron's scattered fragments. The president specifically summoned him, stating that if they did not collect the fragments, with America's nature, they would undoubtedly devise a means to gather the shards of Galatron, thus developing a catastrophic weapon free from American control. This would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences and disasters, a sentiment that Akato wholeheartedly agreed with. In his leisure time, he often visited various laboratories across nations, where he had witnessed the peculiar experiments conducted by American scientists, truly astonishing as they delve into bizarre phenomena and employed these oddities for various human trials. Akato found himself at a loss for words. Therefore, the fragments of Galatron's body must not fall into American hands. After approximately 2 hours, Akato had gathered all the fragments and was about to make his exit when he noticed a submarine surfacing from the depths. Was SHIELD truly here to retrieve the wreckage? Alas, they had arrived too late. Akato decided to linger a while longer to witness their empty-handed return. After all, in his current state, Earth's technology could not perceive his presence. He chuckled to himself, eager to see the expressions on their faces, and promptly teleported into the submarine, all without a sound. What's going on? The Galatron fragments are missing? Several agents clad in SHIELD attire, upon seeing the results on the detection devices, were left questioning their very existence. As for doubting the instruments, they had confirmed everything before departure. How could there be an error if they cannot find them? So be it. Perhaps Fury's people had gathered them in advance. Their aerospace carrier had been in the vicinity, so it was not improbable that they had some contingency plan. They resolved to investigate upon their return and find a way to transport the remnants. Originally amused, Akato furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this conversation. These individuals seemed unrelated to SHIELD, yet they donned the organization's attire. Never mind, he would let that fellow lion investigate later. He excelled at such tasks. With this thought, Akato vanished without a trace. On Mars, at the pinnacle of eternity, Trigga lay beside the massive ochre tower that housed the eternal core. Absorbing the power emitted by the core, Jinwoo felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. How delightful! The red light that had previously flickered at his chest had transformed back into a serene azure. The energy and stamina he had expended were replenished. The eternal core power bank was indeed remarkable. That individual, Akato, had indeed come to recover the Galatron fragments, and he felt reassured that they were in capable hands. Through the eternal core, Jinwoo observed Akato diligently collecting the Galatron shards, which put his mind at ease. This TPC could even harness the power of the cosmic dinosaur, Jaden, so there was no fear that they would concoct something monstrous from Galatron. With a thought, Jinwoo transformed into human form, revealing the circular armament on his wrist, and a streak of light shot into his hand. The azure cube appeared in Jinwoo's grasp. It was none other than the cosmic cube. The power of space is now firmly within my grasp. As I gazed upon the shimmering light flowing across the cosmic cube, Jinwoo could not help but smile faintly. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe I have witnessed, the characters, whether directly or indirectly created by this cosmic cube, possess remarkable might. Among them are Captain Marvel, endowed with the power of dual stars, and Kaholi, who effortlessly vanquished the 6 Infinity Stones wielder, the Black Panther. A low hum resonated from the Eternal Tower behind me, which housed the Eternal Core. Startled, Jinwoo sat up and examined the cosmic cube in his hand before casting a glance at the Eternal Tower, cautiously inquiring, "With this, can you ensure that all beings on Mars remain untouched by you?" The Eternal Core emitted another round of humming. Jianwu grasped its meaning and extended the cosmic cube forward. Be careful. Do not allow outsiders to communicate through the cosmic cube and reach Mars. Without your permission, no life in this universe can set foot on Mars. Chapter 76. Urban legends after the eternal core conveyed its message. It absorbed the cosmic cube from Jianwu's grasp into the tower. Jianwu, however, was momentarily stunned by the last words he heard. Remarkably, did this universe truly imply that without our consent, no one could reach Mars? Such a proclamation exuded immense power. Yet, if one were to maintain clarity at all times, I might still believe it. But now, with the propensity to fall into slumber, how could one possess such confidence? Just how formidable were you in your prime? As Jianwu pondered, the voice of the eternal core resonated from within the tower. In your current state, the power of eternity carries a significant risk of leading you into a frenzy. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution when harnessing this force. Though you were born of eternity, it does not guarantee your safe and carefree utilization of this power. This referred to the trace of eternal energy stored within himself. However, to wield this power entirely, could it be that he could merge that fragment of eternal energy with his essence? Indeed, but caution is paramount during the merging process. Sensing Jianwu's thoughts, the eternal core provided a direct response. The power of eternity. Jianwu murmured to himself, ideas beginning to form in his mind. Given the high probability of losing control, perhaps it would be best to refrain from utilizing it for now. By the way, does using the cosmic cube imply that other life forms may land on Mars? Upon raising this query, Jianwu contemplated the prospect, if feasible. Once he acquired the remnants of creation, this planet could be revitalized. In 7 days, it will be possible, but no combat may occur on Mars. Any significant energy fluctuations, apart from your own, could trigger my frenzy, and, as you are aware, I am currently quite weakened. Understood. With the eternal core's response, Jianwu's body transformed into particles of light and returned to Earth. Meanwhile, the towering yellow edifice at the pinnacle of eternity gradually radiated a cerulean glow, enveloping the summit in an exquisite brilliance, illuminating the volcanic crater of the eternal mountain as if it were an ocean. Upon returning to his apartment, Jianwu glanced at his phone on the table. It was just past 9 o'clock. He recalled that upon arriving in America, the Central City High School had granted them 2 days to adjust to the time difference, and today marked the second day of that adjustment. Ordinarily, the batch of Ryukyu exchange students was scheduled to commence their studies tomorrow. However, since tomorrow was Sunday, they could not attend school, thus granting them an additional day of respite. Seated by his computer, Jianwu powered it on, deciding to indulge in a gaming session until noon before venturing out for a meal. CSGO initiated. On a secluded beach in America, the Shield's aerospace carrier was stationed. Thick black smoke billowed from the rear engines of the carrier, but fortunately, there were no bystanders. Otherwise, this newly unveiled aerospace carrier would have faced public embarrassment. Stepping out of the carrier, Fury gazed at the satellite images displayed on his tablet and sighed. What indeed was beyond the capabilities of Trigga? On the screen, the scene unfolds with Trigga demonstrating his Ultraman telekinesis upon the ocean surface. Shortly after his hands made contact with the water, the impending tsunami, triggered by an anticipated earthquake in the Atlantic, vanished without a trace. This remarkable event was detected by the department in America responsible for tsunami surveillance, leading to the prompt cancellation of the tsunami warning. Fury handed a tablet to Agent Hill, standing nearby. Dispatch a team to the Atlantic to search for the remnants of Galatron. Those artifacts hold significant research value for us. Hill nodded in agreement and proceeded to carry out Fury's orders. Fury gazed at the smoke-emitting mothership before him, his dark visage betraying no emotion. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the silence. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Talon from the Pegasus Project, tasked with researching the Cosmic Cube. Upon seeing the name, Fury's expression darkened. Memories of the Cosmic Cube stolen the previous day flooded his mind, alongside the realization that the energy barrier on the mothership had been effortlessly breached by Galatron during its inaugural use. Truly, a disappointment. The members of Talos proved utterly inept. It was no wonder they were pursued by the Kree. Incapable of accomplishing anything, they had even lost the Cosmic Cube. and yet they aspired to find a refuge for their kind. Fury was far from pleased with this situation. However, under the pressure from the Ender Corporation, he could not afford to sever ties completely, opting instead to dangle prospects of future cooperation before them. Some of their technological advancements were indeed of interest to Fury, and though they were reluctant to share all, he remained hopeful for future opportunities. He answered the call. "Speak, is there any good news?" The response was anything but reassuring. An incident had occurred. Tallowan's voice relayed troubling news that set Fury's heart racing. In the State University student cafeteria, enthusiastic discussions erupted among students. "Have you heard? Recently, Birdmen have been sighted in New York at night." "Birdmen? Surely you jest. You can't be referring to some urban legend, can you? I'm utterly fatigued by tales of werewolves and rabbit murderers. If you told me there were lizard people in the sewers, I might entertain the idea. But how can there be a Birdman now after news and police reports? I assure you it's true. A friend of mine even captured it on video. Look at this footage. In this 21st century, how can the video quality still be so poor? It's fake, absolutely fake." As noon approached, Jianwu and the exchange students from Ryukyu High School entered the cafeteria, overhearing the students' conversation. It was surprising to discover that American university students enjoyed discussing such urban legends. Yubahama's immediate reaction to the chatter was one of skepticism. She had heard countless tales during her time in Ryukyu, yet had never witnessed any herself. Among American legends, the Mothman left the deepest impression on her. Jianwu recalled a particular American legend that had instilled fear in him during his past life, making him hesitant to walk alone at night. "I know of it as well. It transpired in America in 1966. Yuhibana also recalled that the legend of the Mothman still lingers in this world. Ever since the emergence of monsters, I have often pondered whether the urban legends I heard in my childhood were merely tales of some creatures or extraterrestrials. There exists another possibility, monsters that escaped from certain laboratories." Jinwoo was reminded of General John from the Okinawa period, who conducted experiments on Melba's offspring and even collected fragments of Melba's corpse. He was well aware of such matters, yet he chose not to intervene. What good would it do to meddle with this group of stubborn individuals who seem to learn nothing from their mistakes? How many villains or heroes have been born from human experimentation due to their recklessness? They will never glean wisdom from their missteps. To prevent them at the root? For these people, the more one attempts to hinder them, the more exhilarated they become, believing they are obstructing the pursuit of truth. To eliminate them, Jianwu would have to eradicate at least 90% of scientists and periodically eliminate batches, much like harvesting crops, one after another. Therefore, it is perhaps wiser to keep their research within the bounds of my control, allowing them to proceed. After all, the essence of their research has already been effortlessly dealt with by myself. How potent could their findings truly be? Chapter 77. If only this city were as tranquil as it appears on the surface. As a certain red-haired individual stated, the height of a fountain cannot exceed that of its source. Thus, even if something is discovered, it would merely be a trivial matter, and to possess even half the strength in life would be miraculous. Such beings, as Jianwu remarked, could be effortlessly vanquished. At that moment, this detritus could very well be reduced to mere tales in his Zypili Ao's light. The notion of monsters emerging from a laboratory, that sentiment holds a certain validity. Upon hearing Jinwu's words, Yubihama recalled the numerous superhero films produced in America, where many antagonists indeed escape from laboratories. Has it not always been said that cinema is derived from reality? Therefore, she mused, it seems quite normal for monsters to emerge from laboratories on this planet. America truly seems to be a hub of misdeeds. Wait. It appears she has begun to accept the veracity of the Birdman incident and has tacitly assumed it originated from an American lab. That feels rather unsettling, does it not? Nevertheless, setting aside the facts, is America entirely blameless? They ought to reflect upon why individuals perceive them as the culprits. And that lizard man rumored to have emerged from the sewers was indeed reported in the news, was it not? Suddenly, she regretted coming to New York. As she walked ahead, Hiratsuka Shizuka, having overheard the discussions around her, sighed and found herself at a loss for words. This bustling metropolis, New York, was meant to be a place for her to unwind and explore. Yet, On her very first day, she encountered a lizard man, and on the second day, a mechanical monstrosity intent on annihilating humanity descended upon the city. This morning, she narrowly escaped a tsunami, learning only later that the American authorities claimed it had been quelled by Trigga, hence no warning was issued, with satellite footage to corroborate. Now, she finds herself amidst urban legends. Although merely tales, given the current circumstances, they hardly seem fabricated, with lizard men and beasts wishing to obliterate humanity already in existence. The addition of a birdman hardly seems extraordinary. The events of these past few days have been quite overwhelming. Teacher, consider the salary you receive each month. Do these matters truly hold any weight? Jianwu reminded from behind. Indeed, it is you who has enlightened me. Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, she would be earning double her salary this coming year, one from Tianhai and another from Chuohai, along with various allowances. All of this was hard-earned money, obtained through her own efforts. Witnessing her enlightenment from a mere statement, Jianwu chuckled. Hiratsuka Shizuka's dual income was something even he found enviable. While Jianwu and his companions waited in line for their meal, a few Caucasians and an African-American entered the restaurant and approached the window beside Jianwu's group. Upon noticing the exchange students from Ryukyu, an unmistakable look of disdain crossed their faces, unmasked and evident. The Ryukyu exchange students were acutely aware of the source of such blatant contempt. Yesterday, 2 exchange students from their team faced discrimination and extortion from a white student. Consequently, the institution suspended the offending student for a year and awarded each of the victims a compensation of $10,000 for their emotional distress. Following this incident, the school issued a public announcement regarding the matter, which left the exchange students from Ryukyu feeling quite envious. After all, $10,000 is no trivial sum. However, this decisive action by the school also sparked discontent among some, who argued that the Ryukyu students did not deserve such respect and that America was overreacting. Upon encountering such remarks, the exchange students, who were enjoying free accommodation and financial support, merely chuckled, unperturbed by the opinions surrounding them, as their lives in America remained blissfully unaffected. Thus, they paid little heed to the disdainful glances cast by a few individuals nearby. At that moment, one of the black students blurted out, "Damn it, even having a meal can lead to encountering pests." His words stunned his companions, and even some students at the next table turned to look, their expressions filled with disbelief. Hearing such a comment, Jianwu frowned slightly, wondering how someone could be so oblivious after yesterday's incident. It seemed they were bound to encounter another financial windfall. This term was originally employed by Westerners to discriminate against individuals from the Dragon Country, yet they could not differentiate between the appearances of different Asian ethnicities, thus using it indiscriminately against all Asians, including South Koreans and Japanese, who often heard such slurs. As a result, this term had become a taboo in Eastern Asian nations. "Hey, are you talking to your mother?" Jianwu was about to speak when an exchange student interjected, pointing at the black student. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? You monkey!" The black student was infuriated by this remark, while those around him, part of the privileged group, chose to remain silent, merely observing the spectacle. "What's wrong? Have you gone deaf? Did you hear me this time?" The exchange student, unfazed, continued, "Hurry up and go pick cotton in the fields. Go work." He punctuated his statement with gestures mimicking the sound of a whip cracking. This display caused the black student's face to flush with anger as he clenched his fists. "Oh, the slave is angry. What's the matter? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, try." The exchange student raised an eyebrow, undeterred. The black student, consumed by rage, charged towards him. Just as he approached, Ping Zhongjing extended her leg, causing him to tumble to the ground. He fell hard due to the momentum, unable to rise for a moment. This unexpected turn caused Jianwu, who had intended to intervene, to halt in his tracks. "Hey!" Noticing Jianwu's gaze, Ping Zhongjing grinned and waved her phone, displaying a message sent to the apartment management. Upon hearing the distressing cries from the black-flagged individual, she promptly communicated with the personnel responsible for the apartment. She possessed an intimate understanding of her students. Encountering discrimination would undoubtedly provoke a response. Did they dare to bully her students? That would prove to be a formidable challenge. At this juncture, the apartment staff should have been en route. Indeed, several security officers arrived swiftly, bursting into the dining area, where they immediately subdued the fallen black-flagged individual, who grimaced in pain. "Please, I can't breathe." Meanwhile, Spider-Man crouched atop the highest rooftop in Queens, surveying the bustling metropolis beneath him. The vehicles traversing the streets below moved in a seemingly orderly fashion, creating a dizzying spectacle. If only New York City were as serene as it appeared on the surface. Whoosh! Spider-Man leaped into action, his wrist launching webs as he navigated between towering skyscrapers. Let us see which unsuspecting fool will find themselves ensnared today. As he swung through the urban landscape, Spider-Man remained vigilant, concerned about his surroundings. Just as he was about to turn a corner, he noticed a car recklessly colliding with others, scraping against those traveling normally. Fortunately, the skilled drivers of the affected vehicles managed to pull over safely, yet they directed a flurry of harsh words towards the errant green car. Chapter 78. The Lizard Man with Contact Lenses? What has become of the driving skills of the citizens of New York City? Just yesterday, I dealt with one incident, and now another arises? Witnessing this scene, Peter, concealed beneath his mask, raised an eyebrow and promptly pursued the vehicle. Just before the green car was about to collide with a bus at the intersection, he leaped in front of it and forcefully brought it to a halt. "Hey there. Friendly neighborhood reminder. You might want to consider retaking your driving test," Spider-Man remarked as he approached the driver's side window and tapped on the glass. "Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Spider-Man. But believe me, this is not an issue of my driving skills. Something strange happened while I was working in the sewer. A pair of yellow eyes kept chasing me." The glass window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man with a terrified expression, clad in work attire, clearly a sewer maintenance worker. Did the police and news not report sightings of a lizard man in the sewers? And shouldn't he have red eyes? Could it be that the lizard man is wearing contact lenses? Or perhaps you are colorblind? Spider-Man pondered the man's encounter with the lizard, recalling that he had spent the previous day searching the sewers for it, to no avail. Regrettably, he had to inform the police and media to disseminate this information. That lizard man could indeed be dangerous, and as a benevolent neighbor of New York City, he could not simply ignore it. Subsequent police efforts to locate the creature proved fruitless. As for sealing off the area, the sewers were far too expansive for that to be feasible. He had heard that the matter was eventually taken over by S.H.I.L.D., but he was uncertain of the outcome. Nevertheless, he distinctly remembered the lizard man having red eyes. How could they be yellow? "I need to work to earn a living, and I swear by God, I am not lying. They were yellow eyes." Seemingly sensing Spider-Man's skepticism, the worker invoked God's name to assure the veracity of his claim. All right, I understand. You go ahead and explain yourself to them. You've certainly scratched quite a few cars," Spider-Man said, noticing the traffic officers and several vehicle owners trailing behind. Victims of the worker's mishap. It was truly a pair of yellow eyes, right there in the sewer on 8th Avenue. The worker continued to fervently argue, striving to convince Spider-Man of his experience. "My friend, if you say they were yellow, then they must have been yellow. Rest assured, I shall venture to the location you mentioned and verify whether the lizard man is indeed wearing contact lenses," Spider-Man replied. With a swift leap, he swung towards 8th Avenue, sighing helplessly amidst the towering skyscrapers. New York City truly never enjoyed a moment of peace. Upon reaching the airspace above 8th Street, he spotted a manhole cover that had been dislodged, revealing a sewer entrance. Without hesitation, Spider-Man leaped down, landing beside the sewer, stirring excitement among the gathered crowd, particularly an Asian individual who was live-streaming the event, who exclaimed in astonishment, "Guys, look, it's the Fail Man." "Hey, my friend, I believe your pronunciation is somewhat off," Spider-Man responded, hearing someone call out to him, yet the pronunciation felt decidedly amiss. Moreover, the initial phrases uttered by this individual were indeed in Chinese. "Wow, you are live streaming. Hey, everyone, I'm Spider-Man, not the Fail Man." Upon observing an Asian individual broadcasting live, Spider-Man immediately positioned himself before the camera, emphasizing that he was Spider-Man, not a failed man, interspersed with a line in Chinese. He then waved at the camera, and, amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers, leaped into the unfathomable depths of the sewer. The sewer's interior was expansive, with a central channel for sewage disposal, replete with all manner of refuse and an overwhelmingly pungent odor, while pathways flanked either side for pedestrian passage. I should have upgraded my mask last night. Traversing the left path, Spider-Man, assailed by the stench from the drainage, lamented his failure to create a deodorizing mask after pursuing the Lizard Man in the sewer the previous night. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from around a corner ahead. Spider-Man's demeanor shifted, and he sprinted forward. As he neared the corner, an alarm blared, prompting him to leap onto the ceiling. In the next instant, a yellow laser shot forth from the tunnel around the bend, crashing into the sewer wall and creating a gaping hole several meters deep. Within the beam, Spider-Man detected a metallic scent of blood, causing him to swallow hard. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of that strike. Fortunately, his spider sense had provided him with a timely warning, sparing him from a disastrous fate. Now tell me, do you wish to join? A gravelly voice emanated from the tunnel around the corner. Spider-Man cautiously inched closer to the ceiling, peering into the passageway. There, he beheld the Lizard Man, whom he had tracked for an entire day, now half kneeling on the ground, facing away from him. One of the Lizard Man's arms had been severed, the wound pulsating with blood and flesh. It appeared that the earlier beam had obliterated the Lizard Man's arm, explaining the metallic scent he had detected. Opposite the Lizard Man stood an unfamiliar figure. Judging solely by his face, he appeared to be a Caucasian in his 30s, yet he possessed horns upon his head, a tail trailing behind, and a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Most strikingly, his eyes were yellow, resembling those of a bird. A Birdman? Spider-Man's heart raced. It turned out the worker was indeed not colorblind, and the Lizard Man was not merely wearing colored contact lenses, but was genuinely confronted by a creature with yellow eyes. Another one? While awaiting the Lizard Man's response, the Birdman glanced up and spotted Spider-Man on the ceiling, a spark igniting in his eyes as a yellow beam shot directly at him. Spider-Man leaped from the ceiling, vaulting towards the opposite wall. Just as the beam pierced through the ceiling where he had been, revealing the sky above and the ensuing screams of the crowd outside. Thankfully, no one was harmed. Spider-Man exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding a catastrophe. Such rapid reflexes? While Spider-Man remained preoccupied with the safety of the crowd outside, the Birdman expressed a burgeoning curiosity towards him, intrigued that Spider-Man was the first adversary capable of responding to his attack. So you were Spider-Man? Would you like to join the alliance of extraordinary beings that I have established? Allow me to introduce myself. I am John Voight. John extended an olive branch towards the other party. The Alliance of Extraordinary Beings? Who are its members? Spider-Man inquired, suspecting that the reptilian creature before him might be one of them. Not yet, but I am in the process of persuading him, John replied, casting a glance at the lizard kneeling before him. Persuading? Spider-Man observed the lizard's severed limb, rendered momentarily speechless. Wow, that sounds intriguing. But what is the purpose of our alliance? He then asked. Upon hearing this, John's yellow eyes brimmed with hatred, not directed at Spider-Man, but at others. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with unwavering resolve. The aim is to eradicate all injustices in America. You see, my current state is entirely a consequence of this decaying nation. Spider-Man was taken aback by this revelation, choosing to remain silent as he listened intently to John's narrative. 5 years ago, I held a lucrative job and was married to a beautiful woman. Yet, she betrayed me, spending my money on an affair with a personal trainer at the gym. These wretched souls indulged in their illicit trysts within the very home I provided, all while I was at work. As he recounted this, an enraged John struck the wall beside him with a fist, creating a gaping hole several meters deep. Such force made Spider-Man flinch. I caught them in the act with a camera, intending to use the incriminating video for my divorce proceedings. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, they countered with allegations of domestic violence, merely because I raised my voice at that woman while confronting them. The judge shockingly deemed the footage as evidence of my supposed abuse, awarding my home to that vile woman. I am now compelled to pay her tens of thousands of dollars in alimony each month. How is that fair? Clearly, she was the one who strayed first. Chapter 79. America should not be this way, pray tell. Is the law in America truly just? Why must I, a victim, endure such treatment? John's voice rose with emotion, the hatred in his eyes palpable as he glared at Spider-Man, as if demanding to know the rationale behind it all. Hey, I'm not the one who made these laws, nor am I the judge, Spider-Man replied hastily, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. So please, don't look at me like that. It's rather intimidating. John, having taken his words to heart, ceased his glare and continued. I refuse to support those unscrupulous individuals with my hard-earned money. Thus, I resigned from my job and donated every last cent through certain unconventional channels. Ultimately, I became a destitute vagabond. With that, John spread his arms wide, his menacing wings unfurling behind him, creating a gust of wind that swirled around them. These past 5 years of wandering have been a source of immense joy for me, for I have liberated myself from that vile woman's clutches. I am free. She shall never claim a single penny from me. Ha ha ha. After his laughter subsided, John cast a glance at the lizard, now kneeling on the ground, his severed arm having regrown. Seizing the opportunity, John grasped the newly formed arm and yanked it off with a swift motion. Wait, I'm in. The lizard exclaimed hurriedly, desperate to prevent further dismemberment of his regenerated limb. While he possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, the pain of having his arm torn off was still excruciating. Spider-Man observed this exchange with disapproval. He was not fond of such coercive persuasion and hoped he would not find himself in a similar predicament. Ignoring the lizard, John turned his attention back to Spider-Man, pointing at his own wings and the horns atop his head. But everything changed a fortnight ago. One fateful night, while I was sleeping in a tent by the roadside, I was seized and taken to a military laboratory. They injected me with various substances for experimentation. There were 20 of us in total, several of whom I recognized as fellow homeless souls. In the end, I was the only survivor. Yet I emerged as this grotesque hybrid. The scientists, upon witnessing their success with my transformation, were overjoyed, envisioning themselves as future heroes of America. Alas, they met their demise in my hands. I can still vividly recall the terror etched on their faces. Ha ha ha. John chuckled maniacally, relishing the memories of his violent past, then opened his eyes and pointed at the lizard and Spider-Man. You, I presume your abilities are also a result of scientific experimentation? Why do we, the victims of scientific experimentation, not unite to overthrow the current state of America and allow true civilization, freedom, and equality to flourish upon this land? Spider-Man's inner thoughts reveal that his transformation into this heroic persona was merely a fortuitous accident. The lizard remarked, sigh, well, I was coerced, but regardless, we must dismantle America. Both characters harbor unspoken thoughts, yet refrain from voicing them. In today's America, the law is rife with inequality, and it is appalling for a nation to so casually subject its own citizens to experimentation. This is not the America it should be. The current populace has long since cast aside the ideals of civilization, freedom, and equality. Thus, I am driven to instigate change. Spider-Man, will you join me? John's earnest gaze meets Spider-Man's, sending a shiver down the hero's spine. Spider-Man harbors a deep disdain for the military's inhumane experiments on the homeless, and he empathizes with John's plight. However, he cannot reconcile with John's radical ideology. He understands that achieving true fairness and justice is an arduous task, and John cannot guarantee that his actions will yield a better outcome than the current America. Once in power, one often finds oneself constrained by circumstances. John's desire to overthrow America could very well spark an unprecedented war, ensnaring countless innocent lives in the turmoil. Spider-Man wishes to avert such a devastating fate. He plans to persuade John to let go of the past and embrace the future. Thus he speaks. Listen to me, John. I do not deny that America has its flaws. Hypothetically, if you were to assume power and ensure fairness, could your subordinates guarantee the same? Would the solution then be to kill? To eradicate until there is fairness? John responds without hesitation, asserting that they must eliminate those who dare to act unjustly. But what if not everyone is capable of such integrity? Do you intend to eliminate everyone? Would that not plunge the nation into chaos? Can you bear to witness such a scene? At this, John hesitates, a struggle evident in his eyes. Indeed, his desire is to improve America, not to cast it into disarray. Listen, John, we can pursue an alternative path to gradually enhance this nation instead of resorting to such extreme measures. We cannot change the past, but we can strive for a better future. My uncle once told me, with great power comes great responsibility. We must not wield this power for. Suddenly, an arrow whizzes into the corridor, interrupting Spider-Man's speech. John's expression turns icy as he catches the arrow in his hand. S-H-I-E-L-D. You certainly arrived swiftly. In an instant, the arrow detonates in his grasp, resembling a hand grenade, sending shards flying. The lizard is left severely burned on one side, with numerous fragments embedded in his flesh. Spider-Man swiftly evaded the splintering arrows, each fragment akin to a bullet, and the explosions rivaled those of military grenades. Fortunately, he maintained a safe distance. In stark contrast to the lizard and Spider-Man, John remained utterly unperturbed beneath the tumult of the explosion, his stance unwavering and his body unscathed, save for the slight tattering of his attire. However, his expression darkened instantaneously. Spider-Man, in my view, the greater the power, the more I can pursue my desires. I hope you will contemplate this seriously. Your participation is eagerly anticipated. With that, John seized the lizard and unfurled his wings, vanishing into the drainage tunnel with remarkable swiftness, leaving Spider-Man momentarily stunned. Indeed, Spider-Man sighed as he observed his adversary's retreat, sensing that he could sway John's intentions. For it was evident that John had yet to fully resolve to topple America. Otherwise, he would not have fled. Given his remarkable resilience against the explosion and his astonishing speed, even an army would struggle to subdue him. Ah, Spider-Man, yet another criminal has slipped through your fingers. A beautiful red-haired woman descended gracefully from the passageway John had earlier breached, her eyes searching for the target she was meant to pursue, but finding only Spider-Man. Chapter 80, Shadow of the Void. Upon hearing the red-haired woman in a S-H-I-E-L-D uniform utter those words, Spider-Man felt an immediate surge of displeasure. A glance at her striking features, a quintessential Russian beauty, momentarily captivated him, yet he would not allow her earlier remarks to pass unchallenged. Hey, Miss Russian, it is you who are impeding my efforts. I was on the verge of enlightening my adversary, but you've disrupted everything. Spider-Man spread his hands in exasperation, finding her truly irksome. I didn't fault you, yet you turn the blame on me. Did you hear that, Clint? You are the one who obstructed Spider-Man's attempt to reason with that creature. The red-haired woman tilted her head upward, a mocking expression adorning her face. It's Spider-Man, not Little Spider. Spider-Man interjected, emphasizing his name. What was going on today? It seemed as though everyone was mispronouncing words or misidentifying him. Suddenly, a short-haired man clad in S-H-I-E-L-D attire, equipped with a quiver and bow, descended rapidly down the rope, landing directly in front of Spider-Man. I don't appreciate that comment, kid. You should have ensnared them instead of attempting to reason with them, especially that Birdman. He carries the lives of 12 scientists on his shoulders. Clint spoke sternly. To counsel a murderous abomination? What nonsense! Are you referring to John, who eliminated those madmen conducting human experiments on them? Spider-Man felt a sudden surge of anger. John had been subjected to human experimentation by military scientists. He had learned from John that 19 others had endured the same fate, all perishing on the operating table. Such callous scientists, meeting their demise at the hands of their own creations, deserved no less. Even if they had survived, he would have exposed their heinous deeds and ensured they languished in prison for the rest of their lives. Clint furrowed his brow upon hearing Spider-Man's words, falling silent. He too believed the scientists deserved their fate, yet capturing the lizard and John was their mission. Moreover, John had slain military scientists. Failing to apprehend him would render S-H-I-E-L-D ineffective. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D existed to address such anomalous incidents. As for notions of right and wrong, they typically did not concern themselves with such matters. All right. The events have transpired. What is the use in discussing it now? The red-haired woman stepped forward to mediate. Glancing at the opening above, noticing the absence of cameras or recording devices, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the hole had been sealed. Otherwise, such statements would undoubtedly ignite a media frenzy. The headlines would scream, "Shocking revelation! The monster originates from a military laboratory." Such news would undoubtedly leave the American government in disarray. Seeing this, Spider-Man took a leap, ascending from the sewer and springing towards the opening above. True to his reputation, he made the ascent with remarkable ease. As Spider-Man effortlessly leaped from the depths of the sewer to the surface, the red-haired woman couldn't help but mutter, "They still rely on ropes while he simply jumps up." Turning to the silent Clint, she asked, "Should we continue our pursuit?" Clint nodded in agreement. "Natasha, we cannot let this visit go to waste. One lizard man is manageable, but now we have a creature from a monstrous experiment to contend with. We owe it to those legislators to provide an explanation." Natasha remained non-committal. After all, this plan had originated from certain legislators, and now that trouble had arisen, they expected SHIELD to clean up the mess. Suddenly, a group of SHIELD agents descended into the sewer, armed and ready. "I hope the gear they've developed 1T lead us to be torn apart by those two beasts," Natasha quipped as the team followed the information relayed by SHIELD toward a particular direction in the sewer. Meanwhile, within the State University dormitory, Jian-Woo chuckled as he received a notification of an additional $10,000 deposited into his account. In just a few days, he had effortlessly acquired $20,000. Due to the discriminatory actions of that individual bearing the black flag in the restaurant, the university compensated all the Ryukyu exchange students present at the time with $10,000 each. Furthermore, they vowed to pursue legal action against the Black Flag's racial discrimination, assuring the Ryukyu students that the offender would face at least 6 years of imprisonment. Although racial discrimination is regrettably common in America, once it draws attention, the perpetrator faces severe consequences, including long-term incarceration and hefty fines. Not to mention, this incident was directly handled by the Empire State University, effectively ruining the latter half of the Black Flag's life, with one individual suspended for a year and another facing legal repercussions for racial discrimination. The Ryukyu exchange students had made their mark on the student body. From then on, regardless of their inner thoughts, no one dared to express them outwardly, as the punishments had become increasingly severe and unbearable. "What is the status? Have you spotted any suitable candidates?" Jian-Woo inquired, setting down his phone and glancing at the star soul stone, Kongying. Since he had brought it back yesterday, he had temporarily enhanced its telepathic abilities, allowing its consciousness to encompass the entirety of Queens in search of a worthy guardian for Earth. Kongying replied, "There's a young man named Peter Parker, Spider-Man. As you may know, I find both his character and actions commendable. He is an exemplary candidate. However, there lies another power within him, which prevents me from selecting him." Alas, Kongying sighed, disappointed at having discovered a perfect candidate only to find him in the service of another. Peter. Jian-Woo recalled that Spider-Man's powers originated from a multiversal ancient deity. Indeed, it would be challenging to wrest a subordinate from such a being. There's no rush. Time is on our side. If all else fails, I could recognize your friends as the main candidates. What do you think? Kongying suggested tentatively. In the eyes of the ethereal shadow, the prowess possessed by Jian-Woo is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, he too is engaged in the noble endeavor of safeguarding the Earth. Should he acknowledge his companions as allies, it would indeed forge a deeper connection with the Stellar Warriors. Upon reflection, Jian-Woo found this proposition quite agreeable. Having friends to aid him in battles against monstrous foes would undoubtedly be beneficial. Furthermore, the Stellar Warriors are distinct from the Lion God, as he recalls the celestial deity that emerges when two Stellar Warriors combine, capable of manifesting an energy sphere larger than the Earth itself. Not to mention, the Stellar Warriors possess a form of mental fortitude akin to that of the Ultraman warriors. Is this not precisely the formidable comradeship he seeks? Jian-Woo eagerly anticipates that his friends may harness such power to become valiant heroes. I find the idea commendable. I shall share with you the memories I hold of my companions, and I encourage you to contemplate them thoroughly. Chapter 81. Establishing a superpowered persona. As the words fell from his lips, a beam of light shot forth from Jianwu's forehead, merging with the star soul stone. The light flickered within the stone for a few moments before subsiding into stillness. This radiant beam contained Jian Wu's memories of the behaviors and personalities of those around him, including figures such as the Lion God, Hikia, and Yubahama, among others. It also encompassed Dagu, Lina, and even the young Xiao Guan. Dagu and Lina, in their 40s, were at a prime age for adventure. Thus, becoming guardians of Earth as spirited heroes posed no dilemma. As for Xiao Guang, what of his youth? He too could safeguard the planet. If one were to doubt, then he'd only look at the neighboring Little Flower Fairy and the Mech Battle King Lolo, both of whom are mere elementary school students. Would their lives be at risk once they became heroes? The energetic warriors were under the protection of planetary consciousness, not to mention the omnipotent presence of Trigga watching over them. What could possibly go wrong? Jianwu felt quite satisfied with his arrangements and gave himself a mental pat on the back. As he observed the void, lost in memories, Jianwu prepared to engage in another round of gaming. Just as he was about to enter battle, he suddenly furrowed his brow. An extraterrestrial life form had crossed into his sensory range, lurking underground. He promptly directed his perception downward. Indeed, they had managed to develop a humanoid Melba. Through his senses, Jianwu glimpsed the scene within the sewer. He saw John, bearing characteristics of Melba, and the lizard man he held, as they sped through the pipes below with remarkable swiftness. Eventually, John and the lizard man came to a stop in the pipeline beneath the apartment area, approximately 200 meters from Jianwu's building. John released his grip on the lizard man, who promptly leaped onto an adjacent walkway. The lizard man, puzzled, questioned, "Why are we running? We could simply eliminate that S.H.I. Agent. They are merely ordinary people. Why flee? I could easily kill them all by myself. Yet here I am being dragged away by you." John shot him a cold glance in response. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" The lizard man quickly shook his head, touching his newly regenerated arm. Curse it! He had forgotten that this creature had severed his own arms twice. This being, despite possessing overwhelming strength, lacked the courage to match even half of his own. How indecisive. Only here, in his own territory, did he exhibit bravado, the lizard man bitterly reflected. John sat on the walkway, eyes closed, deep in contemplation. Much like Spider-Man once remarked, he had yet to resolve his stance against America. Growing up, he had been influenced by tales of Captain America, Steve Rogers, and thus held a fondness for America, who was revered by Steve. Consequently, he would unconsciously overlook any negative reports about her. 5 years prior, due to the wretched laws, he had become a vagabond. But at that time, his discontent was merely aimed at the legislation, considering it an isolated incident. Within the government, there remain individuals who act with fairness and justice. One should not allow isolated incidents to foster hatred towards all of America. After all, America occasionally provides the homeless with essential supplies. Albeit some of the food may be past its expiration date, yet it at least ensures their survival, does it not? It was only when the military captured him and subjected him and several homeless friends to experiments that he became the sole survivor. Transformed into a monster, he finally perceived the decay that has befallen America. The nation that Steve once revered has long since vanished. Freedom? Democracy? Equality? Justice? These ideals have dissipated from America. Reflecting on his experiences during his divorce, John realizes that the current state of America is merely empty rhetoric. Nevertheless, even after escaping from the laboratory, he only avenged himself upon the scientists who conducted these inhumane experiments on him and those who initially captured him. Upon his release, he did not seek vengeance against the treacherous couple or the judge, for his appearance had become so grotesque that it left him bewildered. He thus sought refuge in the sewers, contemplating a life hidden away. It was only upon encountering the lizard man in the depths of the sewers that he conceived the notion of forming a coalition to resist America. Initially, he was alone and vulnerable, terrified of being killed. However, upon seeing another who had also been transformed into a monster through scientific experimentation, he understood he was not alone. Captain Rogers, if you were alive to witness the current state of America, what would you do? John murmured, his thoughts drifting to his idol, Captain America, Steve Rogers. The lizard man, overhearing his mutterings, smirked. What would be done? If he were alive, he would be a great hero of America, a living relic, enjoying privileges beyond compare. Could he join you in opposing America? It is but a fool's dream. Seemingly attuned to the lizard man's thoughts, John's expression contorted with rage. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Damn the American government. They have destroyed my life and transformed me into this abomination. And now they seek to hunt me down. What if I were to obliterate every government institution? They deserve it. John abruptly turned to face the lizard man, startling him, prompting a hasty retreat. We need more allies of our kind. Do you have any leads? John inhaled deeply, resolute in his decision to sweep away this corrupt government and restore the rightful order of the land. This decaying earth requires a new hierarchy, and to achieve this, he must recruit others who, like him, have been transformed into monsters by scientific experimentation. He intends to wield the very monsters forged by America to dismantle the nation. I do know of one, the lizard man replied. A thief accidentally wandered into a particle physics lab and was struck by radiation, transforming him into sand. Yet he became the Sandman. Let's seek him out. After listening to the conversation between the two, Jinwoo had a general understanding of the situation. A naive individual had been forcibly taken to an operating table to undergo experimental procedures and ultimately sought revenge against America. The peculiarities in New York were indeed on the rise. In his human form, if he were to encounter some formidable beings, it would be rather difficult to discreetly employ his Ultraman abilities without attracting attention to the peculiarities of his body, while having the eternal core as a shield was advantageous. Excessive use of powers would ultimately reveal certain anomalies in his physique, which those around him would inevitably notice in due time. The identity of Ultraman must remain concealed from the public. Should some extraterrestrial beings discover his true nature, they might inflict harm upon his family or friends. Like that Kiri Elod named Ikoen, whose kin he had slain. He recalled the words of Galatrin, which made it evident that Trigga had many adversaries, thus necessitating the secrecy of Trigga's identity from the world. Jinwoo pondered, stroking his chin. If he could adopt the persona of a superpowered individual, he could strategically distance himself from Trigga, allowing him to intervene in certain situations with apparent ease. Even if confronted by a monster, he could feign defeat and be thrown into the ruins, then conveniently transform into Trigga, which would seem entirely plausible. It felt like a promising venture. However, he contemplated what kind of superpowered persona he should create. Chapter 82. How could the invincible Trigga be swayed by beauty? After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to focus on psychic abilities. Although, in his human form, he possesses indestructibility, the power to emit beams, teleportation, and the capability to wield rings as weapons. He felt that psychic powers were the most fitting. The other abilities could inadvertently link Trigga to his true identity, especially in a world with the TPC. He was not keen on exposing his true self just yet. Thus, he could craft an identity as a psychic superhuman, a concept prevalent in numerous cinematic works. Creatures like lizardmen, Spider-Man, and Sandmen exist in reality. Therefore, the emergence of a psychic entity would pose no issue. Moreover, psychic powers are almost omnipotent. They allow for flight, resilience, and manipulation. He could even disguise his psychic ability as magnetism, thus avoiding the need for a title. He could simply call himself Magneto. After all, there are no X-Men in this world, and he would not hesitate to borrow such a title. Alternatively, he could adopt the moniker of the Magnetic Madman. That sounds quite appealing as well. The title itself is somewhat trivial. The protagonist could easily intervene in the unusual events occurring in New York. As for the appearance of monsters, quite simple. He would fly before them and invite them to strike him, allowing himself to be hurled underground, buried in ruins, or plunged into water. Subsequently, the monsters would be met with the arrival of the invincible Trigga. Isn't that exceedingly reasonable? Those predecessors have done just that, usually transforming into their second forms after a fall. Although he has never piloted an aircraft, This behavior merely follows in the footsteps of those who came before him. With these thoughts in mind, Jianwu began to indulge in his game. CSGO initiate. Beat. Around 4 in the afternoon, a message chimed from his phone. Jianwu opened it to find Shizuka Hiratsuka mentioning all the exchange students in the group chat, announcing her intention to treat everyone to hot pot, and instructing them to gather in the corridor in 10 minutes. Just as he had received a compensation of $10,000, he was about to spend it. Ms. Hiratsuka truly. However, he recalled that Ms. Hiratsuka came from a wealthy family. In Jianwu's memory, she had driven at least 3 different sports cars, and her attire was never inexpensive. It was evident that her family was exceptionally affluent. Her role as a teacher seemed more a matter of personal interest than necessity. One could only wonder which illustrious family she hailed from, experiencing life as a commoner. After shutting down his computer, Jianwu noticed the lingering figure of KKY. Still lost in memories. Hadn't Tishi finished yet? Never mind. Just as he was about to freshen up, his phone received a friend request from a classmate, Kigo Higashino, the exchange student who had provoked the black flag in the restaurant. He too attended T-An High School. Jianwu promptly accepted the request. Higashino, Nagaraki-san, I was thinking that after dinner, we could go sing karaoke. Of course, I'll cover the expenses. What do you think? Jianwu, sound good, but let us go Dutch. He wasn't fond of owing anything to acquaintances. Higashino, thank you very much, Nagaraki-san. It seems that Higashino had anticipated this outcome and did not reject it. After putting down his phone, Kinwoo refreshed himself in the bathroom, then donned a set of casual attire before stepping out of his room. Upon exiting, he discovered a few individuals standing in the corridor. Among them, a male classmate had styled his hair, while the female classmates appeared elegantly made up, dressed in beautiful attire. Simultaneously, Yuahama, adorned in a white dress, emerged from her room. She too had taken care with her appearance, sporting a translucent base. Blush accentuating her cheekbones in a soft peach tone, lightly tinted lips, and clearly defined lashes, presenting an overall impression of youthful charm and vitality. This caused a stir among those around her, rendering the outfits of the other female classmates somewhat dim in comparison. Even Kinwoo was taken aback, as Yuahama's appearance struck a chord deep within him, evoking an inexplicable flutter in his heart, prompting him to murmur, "May I invite you to dinner?" Huh? Though his voice was barely above a whisper, Yuahama caught his words. This caused her heart to race, leaving her momentarily flustered. When did this happen? Yuahama consented, and Kinwoo paused, about to speak, when suddenly, the voice of Shizuku Hiratsuka interrupted him. Oi, you youngsters, what's with the extravagant getup? Upon seeing the handsome boys and beautiful girls, Hiratsuka scratched her head. She merely invited them out for a meal. Did it warrant such elaborate preparations? Teacher, of course. After dinner, we must sing karaoke, and we will cover the costs, declared Higashino, raising his hand. He had discussed with all the exchange students at Titan and initially intended to bear the karaoke expenses himself, considering he had come into a windfall of $10,000. To his surprise, after messaging everyone, they all expressed a desire to share the costs, which pleasantly astonished him. He had come to terms with it, realizing that everyone had also benefited from the unexpected windfall. I can't do anything about you all, but you must return by 10. Let's go. Hiratsuka instructed as she saw that all 10 were ready. She led the group into the elevator, which was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 11 people, leaving ample room. Inside the elevator, Kinwoo and Yuahama stood side by side, yet they tacitly refrained from continuing their previous conversation. What is this sensation? He, the invincible Trigga, shouldn't be so easily swayed by beauty. Kinwoo turned to glance at Yuahama, only to meet her gaze momentarily before quickly averting his eyes. However, it wasn't entirely impossible. Even the formidable Trigga requires a tender embrace. Reflecting on Yuahama's earlier question and her occasional glances towards him, Kinwoo suddenly gained clarity. It seemed that Yuahama, perhaps, maybe, truly harbored feelings for him. It is astonishing that I had previously overlooked the situation, believing that the other person's behaviors and expressions were entirely normal. How foolish of me. As Yu Bihai noticed Jianwu occasionally glancing in her direction, she felt a mix of shyness and secret delight. It turned out that he harbored affections for her as well. After disembarking from the elevator, Jianwu encountered an elderly male janitor pushing a tool cart, which stirred something within him. He sensed that the cart contained some unusual electronic devices, leading him to question whether this individual was truly there for cleaning duties. With a sense of curiosity, Jianwu followed the janitor as he ascended to the second floor. Ultimately, in Jianwu's perception, the janitor entered a room on the second floor, where a foreign exchange student opened the door. The student glanced around nervously, visibly relieved to find no one in the corridor. In that instant, Jianwu understood everything. America truly is restless. It appears that this exchange student did not come without ulterior motives. Chapter 83. It turns out there has long been a connection with TPC. It is evident that the Americans are lavishly investing in recruiting individuals, ultimately cultivating them into spies to return to Ryukyu. Given the current situation in Ryukyu, such measures are indeed necessary for the Americans. However, wouldn't the exchange students from Tidan High School hold greater value? Why haven't they sought out any students from Tidan? Could it be that after thoroughly gathering information on the exchange students, they only managed to identify this single banana person? Never mind, this matter is beyond his concern, especially with Shishigami around. Jinwu followed Hiratsuka Shizuku out of the apartment complex and encountered several school buses and cars parked at the entrance. These were arranged by the school starting today. Both the buses and cars were designated for the Ryukyu exchange students, available for use whenever needed, with drivers on standby almost around the clock. The identities of these drivers were self-evident. Hiratsuka Shizuku led Jinwu and the others onto a school bus, where the driver was a somewhat portly Caucasian man. To Flushing's Chinese community, Hiratsuka Shizuku instructed the driver before taking a seat. As the vehicle began to move slowly, Yubihama couldn't help but inquire, "Teacher, are you very familiar with that place?" "My family owns a business there," Hiratsuka Shizuku replied, waving her hand dismissively, seemingly feeling there was little to elaborate on. Isn't that a gathering place for Chinese and Chinese Americans? I can't believe Ryukyu people have businesses there." Yubihama recalled that when she visited yesterday, there was a Chinatown under construction nearby, suggesting that the area was predominantly occupied by Chinese, Chinese Americans, and local Americans. On the surface, that was indeed the case. However, in reality, the population there is remarkably diverse, with people from various Asian nations converging, resulting in substantial foot traffic that has attracted many entrepreneurs, including my family. "The hot pot restaurant we are visiting today is owned by my family," Hiratsuka Shizuku added. "So, you won't be spending a dime on this meal, teacher?" Yubihama realized, initially thinking that the teacher was treating them due to the compensation of $10,000. However, this was even better. "What are you saying? Just say it's a treat, all right?" Hiratsuka Shizuku shot Yubihama a glare, causing her to immediately concede, exclaiming that she had misspoken. Owning a business in such a place indicates that Hiratsuka Shizuku's family must be quite prosperous, Jinwu mused silently. The school bus soon arrived near the Flushing Chinese community. The group disembarked, and Hiratsuka Shizuku even invited the bus driver to join them for hot pot. The Caucasian driver, expressing his gratitude, parked the vehicle and promptly followed suit. After all, meals were not covered during work hours, and he certainly could not hesitate when presented with a free meal opportunity. As they passed a fruit shop along the way, Hiratsuka Shizuku purchased 2 exquisite durians, carrying them in her hands while humming a tune as they proceeded in a certain direction. The group arrived at an opulently decorated 3-story hot pot restaurant named Tidan Hot Pot. Tidan's establishment? Jinwu paused in surprise upon seeing the name. Wait a moment. Reflecting on the words spoken by teacher Hiratsuka while in the car, a realization dawned upon me. Could it be that she is? No, that person's surname. He is indeed a son-in-law, which aligns perfectly with everything. No wonder teacher Hiratsuka possesses 3 distinct sports cars, and how intriguing that Hiratsuka Shizuka would mention that America dares not provoke Ryukyu. It turns out your father is the president of the Tidan Consortium. Apparently, he has long been entangled with TPC and is the father of their daughter. Indeed, Ultraman warriors are readily associated with organizations like the Earth Defense Force. Uncle Shinjo, I've brought my students to enjoy a meal. Upon entering, Hiratsuka Shizuka noticed an elderly gentleman at the front desk and promptly approached him with a durian, her face aglow with a radiant smile. The old man, named Shinjo, looked at Hiratsuka Shizuka and visibly brightened, clearly delighted. Ah, Shizuka, I thought you had forgotten about your uncle. You've been in New York for 2 days and only now come to see me. Oh dear, Uncle Shinjo, I was just adjusting to the time difference. Look, I came straight over as soon as I was done, and I even brought you your favorite durian. Hiratsuka Shizuka placed the durian on the counter and took Shinjo's hand, giving it a playful shake, resembling a little girl indulging in affection towards her elder. This sight left the group, including Kenbu, utterly astounded, particularly Kenbu, who recalled the individual's past habits of drinking, smoking, and reprimanding students. Now witnessing her in such a tender demeanor, could not help but feel bewildered. What's this? Do you possess 2 personalities? All right, you're not a child anymore. What a spectacle you are, making your students laugh. Shinjo playfully scolded Hiratsuka Shizuka. Who dares to mock me? Upon hearing this, Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately glanced towards Kenbu and his group, who, without exception, averted their gaze, except for Kenbu, who silently observed her performance. She shot him a glare and, seeing that no one else laughed at her, nodded in satisfaction. Truly, she had good students. Now, guests have arrived. Please take your students to room A1. Noticing the guests entering, Shinjo signaled for Hiratsuka Shizuka to lead her group to the private room. All right, let's go. Little ones. The group, along with the driver, a total of 12 individuals, entered the room. Inside with a rotating, circular table capable of seating over 10 people, with a sunken induction cooker at each dining spot, clearly indicating that this room was designed for individual hot pots. Hiratsuka Shizuka casually settled into a seat and declared, "Please let me know what type of broth you desire." The others took their seats in turn, with Yubihama sitting to Kenbu's left, particularly exhilarated, as she had just learned that Kenbu harbored feelings for her. They were merely a step away from breaking through that invisible barrier. "Yui, you can do it." At that moment, a waiter entered with a small notepad, accompanied by another server who set down appetizers. Each person ordered a broth, with Kenbu and Yubihama opting for spicy beef broth, while the driver seated to Kenbu's right, emulating them, ordered the same. Kenbu glanced at the driver, somewhat surprised, as his memory suggested that Westerners typically struggled with spicy food. Moments later, an array of delicacies and raw ingredients destined for the hot pot were presented, accompanied by bubbling pots for each guest, as the server activated the induction cookers on the table. The offerings included an impressive selection of beef, shrimp, fish fillets, and an assortment of snacks, even featuring several small carts brimming with food. Jinwoo glanced at the raw ingredients, noting their exquisite quality. It was evident that Uncle Xinxing had indeed received special treatment from Teacher Pingzhong. "Server, bring me 2 crates of beer. Is there anyone who wishes to join me for a drink?" Teacher Pingzhong called out to the server. "Teacher, we are only 18. We cannot consume alcohol until we turn 20. Dongye Kigo timidly protested. Are you wielding the sword of a bygone era to strike down the officials of the present? Is this not a relic of the Neon era's laws? Upon hearing the reference to Neon, Pingzhong's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Chapter 84. When you feel sleepy, someone will offer you a pillow now. We find ourselves in Ryukyu, not in that dreadful neon-lit place. What does it mean to invoke Neon's laws? Teacher, although Ryukyu has separated from Neon, its legal framework remains largely unchanged, including the prohibition of alcohol consumption for those under 20, Jinwoo reminded. Oh, is that so? It seems the teacher was mistaken. My apologies, Dongya-san. It's quite all right, came the reply. Hiratsuka quietly cleared her throat, having thought that this particular law would have vanished post-separation from Neon. She immediately clasped her hands in apology towards Higashino Kigo. At that moment, the waiter brought over 2 cases of beer. Hiratsuka promptly opened a bottle, her face filled with remorse, particularly towards Higashino. I apologize, teacher. It was my error. As a gesture of sincerity, allow me to showcase something. With that, Hiratsuka transformed into a whirlwind of energy, The others looked on in astonishment. One of the reasons Jianwu admired Hiratsuka was her willingness to apologize to her students. The mere act of offering an apology placed her above 90% of educators he had encountered, many of whom stubbornly refused to admit their mistakes, even attempting to shift the blame onto others. Such behavior was truly unbecoming of a teacher. Burp. After downing a bottle of beer, Hiratsuka let out a burp and summoned the waiter to remove one of the cases, intending to savor the remaining one slowly and take any leftovers back to her dorm. As for the driver, what need was there for alcohol? Jingani, a little girl around 3 years old, entered the private room, clutching a lollipop. Upon hearing someone call her Ani, Hiratsuka turned with an annoyed expression, only to find the petite girl delicately carved like a piece of pink jade. She was the granddaughter of her uncle, Shinjo, named Shinjo Shiger. Ah, it's little Shiger. Call me sister. If you call me Annie again, I shall spank you. Hiratsuka teased. Okay, Jingani, Shinjo Shiger giggled, still refusing to change her address. Hey, you little rascal. Hiratsuka stood up and caught the escaping Shinjo Shiger, pinching her cheek playfully before placing her on the empty seat next to Yubihama, as adding a seat at her own table would disturb her peers' meals. She opted to sit beside Yubihama with her small hot pot, as there were still plenty of empty spots available. Jingandi, when can I have your wedding candy? Shinjo Shiger blinked at Hiratsuka, who suddenly froze. Where would I get wedding candy for you? What is with these kids today, worrying about such matters? Mind your own business. And open your mouth, Hiratsuka said, swiftly shoving a piece of cooked food into Shinjo Shiger's mouth to prevent her from saying anything further. As the broth in the hot pot began to bubble, everyone busied themselves, continuously dropping fresh ingredients into the pot while enjoying snacks and waiting for the raw food to cook. Hiss, hiss. The Caucasian driver seated to Jianwu's right dipped a slice of thoroughly cooked meat into a medley of condiments and brought it to his mouth, hissing and gasping as he clearly struggled with the spiciness. It appears that the notion of Caucasians lacking tolerance for heat holds some truth. Observing the redness that spread across the man's face, Jianwu wore a look of expected amusement. Yet, to his surprise, the driver adeptly wielded chopsticks, indicating a certain familiarity with Asian culture among the drivers arranged for them. Despite his evident distress from the spice, the Caucasian did not cease eating, washing down the flavorful morsels with drinks while continuing to dip into the condiments. This is truly delightful. This establishment rivals that one in Chinatown, Yu Baiyan remarked, savoring the taste after thoroughly coating her food in the condiments. She had researched this hot pot restaurant online and discovered that the average expenditure was approximately $50, similar to the one in Chinatown, which was merely 3 streets away. Given her current financial situation, dining here once or twice a week was indeed feasible. If you enjoy it, we can make this a regular outing, Jianwu suggested. Upon hearing his words, Yu Baiyan momentarily froze, her eating interrupted, and her ears involuntarily flushed a rosy hue that spread to her cheeks. She timidly responded with a soft Why are you blushing? It's merely a meal. I didn't see you react this way when I treated you before, Jianwu teased as he picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks, thoroughly coating it in condiments before tasting it, finding it quite agreeable. Jianwu's movements halted as he looked up at the ceiling, noticing something descending at great speed, trailing smoke. Tony Stark, clad in his red and gold armor. High above, in the stratosphere, 2 armored figures grappled mid-air. Obadiah Stane, donned in blue-gray armor, and Tony's uncle, and Dr. Ethan, wearing a suit identical to Tony's. It seemed certain events were unavoidable. Obadiah still harbored ambitions to usurp Tony and claim Stark Industries as his own, albeit this time Tony had an ally. However, could the Ironmonger truly hold his own against 2 adversaries? Observing the trajectory of Tony's descent, Jianwu contemplated that he would likely crash directly onto their table. It appeared that Tony Stark had calculated this as his optimal landing spot, for his flight system had been compromised by Obadiah, and landing on the table was a stroke of fortune. Jianwu sensed the situation on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the hot pot restaurant, discovering that the room above them was also a private booth, yet unoccupied. This brought him a sense of relief. What a fortunate turn of events. It was an opportunity to draw public attention. As for potential property damage, there was no cause for concern. Tony Stark would surely provide compensation. And perhaps he was already in contact with the Decisive consortium to negotiate a lucrative acquisition of the Hot Pot establishment. Suddenly, Jianwu sprang to his feet, causing the chair behind him to topple over, the noise capturing the attention of everyone around. Arakaki-kun, what's the matter? Yubaheim was somewhat perplexed. Has the second adolescence struck again? Hiratsuka Shizuka placed a slice of meat into Shinjo Shigeru's mouth. Hearing the sound of a chair toppling, she turned to see Kimuto aiming his right hand at the ceiling and his left hand directed at the assembled crowd. Boom! In the next moment, everyone felt as though thunder had erupted above their heads. Simultaneously, Shizuka and the others experienced an unsettling sensation, realizing their bodies were no longer under their control, as they found themselves firmly anchored to their chairs, which were inexplicably sliding away from the table until they finally came to a halt against the wall. What is happening? Why can't I move? Is it Shingaki-san? Shingaki-san is actually a superhuman. The group, recalling Kimuto's earlier actions, suddenly grasped the situation. Boom! At that moment, the ceiling was pierced, revealing a somewhat dim sky outside. The classmates within the room immediately beheld an iron figure hovering above the table, along with fragments of buildings drifting in the air. Chapter 85. The name worth 3 million. The onlookers, nearly paralyzed with astonishment, gazed at the immobile figure of the Iron Man suspended in midair, then at Kenmu Arakaki, who directed his palm toward the Iron Man. Their shock was profound. Could it be that Kenmu possessed supernatural abilities? Some classmates, ardent enthusiasts of anime and light novels, quickly deduced that the power wielded by Kenmu must be related to telekinesis. At this moment, both Yuhibari and Shizuka Hiratsuka were equally unsettled. Yuhibari thought, so my beloved is actually superhuman? Shizuka Hiratsuka reflected, no wonder he was able to counterattack that invincible being back in our first year, the retired soldier version. Meanwhile, Shigeru Shinjo, seated beside Shizuka, found it amusing that the chair had seemingly moved on its own moments ago. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for interrupting your meal, but rest assured, Stark Industries will compensate every patron in this establishment with $10,000 today. Tony Stark lifted his visor, his body rendered immobile by Kenwa's telekinetic control, leaving only his head somewhat free. Fortunately, his suit could interpret his brainwaves, allowing him to raise the visor. What about the damages to this establishment? Upon seeing Tony's face, Shizuka felt a sense of relief. Tony paused momentarily before responding. Fear not, I shall compensate this establishment tenfold for any losses incurred. I initially intended to purchase it outright, but the people of Tidan were not agreeable. He harbored a lingering irritation over this rejection, as it was the first time he had encountered such resistance. Therefore, could this charming gentleman release me now? Tony inquired, directing his gaze at Kenwu, who was manipulating him. He never anticipated encountering a superhuman in such circumstances. Of course, Kenwu nodded, carefully guiding Tony's body to a spacious area within the room, while the debris was relocated to another open space. He also lifted the control over his teachers and classmates, allowing them to regain mobility. The surrounding students regarded Kenwu with expressions of sheer astonishment. As for fear, why would they be afraid of their benefactor, who had just rescued them, especially since they were already familiar with him? What transpired? At that moment, Shigeru's grandfather, hearing the commotion, opened the door to the private room to investigate, followed by a few curious waitstaff and patrons peeking in. What they beheld was a ceiling pierced through and debris scattered throughout the room. They were momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing Tony Stark, their surprise dissipated. It was none other than this billionaire who had caused the ruckus. Grandfather, it was so much fun. The chairs were moving on their own. Shigeru exclaimed as he rushed towards his grandfather. Shizuka stepped forward to explain the situation to Shigeru. Remarkable, Kenwu. So you are indeed a superhuman. It was you who caused the cars to soar over the Brooklyn Bridge that day, wasn't it? Hiroshi Higashia gazed at Kenwu in awe, and the others recalled the incident with the lizard people upon their arrival in New York. So it was true. The cars had indeed flown through the air that day. Hiroshi had not been deceiving them. Indeed, it is evident and requires no denial. Moreover, having already decided to establish an identity as a superpowered individual. One should readily acknowledge it. You have concealed your abilities remarkably well. I sat beside you, yet remained oblivious to your use of superpowers. Yubahama spoke softly, a hint of disappointment in her voice, realizing that despite being by his side all along, she had failed to notice this aspect of him. Manipulating a car with telekinesis is rather effortless for me, requiring no physical gestures. It is entirely understandable that you did not perceive it. However, this time is different. To silently intercept a plummeting Iron Man is considerably challenging, necessitating the coordination of both hands. Jinwoo patched his abilities to present himself to the world. Upon hearing Jinwoo's explanation, Yubihama revitalized her spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined not to give up. She admired Jinwoo as a person, not merely for any concealed superpowers. Iron Man? I find that name appealing. At that moment, Tony, who was on the phone instructing Happy to deliver a portable suit, overheard their conversation. At this point, Tony had yet to assume the mantle of Iron Man. Although Jinwoo and Yubahama conversed in Ryukyu dialect, it posed no challenge for Tony. Perhaps I should compensate you with a naming fee? That would be splendid. You may decide the amount. He would not refuse the money offered to him, particularly from a billionaire. I shall grant you $3 million as a naming fee. What do you think? Tony exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Thank you immensely for your generosity. I have instantly acquired the title of millionaire. This lad certainly harbors profound secrets. Hinashida, observing from the side, were it not for this incident, the individual might have remained hidden indefinitely. Well, I believe it would be prudent for the people here to disperse. Although I have notified the nearby authorities, their arrival will take time. Tony advised, mentioning that 2 individuals clad in iron suits were currently engaged in combat above, potentially endangering those below. Upon hearing this, Hinashida hurried to notify others, initially believing that the billionaire's suit had inadvertently fallen from the sky, only to realize it was indeed in the midst of a battle. There is no need to evacuate. This matter is rather simple. Jinwoo halted Hinashida with his telekinesis, then glanced up at the 2 figures in the sky. He extracted a 10-cent coin from his pocket, clenched it in his right hand, allowing the coin to rest upon his thumb. Could it be? The surrounding classmates widened their eyes in disbelief, and upon regaining their composure, they hastily retrieved their phones to capture the moment. With a crisp sound, Jinwoo flicked the coin upwards with his thumb. It began to levitate as he enveloped it with his telekinetic force, causing it to spin rapidly. Bang! 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 The sound of sonic booms emanated from the coin. Tony watched intently, his astonishment rivaling that of those around him. To generate a sonic boom while spinning a coin on his fingertip, without causing it to melt, showcased an extraordinary mastery of telekinesis. Spare his life, please. Tony uttered a plea to Jinwoo, emphasizing that Obadiah's existence was far more valuable alive than dead, for he possessed shares in Stark Industries. Jinwoo nodded, considering the $3 million at stake. This request was hardly burdensome. He slowly raised his fist toward the heavens, transforming it into the shape of a firearm, as a rapidly spinning coin nestled between his index and middle fingers. It was coming. The classmates nearby, fixated on the scene, their faces alight with excitement. Whoosh! In the next instant, the coin shot forth like a silver streak toward the ironmonger above, and the occupants of the room immediately felt a powerful gust of wind surge outward. A telekinetic electromagnetic cannon. Wow, truly remarkable. The ability to replicate even an electromagnetic cannon speaks volumes of Jinwoo's prowess. From this day forth, you shall be my idol, akin to Higashino Kigo. The surrounding classmates exclaimed in fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 86. Stark Industries belongs to me. High above the ground, Ethan, engaged in a fierce struggle with Ironmonger, received a message from Tony that alleviated his anxiety. Although the armor, enhanced by both him and Tony, was adept at preserving life, a lingering concern remained. Obadiah, why you treat Tony this way? He has always regarded you as family. Relieved to see Tony unharmed, Ethan advanced to grapple with Ironmonger and immediately confronted Obadiah, recalling how Tony had been kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East due to the actions of his very own uncle. It was utterly unfathomable that a man who had been part of their lives for 30 years could commit such an act. Inside the Ironmonger suit, Obadiah's fury ignited upon hearing the accusations. Family? Nonsense. To him, I am merely a steward who has devoted half my life to the Stark family business. A loyal servant. For 30 years, I have managed Stark Industries and its myriad affairs while he does nothing. He spends all his time either in the lab or indulging in debauchery. He is unworthy of Stark Industries. It will flourish only in my hands. And you, just a fortunate fool who stumbled upon luck. What gives you the right to question me? How did you so easily acquire shares in Stark Industries? The true owner of Stark Industries is not that playboy. Nor you. It is mine. Obadiah's thunderous roar pierced through the ironmonger armor, striking Ethan's eardrums with an intensity that demanded attention. Ethan sighed, recognizing the madness that had overtaken Obadiah. It appears you need to calm down. With that, he delivered a swift kick to the chest of Ironmonger, retreating several dozen meters, and raised his hands, unleashing 2 beams of cerulean energy from his palms. I am quite composed. Thus I shall send you to meet Tony now. Believing that he had incapacitated Tony by damaging the flight system of his armor, Obadiah now saw Ethan as his sole threat. He directed Ironmonger towards Ethan, simultaneously revealing cannons that unleashed a barrage of missiles. The projectiles collided with Ethan's energy blasts in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that momentarily destabilized both combatants. Yet, the barrage from Ironmonger was not entirely neutralized by Ethan's energy blasts. As more missiles approached, Ethan swiftly dodged, launching his own missiles to intercept the incoming projectiles, preventing them from descending to the ground. A cacophony of explosions illuminated the sky, resembling a grand display of fireworks. The spectacle drew the attention of those on the ground, who could only gaze skyward at the distant bursts of light. Once you are dead, Stark Industries will be entirely mine. It is my rightful claim, and no one can take it from me. Obadiah controlled Ironmonger as he surged towards Ethan, who had no choice but to evade, waiting for Tony to arrive in a new suit. Whoosh! At that moment, a high-speed coin struck the arc reactor situated at the chest of the Iron Tyrant armor. In an instant, sparks erupted, and the once glowing blue arc reactor gradually dimmed. Concurrently, the telekinetic energy embedded within the coin obliterated all systems of the Iron Tyrant armor. No matter how Obadiah attempted to operate it, there was no response. He could not even open the armor. With the energy source depleted, the Iron Tyrant plummeted from thousands of meters in the air. No, who could this be? Who is it that has thwarted my imminent success? Fear ignited within Obadiah's eyes, swiftly followed by an overwhelming fury. He was undoubtedly the one most suited to govern Stark Industries. Under his stewardship, it would flourish. Why? Why must there always be someone to impede him? Witnessing the Iron Tyrant incapacitated by a mere coin, Ethan was momentarily taken aback before hastily descending to grasp one of the falling armored limbs, ensuring it did not crash to the ground. This armor had not been crafted by him or Tony. It was entirely constructed from blueprints and components left behind in a Middle Eastern cave. A fall from such heights would undoubtedly spell disaster. He still held shares in the company. He could not afford for the man to perish. Moreover, he was Tony's uncle. Having spent 30 years in his company, Tony would surely need some emotional preparation. Ethan gradually propelled the incapacitated Iron Tyrant towards Stark Industries, simultaneously dispatching a message to Tony. See, this has been resolved effortlessly. Jinwoo, upon observing Ethan's intervention, ceased his actions. Having contemplated using telekinesis to assist, it appeared utterly unnecessary. Tony regarded the situation with a complex expression, noting that a single coin had dismantled the arc reactor and rendered the armor's systems inoperative. This was an extraordinary setback for his suit. He would need to devise strategies to counter such abilities in the future. Tony adjusted his demeanor. Now that this issue is resolved, I shall take my leave. The compensation will be transferred to your account in America. He took a couple of steps forward, glancing back at the group. Do you have anything you wish to discuss with me? The others appeared perplexed. And then Hinatsuka suddenly burst into laughter, prompting an awkward expression from Tony. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Here he was a billionaire and a renowned playboy in America. Yet these students did not recognize him. Shouldn't they be seeking his autograph or a photograph? Surely, their recent arrival in America was to blame. Perhaps he needed to generate more headlines. Recalling the twin models he had seen in a magazine in New York, he decided to have Happy take his measurements tomorrow. Wait a moment, superstar. Let us take a photograph together. As Tony, clad in his tattered battle suit, was about to exit the private room, Xinqing suddenly recalled something and called out to him. This elicited a faint smile from Tony, who remarked, "How could anyone resist seeking a photo or autograph with me?" Xinqiang requested a waiter to bring a phone, and he positioned himself alongside the armored Tony for a photograph. "With a celebrity like you, the business of this hot pot restaurant will surely thrive," he declared. However, this statement caused Tony's previously cheerful demeanor to fade instantly. He turned on his heel and departed without even securing the visor of his suit. As Tony stepped out of the private room, he was met with a throng of onlookers gathered outside the establishment. The moment they caught sight of him, the crowd erupted in excitement. Tony Stark, the billionaire, was indeed a household name in America. Who among those who had lived there could possibly be unfamiliar with him? Oh my, it's Tony Stark. To think we could encounter a billionaire while enjoying hot pot. Some were astonished at the mere presence of such wealth in this humble eatery. Hearing the jubilant cheers from the crowd, Tony's smile returned as he winked at a fan, remarking, clearly, "Fate has brought us together. Chapter 87, Differenz a stark. Look at me. I've been enamored with you for quite some time." A figure approached Tony, playfully vying for the attention of the billionaire. Upon catching Tony's gaze, they boldly navigated through the crowd and lunged towards him. Tony, however, merely glanced at their visage, his eyelids fluttering slightly, and deftly intercepted their passionate advance with a hand. "I apologize, but I have a preference for traditional ladies." Witnessing this scene, Shinjo hastily instructed a waiter to escort the individual away. "Ah, Tony Stark, may I have your autograph?" Someone eagerly requested his signature. Tony, not one to decline, began signing. Soon, others in the vicinity sought his autograph as well. Tony graciously obliged, as Happy had yet to arrive, allowing him a moment to indulge in this flurry of requests. "Is this fellow truly so renowned in America? I've been here for merely 2 days and was unaware of such a figure." At the door of the private room, seeing Tony surrounded like a celestial body, Higashino Kigo scratched his head. Having been cooped up in the apartment, where could one glean such knowledge? A classmate rolled their eyes. "Are you familiar with this person?" "No." "Then what good are you?" Higashino raised a middle finger in response. He asked merely an arms dealer. There was quite a bit of gossip surrounding him in the past. However, there has been little news in the last month. It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize him upon your arrival. I only became acquainted with him after spending some time here, as the scandals were too numerous to ignore. In New York, even elementary school children are aware of him. Hiratsuka lit a cigarette and took a slow drag, revealing the reason for her earlier laughter. Tony's words had evidently been intended to encourage their students to approach for autographs or photos. Alas, none of her students recognized this prominent American figure. The last significant news about him that I recall was a month ago when he returned from the Middle East and announced the closure of his weapons division. He has since remained out of the public eye. Only now do I realize that his month-long absence was devoted to researching his armored suits. Given the current circumstances, if you stay a few more days, you may very well witness his scandals unfold. "I see." Higashino nodded. Jianwu cast a sidelong glance at the button on the white driver's attire. It appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed a live-streaming pinhole camera. Ever since he had made his move, the camera had activated. His keen perception enabled him to notice this, while others would remain oblivious. Behind this lens, countless eyes might already be observing him. CIA? Tianjin Bureau? Isaaki, or perhaps Hydra. Jianwu was indifferent to these organizations. If he wished, their disappearance would be but a thought. However, there was currently no necessity for such actions. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to instill a sense of caution in them. In the realm of Marvel, one cannot afford to show leniency towards America. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's power, they would be continually challenged. The individuals across from him were likely deliberating on how to capture him for experimentation. What does it matter that he is a Ryukyu person? A plausible accident could easily be fabricated. Thus, if he did not inflict some pain upon them, even with the knowledge of his power to obliterate the Earth, they would not hesitate to act against him. The character America from Marvel embodies the sentiment. live for today, for tomorrow, is inconsequential. This encapsulates the essence of America within the Marvel Universe. To deter the foolishness of this group, he resorted to intimidation. Using telekinesis, he effortlessly removed the pinhole camera disguised as a button from the person opposite him. Upon realizing that their hidden camera had been uncovered, the white driver broke into a cold sweat, instinctively reaching for his waist. In the next instant, he found himself pinned against the wall by telekinesis, immobilized. The force was not overwhelming, yet it elicited a cry of distress from him, causing his handgun to fall to the ground. A gun. This individual had been carrying a firearm all along. The surrounding classmates were taken aback. Was this not the driver assigned to them by the school? How would he carry a gun? How intriguing, a live-streaming camera masquerading as a button. Were they surveilling me, this superpowered individual? Jinwoo glanced at the lens of the pinhole camera, a slight smile gracing his lips, clearly addressing those across from him. The classmates and teachers around him frowned, acutely sensitive to the presence of the camera, which was utterly detestable. Rest assured, this camera only activates when I demonstrate my telekinesis, Jinwoo clarified. Upon hearing this, some classmates breathed a sigh of relief, yet they continued to regard the white driver with disdain. Sir, please do not harm Teru. He has done nothing to you. He merely recorded your demonstration of superpowers. A middle-aged voice emanated from the camera. On the other side, the CIA director clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. This superpowered individual was remarkably astute. This would undoubtedly result in significant casualties during their capture attempt. I have not sunk to such depths of boredom. Merely capturing footage of my abilities does not warrant his demise, Jinwoo asserted, the camera hovering before him. With a gentle demeanor, he began, let us dispense with the trivialities. I am aware of your thoughts, but any schemes you conceive are as insignificant as ants in my eyes. Should I choose, I could obliterate America in an instant. So do not entertain any petty notions. Those who heard these words could not help but swallow hard. Openly threatening the foremost power on Earth was indeed surprising. Jing Pingzuka was equally astonished, yet she understood Jinwoo's implication. Arakaki, do not worry. We have the Ryukyu government backing us. They would not dare act against us. Huh? Is our Ryukyu so formidable? The classmates were even more astonished. Jinwoo's words, alternating between Jing Pingzuka and himself, incited fury in the CIA director on the other side of the camera. Are you threatening America? Yet this time, the fury encapsulated in that voice was palpable to all, though it was directed solely at Jinwoo. A threat? One can interpret it as such. Do not presume that possessing extraordinary abilities grants you the right to scorn America. Jinwoo remained silent, his camera in tow, as he swiftly ascended, defying gravity before the astonished gazes of the crowd, soaring through the gaping hole in the ceiling toward the heavens. Beneath the night sky, Jinwoo hovered thousands of meters above ground, accompanied by the floating camera. From this moment forth, all military satellites and missile systems of America will be incapacitated for 1 hour. However, rest assured, I shall only disrupt your military forces, leaving your society unscathed. And let's not forget your Sky Sword Bureau beyond the atmosphere, which, aside from its flight systems, will also be rendered inoperative for 1 hour. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible wave radiated throughout America, extending even beyond its atmosphere. Opposite the camera, as Jinwoo mentioned the Sky Sword Bureau, the CIA director seated before the computer screen could not help but feel his pupils constrict in shock. The adversary was aware of the Sky Sword Bureau beyond the atmosphere. Chapter 88. Words once spoken cannot be withdrawn. How could the other party possibly know about the Sky Sword Bureau? Could it be that they're a member of the Ryukyu victory team? Gazing at the image of Arakaki Kengo on his computer screen, the seasoned CIA director harbored grave suspicions that this individual, Arakaki Kengo, was indeed affiliated with the victory team. The team comprised 6 members, yet only 2 had revealed themselves. He believed that only the victory team could conjure such extraordinary capabilities in Ryukyu, possessing intimate knowledge of America's secrets. Amidst the CIA's uncertainty, Kengo slowly spoke. Now, you may observe the fruits of my labor. Remember, this is merely a warning. Next time, it will be bloodshed. No sooner had he finished speaking than he disregarded the CIA director, who was speculating about his identity. With a mere thought, Kingo compressed the camera into a fine powder, which subsequently dispersed into the air. At that moment, the image on the CIA director's screen abruptly ceased, plunging into darkness. Following Kingo's snap of his fingers, all military satellites belonging to America succumbed to a state of paralysis, and the Sky Sword Bureau space station was similarly incapacitated, with all systems failing except for the flight system. What the devil is happening? Is it the victory team from Ryukyu? The staff across various American governmental departments were drenched in sweat, confronted by the ominous red warning displayed on their screens. They scrambled to restore the system. But no matter the attempts, it was as if something had ensnared the control systems. If such a situation were to come to the attention of other major powers on Earth, America would likely become the subject of ridicule for a long time. Moreover, if the systems remained inoperable, America's adversaries might be poised to take action. Quick, notify the director. As chaos ensued among the American government staff, Kingo had already returned to the hot pot restaurant. Upon landing, he was met with the adoring gazes of his classmates. Just moments ago, he had threatened the foremost power on Earth, yet they displayed no fear of retribution. Instead, they exuded admiration and pride. During his conversation with the person on the other end of the line, that individual had not denied the assertion made by teacher Seiki, stating that America dared not act against the Ryukyu people. Moreover, the person had deliberately evaded the topic of Ryukyu, merely indicating that Kingo was threatening them. Teacher Seiki had previously mentioned that this establishment belonged to her family. What was its name? Daidan. Many of the students were tacitly aware of teacher Seiki's identity as the daughter of the Daidan Consortium and knew she would not lie. Therefore, if teacher Seiki, as the daughter of Daidan, spoke the truth, it implied that Ryukyu indeed harbored mysterious power unknown to the public, which made America hesitant to harm them. They immediately thought of the Nasdis and the victory team. The Nasdis had sparked considerable discussion online, with many believing its technological prowess to be of the highest caliber on Earth. Even after America's aerospace carrier emerged, while netizens deemed it superior to the Nasdis, the latter still retained its status as a pinnacle of Earth's technology. Thus, they believed that Jinwoo must be one of the members of the victory team, a sentiment echoed by the director of the CIA. This notion serves to elucidate why Jinwoo dared to threaten America. To what extent have you developed your telekinetic abilities? Hiratsuka Shizuka's expression was rather complex. This brief encounter had indeed opened her eyes. Had she not been aware of the identities of the victory team members, she might have also concluded that Jinwoo was part of them. The ability to fly, perceive, and manipulate objects to achieve supersonic speeds, and even to threaten the foremost power on Earth. This young man possesses an extraordinary confidence in his capabilities. She could discern that his confidence was not blind, but rather rooted in formidable strength. She had previously witnessed such confidence. Her father, Shizuka Mitsukane, had exhibited similar assurance when proposing the restoration of the Ryukyu kingdom. She was aware of the extraterrestrial presence and various advanced technologies within the Daidan Consortium, thus understanding that her father's ambitions were backed by substantial might, rendering him unafraid of any adversary. This confidence stemmed entirely from his own formidable prowess. Jinwoo chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the white driver, Teru, pinned against the wall, and lifted the control he had exerted over him. Teru collapsed to the ground with a muffled groan, and upon rising, he looked at Jinwoo with palpable fear, too intimidated to retrieve the handgun that lay abandoned beside him. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Teru's phone began to ring. Do not be afraid. Answer the call, Jinwoo urged, gesturing for him to relax. Am I truly that intimidating? He had merely tossed Teru around a bit, without drawing blood, and thus believed himself to be rather amicable. Teru hastily pulled out his phone, so flustered that it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He quickly picked it up and activated the speakerphone. Is this Teru? Put it on speaker. I need to speak with Mr. Arakaki. The voice of the CIA director emerged from the device. Director, it's on, Teru replied promptly. Mr. Arakaki, we have no intention of being adversarial. We hope you can restore America's systems. The personnel responsible for military satellites are in utter disarray, The director's tone was respectful, devoid of the prior anger. Moments after Jinwoo had crushed the camera, the director had received news of the complete paralysis of the military satellites. He subsequently contacted the head of the Sky Sword Bureau to inquire about the status of their space station. The results mirrored those of the military satellites. Aside from the flight system remaining intact, all other systems were inoperative, inciting both alarm and ire within the CIA director. This revelation confirmed the veracity of Jinwoo's claims. Damn it, what is wrong with this superhuman? I merely entertained the thought of capturing you for experimentation. I hadn't even taken action, and you struck me first? It seemed that individuals like Bruce Banner were indeed rare. Restore? I will not retract my words. If I say 1 hour, then it shall be 1 hour. Jinwoo firmly declined the director's proposal to reinstate the military satellites. On the other end of the line, the CIA director sighed, I understand, Mr. Niyama. On behalf of the American government, I extend our sincerest apologies for our indiscretion in surveilling you covertly. Henceforth, our personnel will refrain from employing hidden cameras and will dedicate themselves to serving you diligently. Jinwoo responded nonchalantly. Observing Jinwoo's indifferent demeanor, the CIA director gritted his teeth and continued, We have identified a student named Okasaka Nichikawa who intends to betray Ryukyu. He aims to relay intelligence to us upon his return to Ryukyu, so please remain vigilant. Jinwoo replied, Is the spy we invested so heavily in so readily willing to betray us?